Chapter 1, a slime priced at 3 million? Are you insane? A bottom tier slime that's only worth 3,000 on the market, and you're charging 3 million? Have you lost your mind for money? The girl widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, staring at the young shop owner before her as she angrily exclaimed, "A scam! This is absolutely a scam shop!" Facing the furious customer, Luyu remained utterly unperturbed and chuckled lightly. "Let me solemnly remind you, this is no ordinary slime, but one destined to become the slime king. No matter how extravagantly you boast, you can't change the fact that slimes are the lowest tier pet creatures. A slime king is still just a slime, isn't it?" Shen Yanyan was furious and said, "Unless I've lost my mind, I'd never spend 3 million to buy a slime." In her eyes, Luyu was clearly treating her like a fool. How utterly foolish would one have to be to spend a whopping 3 million on the lowest tier slime? Moreover, Shen Yanyan was purchasing a pet beast cub to form a contract with it as her initial companion. Slimes can at most grow to the awakened third rank, and can't even defeat some non-awakened beasts, utterly lacking in combat capability. Contract a slime? Then her whole life would be ruined. Luyu looked at Shen Yanyan's furious expression, thinking how even an angry beauty had a kind of pleasing aesthetic. He smiled slightly and said, "This slime is absolutely worth 3 million, and it's more than worth the price. If you have no intention to purchase, then I can only express my regret, dear customer." He didn't have the slightest intention of admonishing. Only Luyu knew the terrifying potential this seemingly ordinary slime possessed. Hearing Luyu's words, Shen Yanyan calmed down instead and said, "Worth every penny? Then tell me, what's so special about this slime?" 3 million could buy several juvenile creatures with star-level potential. Above the awakening level lies the transcendent level. Only at the transcendent 10th rank can one break through to the stellar level. A juvenile pet beast with stellar-level potential is considered the best a novice beastmaster can contract, yet its price only reaches around 1 million. This is a slime capable of infinite growth. Luyu's brows relaxed, seeing that Shen Yanyan's emotions had been thoroughly stirred by him. He said, "As long as the slime consumes enough resources, not just the stellar level, but even the abyssal moon level, the radiant sun level, and even the monarch level, can be easily achieved." Monarch level? Shen Yanyan widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Even the president of Demon Capital Beast Taming University is only a monarch-level beast tamer. Are you saying this slime has the potential to reach monarch level?" She knew full well how exaggerated the concept of monarch level was, terrifying beings capable of destroying cities at will. In the era before beast tamers appeared, creatures of this level were referred to as natural disasters. "So you're saying this slime can grow to monarch level?" Shen Yanyan truly believed Luyu had gone mad. To promote this slime, he'd actually fabricated such a clumsy lie. "Wait," Shen Yanyan suddenly asked, "you just said this slime can infinitely consume resources to grow?" "That's right." Luyu wore a confident expression as he said, "You're welcome to verify it yourself." "Those are your words." Shen Yanyan gave a light hum, pulling out a water blue crystal from her bosom and declared solemnly, "This is a blue crystal, a silver tier water attribute resource. If the slime can truly devour this crystal, I'll admit what you said is true. Humph, if you dare deceive me, I'll report your shady shop to the Beastmaster Association." As Luyu lifted the lid of the transparent container, Shen Yanyan unhesitatingly tossed the blue crystal inside. "Eat." The moment the slime saw the blue crystal, it sensed an indescribable attraction emanating from it. It pounced forward, its soft body completely enveloping the blue crystal. Shen Yanyan observed closely and exclaimed in surprise, "This blue crystal, it's actually melting?" Inside the slime's body, the blue crystal continued to melt, transforming into pure water-based energy that fully integrated into the slime's form. As a burst of radiance flashed by, the slime's aura suddenly grew significantly stronger. Torrents of water swirled around the slime, flowing endlessly according to its will. Luyu chuckled lightly. As expected of a silver tier resource, the slime's level jumped directly from Awakening Tier 1 to Awakening Tier 5. Even its potential rank rose from Awakening Tier 3 to Awakening Tier 9. Not only that, the slime even comprehended a silver tier skill, Waterflow Ribbon. Shen Yanyan was somewhat bewildered. The silver tier resource blue crystal, though precious, a single one is worth tens of thousands. But, is the effect of a single blue crystal really this remarkable? Could it truly enhance a slime's strength and potential so much, even granting it a silver tier skill? Shen Yanyan leaned closer to the container, examining the slime several times, then gasped in shock and took a deep breath, confirming that Luyu's claims were actually true. Then, Luyu smiled at her and said calmly, "This slime is priced at just 3 million. Would you like to purchase it, miss?" As Shen Yanyan looked at the slime, her doubts gradually dissipated, eventually turning into overwhelming excitement. Buying this slime for 3 million was an absolute steal. "Buy," Shen Yanyan immediately said. "Swipe the card." "No problem." Luyu smiled slightly and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Finally sold the first pet beast. As the card swipe succeeded, Lu Yu's bank balance increased by 3 million. At the same time, achievement unlocked, sold the first pet beast. Reward, beast taming space unlocked. Randomly awarded 1 SSS tier beast taming talent. Claim reward? Yes/no. Claim it now. Lu Yu didn't hesitate at all. Beast taming space successfully opened. You have awakened the SSS tier beast taming talent Dark Abyss. Lu Yu sensed the beast taming space in his mind and the SSS tier talent Dark Abyss engraved in his soul, feeling an indescribable surge of emotion from the depths of his heart. It had been 18 years since he transmigrated into this beast taming world. Since his body lacked any innate talent source, he naturally couldn't awaken the beast taming aptitude, making it impossible for him to become a beast master. 2 months ago, Lu Yu took the college entrance exams, and as expected, the only outcome was failure. He only managed to get into a liberal arts vocational college. Even his high school sweetheart of 3 years, Bai Yue, heartlessly broke up with him. The future seemed utterly bleak. Fortunately, heaven never seals off all exits. Lu Yu awakened the super divine pet shop system. As long as he keeps selling pets, he can continuously receive rewards. The super divine pet shop system encompasses everything, from the lowest level slimes, goblins, small skeletons, all the way to mythical creatures like the candle dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, golden crow. You name it, we have it all. Even a slime possesses an extremely unique ability. It can infinitely devour resources to grow. As for the candle dragon, vermilion bird, and golden crow, Lu Yu couldn't even begin to imagine how majestic their presence would be if they appeared in the world. Once Lu Yu sells all these young beast pets, the entire Blue Star will truly usher in the era of mythical beast mastery. Thus, Lu Yu opened this mythical beast pet shop near Magic Capital University, until the first pet beast cub slime was sold. Only then did he finally become a beastmaster, truly gaining the power to change his fate. Chapter 2, The Little Skeleton Trash? Kill enemies to grow stronger. Contract. Shen Yanyan focused her thoughts slightly. The beast contract is instantly formed. Sensing the information transmitted by the contract, Shen Yanyan truly realized how exaggerated the value of the slime was. Just the devour talent alone allows the slime to grow infinitely. Perhaps, even the monarch level isn't the slime's limit. Shop owner, Shen Yanyan couldn't help but say, this slime is definitely worth more than 3 million, isn't it? You could easily charge 10 times that price. Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, life is not just about the mundane present. I have no interest in money. Ha, if you feel bad about it, just consider it my investment in you. He wanted to raise the price too, but the system's fixed price was exactly 3 million, not a penny more, not a cent less. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Shen Yanyan's guilt nearly overflowed, and she couldn't help but say, I'm sorry, I doubted you earlier. It's fine. Lu Yu smiled and said, in any case, congratulations on contracting the slime and becoming a true beastmaster. Shen Yanyan hugged the slime and nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with hope for the future. Starting with a slime, a beast of boundless potential, as her initial contracted pet, Shen Yanyan's path as a beastmaster was undoubtedly smooth, with an infinitely bright future ahead. At this moment, outside the pet shop, a young girl slowly walked in. Bai Yue was visibly stunned upon seeing Lu Yu and couldn't help but say, Lu Yu? Shen Yanyan blinked her eyes and whispered, are you the shop owner's friend? Bai Yue glanced at her and replied indifferently, yes, he's my ex-boyfriend. Didn't expect to meet him here. Shen Yanyan was surprised this girl was actually the shop owner's ex-girlfriend. After comparing, she realized Bai Yue's looks and figure seemed far inferior to her own, and couldn't help but ask, how could you break up with such an outstanding shop owner? Outstanding? Bai Yue sneered. He hasn't even awakened his beast taming talent, destined never to become a beast tamer. He didn't get into any beast taming university in the college entrance exams either. How can that be considered outstanding? Impossible. Shen Yanyan immediately retorted. The shop owner casually sold me such a precious slime hatchling, how could he not be a beast tamer? A slime? Bai Yue looked at the slime cradled in Shen Yanyan's arms and couldn't hold back her laughter. Mocking, slimes are the lowest tier pet beasts. At their adult stage, the highest they reach is awakening tier 3. The entire slime species can't even produce a transcendent level creature. How can such trash be called precious? Shut up, you know nothing about the true power of slimes. Shen Yanyan couldn't bear this humiliation. After forming a contract, she had long treated the slime as family. Furious, she retorted, this is a specially bred mutant slime with greater potential than any other pet beast. Bai Yue stared at Shen Yanyan for a few moments before turning to Lu Yu and sneered. Lu Yu, you didn't trick this little girl, did you? Lu Yu frowned and said sternly, Bai Yue, if you're here to buy pet beasts, you're always welcome, but if you're here to cause trouble, then get out. Bai Yue looked stunned. Get out? When had Lu Yu ever spoken to her in such a tone? Bai Yue glanced around, realizing this pet shop was likely owned by Lu Yu, and sneered, buying pets, is it? Let me see what kind of outstanding pet cubs this shabby shop of yours has. Let me warn you, my standards are very high. My shop is full of pets with excellent potential. I just doubt you can afford them. Lu Yu snorted coldly and said, as I recall, the beast taming talent you awakened is the B-rank soul flame, correct? That's right. Bai Yuewei looked at him coldly and said, necromancy, fire, I can contract with either. TSK, do you have any necromantic pets here? Or do you not have any at all? Compared to fire-type pets, necromantic ones are clearly much rarer. After all, necromantic beasts only emerge in specific undead environments. Unless it's one of those massive pet stores, no one else has the capability to breed necromantic creatures. Of course there is. As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, he directly took out a transparent container. Bai Yuewei looked over with slight curiosity and immediately saw a pale skeletal frame inside the container, along with a flickering blue soul flame. Lu Yu, how dare you mess with me? Bai Yuewei was furious. Lu Yu frowned and said, what did I trick you about? Bai Yuewei pointed at the container and angrily exclaimed, this is clearly the lowest tier undead type pet. A pathetic little skeleton, utter trash on par with a slime. I've awakened a B-grade beast taming talent. Soul Blaze, do you really think I'd contract with such garbage? A trash tier skeleton? Lu Yu sneered and said, this is a little skeleton that grows stronger with every kill. It's destined to reach the pinnacle of necromancy and evolve into the undead emperor. Is this how you tricked that little girl? Did you also hype up that slime the same way? Bai Yuewei mocked. If you think I'll fall for it too, you're dead wrong. The shop owner didn't lie to me. Shen Yanyan retorted. My slime can devour any resource to grow infinitely. You don't understand anything. I believe the shop owner. This little skeleton must have the same innate ability to grow stronger through combat. Just as he said, grow by consuming resources? Infinitely strengthen through killing? How could such overpowered talents appear in the lowest tier pets like slimes and little skeletons? Bai Yuewei scoffed. Do you really think I'd fall for such a clumsy lie? Let me tell you. I'm a freshman at the Demon Capital Beast Taming University. Only true genius beast tamers qualify to enroll there. You think you're the only one who got into Demon Capital Beast Taming University? Shen Yanyan retorted angrily. I never expected our university would have such a short-sighted student like you. Can't be bothered with you. Suddenly losing interest, Bai Yuewei said, consider this purely as supporting my ex-boyfriend's business. How much for this little skeleton? I'll take it. In Bai Yuewei's eyes, the price of a lowly little skeleton should cap at 1 or 2,000 at most. She couldn't care less about such petty cash. 3 million, Lu Yu said curtly. I won't take a penny more, but I won't sell for a penny less either. What? 3 million? Bai Yuewei took a deep breath, feeling utterly insulted, and said coldly, Lu Yu, have you lost your mind over money? A worthless little skeleton worth 1 or 2,000 on the market, and you dare ask for 3 million? Shen Yanyan blinked, feeling this scene was somehow familiar. If you're not buying, then get lost, Lu Yu said coldly. I've told you, this is a little skeleton destined to reach the pinnacle of necromancy. Your lack of insight prevents you from recognizing its talent. Since you don't understand, don't slander it. I nearly scored full marks in the beast taming theory course for the college entrance exam. You're saying I don't understand beast taming? Bai Yuewei couldn't contain her anger and said sharply, before coming here, I'd already visited several pet shops and even set my sights on a dragonkin cub. Yet you treat low-level creatures like slimes and skeletons as treasures, utterly ridiculous. Fine. I'll open your eyes and show you what a truly high-tier beast looks like. As the words fell, Bai Yuewei directly dialed the phone and said, Manager Yang Qing, I've decided to buy that dragon descendant pet I just saw. Please deliver it to the mythical pet store on the commercial street of Magic Capital University. Chapter 3, Special Growth Type Talent, the Future Skeleton Emperor. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yuewei wore a look of provocation, glanced at Lu Yu and Shen Yanyan, then casually sat on the sofa to drink tea. Shen Yanyan whispered, Shop owner, that's a dragon descendant pet beast. It must be worth nearly 1 million, right? At adulthood, it should at least reach the Fanqing level? Dragon descendant pet beast? Just a lizard with a trace of dragon bloodline, Lu Yu said dismissively. Even a true dragon species can't compare to my little skeleton. Before long, outside the pet shop, a truck came to a stop. A young man stepped out carrying a container. Excuse me, just as Yang Qing was about to ask his question, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the slimes and little skeletons inside the pet shop. Few people know that Yang Qing, as a beast master, awakened a very special C-level beast master talent, the Eye of Data. With the effect of the Eye of Data, he could always discover some mutated beasts, which helped his pet shop thrive. Countless data floated before Yang Qing's eyes. Slime, attribute, water, level, awakening tier 5, potential, awakening tier 9, talent, devour, special growth type talent, can consume all resources to strengthen itself. Skills, 1, softness, 2, water ribbon, status, healthy, contracted, Yang Ching was shocked. A slime with awakened 9th tier potential? Isn't this the Slime King? When he looked at the slime's talents, he was even more stunned, speechless. Special growth type talent. This is the most heaven-defying type of talent. With sufficient resources, a slime can grow infinitely stronger. So-called levels and potential can never constrain a slime. Could the fact that slimes are the weakest race be overturned? Yang Ching couldn't help but tremble with excitement. What made Yang Ching regret was that this slime, destined to become king, had already been contracted by a beast master, leaving him filled with envy. By contracting such a special slime, the path to becoming a powerhouse is completely unobstructed, enough to make countless people green with envy. As Yang Ching gazed at the nearly lifeless little skeleton in the container with a sense of regret, his eyes suddenly widened, his heart pounding violently, overwhelmed with uncontrollable excitement. Little skeleton. Attribute, undead. Level, awakening tier 1. Potential, awakening tier 3. Talent, slaughter, special growable talent. Can infinitely enhance itself through killing. Killing grants level ups, potential boosts, and skill comprehension/upgrades. Skills, 1. Hardening. Status, healthy, uncontracted. Another special talent with unlimited growth potential? Just keep killing to grow endlessly? This is destined to be the future skeleton emperor. Yang Ching's heart trembled uncontrollably. In the wilderness, countless ferocious beasts lurked. In the secret realm, alien races lurk on all sides. The enemies a Beastmaster can slay are truly countless. Growing stronger with every kill, such a terrifying talent is destined to reach the pinnacle. It's actually in an unbound state? Yang Ching scanned his surroundings and gradually grasped the situation. The little skeleton was encased in a transparent container, indicating it was a juvenile creature prepared for sale in the pet shop. Yang Ching instantly made up his mind. No matter the cost, he was determined to purchase this little skeleton. Manager Yang Ching, you're here. Bai Yuewei smiled faintly and asked, is this container holding the dragonkin pet I ordered? Yes. Yang Ching's mind was completely preoccupied with that little skeleton, his attention elsewhere as he said, this flame lizard possesses a trace of dragon bloodline. At maturity, it can reach Transcendent Tier 10 and has a high probability of breaking through to Stellar Tier 1. The price is 800,000. I'll take this flame lizard. Bai Yuewei snorted lightly and said, charge it. As the transaction was completed, Bai Yuewei formed a contract with the flame lizard. Lu Yu couldn't help but think to himself, a dragonkin with a trace of dragon bloodline, wasn't that just a slightly larger lizard? Even as an adult, it only reaches Transcendent Tier 10, and might not even break through to Stellar Tier 1. How dare they price a juvenile beast of this caliber at 800,000? Bai Yuewei held the flame lizard in her arms, sensing the information transmitted through their contract, and a surge of superiority welled up within her. She said, Lu Yu, do you see this? My flame lizard is a true high-level pet beast. That little skeleton of yours is only fit to kneel and submit before the flame lizard. Ahem. Yang Ching coughed lightly, looking somewhat embarrassed, then immediately stepped past Bai Yuewei and approached Lu Yu with an extremely earnest expression. Excuse me, Yang Ching said sincerely, are you willing to sell this little skeleton? I'm prepared to pay any price, I only ask that you sell it to me. Shopkeeper Yang Ching, have you lost your mind? Bai Yuewei froze and couldn't help exclaiming, that's just a lowly little skeleton. It only awakens the lowest F-grade talent. Only the most hopeless beastmasters with no future would choose to contract such a thing. You're an extraordinary level beastmaster, why would you buy a little skeleton? What was happening before her eyes completely defied Bai Yuewei's understanding. In Bai Yuewei's eyes, Yang Ching was someone of considerable standing. During university, he was already an extraordinary level beastmaster. After graduation, Yang Ching even opened a fairly large pet beast shop. Yang Ching is destined to become a star-level beastmaster in the future, with even the potential to reach the moon level. Such a promising individual actually wants to buy a small skeleton and contract it as a pet beast? The lowest tier little skeleton? Yang Ching frowned. His fervent admiration for the little skeleton left no room for any disparagement. Unhappily, he retorted, this little skeleton has clearly awakened a unique growth-type talent. It can grow infinitely stronger by defeating enemies, destined to become an unprecedented skeleton emperor in the future. How can you call such a heaven-defying little skeleton low tier? Given Yang Ching's status, position, and future prospects, it was naturally impossible for him to grovel before Bai Yuewei. If he were displeased, even if Bai Yuewei purchased the flame lizard, Yang Ching wouldn't show her any courtesy. When Yang Ching looked at Lu Yu, a sense of respect instantly surfaced, and he unconsciously distanced himself from Bai Yuewei, afraid of missing the chance to contract the little skeleton. What? Bai Yuewei's pretty face paled, but she was filled with doubt as she questioned, how do you know this little skeleton has a special talent? I've awakened a C-grade beast taming talent called Data Eye. The uniqueness of this little skeleton is obvious at a glance. Yang Ching snorted coldly and said, this little skeleton possesses a unique growth-type talent called Slaughter. It grows stronger by killing. enhances its potential through slaughter, and even comprehends new skills in the process. Such an extraordinary pet beast is something I might never encounter again in my lifetime, so I must seize this opportunity. You actually awakened that Eye of Data talent. Bai Yuewei was utterly stunned. She had naturally heard of that Eye of Data, an extremely rare Beastmaster talent. Despite being only C rank, its uniqueness rivaled even A rank talents. Any Beastmaster who awakens the Eye of Data talent can easily identify pets with hidden bloodlines or talents, giving them a tremendous advantage over other Beastmasters. Bai Yuewei didn't believe that Yang Qing, a young Beastmaster with such a promising future, would joke about his own prospects. Special growth type talent, slaughter. Bai Yuewei took a deep breath, finally realizing how laughable her previous arrogance had been. For such a little skeleton, not to mention the asking price of 3 million, even if it were nearly 100 million, powerful Beastmasters would still compete to buy it. Chapter 4, Bai Yuewei, my mentality has collapsed. Xin Yanyan looked at Bai Yuewei, feeling nothing but boundless joy. I told you so, how could the shop owner possibly lie? She snorted lightly and said, too bad someone didn't believe it and missed out on such a rare pet beast. Shut up. Bai Yuewei was utterly furious and said, what right do you have to speak? You're just a foolish woman who contracted with a slime and ruined your own future. Short-sighted. Yang Cheng sneered and said, this lady slime is also an exceptionally unique existence, having awakened a special growth type talent called Devour, which allows it to infinitely consume resources to grow. If I'm not mistaken, this lady must have used a water type resource on the slime, right? Whether its level, potential, or the skills it has comprehended, it far surpasses other slimes. That's right. I used a silver-grade water-type resource called Blue Crystal on the slime. Xin Yanyan felt a surge of secret delight, her expression visibly relaxing as she stared straight at Bai Yuewei with her beautiful eyes and snorted. My slime has now awakened to the 5th tier, with potential reaching the 9th tier of awakening, and has even comprehended a silver tier skill. If a mere silver tier resource can achieve this, imagine how much it could grow if I used gold tier or even platinum tier resources. Hearing this, Yang Cheng was momentarily stunned and exclaimed in shock, a single silver tier resource could lead to such immense growth? After a series of deductions, Yang Cheng had concluded that the potential of Xin Yanyan's slime might far exceed his initial expectations. Lu Yu. Bai Yuewei looked at Lu Yu, her eyes reddening as she asked in a trembling voice, is what they said true? Lu Yu shrugged and spread his hands. I told you long ago, but you just wouldn't believe me. Lu Yu, why didn't you warn me? Bai Yuewei couldn't help but demand. This little skeleton was supposed to be my contracted beast. I awakened the B-grade beast taming talent Soulflame. I'm the most suitable beastmaster to form a contract with it. The scene before her made Bai Yuewei vaguely realized something. An indescribable frustration began to grow in her heart, and even the pride from contracting the flame lizard quietly dissipated, causing her delicate frame to tremble slightly. It wasn't that she couldn't afford 3 million, her scholarship, savings, and the subsidy for awakening a B-grade talent added up to just over 3 million. Bai Yuewei originally had the qualification to purchase the little skeleton, yet she gave up. Utterly ridiculous. Do you really think I'd have to beg you to buy such an outstanding young beast like this little skeleton? Lu Yu suddenly stood up, looking down at her as he said coldly, Bai Yuewei, you're not qualified for this. Lu Yu's icy words exploded in Bai Yuewei's ears. Bai Yuewei's eyes reddened at the thought of potentially giving up a future skeleton emperor. Her heart wrenched with pain. She bit her lip tightly, looking pitifully on the verge of tears. Lu Yu ignored her and turned to Yang Cheng, asking, Sir, are you certain about purchasing this little skeleton? Absolutely. Yang Cheng replied with earnest expression. Shopkeeper, please name your price. 3 million, Lu Yu said casually. What? 3 million? Yang Cheng looked stunned and couldn't help but ask. Shop owner, are you sure this little skeleton is only priced at 3 million? Yeah. Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, would you like to buy it? Of course. Yang Cheng didn't want to miss this opportunity. Spending 3 million on a little skeleton with heaven-defying potential was like a pie falling from the sky. He immediately exclaimed excitedly, I'll swipe my card right now. As the transaction was completed, the balance in Lu Yu's bank account exceeded 6 million. Yang Cheng immediately formed a beast taming contract with the little skeleton, holding it in his arms with overwhelming joy, feeling nothing but boundless brightness in his future. The shop owner is incredibly generous, pricing such an invaluable young tamed beast at just 3 million. This kindness, Yang Cheng, will keep it close to my heart? Yang Cheng laughed heartily. Yang Cheng was in high spirits. Contracting the little skeleton would become the turning point of his destiny. Lu Yu selling the little skeleton to him at a low price made him his benefactor. How could one not be grateful? Watching Yang Cheng contract the little skeleton, Bai Yuewei's last shred of hope vanished completely. Even if Yang Cheng was an actor hired by Lu Yu, what exorbitant price would it take to make him sacrifice a contract slot for the lowest tier little skeleton? Bai Yuewei's face flushed red. Her desire for future prospects ultimately overcame her pride as she couldn't help but ask, Lu Yu, do you still have pets like the little skeleton or slime in your shop? Lu Yu chuckled lightly and said, pets like slimes and little skeletons, I have as many as you could want here. Then, Bai Yuewei's eyes flashed with hope as she said, once I reach the transcendent level and unlock my second contract slot, can I still come back to buy pets? No. Lu Yu's expression instantly turned icy as he declared, I gave you your chance long ago. This shop refuses to do business with you, and not a single pet will ever be sold to you. You, Bai Yuewei completely lost her composure, her eyes flashing with hatred as she angrily said, you're just a worthless trash who hasn't even awakened a beast taming talent. Even if you can raise these excellent young pets, can you protect them? Without power, possessing these precious pets will only bring you disaster. No need for your concern. Lu Yu responded with utter indifference. Moreover, I've already awakened my beast taming talent. As soon as the words fell, Bai Yuewei's pupils constricted as she saw an endless expanse of pitch-black darkness standing behind Lu Yu, filled with the most ominous aura of sin, divine might oppressive as a prison. What kind of talent is this, to have such terrifying pressure? Yang Qing was utterly shocked, barely holding on under the divine might, and exclaimed in disbelief, that boundless darkness seems capable of imprisoning even the demon lord. Shen Yanyan's eyes sparkled as she forcibly withstood the pressure, gasping in astonishment, an A-tier beast taming talent definitely doesn't have this level of power. Could this be the highest tier S-level beast taming talent? S-rank. How could you possibly awaken an S-rank talent? Bai Yuewei bit her lip tightly, her heart filled with shock, regret, and even self-loathing. Her proud B-rank beast taming talent was nothing compared to an S-rank beast taming talent. Any beast tamer who awakens an S-rank talent can at least become a monarch level, or even an overlord level beast tamer, rising to the upper echelons of Xia Kingdom and wielding limitless power. Even among the top 3 beast taming academies in Xia country, those who awaken an S-rank beast taming talent are as rare as phoenix feathers. Enough to look down on her. S-rank? Lu Yu's expression turned strange. The beast taming talent he awakened was not S-rank, but the legendary SSS-rank Dark Inferno. Lu Yu, do you really have to be this ruthless? Bai Yuewei said with deep regret. After all, we were together for 3 years. 3 years of feelings, do they mean nothing to you? If she hadn't broken up with him back then, having Lu Yu as her boyfriend would have at least guaranteed her future as a monarch-level beast tamer, right? Lu Yu said indifferently. You were the one who wanted to break up. Leave. You're not welcome here. Bai Yuewei gave a bitter smile and wanted to say more, but suddenly realized that Lu Yu had awakened an S-level beast taming talent. He was destined to become a powerful beastmaster she could only look up to, someone she could no longer afford to offend. At this moment, she finally understood what she had truly lost. Heartbroken and dejected, Bai Yuewei left with her flame lizard. Lu Yu sipped his tea indifferently. None of Bai Yuewei's actions could stir any reaction in him. Yang Chang and Shen Yanyan exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, they hadn't offended Lu Yu as thoroughly as Bai Yuewei did. Otherwise, when opening new beast taming slots in the future, they wouldn't be able to purchase beasts from the mythical pet shop, a regret that would last a lifetime. Especially Shen Yanyan, who blushed slightly at the thought of her initial skepticism. She then thought about how Lu Yu remained calm and composed in the face of her doubts, his mature and unruffled demeanor making her heart flutter even more. Shop owner, let's exchange contact information, Shen Yanyan suddenly said. Her beauty was unparalleled, with a graceful figure full of youthful vitality, and a pair of sparkling eyes that seemed to glisten with dew. Shen Yanyan also felt a bit nervous. This was her first time actively asking for a guy's contact information. Yang Qing, standing nearby, also smiled and took out her phone. No problem. Lu Yu readily agreed. Shen Yanyan is a freshman at Modu Beastmaster University, one of the top 3 Beastmaster academies in Xia country. Modu Beastmaster University is home to countless second-generation Beastmasters and prodigious talents. These are all potential customers. As for Yang Qing, who runs a pet beast shop, though they're in the same business, Lu Yu doesn't consider Yang's shop to be actual competition. On the contrary, Yang Qing's clients could entirely become Lu Yu's clients. Looking at Shen Yanyan and Yang Qing, Lu Yu could almost see a flood of customers coming to his shop to buy pet beast cubs because of their recommendations. After exchanging contact information, the two gradually took their leave. Shop owner, thank you, Shen Yanyan said softly. I'll nurture the slime well, and I definitely won't let you down. I'm looking forward to it. Lu Yu smiled faintly. After seeing the two off, Lu Yu stretched lazily and sat comfortably on the sofa, calmly sipping his tea. On the first day of opening, 2 pet beasts were sold. A beast taming space was unlocked, and a dark-type SSS-Grade talent was awakened. Lu Yu was overjoyed, thinking to himself, I now have 600 points, which is more than enough to exchange for an initial taming beast. Chapter 5, Contracting the Initial Pet Beast, the Apocalypse Dragon. Opening the system mall, Luyu kept browsing through the selections. System Mall, Pet Beast section. Countless pet beast species available for selection. Creatures like small skeletons and slimes are completely free. Not even 1 point of credit is required. Resold for a whopping 3 million. The pet shop's revenue reached 6 million after selling 2 magical beasts. Every time the revenue hits 10,000 and gains the system's approval, it converts into 1 point, which can be used to exchange for beast cubs in the system store or obtain various incredibly rare resources. With 600 points now, Luyu has a much wider range of options to choose from. Since Luyu awakened the Dark Hell, a Dark-type talent, it would naturally be best to contract a Dark-type beast, further narrowing the options. Apocalypse Dragon, 600 points. Fallen Angel, 580 points. Demon Lord, 570 points. Hell Three-Headed Hound, 550 points. Gazing at the countless legendary-level pet beasts in the mall, Luyu fell into deep thought. Which one should he choose as his initial contracted beast? Although Luyu had unlocked the beast taming space and awakened the SSS-Grade talent Dark Hell, he had yet to form a contract with a pet beast and thus couldn't be considered a true beast tamer. On the verge of becoming a powerful beast master, even Luyu couldn't help but feel excited. Cerberus? Just a guard dog of the underworld, it doesn't suit my style. My Dark Abyss doesn't need a mere watchdog. Demon Lord? Too ugly, it'd practically be an eyesore. Fallen Angel? Seems promising. Inherently evil. Just like the little skeleton also grows stronger through slaughter? I need to stay in charge at the pet shop, where I have an invincible state granted by the system. Outside, I'm just a newly awakened beastmaster who has just opened my beast space. The Fallen Angel is good, but unfortunately not suitable for me. Besides, the Fallen Angel's looks can't compare to the 12-winged Archangel of the sacred type. Luyu sighed slightly, pondering for a long time. Finally made a choice. Apocalypse Dragon. Instant exchange. The reason he hesitated was that the exchange price for the Apocalypse Dragon happened to be exactly 600 points. After exchanging for the Apocalypse Dragon, he would have 0 points left and couldn't purchase any other treasures. Luyu reconsidered. With his system, what did he have to fear? At worst, he could just sell a few more pet cubs. You have exchanged for the pet beast cub Apocalypse Dragon, deducting 600 points. Remaining points, 0. As the system notification sounded, a half-meter-tall juvenile dragon with a deep obsidian hue, menacing claws, and jet-black bone wings appeared before Luyu's eyes. Roar! The Apocalypse Dragon cub let out a low growl. Damn! That's so freaking cool! Luyu's face lit up with delight. The more he looked at the Apocalypse Dragon, the more satisfied he felt. Its appearance was absolutely mind-blowing. And this was just its juvenile stage. According to the system's description, when the Apocalypse Dragon reaches adulthood, its colossal size can span over a kilometer. Paired with its ferocious and menacing appearance, even dragonkin and immortal beings would be mere ants in its presence. True to its name, an adult Apocalypse Dragon is capable of annihilating entire worlds. Luyu's mind stirred slightly, and the data of the Apocalypse Dragon appeared before his eyes. As the master of the system, even without awakening a beast-taming talent for detection, he could effortlessly examine a pet beast's data and in far greater detail. Apocalypse Dragon. Attributes: Dark Type, Dragon Type. Level: Awakening Tier 1. Potential: Overlord Tier 10. Talents: 1. Dark Progeny, embodiment of all darkness. Capable of absorbing dark energy for limitless growth. 2. Demon Dragon, a dragon forsaken by the dragon god, can infinitely absorb draconic power. Slaying dragonkin allows plundering all their abilities. Skills: 1. Annihilation Dragon Breath, Amethyst-Grade skill. Unleashes a dragon's breath filled with destructive aura. 2. Abyssal Dragon Gaze, Amethyst-Grade skill. Eyes containing endless destruction and dark essence, radiating draconic majesty. A single glance can annihilate souls. 3. Dragon's Dark Body, Amethyst-Grade skill. The boundless darkness merges into the dragon's form. The more dark energy absorbed, the more formidable the dragon becomes. 4. Domain of Draconic Darkness, Crimson Star-Grade skill. Creates an extremely violent domain capable of suppressing and slaughtering all enemies within. Status: Healthy, Uncontracted. Looking at the attributes of the Apocalypse Dragon, Luyu's excitement was beyond words. With the potential of a Dominator Tier Level 10, once it reaches adulthood, it will be a Dominator Tier Level 10 and can break through to the Sacred Tier at any time. The power levels in this beast-taming world are divided into Awakening Tier, Transcendent Tier, Starry Tier, Abyssal Moon Tier, Blazing Sun Tier, Monarch Tier, Dominator Tier, Sacred Tier. It is said that beyond the Sacred Tier lies the realm of gods. As far as Luyu knows, the presidents of the 3 top beast-taming universities, Magic Capital Beast-Taming University, Imperial Capital Beast-Taming University, and First Beast-Taming University, are typically only at Monarch Tier Level 10. A top-tier Beastmaster is practically at the pinnacle of the Xia Kingdom. The talents of the Apocalypse Dragon are actually twofold, Dark Progeny and Dragon Bane. Lu Yu was overjoyed, thinking to himself, the Dark Progeny talent allows the Apocalypse Dragon to evolve and grow limitlessly. The Dragon Bane talent makes it the natural nemesis of all dragon kin. When it comes to talents, creatures like slimes and little skeletons are utterly incomparable to the Apocalypse Dragon. As for skills, the difference is like heaven and earth. Even in its juvenile stage, the Apocalypse Dragon possesses 3 Amethyst tier skills, and even 1 Crimson Star tier skill. The levels of resources and skills are divided into 9 tiers: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Amethyst, Crimson Star, and Mystic Eclipse. Amethyst tier skill, corresponding to a beast with Overlord level potential. A Scarlet Star tier skill? That's a top tier ability only qualified for Sacred Spirit level beasts. Contract. Sign the contract immediately. Without hesitation, Lu Yu immediately formed a beast contract with the Apocalypse Dragon. Roar. After the beast contract was established, the apocalyptic demon dragon affectionately nuzzled Lu Yu's palm, its rough and hard dragon scales transmitting a distinct tactile sensation. An extremely profound connection formed between Lu Yu and the apocalyptic demon dragon. Dark Abyss. Infused the boundless power of darkness. Lu Yu directly activated his beast taming talent, channeling vast amounts of dark primordial energy into the apocalyptic demon dragon's body. Roar. The Apocalypse Dragon was overjoyed, continuously absorbing the dark primordial energy transmitted by Lu Yu, its aura growing increasingly intense. Awakening Tier 3, Awakening Tier 5, Awakening Stage 7, progressing all the way to Awakening Stage 10, seemingly about to break through to Transcendent level, yet encountered a bottleneck and had to stop. The size of the Apocalypse Dragon kept increasing until it surpassed Lu Yu's height, reaching a massive stature of over 2 meters, majestic and imposing, bearing no resemblance to its former juvenile form. It seems I was the one limiting the Apocalypse Dragon's growth, otherwise it could have directly advanced to the Transcendent level. Lu Yu shook his head slightly. He hadn't started cultivating yet, and his beast taming space was still at the lowest awakened level, unable to accommodate Transcendent level beasts. Originally, he planned to exchange some precious resources in the system to enhance the strength of his beast taming space, but now he had 0 points left and had to temporarily put it on hold. Lu Yu looked at the size of the Apocalypse Dragon and couldn't help but frown slightly. The Apocalypse Dragon was perfect in every way except for its enormous size. It simply wouldn't fit in his shop. He immediately said, "Apocalypse Dragon, make yourself smaller." Roar. The body of the apocalyptic dragon shrank by more than half, reverting to a height of half a meter. The Amethyst tier skilled dragon's body allows for size alteration, whether enlarging or shrinking, as its most basic application. Roar. The apocalyptic dragon flew onto the long table and settled down to rest peacefully. Lu Yu sat on the soft chair, calmly sipping his tea. From time to time, he glanced at the Apocalypse Dragon, feeling increasingly hopeful about the future, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes in contentment. Chapter 6, Contracting a Slime? Are you a little cutie? Night fell. Shen Yanyan went to the beast taming resource store and purchased a large amount of water-based resources. As evening approached, she took the subway back to the magic capital Beast Taming University, holding her slime. Girls' Dormitory, Room 301, as one of the top 3 beast taming universities in Xia Country. The girls' dormitory at Magic Capital Beast Taming University is actually a small villa. Each of the 4 girls has her own private room, and the living room is very spacious, exquisitely decorated, and fully equipped with various furniture and appliances. As Shen Yanyan pushed the door open, her best friend Du Ruoyun, who was sitting on the sofa, rushed over to hug her and whispered, "Yanyan, welcome back." Shen Yanyan pinched Du Ruoyun's slightly chubby, cute cheeks and asked with a smile, "Where are Xiaoying and Xiaoyi?" Shuing and Zhang Yi were the other 2 roommates in dorm 301. Their relationship wasn't as close as with Du Ruoyun, but it wasn't bad either. Pouting slightly in dissatisfaction at having her cheeks pinched, Du Ruoyun raised her voice and called out, "Xiaoying, Xiaoyi, Nian is back." As the words fell, the door on the second floor opened unhurriedly, and Shuing and Zhang Yi walked down the wooden staircase side by side. Shuing immediately spotted the slime cradled in Shen Yanyan's arms and frowned slightly, saying, "Shen Yanyan, we agreed when we enrolled that no ornamental pets are allowed in the dorm except for our own contracted beasts. What's the meaning of this? I haven't violated the dorm rules." Shen Yanyan shook her head slightly. "You didn't violate the rules?" Shuing narrowed her eyes. "Don't tell me you contracted this slime? How could that be possible?" Du Ruoyun clung to Shen Yanyan's arm and said discontentedly, "Xiaoying, what are you talking about?" Yanyan awakened an A-grade beast taming talent called Heavy Water. She has the best beast taming aptitude among us. Why would she contract the lowest level slime? In any case, non-contracted pets are not allowed to stay overnight in the dormitory. Shuing said decisively, "Get rid of this slime immediately." do you hear me? Shen Yanyan shook her head slightly and said, I told you, I haven't violated the dorm rules, and I don't intend to. Despite being roommates, Shen Yanyan was somewhat displeased with Chu Ying's domineering attitude, especially since Chu Ying awakened her beast-taming talent very early, becoming a beastmaster in high school. Now she's already a 10th tier awakened level beastmaster and has even contracted a gold-type pet beast with star-level potential, the Steel Wolf. In Demon City Beastmaster University, strength reigns supreme. Chu Ying's combat ranking was far higher than the other three, making her naturally more dominant. The so-called dormitory rules were less a product of group discussion and more like outright prohibitions decreed by Chu Ying's autocracy. Chu Ying's delicate brows furrowed as a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She suddenly asked, Shen Nian, don't tell me you contracted this slime? How is this possible? Jiang Yi shook her head and said, using an A-grade beastmaster talent to contract a slime? Nian isn't some naive little girl, how could she waste her talent like that? Du Ruoyun suddenly realized something and asked in a trembling voice, Nian, you wouldn't actually be this foolish, would you? Is this slime really your first contracted beast? That's right. Shen Nian nodded and said, I contracted the slime, so bringing it back doesn't violate dorm regulations at all, it's already my contracted beast. So saying, Shen Nian's heart stirred slightly as a beast-taming array materialized before her. The slime was promptly recalled into her taming space, only to be summoned back out with another thought. She cradled it lovingly in her arms, cherishing it dearly. Witnessing this scene, Du Ruoyun and Jiang Yi exchanged glances, both seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Du Ruoyun hastily interjected, Nian, don't be foolish. At the very least, you should break the contract now. You've only been bound to this slime for a day, terminating the pact will cause backlash, but you can recover fully within a year. I won't terminate the contract. Shen Nian shook her head slightly and said softly, the slime is the most suitable starter pet for me. There's no need to persuade me further. Shen Nian. Shu Ying stood up coldly, looking down at her, and said, I originally thought that with your awakened A-tier beast taming talent, you'd become someone I could rely on in the future. Now I realize I was completely wrong about you, your foolishness has utterly ruined your future. Xiao Ying, Du Ruoyun hurriedly said, even if Nian did something wrong, she's still our friend. You shouldn't speak to her like that. Friend? Shu Ying snorted coldly and said indifferently, wasting her talent like this, she's no longer qualified to be my friend. Xiao Ying, you've gone too far. Jiang Yi finally couldn't hold back and scolded. Me? Gone too far? Shu Ying sneered. She contracted a slime and still wants to be friends with me? Is she trying to insult me? Jiang Yi was momentarily speechless. She was well aware of Chu Ying's personality, extremely domineering, arrogant, yet also highly pragmatic. If it weren't for valuing the talents of her three roommates, Chu Ying might not have even associated with them. A slime? Just trash-tier pet beasts. Shu Ying snorted coldly and said, Shen Nian, I don't care if you've contracted a slime or not. I never want to see such garbage-tier pet beasts again. Shu Ying. Shen Nian narrowed her eyes and suddenly declared, no matter what you say about me, I don't care. But slimes are definitely not trash-tier pets. The uniqueness and growth potential of slimes are things someone like you could never understand. Uniqueness? Growth potential? Shu Ying seemed to hear something laughable, retorting, slimes are trash-tier pets, that's an undisputed fact. Are you still trying to argue otherwise? Jiang Yi hesitated slightly and said, Nian, have you been scammed? Where did you buy this pet beast? How much did it cost? I wasn't scammed. Shen Nian shook her head and replied, I bought this slime at the mythical pet shop near the school. The shop owner is really nice, I only spent 3 million to get this slime. 3 million? Du Ruoyun widened her eyes and exclaimed, 3 million for a slime? This is a scam. Absolutely a scam. Wait. Jiang Yi closed her eyes, carefully sensing it, and said in shock, this slime's level isn't Awakened Tier 1, but has actually reached Awakened Tier 5? An Awakened Tier 5 slime? Du Ruoyun said in surprise, isn't it said that the highest level a slime can reach is Awakened Tier 3? To advance further, the slime must undergo evolution, and the resources required would be astronomically high, making it completely not worth it. So what if it's awakened to the 5th tier? A slime is still just a slime, it'll always be the weakest in its tier. Shu Ying said coldly, you don't actually think a slime can become powerful just by leveling up, do you? Du Ruoyun and Jiang Yi exchanged a glance, both silently agreeing with Chu Ying's point. No matter how much a slime levels up, its potential shouldn't exceed the awakened tier. This means the skills it can learn are limited to Black Iron grade. In contrast, the pets with stellar grade potential all possess silver tier racial skills. A 2 major tier skill gap means the slime would be instantly annihilated. Trash pets will always be trash. Shu Ying snorted coldly, too lazy to look further as she turned to leave. Shu Ying. Shen Nian narrowed her eyes and declared, since you look down on my slime so much, believing it to be worthless, then why don't you open your eyes wide and see just how special my slime truly is? With a slight thought, she retrieved a large amount of water-based resources from her beast taming space. These are 30 silver tier resources blue crystals and 3 gold tier resources crimson water pearls. Total price, 1.6 million. Shen Yanyan said solemnly. Shu Ying, the resources you spent to cultivate your steel wolf must have already exceeded 2 million, right? So what? Shu Ying looked at Shen Yanyan, utterly baffled, and said, you're not trying to say that with these resources, your slime will become stronger than my steel wolf, are you? Exactly. With a serious expression, Shen Yanyan directly fed all 30 blue crystals to the slime. Chapter 7, Stellar Grade Potential. You call this a slime? Eat? The slime was overjoyed and promptly devoured all 30 thumb-sized blue crystals. Through its aqua-blue translucent body, one could faintly see the 30 blue crystals rapidly dissolving within the slime's embrace. All 30 blue crystals. They've completely melted away? Du Ruoyun was dumbfounded. The scene before her eyes completely defied her understanding. Eat? The slime's aura suddenly transformed. The slime got stronger? Jiang Yi could hardly believe her senses, murmuring, awakening 6th tier, 7th tier. It's still rising. This is insane. How can it improve so fast? This is, awakening 10th tier? My contracted illusion butterfly has been nurtured for 3 months and is only at awakening 6th tier now. So what if it's awakening 10th tier? Shu Ying's eyes flickered with shock, but she retorted, a slime is still just a slime. Its potential maxes out at the awakening level. No matter how high its rank is, without real potential, it's just a waste of resources, utter trash. No, the slime's aura is still growing stronger. Jiang Yi exclaimed in surprise. The slime's potential seems to be increasing. The water currents swirling around it, is this the silver tier skill water ribbon? No, this intensity isn't water ribbon, it's the higher tier gold level skill aqua veil. Aqua veil? A slime actually comprehended a gold tier skill? Du Ruoyun couldn't help but freeze in astonishment. A gold tier skill. Shu Ying pressed her lips tightly together. Unless the potential of her contracted steel wolf was elevated to the abyssal moon level, it would be absolutely impossible for it to comprehend a golden tier skill. The steel wolf's potential was only at the 1-star stellar level. How immense would the resources required be to raise its potential to the abyssal moon level? Most crucially, given Shu Ying's current beast taming space, it was fundamentally incapable of accommodating a beast with abyssal moon level potential unless she broke through to the transcendent level, allowing her beast taming space to undergo further metamorphosis. Jiang Yi had been observing the slime all along when she suddenly remarked, the slime's aura has changed. If the slime had once exuded a weak presence, now its aura became more restrained, its eyes even clearer, clearly, even its intelligence had improved. This is an upgrade in potential? Transcendent level potential? Jiang Yi exclaimed in shock. Yes. Shen Yanyan waited quietly until all 30 blue crystals were fully absorbed, then said with satisfaction, the slime's potential has now reached Transcendent Tier 10. Impossible. Shu Ying declared firmly. You only used 30 blue crystals, resources worth no more than 1 million. There's absolutely no way you could have raised the slime's potential to Transcendent Tier 10. Nothing's impossible. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant to me, Shen Yanyan said with a calm expression. Moreover, neither I nor the slime will be satisfied with just the potential of the Transcendent 10th rank. The slime's current potential has already reached the true limit of the Transcendent level. With just a little push, it can instantly advance to the astral rank. As she spoke, Shen Yanyan fed the slime a crimson water pearl. Boom! The slime's aura underwent an instantaneous transformation. Astral rank potential. Jiang Yi's perception was the clearest. She distinctly sensed the slime undergoing another transformation, a crimson stream of water coalescing before it. This is the crimson water spear. Jiang Yi exclaimed in shock. The slime actually comprehended another gold tier skill? The water blue silk and the crimson spear, 2 gold tier skills. This slime is already invincible at the awakening stage. Du Ruoyun exclaimed in awe. Shen Yanyan remained calm as she fed the remaining 2 crimson water pearls to the slime. Sensing that its potential had reached the 9-star celestial level, she nodded in satisfaction. A pet beast with 9-star celestial potential was worth at least 6 million. She had only spent 5.6 million in total to purchase the slime and a pile of water attribute resources. This was an absolute bargain. As she continued to nurture the slime, this advantage would only become more pronounced. Shu Ying looked at the slime and actually felt a trace of pressure, which struck her as utterly absurd. The weakest pet creature had made her feel undefeatable? Shu Ying, Shen Yanyan said calmly, staring at her, you once said that since I contracted a slime, I wasn't worthy of being your friend. That statement still stands. Shu Ying pressed her lips tightly together, knowing Shen Yanyan had completely severed ties with her. In the past, she would have coldly ignored it, but now she felt a twinge of regret. Shu Ying suddenly realized that Shen Yanyan had cultivated the slime to the awakened 10th rank in just one night, with its potential reaching stellar level. In terms of strength, it had already surpassed her. In the near future, the gap between her and Shen Yanyan would only grow wider. until she could no longer see her on the horizon. Just the thought of it made Chuing feel overwhelmingly suffocated. Nian Nian, you're amazing. Du Ruoyun affectionately hugged her, gently nuzzling her cheek. Shin Nian Nian chuckled softly. Ruoyun, spending 3 million on that slime was absolutely worth it. That pet shop isn't a scam. Understand? Du Ruoyun nodded repeatedly, her beautiful eyes gleaming slightly as she suddenly said, that pet shop seems to be called Mythical Beast Store, right? Then I'll go there in a few days to buy a pet beast too. The next day, after waking up and finishing his morning routine, Lu Yu gently touched the scales of the Apocalypse Dragon, playing with his initial pet beast. Roar! The Apocalypse Dragon let out a low growl, as if muttering something, before continuing to slumber. The slightly silly sleeping posture showed no trace of a demon dragon's imposing aura. Lu Yu idly picked up his phone out of boredom. The first thing he saw was Shin Nian's message vividly recounting what happened in the dorm last night. The slime's level has actually reached Awakening Tier 10, with potential even reaching Stellar Tier 9? Lu Yu nodded inwardly, thinking, it's been raised well indeed. As expected of a slime that awakened the devouring talent, it grows stronger as long as it has resources. By the end, Lu Yu felt pleasantly surprised again. Shin Nian mentioned that among her dorm roommates, only Du Ruoyun hadn't contracted a pet beast. In the coming days, Du Ruoyun would likely visit the mythical pet store to purchase and contract her first pet beast. Good wine needs no bush, the customers will come naturally, won't they? Lu Yu wasn't the least bit anxious. He occasionally fed the Apocalypse Dragon with dark origin power, feeling the endless feedback. Under the dragon's influence, his beast taming space continued to expand. Without resources, relying only on the feedback from the world-destroying demon dragon, my Imperial Beast space, surprisingly, reached the awakening 5th stage. Expanding to 500 square meters, Lu Yu secretly mused. Compared to Imperial Beast Masters of the same level, Lu Yu's Imperial Beast space was very special. Not only was it haunted by incomparably pure darkness source force, the area was still 100 times that of an Imperial Beast Master of the same level. An Imperial Beast Master whose realm is Awakening 1st level has only 1 square meter of Imperial Beast space. Lu Yu's Imperial Beast space, however, was 100 square meters, awakening the 5th rank. The Imperial Beast space was naturally 100 times larger, reaching a size of 500 square meters, nearly 4 suites. I guess within a few days, I'll be able to break through and become a transcendent level Imperial Beast Master. Lu Yu thought joyfully, with thoughts filled with anticipation. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Outside the petting beast store, a youth with a flamboyant demeanor walked in with large strides. Chapter 8, Subspecies Black Dragon? This is the exterminating demon dragon. After Luo Zhe walked into the mythic favored beast shop, he immediately looked around at the mediocre furnishings around him, and a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. When he saw the exterminating demon dragon, it was his eyes that lit up. Luo Zhe carefully sized up Lu Yu and determined that Lu Yu's realm was only awakening level, and he immediately revealed a reckless look. There was a hint of contempt. Lu Yu frowned slightly, considering that all arrivals are guests, and said, "This guest, may I ask what your needs are?" Luo Zhe looked at the world-destroying demon dragon and became more and more unable to hold down the look of love in his eyes. Such a handsome exterminating demon dragon perfectly fit Rose's aesthetic. As the heir of the Luo family, the imperial beast family of the magic capital, Luo Zhe had undergone the most orthodox education of elite imperial beast masters since he was a child, and with a single glance, he could tell that the world-destroying demonic dragon was extraordinary. Definitely not just the appearance fit the aesthetic. The body of the exterminating demon dragon seemed to contain a terrifying dragon's might within it, making Luo Zhe couldn't help but feel a trace of longing. Luo Zhe said unapologetically, "Store manager, this sub-dragon species pet beast of yours is not bad. How about this? You name a price and I'll buy it." A sub-dragon species? Lu Yu looked strange, as if he had heard some kind of joke, and said, "This isn't a sub-dragon species, but a demonic dragon species that surpasses the giant dragon species, a true world-destroying demonic dragon. Demon dragon seed? Demon dragon of extinction?" Luo Zhe was slightly stunned. Looking at the world-destroying demon dragon whose breath was introverted, he couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I think you're crazy. The top tier of the giant dragon seed, an adult, is at the monarch level. Not to mention, the demonic dragon seed that is on par with the divine dragon seed, the devil dragon species, is an overlord when it reaches adulthood. This juvenile black dragon of yours, with a rank of awakening 10th rank and such a small size, is obviously a juvenile sub-dragon species. Rat's ass." Lu Yu didn't bother to say much. The more Luo Zhe looked at the extinction demon dragon, the more he felt fond of it and said, "You still haven't answered my question. Is this subspecies black dragon for sale or not? Name your price. I have the money to afford it." "I'm sorry, but this is my contracted imperial beast, not for sale." Lu Yu shook his head. Sure enough, Luo Zhe sighed slightly. He knew that a favored beast with such a good character must have been contracted, and then he whirled around and said, then do you have any other favored beast cubs here? Naturally, Lu Yu said indifferently. It's just that price-wise, it might be a bit high. I told you, I've got money. Luo Zhe's brows furrowed as he realized that the slightly shabby favored beast store didn't have any favored beast displays at all, and he couldn't help but be a bit skeptical. Would such a petting store really have the petting beasts he wanted? My awakened sentinel beast talent is the B-rank Black Flame. It's best if I can contract a dark or fire favored beast. Do you have one here? Let me say this first. I don't want a low-grade pet beast with poor potential. Luo Zhe, despite his inner skepticism, still held the attitude of giving it a try and slowly said, naturally. Lu Yu's expression was calm as he casually took out a container and placed it on the table. Luo Zhe couldn't help but check it up carefully, and immediately his face darkened as he said in a cold voice, you dare to trick me? This store is fair to all, and will never tease any of its customers. Lu Yu blandly said, so what do you mean by that? Luo Zhe pointed at the container and angrily cursed, you're fooling me with a lowest grade red flame chicken? What kind of status do you think I am? Asking me to contract a red flame chicken? Oh, I'm too low end for a red flame chicken to be served on the dinner table. This is not an unusual red flame chicken. Lu Yu evoked a hint of a smile, not caring in the slightest about Luo Zhe's tone, and said, this is a red flame chicken that can devour flames, and can even devour foreign flames in the world, completely controlling the power of foreign flames. Just imagine, a red flame chicken that has mastered the Bone Dragon Cold Flame and the Supreme Demon Amazing Flame. Wouldn't it be destined to be invincible, devouring flames and controlling foreign flames? Luo Zhe's heart trembled inwardly. If this kind of favored beast really existed, it was simply a bright and magnificent path to invincibility. When Luo Zhe looked at the red flame chicken, that dumb and stupid appearance, and from time to time, he even went to peck at his own tail feathers, instantly making Luo Zhe dispel his thoughts, and said in a cold voice, red flame chicken ruling the foreign fire. This kind of lie, it's really thanks to you to think of it. If there really is such a favored beast, the price is at least tens of millions. Even I can't afford it. Lu Yu seemed to realize something, and with, if anything, a smile, he said, oh, I see, so it's the poor bastard. You seek death. Luo Zhe's face reddened. His anger was hard to contain, almost instantly summoning his pet beast, and then he looked at the exterminating demon dragon on the side and said, I will never buy this red flame chicken. How about this? You release the contract of this black dragon subspecies, and I'll help you make up for the damage from the contract release. I've said it before, the exterminating demon dragon is my favorite beast. It's absolutely impossible to sell it. Can't you understand human language? Lu Yu stood up suddenly, his eyes blazing as he said, if you're not sincere in wanting to buy a favored beast, get out of my store. What's with the attitude? I'm a consumer. Rose frowned, no longer holding back. He instantly summoned his favored beast, a transcendent mortal first stage black-feathered crow, and his powerful aura was released. The air was corroded by the power of darkness and made a nuisance sound. Luo Zhe coldly said, do you know who I am, and you dare to talk to me with such an attitude? I'm willing to contract your black dragon subspecies favored beast. That's your honor. Get out, or die. Lu Yu's expression was icy cold. Roar! Seemingly sensing its master's anger, the world-destroying demon dragon lounging on the table instantly opened a pair of eyes and looked coldly and sternly at Luo Zhe, as well as the black-feathered crow beside him. When Luo Zhe met the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon, he only felt his body stiffen, as if he had seen the darkest horror in the world, and his body trembled unconsciously. Black-feathered crow. Rose panicked and hollered. Stop yelling. Lu Yu indifferently said, your black-feathered crow is already dying. Luo Zhe was startled in his heart and looked to his side but found that the body of the black feather crow was entwined with boundless darkness that kept eroding. The black feather crow's aura, too, was constantly becoming weakened. He looked at the world-destroying demon dragon, only to find that the other party did nothing but kill his proud black-feathered crow with a single look. Rose suddenly remembered what Lu Yu had said. This world-destroying black dragon was not some black dragon subspecies, rather, real magic dragon species? Rose couldn't help but shudder in horror at the thought of that possibility. Countless imperial beast masters, if they could contract a giant dragon, they would definitely become an incomparably powerful imperial beast master. If one could master the complete method of cultivating a giant dragon, it would even allow a family to rise strongly. For example, the Lu family, one beast royal family in the Magic City, is one of the three major dragon royal families in the Summer Kingdom. The heirs of the dragon family will only contract dragons as imperial beasts, and will no longer refer to themselves as imperial beast masters, but rather as dragon masters. As for the demonic dragon seed, it was an existence that surpassed the giant dragon seed. along with the divine dragon species. It represents the dark side of the dragon race. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The protector god dragon of my Xia kingdom is a divine dragon species imperial beast. How could this juvenile black dragon possess a great bloodline equal to that of the protectorate divine dragon? Chapter 9, why would I mess with him? He's contracted a magic dragon. Rose's eyes were filled with disbelief. However, the scene in front of him made an infinite corroboration of Lu Yu's words. If it wasn't for the magic dragon, how could he kill the transcendent level black feathered crow with a single glance at the 10th awakening level? It must be known that the black feather crow's body is always equipped with the B-grade imperial beast talent Black Flame. Even if it faces a strong enemy of the transcendent third rank, it still has the power to fight. Black feather crow, get back here. Rose couldn't care too much. If he hesitated for a few more seconds, his black-feathered crow would really die. Through the connection of the contract, Luoze instantly took the black feather crow back into the imperial beast space, but he instantly turned pale and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. He could clearly perceive that countless pitch-black source powers were raging within the imperial beast space, constantly penetrating the spatial barriers, and the entire imperial beast space was filled with cracks, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. What kind of power is this? To be able to pass through the barrier of space and forcefully destroy my imperial beast space? Luoze was anxious and unspeakable panic filled Luoze's heart, causing him to look at Lu Yu with eyes filled with fear, as if he was seeing a cruel demon god. When the pitch-black source power was exhausted, Luoze's heart dripped blood as he looked at his imperial beast space that was riddled with holes. Just to make up for the damage to the imperial beast space, he would have to spend millions to purchase space system resources. Luoze looked deeply at Lu Yu, incomparably regretting his offense, but unable to generate any anger. That's a demonic dragon seed. When it grows normally to adulthood, it's an overlord level. The difference was so great that Rose couldn't even generate hatred. He didn't dare to have any more delays and fled out of the favored beast store with a roar. The exterminating demon dragon yawned, only feeling bored to death. That transcendent level black feathered crow was suppressed with a single look. Such a weak opponent really didn't allow the world-destroying demon dragon to raise its energy, and it couldn't even warm up slightly. Lu Yu touched the head of the world-destroying demon dragon, feeling the rough and hard feel coming from the dragon's scales, and laughed softly. You fellow, you will always encounter strong enemies in the future, perhaps fighting off the giant dragon head-on. Ho ho ho! The world-destroying demon dragon snapped its eyes open, its eyes filled with a look of anticipation, and a few drops of saliva trickled down from the corners of its mouth, as if to say, the giant dragon is so delicious, when can I eat it? Lu Yu was dumbfounded. He remembered, the world-destroying demon dragon had the gift of demon dragon, which was the natural enemy of all dragon races. A dragon? Dragon? It's nothing more than a ration for the exterminating demon dragon to become stronger. Magic City Imperial Beast University, First Affiliated Hospital. Luoze walked out with a weak face full of palpitations. What a terrifying demonic dragon, Rose said in hindsight. I almost died when he thought of that demonic dragon. His body trembled uncontrollably and slightly, not daring to give birth to the slightest thought of retaliation. That's a magic dragon seed, destined to grow into an overlord level, comparable to a magic dragon of the divine dragon species. Lu Yu had contracted the world-destroying demon dragon. Luoze didn't think that Lu Yu's realm would be the same as it appeared to be, only a mere awakening level. The highest potential of the pet beasts that an awakening level imperial beast master could contract was at the prosperous star level. A demonic dragon with overlord class potential? I'm afraid the imperial beast master will explode before the contract is even concluded. As for those imperial beast masters of the dragon royal family, the reason why they could contract a giant dragon as their initial favored beast was that with their imperial beast talent, they were completely bound to the giant dragon species, and would only contract one giant dragon for the rest of their lives. Even so, only those who had awakened the S-rank dragon talent could contract a gargoyle species with monarch-level potential. It's impossible for him to be an SS-grade imperial beast talent, right? Luoze shook his head and said darkly, it's been at least 7 or 8 years since there was an SS-grade imperial beast talent in the Summer Kingdom, right? Luoze no longer thought much about it, took a set of medical bills and settled the bill with a meaty pain. The precious space resources, as well as a large number of medicines, including the treatment of the auxiliary system royal beasts, added up the cost, surprisingly, exceeded 5 million. That's 5 million. It's enough to buy a favored beast cub with the potential of a prosperous star level 7th stage. Luoze took a deep breath and felt immense regret, wishing to slap himself twice, secretly saying, why did I provoke him? He's contracted a magic dragon. Rose was about to leave the hospital when he came face to face with a pair of eyes that were like cold inflammation. He only felt that his body was a little stiff, as if it was frozen by the cold inflammation. Luoze recognized the person in front of him, his nominal elder brother, the Luo family's recognized next family head, Luo Tianyan. Luo Tianyan's qualifications were the strongest of the Luo family's current generation, and he had awakened the grade A royal beast talent Cold Flame. The only way for the fire imperial beast talent to be specifically manifested and transformed into a type of foreign fire was to reach a rank. In a way, Luo Tianyan was an exalt who was in charge of an exotic flame. Even without the aid of a favored beast, Luo Tianyan's battle power was not to be underestimated. Among the junior students of the Magic City Imperial Beast University, Luo Tianyan was also a top-ranked existence. The most crucial thing was that Luo Tianyan was only 21 years old, yet he was already a prosperous star-level Imperial Beast Master. Brother, Rose froze and could only bow respectfully. In the face of this incomparably outstanding elder brother, Luo Zhe could only be ashamed of himself even if he was arrogant in his heart. Tell me, who did this to you? Luo Tianyan's expression was cold as he said, you're also a Luo family heir. Since you've been humiliated outside, I'll help you get back at it. The news of Luo Zhe's escape into the hospital had long spread in the Magic City Imperial Beast University. Many students were wondering who could have beaten Rose like that. Luo Zhe, as an Imperial second generation, already enjoying a large amount of resources, was considered to be at the upper middle level among the sophomores, and the contracted black-feathered crow, with its own potential of being at the prosperous star level, was described as a top match. Luo Zhe and Black Feather Crow's realms had even broken through to the transcendent level. Such a young transcendent level Imperial Beast Master had been beaten and fled? No need. Luo Zhe hurriedly shook his head and said, brother, don't mess with him, our Luo family can't afford to mess with him. Shut up, Luo Tianyan chided. Although my Luo family is not the most powerful family in the Magic City, it is not something that anyone can bully. Other than the topmost families, such as the Imperial Dragon family Lu family, who can my Luo family not afford to mess with? Even our Luo family can't afford to mess with it. Luo Zhe shook his head. No way. Luo Tianyan frowned. Tell me, what kind of people did you provoke? An Imperial Beast Master who has contracted a magical dragon species. Luo Zhe took a deep breath and said, with a single look, my black-feathered crow was defeated, and even my Imperial Beast space was destroyed by the dark source power to the point where it was almost shattered. If it wasn't for the other party's mercy, my Imperial Beast space would have been broken long ago. What? Magic Dragon Seed? Luo Tianyan looked shocked and could no longer maintain his calmness. This level of power was completely beyond the limits of his imagination. Killing a black-feathered crow with a single look, as long as one was strong enough, then it could be easily done. But, going along with the Imperial Beast contract and directly destroying the Imperial Beast space? With such a terrifying tactic, any Imperial Beast Master would be terrified by it. Chapter 10, Refining Cold Flame. This is the Red Flame Chicken? To a Royal Beast Master. The Royal Beast space was the absolute foundation. If the Imperial Beast space was completely destroyed, an Imperial Beast Master of even a higher rank would be completely reduced to nothing. Luo Tianyan let out a bitter smile. Even though he was no longer arrogant, he knew that only divine dragon species, magic dragon species, and those levels of favored beasts could possibly do this. A Royal Beast Master who had contracted a demonic dragon seed, not to mention the Luo family, even the three major dragon royal families would have to weigh in. Countless thoughts flashed by, and Luo Tianyan suddenly said, Luo Zhe, lead the way. What? Rose looked stunned and said, where to? Take me to that senior and apologize. Luo Tianyan chided. A Royal Beast Master who has contracted a demonic dragon seed. Do you want to drag the entire Luo family into this? In this world, there are never eternal enemies. This truth, don't you understand? If he had initially heard that Luo Zhe had been seriously injured, Luo Tianyan was still thinking of retrieving revenge for Luo Zhe, as well as saving face for the Luo family. Now, that thought completely disappeared. A Royal Beast Master who had contracted a demonic dragon seed. Even the Luo family couldn't afford to mess with him. The strongest person in the Luo family was a monarch-level beast royalist, in front of a full-grown demonic dragon. Even if it was at the monarch level, it had no chance of winning. Luo Zhe's face paled as he realized that the other party's demonic dragon was only a juvenile, and its rank was only awakening level 10, yet its strength was so terrifying. What if it reaches adulthood, or even adulthood? An adult demonic dragon. That was an overlord-level existence. A mouthful of dragon breath could destroy a city. Luo Zhe had offended the other party. If in the future the demonic dragon reached adulthood and an overlord-level demonic dragon came to retaliate, the entire Luo family would have to be buried with him. Just thinking about it made Luo Zhe tremble a little, and he hurriedly said, I'll take you there. At this point, Lu Yu was calmly drinking tea and feeding the exterminating demon dragon with dried fruit from time to time when he suddenly noticed Luo Tianyan and Luo Zhe walking into the petting beast store one after another and could not help but frown slightly. I kindly spared your life and didn't destroy your imperial beast space, and instead of being thankful, You still want to bring someone to smash the scene? Luyu said in a cold voice. No, no. Luo Zhe saluted in a panic and hurriedly said, I don't dare to have such thoughts. I brought my elder brother here to represent the Luo family and apologize to senior. Seniors? Apologize? Luyu looked strange and didn't explain anything. Magic dragon. Luo Tianyan looked at the world-exterminating demon dragon resting on the table, and only felt that the body of the young demon dragon seemed to contain the most profound and boundless darkness, making Luo Tianyan's gifted fire-cold flame in his body unable to resist trembling slightly. Especially that pair of tightly closed eyes caused Luo Tianyan to have a sense of palpitations. He didn't dare to imagine how terrifying and tragic it would be when the dragon's eyes opened, and he was afraid that he would be swallowed up by the darkness in an instant and scorched to death. No wonder a single look defeated the black-feathered crow. Luo Zhe is still too low-eyed to perceive the terror of this juvenile demonic dragon after all. Luo Tianyan sighed secretly. As Luo Zhe's words fell, he also stepped straight forward, holding a gift box in his hand, and respectfully saluted. Senior, this is a platinum-grade spatial resource, Imperial Air Crystal, a small gift as an indemnity for Luo Zhe's offense against you. Please accept it, and forgive the offense that you committed. The offense Luo Zhe has committed. Platinum, space-based resources. The Sentinel Crystal? This one alone sells for over millions. The greatest function of the Sentinel Crystal was to expand the Sentinel Beast space. Theoretically, as long as one possessed enough Sentinel Crystals, the Sentinel Beast space could expand infinitely. Luyu also didn't expect that this Luo Tianyan would be an Imperial Air Crystal right out of the gate, calling it incomparably generous. It seemed that the other party was indeed sincere in making amends. Put it down. Luyu's mood improved quite a bit as he nodded his head and said, I had no intention of pursuing this. You can rest assured. Senior is generous, but my Luo family can't be without a sign. Luo Tianyan hurriedly shook his head, respectfully placing the Sentinel Crystal on the table. Rose stood by, arms and legs folded. Luo Tianyan was the Luo family's internal young patriarch, yet he could only treat Luyu with respect and assumed the posture of a junior. How could Luo Zhe not know? I'm afraid that under Luo Tianyan's judgment, Luyu was definitely not some awakening-level royal beast master, but a veteran royal dragon master who had hidden his realm of strength. Roar! The world-destroying demonic dragon suddenly opened its eyes. A strand of pitch-black source power wrapped around the Imperial Air Crystal, and with the help of the contract, it placed the Imperial Air Crystal into Luyu's Imperial Beast space, and then continued to close its eyes to rest. Luo Tianyan's cold sweat broke out. Just now, he unconsciously looked into the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon. Even if the world-destroying demon dragon did not release any trace of power, Luo Tianyan felt stiff and his scalp went numb. What a terrifying demonic dragon! I'm a prosperous star rank 1 Imperial Beast Master, but facing this awakening rank 10 demonic dragon, I've been completely suppressed, and I can't even muster a trace of battle spirit. That pair of eyes, they are definitely the eyes of a demonic dragon, harboring the ultimate darkness, with great terror. Unpredictable. Luo Tianyan took a deep breath and said, Senior, since you've opened a pet beast store, do you have any excellent pet beast cubs? I've recently broken through the prosperous star level, and it just so happens that I've opened the 3rd Imperial Beast position. What talent have you awakened? Lu Yu inquired. Elder, I have awakened the greatest Sentinel Beast talent Cold Flame. Luo Tianyan respectfully said. Oh, Colditis? Lu Yu let out a light laugh and said, an A-ranked attribute talent is already called an exotic ability. This Cold Flame talent of yours should be considered an exotic fire, right? Senior has a discerning eye. Luo Tianyan said sincerely. Unfortunately, this Cold Flame of mine is a cold fire, and its suitability with most of the fire-favored beasts is not that high. I have also searched many times, but it's hard to find a compatible pet beast. Just in time, I have a favorite beast here that is most compatible with you. Lu Yu laughed out loud and took the container out once again, saying, this red flame chicken, for only $3 million, I'll sell it to you. He was worried about how to sell the red flame chicken, although it didn't require any points to redeem it, but as long as it couldn't be sold for a period of time, it would be subject to the system's penalty of deducting points. Yes, Luo Tianyan respectfully said. This red flame chicken, I'll buy it. Lu Yu's complexion sank slightly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see what Luo Tianyan was thinking in his heart when he would agree so dryly, and immediately chided. Do you think that I'm joking with you? Do you think that I'm making things difficult for you by selling you the red flame chicken? Don't dare. Luo Tianyan let out a bitter smile and had to say. But, a favored beast like the red flame chicken is a bit too low level. Even F-grade fire talent royal beast masters may not be able to contract it. This red flame chicken is born to refine all flames for its own use, even the foreign flames, including your cold flame. Lu Yu snorted coldly, pointed at Luo Zhe, and said, I once wanted to sell the red flame chicken to him, but he didn't recognize the pearl, couldn't see the red flame chicken, and had to ask me to break the contract of the world-destroying demon dragon before he offended me. If you don't believe in the potential of the red flame chicken, you can release your cold flame and let the red flame chicken devour and refine it. And you'll know once you try. Refining all flames, even the foreign fire? Luo Tianyan's heart trembled as he glanced at Luo Zhe, and when he received an affirmative response from the other party, he instantly believed 70 to 80% of it. In order to get a more definitive conclusion, Luo Tianyan still released his own gifted foreign fire, and the temperature in the room instantly dropped by a dozen degrees. LOL. The red flame chicken sensed Lang Yan's presence and only felt an attraction coming from it. It was so excited that it rushed away from the container's restriction and swallowed Lang Yan into its stomach like a whale swallowing water. In a moment, refining. Chapter 11, Breaking Through the Transcendent Level, Destroying the Soul and Exterminating the Dragon. Luo Tianyan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The special fire formed by the royal beast Talon Cold Flame was consumed by the red flame chicken. Since the red flame chicken was not a favored beast that Luo Tianyan had contracted, it naturally formed no small amount of backlash. However, when the red flame chicken's body was flooded with cold flame fire, Luo Tianyan was directly shocked beyond words. Surprisingly, he really refined the cold flame. Where is this a red flame chicken? This is Emperor Yen. Luo Tianyan trembled with excitement and was filled with ecstasy as he hurriedly said, Senior, this red flame chicken, I'll buy it. I want to contract it now. Is that okay? Could be. Lu Yu is not self-evident. How can? Luo Zhe was struck by lightning. Remorse filled his heart and he lost his voice. To think that he can even devour cold flame and turn it into his own? What kind of terrifying talent is this? It was only then that Luo Zhe realized that this red flame chicken that had refined the foreign fire should have been his favored beast, but because of his short-sightedness, he had missed out on it ever since. As for the $3 million asking price, Luo Zhe's trip to the hospital, in order to repair the nearly broken Imperial Beast space, could have cost $5 million in medical bills. Looking at Luo Tianyan's non-stop payment, impatiently concluding the Imperial Beast contract with the red flame chicken, where was there any trace of the Luo family's young patriarch's demeanor? Luo Zhe's heart was like a knife, and it even tugged at his injuries, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, infinite remorse welled up and completely overcame self-respect. Bang! Senpai! Luo Zhe unexpectedly knelt on the ground in an instant, his expression incomparably agonized, his tears of remorse uncontrollable, and he said in a loud voice, Please give me another chance. I have repented, and I ask for your forgiveness. Looking at Luo Zhe humbly kneeling, even Luo Tianyan couldn't help but be moved by it. It's useless even if you kneel. Lu Yu's expression was cold as he said, I won't pursue your guilt, yet it doesn't mean that I forgive you for your offense. You should never, never, dare to hit the world-destroying demon dragon. Luo Zhe was in agony, but knew clearly that he had lost his chance to change his fate. Rose, you go back. Luo Tianyan couldn't help but sigh and said, You are already an adult. You always have to be responsible for your own behavior. You remember that Senior is no longer pursuing you for your sins. If you dare to think otherwise, I will directly kill you. I know. As if Luo Zhe had lost his vitality, he bowed respectfully to Lu Yu and left as if he were a walking corpse. Senpai, Luo Tianyan respectfully said, the potential of the red flame chicken is incomparably exaggerated. It's definitely worth more than 3 million. I'll keep this favor in mind. Please don't worry about it, Senior. He certainly did not think that Lu Yu did not know the true value of the red flame chicken. The significance of selling for $3 million is nothing more than an investment. Luo Tianyan was a smart person. He knew Lu Yu's intention and was willing to appreciate it, especially knowing that Lu Yu had contracted a juvenile demon dragon, such a royal beast master destined to ascend to the top of the royal beasts. The only way to continue to draw the relationship closer was if he accepted the investment of the red flame chicken. No harm done. Lu Yu shook his head slightly and laughed. I may not need you to do anything, and if you don't have enough strength, you won't be able to do anything for me. Alright, since you have already contracted the red flame chicken, you can leave now. Luo Tianyan looked at Lu Yu and then glanced at the world-destroying devil dragon. Not knowing what came to his mind, he respectfully asked, Senior, you contracted the devil dragon. Are you related to the Lu family? One of the 3 great dragon royal families? The Lu family? Lu Yu's eyes were inexplicable, and he said indifferently, Me and the Lu family. It's not relevant anymore for a long time. Yes. Luo Tianyan didn't dare to ask more questions and left after respectfully saluting. Instead, a thought arose in his mind. Perhaps, Senior and the Lu family, not without a relationship, but with a grudge. Even if it's the Imperial Dragon Clan, offending an Imperial Beast Master who contracted a demonic dragon species is going to hurt, isn't it? Luo Tianyan secretly thought. After seeing Luo Tianyan leave, Lu Yu's mind sank into the Imperial Beast space and mobilized his source power to refine that one platinum-grade resource, the Imperial Sky Crystal. to an Imperial Beast Master. The Imperial Beast Space was the foundation. The power of the Imperial Beast Space would also bring about a change in realm. As the Sentinel Crystal continued to be refined, Lu Yu's Sentinel Beast Space also began to expand. As an awakening of the SSS level talent of the Royal Beast Master, unusual awakening of the first stage of the Royal Beast Space, are only 1 square meter, Lu Yu is 100 square meters, 100 times the difference. After the world-destroying demonic dragon reached the awakened 10th order, it could no longer level up, and the dark hell force that it absorbed was transformed and fed back to Lu Yu. Before refining the Sentinel Crystal, Lu Yu's realm had already reached the awakening 5th stage. As the Sentinel Crystal continued to melt, Lu Yu's Sentinel Beast Space expanded once again, from 500 square meters, straight to 1,000 square meters, awakening to the 10th order. It seemed to have reached some sort of bottleneck. The Imperial Sky Crystal was still refining and integrating, but the Imperial Beast Space did not continue to expand, until it arrives at some kind of real limit. Rumble. The Imperial Beast Space instantly grew explosively, directly expanding 10 times. The area of the Imperial Beast Space is 10,000 square meters. Transcendental First Order. Purely relying on absorbing the spatial source power of the Imperial Air Crystal to raise the level of the Imperial Beast Master. This kind of behavior can be really extravagant. Lu Yu shook his head and smiled, but he did not care. It's just a platinum-grade Sentinel Crystal. With a slight movement of his mind, he opened the system space and directly purchased 30 diamond-grade Sentinel Crystals. You have purchased Sentinel Crystal, Diamond Grade, X30. Consumed 300 points. Currently 0 points remaining. 30 Imperial Air Crystals of even deeper color fell into Lu Yu's Imperial Beast Space, and one of them even melted instantly, allowing Lu Yu's Imperial Beast Space to expand. Once again, the final frame, 100,000 square meters. It's worthy of being a diamond-grade Imperial Air Crystal, a higher resource with a unit price of 10 points, reaching the Transcendental 10th Order from the Transcendental First Order, surprisingly only consuming 10% of one. When I completely refine an Imperial Air Crystal, I estimate that I will be able to directly break through the First Order of the Prosperous Star Grade. Feeling the vast space of Imperial Beasts within his mind, Lu Yu was pleasantly surprised. He could feel that he now possessed an incomparably strong power, and even the SSS-Grade talent Dark Inferno engraved in his soul had grown by an unknown number of times. Lu Yu even discovered that the Dark Hell was split into 2 layers, with the demonic aura rising and the dark shadows sinking, transforming into a double hell, with the first demonic hell above and the second dark hell below. Demon Dragon of Extinction, Dark Inferno. Through the connection of the Imperial Beast contract, Lu Yu continuously fed the incomparably pure darkness source force from the dark hell to the world-destroying demon dragon. Countless amounts of dark source power poured in, and the demon dragon of extinction greedily absorbed and devoured it, transforming all the dark source power into its own power. The aura of the world-destroying demon dragon was growing. In just an instant, he broke through to the transcendent level. As long as Lu Yu broke through to the flourishing star level, the demon-destroying dragon would also break through with him, possessing even more terrifying strength. Your contracted Imperial Beast, Exterminating Demon Dragon, breaks through the transcendent level and comprehends the Red Star ranked skill. Exterminating Dragon Demon Soul. Execute the Dragon Demon Soul, Red Star level skill. Boundless darkness turns into a servant of the Demon Soul. The Dark Demon Dragon Soul manifests itself. Destroy the soul and execute the dragon. Chapter 12, The Dragon Family? The natural enemy of all dragons. The system beep came, and Lu Yu was instantly surprised. After the world-destroying demon dragon broke through the transcendent level, it unexpectedly comprehended another skill, and it was still a Red Star level skill comparable to the Dragon Dark Field. Exterminating Dragon Demon Soul. Exterminating Soul Exterminating Dragon. Worthy of being the natural enemy of the dragon race, the Exterminating Demon Dragon. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel that any dragon-favored beast, even if it was a sub-dragon species, was synonymous with power. Pure dragon species, creating a brilliant and prosperous 3 major Imperial Dragon family, even independent of the Imperial Beast Master system, known as the Imperial Dragon Master, honorable and incomparable. The Dragon Seed? It was even ranked as the protector dragon of the Xia Kingdom. However, no matter whether it is a sub-dragon, a dragon, or a legendary divine dragon species, in front of the world-exterminating demon dragon, I am afraid that it can only be reduced to food, a kind of end. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was very self-satisfied, and then he looked at Lu Yu somewhat pitifully, as if saying, I'm a demon dragon, eh? When can I eat dragon meat? As a demonic dragon, since its birth until now, it hadn't even eaten a single bite of dragon meat, which made the world-destroying demon dragon feel humiliated and almost didn't dare to call itself a demonic dragon. One of these days, I'm going to feed you the gargoyle species until you're full. Lu Yu stroked the head of the world-destroying demon dragon and suddenly recalled the events of 12 years ago. He was 6 years old that year. Lu Yu, we adopted you only because we saw the S-class dragon system talent origin in your body. Your parents failed to compete for the position of family head and died. So what value is there for you, an outcast, other than that strand of S-class dragon system talent origin? This strand of S-ranked dragon talent origin extracted is just right for your brother. Aren't you doting on him? Giving your talent to your brother? You wouldn't be unwilling, would you? Don't worry, after you lose your talent origin, your future will completely rest on your brother. Your brother will become an unprecedented double S-ranked dragon system gifted person who can contract 2 top-grade dragons at the same time. He is destined to become an invincible dragon master of the world and revitalize the name of my Lu family's dragon family. As for you, having lost your talent origin, live out your life as a waste. It wasn't that he didn't have the Sentinel Beast talent origin at the beginning of his crossing, but it was taken from him. That kind of pain that was engraved in his bones, even after 12 years, was still tightly imprinted in Lu Yu's heart and soul, without ever fading away. Many thoughts flashed by and turned into sighs. With Lu Yu's current transcendent level strength, even if he had contracted the world-destroying demon dragon, he would not be able to shake the deeply rooted royal dragon family. But Lu Yu believed that it wouldn't take long for him to stand tall and look down on the royal dragon family. Keep practicing. Lu Yu touched the head of the world-destroying demon dragon and said softly, "Roar." The world-destroying demon dragon sensed Lu Yu's emotions, and a pair of dark dragon eyes were filled with determination. Cultivation has no age. Lu Yu was suddenly startled to realize that almost 2 days had passed since he started absorbing and refining the Imperial Air Crystal, and then letting the world-ending demonic dragon absorb and refine the dark source power, and the Imperial Beastmaster and the favored beast jointly broke through the transcendental 10th order. Period. The boundless darkness power was absorbed by the world-destroying demon dragon. The origin power of the SSS-Grade Imperial Beast talent Dark Hell was undoubtedly the best cultivation resource for the world-destroying demonic dragon. The level of the exterminating demon dragon had also completely reached the limit of the transcendent level. Transcendental 10th order. When it comes to strength, it's more than 100 times more powerful. What surprised Lu Yu was that even though the demon-destroying dragon had reached the current limit of its realm, it seemed that its aura was still getting stronger. Is this the exterminating demon dragon making its roots stronger? Lu Yu was pleasantly surprised when he sensed this, and secretly said, "Perhaps, when my own realm breaks through the traditional star rank, and the world-extinguishing demonic dragon breaks the realm's shackles, it will instantly break through to the traditional star 2nd rank, or even the 3rd rank?" Spin. Lu Yu thought again that he had been practicing for 2 days straight, and during that time, there had not been a single guest. This is definitely not good news. Lu Yu could not help but sigh slightly, secretly saying, "Even if I put the mythical favored beast shop open near the Magic City Imperial Beast University now, after all, it's a newly opened favored beast store, the business is still not very good." He opened his cell phone and found another message from Shin Yen Yen. "Shin Yen Yen, store manager. My roommate has already set off to the mythic favored beast store. You can arrange the best favored beast cubs for her." Below this message, there's a cute emoji of a cat with its paws outstretched. Lu Yu could completely associate Shin Yen Yen's playful color that her stunningly beautiful and pretty face carried when she sent the message, and was instantly a bit surprised, secretly saying, "Shin Yen Yen's roommate is already on the way?" 2 days ago, Shin Yen Yen mentioned that her roommate, Du Ruoyun, had not yet contracted an initial pet beast and clearly expressed her intention to come to Mythical Pet Beasts to buy a contracted initial pet beast in the next few days. Du Ruoyun knew the special nature of slime, and it was almost a nail in the coffin to complete a single business. "I'm now a transcendent level Imperial Beast Master, and I've already opened my 2nd Imperial Beast bit. Unfortunately, I am now without any points at all, so I can't even redeem a favored beast comparable to the world-destroying demon dragon to contract." Lu Yu shook his head and secretly sighed. "I need to sell at least 2 more favored beast cubs to gather 600 points. How can my 2nd favored beast be comparable to the world-destroying demon dragon? Favored beast cubs such as slimes, little skeletons, and red flame chickens, though, also possessed very impressive talents that sooner or later could be cashed out into potential strength. If you compare it to the world gobbler, then there's almost no comparison. Not much longer." Lu Yu then clearly perceived that outside the mythical favored beast shop, there was a beautiful girl standing playfully. Du Ruoyun was wearing a light white shirt, outlining a figure full of youthfulness, and under the light pink short skirt, her straight calves were white and slender, and she was wearing white knee-high socks with small brown leather shoes. Completely innocent college student. Du Ruoyun looked at the signboard of the mythical favored beast shop, blinked slightly, and whispered with some complaints, "Nian Nian is really something too. She only cares about the cultivation of the Imperial Beast space, and doesn't even have the time to accompany me over." Despite being a little bit resentful, Du Ruoyun knew that with Shin Nianyan's current awakening level Imperial Beastmaster realm, the slime's level and potential had already been cultivated to the extreme by her. The space of an awakening level Imperial Beast was very fragile. If the slime became stronger, Shin Nianyan's Imperial Beast space, under the brunt of it, would be on the verge of collapse. I'm afraid the only way to continue breeding slimes was if Shin Nianyan broke through to become a transcendent level Imperial Beast Master. Shin Nianyan had gotten into the Magic City Imperial Beasts University, one of the 3 Imperial Beasts universities in the Summer Kingdom, and had contracted the slime with extraordinary potential, so what reason did she have not to work hard? So envious. Du Ruoyun pursed her lips and whispered, slimes can become stronger as long as they devour resources, and it's perfectly possible to directly devour water-attributed resources and feed them back to the Imperial Beast space. Some common water-attributed resources can nevertheless rival the effects of space-attributed resources. It won't even take long for Nian to break through to the transcendent level. Du Ruoyun knew very well that contracting a favored beast like a slime could completely change the fate of an Imperial Beast Master. Nowadays, she also stands in the doorway of the Mythic Favors and Beast Store, facing a chance to change her destiny. With Du Ruoyun's character, she was usually generous, but now she was a bit hesitant, and actually developed a hint of timidity. Suddenly, Du Ruoyun saw a tall and handsome youth standing in the favored animal store, looking at her with a smile in his eyes. You're Nian's friend, aren't you? With a gentle smile, Luyu said softly, after standing at the door for so long. Aren't you going to come in? Chapter 13, Devil's Prison. Dark Prison. Extremely scarce auxiliary lineage. Du Ruoyun met Luyu's eyes, feeling the other party's flirtation. For some reason her pretty face reddened slightly, and she hurriedly said, I haven't stood for a long time either. She rarely dealt with boys and rushed into the mythical favored beast store. Du Ruoyun had thought that this myth pet beast store, since it could breed a pet beast cub like a slime, was at least a large pet beast store, right? After walking in, she suddenly realized that the area of this pet animal store is really a little small, only less than 100 square meters, and even slightly worn out. Even the store manager, unlike what Du Ruoyun had imagined, wasn't some middle-aged uncle, but someone of the same age as herself, or a tall and handsome youth. This young store manager also has a gentle and friendly temperament that makes Du Ruoyun can't help but want to be close. As she blushed slightly and looked directly into the eyes of the young store manager, she couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. Those eyes seemed to contain an incomparably deep pitch-black color. Luyu was slightly stunned and hastily collected his eyes. After breaking through to the transcendent level, Luyu's awakened SSS-Grade Imperial Beast talent Dark Hell had undergone a metamorphosis, turning into a twofold hell. After all, it was a legendary SSS-ranked talent, and Luyu did not know if the change was good or bad. The power of the metamorphosed Dark Inferno was simply too powerful. Even if it is hidden in the soul, it will show a hint of it. If one were to look directly into Luyu's eyes, one would vaguely glimpse the existence of the Dark Hell. The left eye is the Devil's Prison and the right eye is the Dark Prison. As long as Luyu deliberately restrained his eyes, the Devil Prison and Dark Prison in his eyes would all be instantly hidden. I heard from Nian that you haven't contracted an initial Imperial Beast yet. Luyu faintly smiled and said, Aha. Du Ruoyun came back to her senses and hurriedly said, I only awakened the B-grade Imperial Beast talent Sacred Light just before the college entrance exams, which can increase the auxiliary faculty abilities of my pet beasts. Auxiliary? Luyu nodded and said, No wonder you haven't contracted an initial Imperial Beast for such a long time. Auxiliary system favored beasts are very rare, not to mention that they are specifically light system favored beasts. Favored beasts that specialized in assistive abilities were many times rarer than any of the necromantic favored beast pups. Du Ruoyun has awakened the talent of Holy Light, and is destined to grow into an auxiliary beast master. The status of this category of Imperial Beast Masters in society was a very high one. In the future, whether it is to become a medical Imperial Beast Master or to serve as a support position for a team of Imperial Beast Masters, it will be greatly valued. However, it was also very difficult for a medical type, support type Imperial Beast Master to grow up. Just the first step of contracting an initial favored beast would be difficult for many. In fact, the school is already helping me arrange it. It's just that the Radiant Attribute Auxiliary System pet beast cubs are really too rare, and there are several freshmen who have awakened the A-class Auxiliary System talent, and their obedience is higher than mine. They can only queue up. There are also sophomore and junior seniors and sisters in front of them, and several of them are also in the auxiliary department, and they are also in dire need of contracting auxiliary department pet beasts. Du Ruoyun explained, even they can only stand in line, so I'll have to wait even more slowly. So saying, she was also a little bitter. Watching his roommates, they have contracted initial favored beasts and their strength has been increasing, and she couldn't become a true sentinel, even though she was usually generous, cheerful and confident. The anxiety and bitterness in Du Ruoyun's heart was clear only to her. Luyu nodded slightly. The channel for purchasing pet beast cubs from the Magic City Imperial Beast University was actually the same channel for the many large pet beast stores in Magic City, where one had to queue up for a long time in order to wait for a prosperous star-level potential auxiliary system pet beast cub. What's more, it's also specifically a Radiance Attribute Auxiliary Imperial Beast Cub? I'm afraid, it was only after confirming Du Ruoyun's choice of volunteers that the Magic City Imperial Beasts University placed an order, and the large petting animal stores began breeding suitable cubs, right? In reality, most of the auxiliary system pet beasts were monopolized by the major families and powers. With the strategic position of auxiliary system royal beast masters, it was only natural for those great families to join forces and take the supply of auxiliary system pet beasts in order to attract auxiliary system royal beast masters to join them. Any royal beast master team, or even a royal beast legion, as long as there was an auxiliary royal beast master joining them, their strength would be directly upgraded by one notch, and not only would they be more courageous in battle, but they would no longer have to worry about anything. Also, the auxiliary system Imperial Beast Masters, who wanted to contract suitable favored beast cubs, had another channel, and that was to join the army. Joining the Xia Kingdom's army and becoming a military beast royalist was a fight against an unparalleled legion of brutal foreigners. The death rate is horribly high. Du Ruoyun raised her head slightly and whispered, "Shopkeeper, do you have any favored beast cubs here that meet my requirements?" Naturally, Luyu nodded with a light smile. For other pet stores, even large ones, it might be hard to get them, or even to book them in advance and breed them in time. For Luyu, however, there was no difficulty. With a thought, he took out a transparent container and placed it on the table. Du Ruoyun couldn't help but feel anticipation, and as she looked into the container, the greater the previous anticipation, the deeper the disappointment. In the middle of the container, a worm, which was green in color, was wriggling. Du Ruoyun was dumbfounded for a while. Luyu laughed. That's right, this is none other than a lowest grade insect-type favored beast, the green cotton worm. Du Ruoyun pursed her lips and looked at Luyu's eyes, but after all, she could not produce anger, and even had a hint of aggression. Whispering, "Is the store manager bullying me?" She naturally recognized the green cotton bug. High school textbooks will teach. The green cotton bug in the many pet beasts cannot be used to low level, also described, is simply the bottom of the food chain. Any of the bird favorites can use the green cotton worm as food. Tens of thousands of green cotton bugs may not even have one that grows to adulthood. Even for adult cyanocotton worms, there were only a very few that could reach the awakening first stage. However, the green cotton worm possesses a chance to transform into a cocoon once after it has been cultivated. Once the cocoon is successfully transformed, it will evolve into a cottonwood butterfly, and as an adult it can reach the third stage of awakening. It was only after the adult cottonwood butterfly had evolved into a cocoon that it could be compared to a slime or a little skeleton. It could be imagined how weak the race of green cotton bugs really was. Luyu didn't anticipate Du Ruoyun's reaction and laughed. This is not an unusual cotton worm, but a cotton worm that can infinitely transform into a cocoon and evolve. Infinite cocoon evolution? Du Ruoyun was slightly stunned. That's right. Luyu placed the cotton worm on his hand, less than the thickness of his pinky finger, squirming on his palm. This cotton worm has a special growth type talent, cocooning. You use different resources on the cotton worm, and when the cotton worm absorbs up to its limit, it will evolve into a cocoon. Listening to Luyu's words, Du Ruoyun's low mood was re-excited. She thought of Shin Niannian's contracted slime. Didn't it also possess a similar talent? In contrast, the cocooning talent of the green cotton worm seems to be more intuitive and related to evolution. For a favored beast, a successful evolution is bound to bring about a metamorphosis. If this was a cotton bug that could infinitely transform into a cocoon and evolve, then the future of this cotton bug was absolutely immeasurable. Du Ruoyun's eyes lit up as she excitedly said, "If I feed the cotton worm with light-based resources, and then use the royal beast talent sacred light to nurture it from time to time, the cotton worm will transform into a cocoon and evolve into an auxiliary royal beast of the light-based system?" Right. Luyu nodded. Du Ruoyun pondered. If what Luyu said was true, then this cotton bug was definitely the most suitable pet beast for her. It could even be said that any awakening grade royal beast master would not refuse to contract such a cotton bug. With the talent of cocooning, the cotton bug, to a certain extent, already has unlimited possibilities. As for cheating, even if the cotton bug doesn't have this cocooning talent, because the cotton bug itself is too weak, not even awakened first order, the contract will be terminated within a month, and it can't be contracted to the initial favored beast. Du Ruoyun estimated that it would take her a couple of months to get in line, with little to no impact. She made an instant decision to purchase the deed to this green cotton worm. Chapter 14, Infinite Cocoon. Green cotton worm to evolve? Store manager, how much is the selling price of this cotton bug? Du Ruoyun's pretty face was filled with seriousness. Even after making up her mind, the thought that she would indenture a green cotton worm, Du Ruoyun couldn't help but feel a hint of absurdity. When she thought of the slime that Shen Nian had contracted, her slightly shaken resolve became firm again. Du Ruoyun secretly thought, Nian should have been in a similar mood as I am now when she contracted the slime, right? Lu Yu laughed. Green cotton bug. Sincere favor 3 million. At those words, Du Ruoyun only felt incomparably strange. A green cotton bug, and a $3 million asking price, can be linked? Du Ruoyun didn't hesitate. After all, the selling price of the slime was also 3 million. She had been mentally prepared and had the money ready long before she came over to the Mythic Favors and Beasts store. Du Ruoyun's scholarships and savings add up to about $5 million. Even if he spent 3 million, there was still 2 million left, which was perfectly suitable for purchasing light-based resources and cultivating the green cotton bugs. Du Ruoyun was incomparably sure that as long as what Lu Yu said was true, such an infinitely cocooning and evolving green cotton worm, any royal beast master would not have the slightest hesitation when it came to payment. Soon, the deal was done. Lu Yu's bank card, once again, had an extra $3 million. Card balance, over 12 million. Even in the Magic City, where every inch of land is expensive, it's still considered a huge amount of money, and it's already enough to buy a suite in full. Compared to the balance of 12 million, the entry of 300 system points was even more of a boost to Lu Yu's mood. As long as another favored beast cub was sold, Lu Yu would be able to gather enough 600 points to exchange for a cub comparable to the world-destroying dragon to be contracted as a second favored beast. Green cotton bugs. With a complicated, apprehensive mood, Du Ruoyun concluded the Imperial Beast contract with the green cotton worm. Her eyes grew bright as she felt the information coming from the compact. The Imperial Beast contract, it doesn't lie. Special growable talent. Cocooning. Du Ruoyun took a deep breath and affirmed, the potential of the green cotton worm is definitely no worse than a slime. How was it? Is it still satisfactory? Lu Yu looked at her with interest and laughed. Satisfaction. Du Ruoyun's eyes moved slightly as she softly said, Shopkeeper, thank you. I'll cultivate the cotton bugs well. Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, then you know now that I am not bullying you, right? Feeling Lu Yu's gaze with flirtation, Du Ruoyun's pretty face almost turned red. Remembering her previous suspicion, she only felt an unspeakable guilt surging to her heart and whispered, I'm sorry, store manager. It's okay. Lu Yu laughed and shook his head, saying, I don't mean to blame you. When your friend contracted the slime, he said that my place was a black store. The sale of the green cotton bug was, without a doubt, the smoothest transaction to date. Sure enough, having guests recommend and spreading the word of mouth is the best business model at the moment. Lu Yu secretly said, a dark store? Du Ruoyun's small face reddened as she seemed to have questioned the same. In the time that followed, Lu Yu, in the spirit of the principle of childishness, properly instructed Du Ruoyun on the many things that needed to be taken care of during the process of cultivation, cocooning, and evolution of the green cotton worm. Du Ruoyun listened obediently, nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice from time to time, and also took out her tablet, recording carefully. After leaving the mythic favored beast shop, Du Ruoyun first went to a merchant shop and purchased many light resources before taking the subway back to Magic City University. Women's dormitory, room 301. Pushing open the door of the villa, Du Ruoyun found that the living room was empty, and only when she walked to the back courtyard did she see Shen Nian wearing a cute pink swimsuit, revealing her white arms and thighs, her soaked hair plastered to her cheeks. As the slime swam in the pool, countless currents suddenly rose up, actually transforming into a slightly reddish-colored current that stirred more than a dozen meters high. Slime's control over the gun of red water is getting more and more skillful. Du Ruoyun was a bit envious. The gun of red water was a gold-level skill that was usually comprehended by favored beasts with dimming moon-level potential. Skillful mastery of the gun of red water could even allow slimes to challenge transcendent-level favored beasts over the levels. What's more, Slime had also realized the gold-level skill Aquamarine Aya in addition to the red water lance. Incomparably gorgeous water flow damask, but has an incomparably powerful strangulation piercing power, but also offensive and defensive integration. It was then that Shen Nian noticed Du Ruoyun as she picked up Slime and stepped out of the pool. Dots of crystallized water dripped down the white skin. Slime was hugged so tightly that he could barely catch his breath and struggled to fall into the pool. I'm back. Du Ruoyun stepped forward and hugged her, letting the water droplets dampen his shirt as he pressed himself tightly against his youthful petite body and laughed. Nian, your slime, it's gotten stronger again. Hee. Shen Nian was in a good mood and said, by the way, didn't you go to the mythic favored beast store? What cubs did the store manager prepare for you? Even if Shen Nian didn't ask, Du Ruoyun would still display it generously. She walked under the pavilion. Her mind moved slightly to imprint the summoning spell on the stone table. Shen Nian watched with anticipation, but was suddenly stunned, watching the summoning spell formations disappear. leaving only a tiny green-colored bug, and couldn't help but say, "This is the green cotton bug, right?" Ruoyeon nodded her head and carefully cupped the green cotton worm in her hand, saying softly, "The shopkeeper said that the potential of this green cotton worm is on par with slime yet. The shopkeeper's cultivation of favored beast cubs is really out of the ordinary." Shen Yan gently shook her head and couldn't help but sigh. "I thought that slime was already exaggerated enough, but I didn't realize that the green cotton worm had to be even more outrageous. That's what I thought." Ruoyeon pursed her lips slightly and said softly, "However, the store manager is really nice. Even though I suspected him, he didn't care at all yet." "Yeah, the store manager is nice." Shen Yan nodded her head repeatedly and couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile as she exchanged a glance with Ruoyeon. At this moment, the two beautiful girls came to an understanding. "Ha!" Zhang Yi walked over and saw the green cotton worm Ruoyeon held in her hand. She couldn't help but blink and said in surprise, "Ruoyeon, you went to the mythic favored beast shop to purchase a favored beast cub. You didn't just buy a green cotton worm back, did you? Since it was purchased from the mythic favored beast shop, this is definitely not an unusual green cotton worm." Shen Yan looked solemn and said, "Ruoyeon, this green cotton worm, it must have some special talent as well, right?" Ruoyeon looked at the cotton bug, filled with softness, and said, "The cotton bug can evolve into an infinite cocoon. I bought a lot of light resources, and with my imperial beast talent Holy Light, I should be able to make the cotton bug evolve into a butterfly pet beast of the auxiliary lineage." Infinite cocoon evolution? Zhang Yi was shocked. This special talent is already no less than slime's devouring, right? "Congratulations." Shen Yan smiled lightly and said, "You don't need to wait for the school to make arrangements. From now on, you will be an auxiliary system imperial beast master. Auxiliary department royal beast masters generally do not have much combat power. However, I will protect you well." Zhang Yi couldn't help but say, "Then are you going to start cultivating the green cotton worm now?" "Aha!" Ruoyeon took out the resources from the imperial beast space, and there was a clean white light that shone under the gazebo. A silver-grade resource luminous leaf, a gold-grade resource healing grass, and a platinum-grade resource clear lightstone? Zhang Yi was astonished. How can all these resources add up to nearly $2 million? "Well, I spent $12 million. Ruoyeon's expression was soft as she said, "The store manager said that the green cotton worm is evolving for the first time, and during its cocooning period, it can absorb the resources better, and suggested that I try to purchase as many resources as possible to help the green cotton worm evolve." So saying, she took a glowing leaf and fed it to the green cotton worm. Zhang Yi was in a complicated mood. As she looked at the green cotton worm, completely unable to see that there was any difference between this and an unusual green cotton worm. Even on the courtyard tree, some birds and beasts were all stirring up. If not for the slime's isolation with the aquamarine damask, I'm afraid that they would come over at any time to prey on the green cotton bugs. It was hard for Zhang Yi to imagine that such a seemingly ordinary green cotton worm would possess a cocooning talent comparable to that of devouring, and could evolve infinitely. Watching the green cotton bugs nibble on the glowing leaves, Ruoyeon revealed an expectant look. After a single glowing leaf, the green cotton worm is full and lounges on the stone table. "That's it?" Zhang Yi blinked. Immediately, her eyes widened as she realized that the green cotton worm was beginning to spit out silk and cocoon. Black iron level skill. Spitting silk. This is also the only racial skill of the green cotton worm. Shen Yan exclaimed. The green cotton worm is going to evolve. Chapter 15, Moonlight Butterfly. Little Skeleton's Path to Becoming an Emperor. The green cotton worm completely formed a clean white cocoon, wrapping itself completely within it. Ruoyeon thought for a moment and released his royal beast talent Holy Light. All of a sudden, Holy Light shone in all directions, and the white insect cocoon was perfectly blended into the Holy Light. All other light-based resources were also enveloped in Holy Light. The many light-based resources worth over $2 million disintegrated one after another within the Holy Light and continuously flowed into the clean white insect cocoon. The store manager said that for the first evolution, it would take at least an hour. Ruoyeon gently pursed her lips and said, "The more resources there are, the longer it will take. The evolution of the green cotton worm, it may take 2 hours. Then you're going to maintain the Holy Light all the time?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but say, "With your current strength, it's hard to maintain the Sentinel Beast talent for so long, right?" Shen Yan said softly, "I believe her." Aha! Ruoyeon closed her eyes, following the connection of the Imperial Beast contract, sensing the rising aura of the green cotton worm. She only felt that all the hard work was worth it. Time passes slowly. 2 hours later. Click, click, click. The insect cocoon is cracking. Zhang Yi exclaimed, "Is this going to break the cocoon? The green cotton worm is going to evolve." Shen Yan stared tightly at the insect cocoon and said softly. Zhang Yi had a strange look on his face. Normally, even if the cotton worm evolved into a cotton butterfly, It would only be a cotton butterfly against slime and little skeleton. She had also contracted a butterfly-type pet beast, which was a spirit-type illusion butterfly that could create illusions and had a certain ability to charm, and was even more aware of how low the strength of the green cotton butterfly was amongst the butterfly-type pet beasts. Jiang Yi also thought of the fact that Du Ruoyun had even spent more than $2 million worth of light resources for the evolution of the green cotton worm. It would be ridiculous to spend more than $2 million worth of resources to evolve a green cotton butterfly. Jiang Yi instantly realized that the evolution of this green cotton worm would definitely not be that simple. At the very least, it would never evolve into a green cotton butterfly. Click. Finally, the insect cocoon ruptured completely. From the crack, a pair of white butterfly wings, as if light had converged and formed. The pure white butterfly wings slowly stretched out, a large number of white smooth blooms. This pure white butterfly, only the size of a palm, slowly waved its wings and flew up, landing in Du Ruoyun's palm. Du Ruoyun's pretty face was pale with exhaustion, but she revealed a pleased smile. She sensed the connection of the Imperial Beast contract and also knew the name of this pure white butterfly favored beast. Moonlight Butterfly. Rank. Awakening 10th Order? Jiang Yi sensed carefully and said in shock. Ruoyun, quickly tell me, what level of potential has the green cotton worm reached after its evolution? Du Ruoyun said softly. The Moonlight Butterfly's potential is Prosperous Star 10th rank. The potential of the 10th rank of the Prosperous Star. Xin Nian Nian was astonished. This Moonlight Butterfly of yours, its potential is even higher than my slime. Now, purr. The Moonlight Butterfly sensed Du Ruoyun's weakness and slowly shed a large amount of holy light. Gold level skill. Holy Radiance. Jiang Yi was astonished. It can heal injuries. Moreover, it can soothe fatigue and eliminate many negative effects. Even among gold-level auxiliary skills, it's the most superb. There's more. Du Ruoyun recovered her spirit and laughed out softly. Purr. The Moonlight Butterfly spilled light. No longer the color of holiness, but a light silver. Gold-level skill. Light of the Silver Moon. Jiang Yi was shocked. Under the Silver Moon, the favored beast's thinking speed will become faster, and it will even be able to receive various bonuses. Strength, speed, all of which will be increased. This is the most precious group gain skill. Ruoyun, congratulations, Xin Nian Nian said from the bottom of her heart. The Moonlight Butterfly has mastered 2 gold-level auxiliary skills, Sacred Radiance and Silver Moonlight. In the future, if you join any of the Imperial Beast Legions, you'll be directly tilted by a large amount of resources. To a certain extent, a powerful auxiliary Imperial Beast Master, especially an auxiliary Imperial Beast Master who knew how to group gain. That was the core of an Imperial Beast army. Even though Du Ruoyun had only just become a Royal Beast Master, she already had such a tendency to have an unlimited future. Du Ruoyun smiled happily and said softly, My Moonlight Butterfly, it doesn't have any fighting ability. Shen Nian Nian laughed. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Slime jumped onto the stone table, stating that his strength, too, was not to be underestimated, and that he would definitely protect the Moonlight Butterfly. The Moonlight Butterfly fell on the slime's head, and Du Ruoyun and Xin Nian Nian looked at each other and smiled. This scene can be called absolutely beautiful. At the corner of the courtyard, Shuing stood there quietly, deeply glancing at the slime and Moonlight Butterfly. A feeling of despondency couldn't help but well up from her heart. She had never imagined that she had taken several years to train the Iron Wolf to the awakening 10th rank, only to be surpassed by Xin Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun in just a few days. Whether it was the slime, or the Moonlight Butterfly, they were all favored beasts with an unlimited future. On the contrary, Shu Ying's Iron Wolf, which had once made her proud, now seemed so mediocre. The far outskirts of the Magic City, a farmed slaughterhouse. Countless bloody scenes are staged in the slaughterhouse. Yang Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead and brought the little skeleton to sit by the slaughtering table. The little skeleton was holding a pitch-black long knife, which was transformed by the little skeleton's death spirit breath. Gold level skill, Killing Blade. Normally, the flesh and blood of the living beings killed by the death killing blade would be completely corrupted. Yang Qing took the little skeleton and killed chickens in the slaughterhouse for 2 days, but he didn't dare to use the real ability of the death killing blade, and only used it as an ordinary butcher's knife. Little brother Yang Qing, this batch of broilers is here. You must be prepared. The big mom on the side said loudly, causing the other slaughter workers around to laugh one after another. Little brother Yang Qing is a transcendent level beast royal master. He's killed 100,000 chickens in the past 2 days. Do I still need you to remind me? He. I heard that little brother Yang Qing is still a senior student graduated from the 2nd Imperial Beast University of Magic City, and he also runs a large pet beast store. He is really young and promising. I don't even have much workload when I work with little brother Yang Qing. However, little brother Yang Qing is also generous enough to share his salary with us. Killing 100,000 000 chickens in 2 days. Little brother Yang Qing's heart is colder than a slaughterhouse knife. You've been killing chickens for 10 years and you still have the nerve to say that? The entire chicken killing area of the slaughterhouse is filled with fastidious air. Yang Qing smiled helplessly and said, "Big brothers and big sisters, today is my last day to kill chickens." A slaughter worker couldn't help but say, "Little brother Yang Qing, are you going to quit? It's also true that it's too much of a condescension for a transcendent level imperial beast master like you to work in our slaughterhouse." "No." Yang Qing shook his head and said, "I'm going to kill a pig." The many slaughter workers looked at each other in dismay. They really couldn't understand why Yang Qing had been killing chickens and now he had to switch to pigs. No imperial beast master would choose a job that wasn't decent, such as a slaughter worker. Killing chickens is dirty enough, not to mention meat pig slaughtering. Yang Qing didn't explain and continued to work diligently for a day. In just one day, the little skeleton killed 100,000 chickens. It was only at nightfall that Yang Qing applied to the slaughterhouse to be transferred to the meat pig slaughtering area. Considering Yang Qing's own strength, as well as slaughter's efficiency, this application naturally passed quickly. After killing over 100,000 chickens, even though they are all broilers that are less than awakened first stage, the little skeleton's strength, too, has reached transcendent third stage. Yang Qing looked at the little skeleton beside him, not caring in the slightest about the bloody gas on his body, and exulted, "Kill a few more days of meat pigs, and then move on to slaughtering cows. Even use this as a springboard to get a slaughter license. Go to a higher level slaughterhouse and slaughter a large number of awakening level, or even transcendent level ferocious beasts." He could already think of slaughtering another 100,000 pigs and 100,000 cows, and I'm afraid that the rank of the little skeleton would reach the transcendent 10th rank. If another 100,000 awakening level beasts are slaughtered, not only would the little skeleton reach the 10th step of the flourishing star rank, even Yang Qing would break through the flourishing star rank with it. The future is bright. Being in the midst of bloodshed, Yang Qing had no complaints, only hopes for the future. Chapter 16 New Clientele. I only do the high-end favored animal market. Mythic favored beast shop. Luyu looked at the messages in his cell phone and nodded from time to time. Do Ruoyun evolve the green cotton worm into a moonlight butterfly? Yang Qing's little skeleton. It seems like it's been cultivated well too. However, Yang Qing's operation is also too tawdry. Putting aside the store manager of a large favored beast store and going directly to the slaughterhouse to kill chickens and slaughter pigs? Lu Yu was staggered. The evolution of the moonlight butterfly by the green cotton worm naturally deserves congratulations. Lu Yu could feel the joyful gratitude in Du Ruoyun's words. What really surprised Lu Yu was that this fellow, Yang Qing, had gone to take up a job in a slaughterhouse. The little skeleton you contracted, but the future skeleton emperor, really thanks to you to pull down the body. Said good killing to become an emperor. You went to become a butcher? Lu Yu lightly laughed and shook his head, sighing. However, the slaughterhouse can indeed maximize the little skeleton's talent for killing, directly making up for quality with quantity. Lu Yu was very optimistic about Yang Qing's future. Contracting the little skeleton would have changed the other party's destiny. After all, Yang Qing's own qualifications were not high, and the Eye of Data, no matter how special it was only a C-rank talent. This meant that Yang Qing's cultivation speed was absolutely inferior to a B-grade talent. If Yang Qing had awakened a B-grade talent, it was estimated that he would have gone straight to the 3 top Royal Beast Academies in the first place instead of graduating from the 2nd Royal Beast University in Magic City. Of course, it was the awakening of the C-rank talent Eye of Data that made Yang Qing choose to contract the little skeleton. In Lu Yu's opinion, Yang Qing had an excellent heart and had contracted the little skeleton. Yang Qing's path to the Royal Beast had been completely opened, and his future was unlimited. Lu Yu could completely foresee Yang Qing slaughtering millions of chickens, pigs, and cows to prove the Tao by slaughtering and become a dimming moon level, or even Yao Sun level imperial beast master. At this moment, Yang Qing sent a message again. Store manager, a guest contacted me just now, and I've already recommended them to go to the mythic favored beast store. Lu Yu was even more satisfied with Yang Qing. You kid, you're pretty on the ball. He's lacking in clientele right now. In the future, the customers of Yang Qing's favored beast shop can be completely converted into my clientele. Lu Yu secretly rejoiced. He was about to put down his phone and prepare to receive guests when Luo Tianyan also sent a message. Senior, my sister has just awakened her talent for royal beasts. I'm going to take her to the mythic favored beast shop. Is that okay? Lu Yu laughed freely. Everything's okay? Of course, Lu Yu immediately said. He took a sip of tea before he pushed down his excitement and sat down in the soft chair, waiting up patiently. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon absorbed the source power of the dark hell, making his realm more solid. If it wasn't for the limitations of the imperial beast space, the exterminating demon dragon could have broken through to the prosperous star level at any time. Even with a diamond-grade sentinel crystal, it will still take at least 5 more days before we can break through. Lu Yu shook his head slightly and said soothingly, soon you'll be able to advance. Don't be in a hurry yet. Roar! The exterminating demon dragon nodded its head repeatedly. In fact, it was already very satisfied. From the inherited memories, the juvenile and growth stages of the world-destroying demon dragon were all very long, often calculated in terms of 10,000 years. After becoming Lu Yu's contracted pet beast, it hadn't even been a few days that had passed, and the exterminating demon dragon had broken through to the 10th rank of the transcendent class. So what was there not to be satisfied with? At this point, outside the mythical favored beast store, Jiang Shorong stood outside the door and couldn't help but frown. If it wasn't for Yang Qing's strong recommendation, Jiang Shorong was afraid that he would turn his head and leave. Even so, when Jiang Shorong saw such a small storefront of the mythical favored beast shop, not even 100 square meters, Jiang Shorong still felt that he was being belittled, and couldn't help but give birth to a nameless anger. This Yang Qing, who was only a transcendent level royal beast master, how dare he tease me? Jiang Shorong snorted coldly. Even if you opened a large pet beast store and dared to offend my Jiang family, what about a large pet beast store? The Jiang family was a 100-year-old family in Magic City. Their strength could not be underestimated, and the family head was even an obsidian-level royal beast master. As a part of the Jiang family in Mordor, even though Jiang Shorong's position in the family was not high, the arrogance in his heart was half as much. Even though he was extremely unhappy with Yang Qing's recommendation of the favored beast store, if he didn't go in to see the situation, Jiang Shorong had no reason to turn on Yang Qing. He had to hold his tongue and walk into the mythic favored beast store. After Jiang Shorong saw Lu Yu, his brows suddenly frowned even more tightly as he said, "Are you the store manager of this favored beast store?" "Exactly." Lu Yu smiled faintly, despite sensing that Jiang Shorong's mindset was off. Since he had opened this favored beast store, Lu Yu was naturally professional, knowing that all comers were guests, and said, "This guest, may I ask what is the need?" Jiang Shorong scrutinized Lu Yu and said coldly, "You're a milquetoast brat who doesn't go to college and runs a pet animal store? Is this mythic favored beast shop of yours a branch of Yang Qing's favored beast shop?" "Yang Qing is one of my clients." Lu Yu raised his eyebrows, knowing that Jiang Shorong was introduced by Yang Qing. That is, looking at Jiang Shorong's posture, it seemed that he was extremely dissatisfied with the mythical favored beast shop. The mythic favored beast shop and the Yang Qing favored beast shop also have nothing to do with each other. If I have to say, the mythic favored beast shop that I run is currently only targeting the highest end of the favored beast market, Lu Yu said in a deep voice. "A market for high-end favored animals?" Jiang Shorong snorted and said, "This favored animal store of yours? The store is so small, how high-end can it be? The environment can't determine anything." Lu Yu shook his head and said, "Since it's a favored beast store, it's natural to determine it from the favored beast cubs for sale." "A brat with a big mouth." Jiang Shorong sneered. Lu Yu was non-committal and said, "This guest, what kind of favored beast do you want to purchase?" Jiang Shorong thought of the family's mission and said, "I'm here on behalf of the Jiang family. My Jiang family is preparing to expand the field of pet beast reproduction and breed specialty pet beasts that are unique to my Jiang family, and I need a pet beast that has high-quality genes. I was planning to go to the Yang Qing favored beast store, but Yang Qing recommended that I come over to you. Favored beasts with high-quality genes? I naturally have them here." Lu Yu nodded confidently, also feeling slightly surprised. The guests this time, are they purchasing favored beasts not for their own contracts, but for breeding and breeding? Lu Yu remembered. Many big families have their own exclusive pet animal race, such as the Imperial Dragon family. Lu family has the Dragon World. The Red Dragon clan to the human race's only friendship. Even the family totem was a Crimson Dragon. To a certain extent, an exclusive race of favored beasts was a totem that represented a family, and the core direct line would contract the family's exclusive favored beasts as long as they had the right talent. Even the Luo family has an exclusive race of favored beasts, or a very treasured elemental favored beast that can be easily elementalized, the spirit of purple fire. According to the rumors, the Luo family seemed to have occupied a special secret realm of fire, where there was a chance of the spirit of purple flame being born amidst the purple flames. However, the potential of the spirit of purple flame is not high, and the adult is only at the 10th level of transcendent mortality, which is not compatible with Luo Tianyan's talent cold flame. So Luo Tianyan did not contract the spirit of purple flame. "You have genetically high-quality favored beasts here?" Jiang Shorong said skeptically. "In that case, you can take it out and take a look." Without saying anything, Lu Yu flipped his hand and took out a transparent container and placed it on top of the long table. Jiang Shorong looked at it and only felt anger burning in him as he looked straight at Lu Yu and said in a cold voice, "I'm here on behalf of the Jiang family, and you dare to trick me? Are you really bullying my Jiang family? This favored beast, aren't the genes of high quality yet?" Lu Yu frowned slightly. Jiang Shorong was furious, pointing at the transparent container and said angrily, "This is clearly a low-grade kobold. How dare you say a kobold that possesses high-quality genes?" Chapter 17, Become Stronger If You Breed. Goblin Ancestor. Jiang Shorong looked at the container, the ugly-looking, short green-skinned monster, and the anger that welled up in his heart simply could not be suppressed. Goblin. As we all know, kobolds are not on the blue planet, native favored beasts, but a foreign race from an alien space. 300 years ago, an otherworldly passageway opened in the Summer Kingdom, connecting to the otherworldly world where the kobolds were. The Goblin clan was ecstatic, commanding millions of goblin armies to attack the blue planet in force through the foreign passage, wanting to turn the entire blue planet completely into a breeding ground for the Goblin clan. The entire country of Xia is in a panic. When Xia's Imperial Beast Legion arrived, they were surprised to find that the Goblin army, which numbered up to 1,000,000, was incredibly weak and almost unbeatable. Adult Goblin warriors, only awakening First Order, Centurion Goblin General, awakening Level 2, Goblin Great Generals, each of which commands an army of 100,000, awakening Level 3. What surprised the Xia Legion the most was that one Goblin Emperor, which was claimed to be the strongest, was only at the awakening Level 5. The legions of kobolds that invaded with their clans were destroyed in an instant. The entire Kobold Kingdom have become a subsidiary race of Xia. The status is similar to that of slaves, the most laborious underground digging mining industry, basically relying on kobolds to be the labor force. Jiang Shorong just thought about the scenario where the exclusive favored beast race of the future Mordor Jiang family would be goblins, and even the totems would become goblins, and he only felt insulted and his old face turned red. Jiang Shorong instantly summoned his favored beast, which was a transcendent rank 6th-stepped Sonlan fox. At this moment, the anger in Jiang Shorong's eyes seemed to be ready to pour out at any moment. "What do you mean? This guest?" Lu Yu's brows furrowed as he said, "Don't you want to know what makes this goblin so special?" "No need." Jiang Shorong's voice was icy cold as he said, "Originally, you had the chance to hitch a ride with my Magic City Jiang family, and I've already given you the opportunity, but instead of cherishing it, you're insulting my Jiang family." Lu Yu's expression, too, instantly went cold. He was about to say something when outside the petting beast shop, a young man whose eyes were like ice-cold flowing fire slowly walked in with a young girl in a long red dress. "The Devil's Capital Jiang family? What a great majesty!" Luo Tianyan's voice was icy cold, and a cold inflammation that was like frost quietly surfaced. But Songlan Fox was actually cowering and trembling under Long Yan's pressure. Jiang Shorong instantly stiffened his body and looked toward Luo Tianyan, who was at the side, and said in a trembling voice, "Luo Xiao, why are you here?" He hurriedly bowed and saluted, not daring to show any disrespect. The Luo family, but a great family in the Magic City. The family head was a monarch-level royal beast master. What is a king? In some small countries, a monarch-level royal beast master could already be called a king. Have your own palace, army. Even in the Xia Kingdom, a monarch-level imperial beast master truly ranked among the upper echelons of the Xia Kingdom, enjoying many privileges. Compared to the Mordor Luo family, the Jiang family was nothing. Even many of the Jiang family's industries relied on the Luo family's support to operate steadily. The Magic City was a super first-tier city of the Summer Kingdom, and even though the Jiang family had an obsidian-level royal beast master as a pillar, when looking at the entire Magic City, there were still quite a few families such as the Jiang family. The Luo Tianyan in front of him was the Luo family's recognized future young family head. Not to mention that this Jiang Shorong was just a small steward of the Jiang family. Even if the Jiang family's family head was here, he wouldn't dare to be half offended. Luo Tianyan, however, ignored him and walked straight to Lu Yu, bowing and saluting. "Senior." The red-skirted girl beside him blinked her watery eyes and quietly observed Lu Yu. Luo Jingqing was surprised to find that Lu Yu was completely different from the image of an old man he had imagined, the image of a handsome and tall young man. When Luo Jingqing looked at the sleeping pitch-black demonic dragon on the table, she couldn't help but look at it a few more times, secretly saying, "This is the demonic dragon species that brother talked about, isn't it?" The eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon slightly opened a slit. Luo Jingqing's delicate body trembled slightly, as if she saw the most terrifying and dark hell in the world through that slit in her eyes. Cold sweat could not help but seep out, slightly moistening the red dress, vaguely visible white as snow skin. When she returned to her senses, she realized that the eyes of the demon-extinguishing dragon were as if they had never been opened before, and only then did she hastily stray away from her gaze. Luo Jingqing suddenly recalled that Luo Tianyan had once said that this pitch-black demonic dragon, but with a single look, had nearly killed the Black Feather Crow. This demonic dragon, even following the link of the contract, could directly destroy the other party's imperial beast space. "Seniors?" Jiang Shorong looked at Lu Yu with a face full of disbelief, almost unable to believe his own ears, and said in a trembling voice, "Luo Xiao, How could you address him as a senior? Shut up, Luo Tianyan frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, did I tell you to speak? Jiang Shourong's face was full of humiliation, but he didn't dare to have any rebuttal. If the family head knew that he had offended the Luo family's young patriarch, his fate would definitely not be too good. Luo Tianyan looked down at him and said indifferently, your Jiang family is really so majestic. Elder Lu, even my Luo family has to be treated as a guest. How dare you be so disrespectful? Words. Jiang Shourong's body was shaking like a sieve. Even if he didn't figure out the situation, at least he was clear about one thing. This young store manager of the mythic favored beast store was definitely an existence that he couldn't afford to mess with. He remained bowed, not daring to look up. Where is the previous condescension in such a posture? Luo Tianyan looked at Lu Yu and respectfully said, Senior, this is my sister Luo Jingqing. Luo Jingqing averted her gaze from the world-destroying demon dragon and said with a graceful salute, Senior will just call me Jingqing. Good. Lu Yu nodded gently. Originally, when Jiang Shourong summoned his favored beasts, wanting to pour out his anger, Lu Yu was in a bad mood, and the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon almost instantly opened. After all, not only was he offended, he had one less guest. It wasn't until Luo Tianyan brought Luo Jingqing over that Lu Yu felt a little better. At least he was able to sell a favored beast cub. Luo Jingqing looked at the container and was instantly amazed, almost somewhat understanding Jiang Shourong's anger. She had heard that the Jiang family was recently preparing to breed an exclusive race of favored beasts for the family. With goblins as the exclusive race of the family? Just thinking about it is humiliating. Luo Tianyan also glanced at it, but his expression was half unchanged. After contracting the red flame chicken, he wouldn't dare to underestimate any favored beast cubs cultivated by Lu Yu. A single red flame chicken can refine a foreign fire. This kobold, too, must be incredibly special. Elder, is this kobold for sale? I'll buy it. Luo Tianyan immediately said. Lu Yu, with if anything, a smile, said, you're going to buy it without even asking for the specifics of the kobolds? Luo Tianyan had a sincere attitude and said, I believe in Senior. Elder, I'm curious. This goblin, but is there anything special about it? Luo Jingqing asked curiously. Even Jiang Shourong couldn't help but look up. He vaguely sensed that the kobold was, perhaps, truly and incomparably special. If not, would it make the Luo family's young family master, and also the Luo family's little princess, all attach such importance to it? Lu Yu retrieved the container, as if it were a kobold of a skinny, ugly monster, and stood on the table in a bit of a panic. This kobold, possessing a special talent, can obtain qualifications and strength from its heirs by reproducing them. In other words, as long as the kobold has more heirs, the strength and potential of this kobold will naturally be stronger as well. Lu Yu laughed out softly and said, most importantly, as a kobold's potential and strength continue to increase, the probability of giving birth to a high-quality heir will also increase tremendously, forming an extremely virtuous cycle. The words fell. Luo Jingqing immediately widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, in time, won't this kobold be able to reproduce an incomparably powerful race? And the kobold itself will even become the ancestor of this race, possessing the strength to override the entire race. Chapter 18 Jiang Shourong's Remorse. Refining the fox of altered ice. To reproduce and create a race? Jiang Shourong's heartbeat accelerated, staring blankly at the skinny and ugly kobold on the table. But there was no more half-hearted contempt and disgust, and even gave birth to a crazy idea. He wanted to deed this kobold. Jiang Shourong could already anticipate that in order to cultivate an incomparably powerful race, the resources of the entire Jiang family would be tilted in his favor. Not to mention, the stronger the overall strength of the created race, the kobold's potential realm would also increase. It's simply an unbelievably smooth path to getting stronger. When Jiang Shourong came back to his senses, he found that Luo Jingqing's and even Luo Tianyan's eyes were unexpectedly filled with eagerness, as if a pot of cold water was poured down. Jiang Shourong instantly sobered up. Such a special favored beast, even a goblin, was not something his Jiang family could possess. If Jiang Shourong bought it, I'm afraid the entire Jiang family would be destroyed with it. Even if he had contracted a kobold, he would have to break the contract, and the kobold would surely be taken away from him. The world of the imperial beasts never lacks cruelty. In Jiang Shourong's heart, he couldn't help but feel infinite remorse. If he puts aside his arrogance and just buys the indentured kobolds, I'm afraid that the secret of the kobolds is only known to the Jiang family. It has been quietly multiplying for decades, and when it comes out, it will be great. Senpai, Luo Tianyan sincerely said, please Senior, make sure to sell this goblin to my Luo family. He was no longer doing it in his personal name, but in the name of the entire Luo family. Luo Tianyan was incomparably clear that when the Luo family bought this goblin, the entire Luo family might be bound to Lu Yu. He was aware of it, but Lu Yu and the Lu family one of the royal dragon families, might have a grudge. So what? Other than that, when Luo Tianyan cultivated the red flame chicken, he would be able to take charge of the Luo family. Even if the Luo family's power is not as strong as the Lu family, the many connections and channels add up, and it's not a problem to fight against self-preservation. What's more, the Luo family then possessed goblins, and if they could cultivate a powerful race of favored beasts, this would be the foundation of a family. Isn't it true that the three great dragon imperial families can be so powerful because they rely on the giant dragon seed? In Luo Tianyan's eyes, there was a hint of ambition. In the future, if we breed a kobold colony that is comparable to a giant dragon species, my Luo family will be in existence that is comparable to the royal dragon family. Wouldn't the king and his vassals rather have seeds? Could be. Luyu, since there is no excuse, the kobolds have been exchanged out, and cannot be returned. Sold to who cannot? Luo Tianyan was originally even loyal to himself. If he could make the Luo family also have to rely on him, Luyu would have no more worries in the devil's capital. Luyu thought for a moment and said, however, you must arrange for a sentinel beast master to conclude a contract with the goblin. Can you do that? Saying so, Luyu couldn't help but glance at Luo Jingqing next to him, thinking to himself that a beautiful woman paired with a kobold. Isn't this picture style too strange? Luo Jingqing heartily glanced at the goblin. As the first daughter of the Luo family, she naturally had an eye for the future, and knew that any favored beast cub, I'm afraid, could not compare to the goblin's potential. Even if it's a complete mismatch with the sentinel beast talent, it doesn't seem like it's impossible to choose a contract? Luo Tianyan blocked her gaze and said, I'll inform my beloved to come over now. Please wait a moment, senior. Brother, Luo Jingqing was dissatisfied. Why don't you let me contract a goblin? Luo Tianyan looked at her solemnly and said, Jingqing, I'm afraid that the kobolds were just casually bred by senior. Do you really think that senior couldn't breed a suitable favored beast cub for you? From some of the details, Luo Tianyan could tell that the favored beast cubs that they valued immensely and thought could change their destiny, such as the red flame chicken and the goblin. The young shopkeeper in front of him never seemed to care. Luo Tianyan had never treated Luyu as a young man, but rather thought that Luyu was perhaps some powerful imperial beast master reincarnated and reborn, or even traveled through the world barrier. If not, the demonic dragon seed that Luyu had contracted, as well as the heaven-defying cubs that he had casually taken out, could not be explained at all. Goblins, casually cultivated? Luo Jingqing blinked slightly, surprised. Senior, do you have any other favored beast cubs here? Naturally. Luyu smiled faintly and said, what kind of favored beast cub do you want? Upon hearing this, Luo Jingqing was relieved and had nothing left for the goblin. After all, the goblin was just too ugly looking, and it was a special talent of the breeding class. She didn't want to stare at a scene of a kobold breeding all day. It just didn't go with her image of a beautiful girl. Luo Jingqing pursed her lips and pondered for a while, saying, I've awakened the A-rank Imperial Beast Talent Ice Spirit, and I want to contract an Ice-type favored beast cub, preferably the same as my brother's red flame chicken, which can absorb foreign ice. Saying so, Luo Jingqing also felt that her request was a bit excessive, even if it can really be cultivated. I'm afraid it will take a long time, right? Could be. Luyu let out a light smile and casually took out a container. A slightly icy cold aura seeped out from the container. Jiang Shorong missed the opportunity to contract a goblin, and was immensely curious about the favored beast cub that Luyu had nurtured, but when he took the lead in looking at the transparent container, he felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. He was stunned and lost his voice. This is an ornamental favored beast, the ice fox? Ice fox? In the extremely cold lands of the north, the ice fox was a purely ornamental favored beast. Unlike the streams of slimes and little skeletons, the ice fox was unable to comprehend even a single skill even though it was an adult up to the third stage of awakening. In terms of battle power at the same level, Ice Fox was definitely at the bottom of the list. Jiang Shorong wanted to mock, but when he saw Luo Tianyan's and Luo Jingqing's expressions, they all looked very serious, and suddenly realized that perhaps he was the clown. Yes, Jiang Shorong reacted, secretly saying, even kobolds can cultivate such a special talent? How could an ice fox be a special case? I'm afraid that this ice fox possesses an extremely special talent. Could it really be like Luo Jingqing's request, that it can absorb foreign ice for its own use? In some extreme environments, it is possible to give birth to foreign fire, foreign water, and even foreign ice and foreign thunder, which are normal natural phenomena. Jiang Shorong had only heard that there were favored beasts that absorbed the power of foreign fire and foreign water, thus increasing their strength greatly, but he had never heard that there were favored beasts that could drive the many foreign fires and foreign waters that were born in nature, and vice versa. If a favored beast can refine foreign fire and foreign water, wouldn't the many foreign fire and foreign water in the natural world that can't be mobilized but have incomparably powerful strengths be the sustenance for such favored beasts to become infinitely stronger? Just thinking about it, Jiang Shouron felt exaggerated. He couldn't help but look at Luo Tianyan, but met a pair of icy cold eyes. A wave of panic arose, and hurriedly said, Luo Xiao, the things that happened today, I definitely won't mention them outwardly. Please rest assured that Luo Xiao is at ease. Luo Tianyan didn't answer and looked at Lu Yu. Senior, this ice fox, is it capable of refining foreign ice? Brilliant, Lu Yu laughed, saving him the trouble of explaining. At Luo Tianyan's gesture, Luo Jingqing had already executed her A-grade royal beast talent ice spirit, and a ball of cold streams containing the power of the extreme ice soul flowed in front of Luo Jingqing's body. The ice fox sensed the extreme attraction coming from the ice spirit. How could it still press on? Bite off most of it in one straight bite. In a moment, refining. Luo Jingqing's pretty face turned white, but she found that the ice fox in front of her had actually refined the power of the ice spirit, and her pure white fur was tinted with a hint of light blue. Senpai. Luo Jingqing was overwhelmed with excitement and said, I want to purchase the deed to this ice fox. Please make it happen, senior. Could be. Lu Yu had no choice but to say, the unit price of the ice fox and goblin, both are 3 million. Shang Hui, 6 million. Luo Tianyan direct payment. Looking at the bank card balance, it becomes over $18 million. The system points, 2, increased by 600 points, directly reaching 900 points. Lu Yu's mood was, all of a sudden, great. It dawned on him that slime, little skull, red flame chicken, green cotton bug, goblin, ice fox. To this point, he has sold 6 pet animal cubs. Achievement reached, sell a total of 5 pet beast cubs. Reward, 1 random SSS-Grade Imperial Beast Talent. Are you receiving? Yes/no. Chapter 19 Awakening. The second SSS ranked talent. Lu Yu was incomparably shocked. The second SSS ranked Imperial Beast Talent? A royal beast master who awakened 2 talents was already a rare breed. 2 Imperial Beast Talents, both at the highest SSS level? It is simply anticlimactic. Pick up. Without any hesitation, Lu Yu immediately said, You've awakened the SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Talent Godslayer Heavenly Flame. As the system beep sounded, Lu Yu could clearly perceive that there was an SSS-ranked talent no less than Dark Inferno inscribed in his soul. A deep purple flame of terror was birthed in the soul, emitting an aura that seemed to be able to scorch everything. SSS-level talent, Kingslayer Heavenly Flame. A terrifying heavenly fire that can kill even gods. Lu Yu was very satisfied and secretly said, It seems that I don't have to contract a dark-favored beast for my second Imperial Beast. I can completely choose to contract a fire-favored beast. Compared to other attributes, the fire attribute was definitely at the top when it came to destructive power. Not to mention, Lu Yu's current points were not the 600 points he had at the beginning. Instead, it's 900 points. If one were to exchange for a favored beast cub, I'm afraid that a cub purchased with 900 points would be able to surpass the world-ending demon dragon in terms of potential. Senpai. Luo Tianyan looked at Lu Yu, only to feel that facing an incomparably scorching ball of divine flames, the great A royal beast talent cold flame inscribed in his soul unexpectedly trembled unconsciously. Long Yen, surprisingly fearful, as if facing a higher being, almost offering his devotion. Luo Tianyan couldn't understand it at all. He felt cold Yan's wariness and was also under an incomparably huge pressure. His body was constantly being pressed. Cold sweat covered his forehead. What's wrong? Lu Yu vaguely sensed something. With the Godslayer Heavenly Flame SSS rank bit, even if it only reveals a hint of breath, it is not something that can be withstood by the A-grade Imperial Beast talent. What's more, Luo Tianyan's cold flame was also a fire talent. In front of the God-slaying Heavenly Flame, the only thing to do was to submit. With the aura of the God-slaying Heavenly Flame hidden, Luo Tianyan was relieved. His eyes filled with fear. Luo Tianyan was incomparably certain that Lu Yu had definitely awakened an extremely high-level fire Imperial Beast talent. S rank, SS rank, or legendary, SSS rank talent? Just by casually leaking a trace of my talent aura, it made my cold flame almost submit under fear? Luo Tianyan couldn't help but tremble, secretly saying, it's at least an SS-grade fire talent, and it might even be SSS-grade. Thinking of that one possibility, Luo Tianyan only felt his breath catch. Not daring to think any deeper, he bowed to Lu Yu as if nothing had happened. Lu Yu wore a hint of a smile. He was very appreciative of Luo Tianyan. Know what's in and what's out. Such a quality is undoubtedly very precious. Little Ice Fox. After the transaction was completed, Luo Jingqing directly contracted the Ice Fox. Sensing the information coming from the contract, Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but slowly light up. Hugging the Ice Fox lovingly, he was hopeful for the future. Lu Yu let out a light laugh and said, How is it? Is it still satisfactory? I'm so satisfied. Seniors are amazing. Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes glowed, the adoration in her eyes almost overflowing as she excitedly said, Senior, I really can't imagine how you managed to cultivate the ice fox. An ice fox that can refine foreign ice is exactly the same as the red flame chicken that my brother contracted. Luo Tianyan gave her a reproachful look. Can't you treat your seniors with any respect? He quickly sensed that Luo did not show any displeasure, which made him feel relieved. Also, Luo Tianyan secretly said, how generous is senior? If he hadn't touched the bottom line, would he have gotten angry so easily? Not much longer. A teenager, only 16 years old, walked in. The young man's name was Ron, and he was the very person Luo Tianyan had called to his heart. Luo Tianyan pointed at the kobold on the table and said, contract it. Yes. Ron's expression was unchanged and firm, and he actually directly contracted the goblin. Sensing the information coming from the contract, his eyes filled with excitement as he knelt down and said, thank you for the young family master's reward. Lu Yu was a bit surprised and said, he seems to be very loyal to you. Luo Tianyan only used one sentence, and Ron didn't hesitate to contract a goblin. That level of loyalty is not uncommon. Luo Tianyan shook his head and said, his name is Ron, the illegitimate son of the previous family head. He has been living in exile for many years with his own mother and has only recently returned to the family. Luo Jingqing said, Luo N's mother had been secretly executed by the previous family head's rightful wife, and he returned to the Luo family with hatred. Listening to Luo Tianyan and Luo Jingqing's words, the color of hatred unconsciously surfaced in Ron's eyes. Lu Yu didn't say much and looked deeply at Ron. As an outcast of the Imperial Dragon family Lu family, he could completely understand Ron's situation. Ron's enemy, but the previous head of the Luo family, was perhaps a monarch-ranked royal beastmaster. In the face of such a powerful enemy, if Ron was willing to face reality squarely, I'm afraid he would have realized long ago that there was no possibility of him succeeding in his revenge. Having contracted a kobold certainly gave him a sliver of revenge. For the slightest chance, he had to find ways to hide his hatred and walk on thin ice. You don't have to thank me. Luo Tianyan shook his head and said, this goblin was nurtured by Senior Lu. Even I, as well as Jing Cheng, have taken great favors from Senior Lu. Thank you, Elder. Ron was incredibly sincere. Lu Yu gently shook his head and did not respond to anything. Jiang Shorong looked at Luo Jingqing, and even Ron, who had successively contracted such excellent favored beast cubs, and thinking that he still had a contracted bit, where could he hold back, and hurriedly said, Elder, I would also like to purchase a favored beast cub. Not for sale. Lu Yu was incomparably cold and said, I was prepared to sell the goblin to you, but you missed this only opportunity. Jiang Shorong's face became incomparably pale. He wanted to say something else, but he could only be drowned out by remorse. Luo Tianyan looked at Lu Yu, not knowing what he was thinking, but an invisible killing intent was unconsciously emitted. A piece of Jiang Shorong, however, was taut, trembling slightly under the icy killing intent. Jiang Shorong realized something in a trance. Does he know too many secrets? Goblins that get stronger when they reproduce. The red flame chicken and the ice fox that refine foreign fire and ice. And then there's the bastard son of the last head of the Luo family, who wants revenge. Jiang Shorong instantly realized that he seemed to have lost his way to live long ago. Lu Yu didn't bother to look at it much and casually waved his hand as an eviction order. With a slight movement of his mind, the entire favored beast store was under his absolute control. Luo Tianyan, Luo Jingqing, Luo N, and Jiang Shorong were instantly pushed outside of the favored beast store as if they were lifted by an invisible force. Luo Tianyan looked shocked. This invisible force, what means is it? Escape. Jiang Shorong didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately mounted on the back of the Kanglin fox, which unfolded its fastest speed to flee. However, Jiang Shorong met Luo Tianyan head-on once again, and in front of a prosperous star-level Imperial Beastmaster. The transcendent level Jiang Shorong wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The icy flames that spilled out seemed to sear his soul. Inside the mythical favored beast store, Lu Yu was half concerned about Jiang Shorong's downfall. If Jiang Shorong was willing to listen to him a few more times or suppress his temper, when Luo Tianyan came over, he would naturally believe and even have a chance to indenture the goblin. From then on, fate changed completely. Pity. Jiang Shorong's behavior cost him everything. Self-inflicted. Lu Yu gently shook his head, showing no mercy at all. He quickly put these thoughts aside, and then his mind moved slightly. A wisp of purple flame that flowed in the center of his palm. SSS-Grade Imperial Beast Talent, Godslayer Heavenly Flame. I now have 900 points, so I can completely redeem the second Imperial Beast. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. If anything, Dark Inferno was the strongest dark talent that could create a hell that could easily imprison even the Demon Lord. Then, the Godslayer Heavenly Flame represented the ultimate in fire talents. Kingslayer Skyfire. This was an extremely tyrannical royal beast talent that possessed the strongest destructive power. Even a deity would be directly scorched and fall. In order to correspond with the god-slaying heavenly flame, Luyu naturally had to exchange for a fire-type favored beast cub. Luyu was born with infinite expectations. A favored beast cub redeemed for 900 points. Once an adult, it's a Holy Spirit level. Chapter 20 Contracted Elemental Life. Purple Yen Emperor Bird. In the middle of the system mall. As long as the selling price is more than 500 points, all of them are comparable to the world-destroying magic dragon. Over 800 points? As soon as you come of age, you are at the level of the Holy Spirit. In terms of bloodline, it was more terrifying than even the world-destroying demon dragon. 5,000 points? Adults are demigods. It is a great example of a divine descendant. Luyu had also seen existences that had just been born as deities. Unfortunately, the price is just too expensive. All he could do was eyeball it. As long as I keep running the mythical favored beast shop, sooner or later, I will accumulate enough points to redeem that kind of divine beast cub whose birth is a divine spirit. Luyu thought secretly. Spin. He directly opened the system mall. After some keyword screening, a few favored beast cubs with perfect attributes and selling prices were tentatively decided upon. Purple Inferno Emperor Bird, 900 points. Red Flame Dragon, 900 points. Green Luan Inferno, 900 points. Red Lotus Amazing Beast, 900 points. Luyu looked at the system mall and forced down the excitement in his heart as he deeply contemplated. Red Flame Divine Dragon. Just give up. I've contracted the demonic dragon of the demonic dragon species of extinction. The Red Flame Divine Dragon belongs to the Divine Dragon species, although it's strong enough, but it belongs to the innate incompatibility with the Demonic Dragon of Extinction, and when put together they will negatively affect each other. The Red Flame Divine Dragon will try to hunt the world-destroying Demon Dragon by all means. Conversely, the world-destroying Demon Dragon will not be able to help itself and want to devour the Red Flame Divine Dragon completely. Luyu immediately ruled out one option. The world-destroying Demon Dragon is a dragon abandoned by the dragon race. The Red Flame Divine Dragon, however, was a noble of dragons. The two are called natural enemies. Exclude the Red Lotus Amazing Beast as well. It's just too ugly. The Red Lotus Amazing Beast, in its form, resembled a turtle beast, with shallow craters similar to volcanic craters still littering its shell. Luyu is aesthetically normal and can't really accept it. The Green Luan Amazing Bird seems to be good. However, the Green Luan Amazing Bird is closer to people with pure hearts. The compatibility with me is slightly low. Luyu shook his head slightly. He had contracted the world-destroying demon dragon and awakened the SSS-Grade Dark Talent Dark Hell. Nothing to do with purity of mind. Really, if they were incompatible, they would definitely have a negative impact, severely affecting the effectiveness of the Imperial Beast talent, as well as the growth of the favored beast. For the contract of a favored beast, it was never a matter that required immense caution. Finally, it was only then that Luyu looked at the Purple Inferno Emperor Bird. The Purple Inferno Emperor Bird, it's actually an elemental being? Luyu was pleasantly surprised when he looked at the introduction of the Purple Inferno Emperor Bird. He made an instant decision. Purple Inferno Imperial Bird, direct redemption. You have redeemed the favored beast cub Purple Inferno Emperor Bird. 900 points are deducted and 0 points remain. The system tone came. The body is composed of lavender flame. Has extremely clear flame feathers. Purple inflammation composed of tail feathers is slowly drooping. Looks incomparably gorgeous and absolutely beautiful Purple Inferno Imperial Bird, slowly surfaced in front of Luyu. Fresh wash. The Violet Inferno Emperor Bird cocked its head and projected a slightly confused gaze. Too flashy. Luyu took a deep breath. This Purple Inferno Emperor Bird was truly magnificent. It was a beauty beyond race, and even had an ineffable holiness to it. If placed in the ancient times, it is the existence of a national totem, and there will even be rumors that the person chosen by the Purple Yen Emperor Bird will become the emperor. I'm afraid that any living being would not be able to help but feel ashamed of themselves in the face of such an honorable and magnificent Purple Yen Emperor Bird. Luyu saw the body of the Purple Inferno Emperor Bird, which seemed to be swaying gently, and the entire body appeared incomparably illusory. This meant that the body of the Violet Flame Emperor Bird was truly composed entirely of violet flame. When fighting, all of the purple flames that made up the Purple Inferno Emperor Bird could be released with abandon, and could even be withdrawn with a single thought, with virtually no consumption whatsoever. As long as there was a strand of purple flames that had yet to be extinguished, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird would never fall. Purple Inferno Bird, attributes, fire, elemental, level, awakening first order, potential, Holy Spirit second order, talents, 1, inflammation spirit. As an elemental being, the Purple Inflammation Emperor Bird is composed of purple inflammation, and will last forever as long as there is still a strand of purple inflammation present. 2, Purple Yen, the fire of all the honors, can absorb all the fire resources, and even refine all the foreign fire, unlimited strengthening itself. The purple flame will never be extinguished and can be recalled at any time. 3, Imperial Bird. The purple Inferno Imperial Bird symbolizes imperial power and is an incomparably honored being. Any being whose potential is inferior to that of the purple Inferno Imperial Bird will be suppressed by the aura of the purple Inferno Imperial Bird. Skills: 1. Inferno Feather, Amethyst level skill. Releasing a feather made of purple flames with powerful destructive and cutting power. 2. Inflammable Soul, Red Star level skill. Infinite purple inflammation collapses and coalesces, transforming into inflammable Soul Emperor form. All attributes are greatly strengthened. 3. Purple Inflammation Field, Red Star level skill. Constructs a field of flame that scorches everything, can suppress, scorch, and incinerate all enemies within the field. 4. Flame Burial, Red Star level skill. Instantly releases all flames, completely incinerating the enemy's body, soul, and even traces of their existence. Status: healthy, not indentured. Looking at the attributes of the purple Inferno Emperor Bird, Lu Yu's heart became incomparably hot. That's too strong. With the potential of the Holy Spirit second stage, as long as one reaches adulthood and thoroughly develops their potential, they will be able to reach the Holy Spirit second stage along the way. The potential level of the purple Inferno Emperor Bird made Lu Yu very satisfied. Need to know: a Saint Spirit level Imperial Beast was already the strongest existence on the surface of Blue Star. For example, the Summer Kingdom's Jinghua Shenlong was only at the first stage of the Holy Spirit level. In the vast Blue Star, there were only 6 of the most powerful human kingdoms that possessed Holy Spirit level divine beasts that subdued their kingdoms. As long as the purple Inferno Emperor Bird grew up, it would surely surpass the Summer Kingdom's divine dragon of Jinghua. Sessions: as long as Lu Yu lifted his arm, he would be able to establish a 7th kingdom comparable to the 6 great kingdoms, using the purple Yen Emperor Bird as a totem and ascending to the throne as an emperor high above. There are as many as 3 purple Inferno Emperor Bird talents? Lu Yu couldn't help but be staggered, secretly saying, the talent Inflammation Spirit is the racial talent of the purple Inferno Emperor Bird as an elemental being, with its entire body made up of violet inflammation, and if a single strand of flame doesn't go extinguished, the purple Inferno Emperor Bird will be eternally immortal. The talent Purple Flame can absorb all fire resources, even foreign flames for its own use. The talent Emperor Bird? It's more of an emperor's qualification, born with an emperor's might. As long as the potential isn't as good as the purple Inferno Emperor Bird, it will be suppressed. In Lu Yu's opinion, the 3 talents of the purple Inferno Emperor Bird were simply unbeatable. When he looked at the skills of the purple Inferno Emperor Bird, he was even more overwhelmed. There's only 1 amethyst rank skill, and the other 3 are red star ranked? Lu Yu felt marveled. Even the world-destroying demon dragon, at awakening level 1, only had 1 red star rank skill. The other 3 skills, they could all be amethyst grade. Not to mention, the purple Inferno Emperor Bird's only amethyst grade skill was equivalent to the purple Inferno Emperor Bird's normal attack, releasing a feather of flame that cut and burned the opponent. With the purple Inferno Emperor Bird's talent as an elemental being, the fiery feather that was released could be retrieved at any time. If hundreds or thousands of feathers are released instantly, with such power, it was already comparable to a red star level skill. The purple Inferno Emperor Bird has a second form. Once it releases the red star ranked skill Inflamed Soul, it will transform into the Inflamed Soul Emperor and its strength will instantly skyrocket. Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the next purple flame field was a very powerful field technique against the world-destroying demon dragon's Dragon Darkness field. When he saw the last skill of the purple Inferno Emperor Bird, he only felt his mouth dry and his heart pounding. Red star level skill, Flame Burial, instantly release all the purple flames, incinerating the opponent's body, soul, and even all traces of their existence. Lu Yu took a deep breath and secretly said, if it were any other fire-favored beast, if this Flame Burial skill was used, even if it didn't die, it would fall into an extremely weak condition. However, the purple Flame Emperor Bird was an elemental being. Any strand of purple flame had a soul brand, and every strand of purple flame could be withdrawn at any time. This one desperation skill is surprisingly near consumption-free. Many thoughts flashed by. He already knew how heaven-defying the purple Inferno Emperor Bird was. Deeds. Direct deed. Chapter 21, The Imperial Might of the Purple Inferno Imperial Bird. The Peering of the Giant Dragon? Newt. The Violet Yen Emperor Bird felt the connection of the Imperial Beast contract and landed incomparably affectionately on top of Lu Yu's shoulder. The extremely blazing purple flames, however, did not make Lu Yu feel half a bit of burning heat. Instead, he felt very warm. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon roared out in a low voice, but it steeply felt relieved, and that sense of suffocation disappeared. Before Lu Yu formally contracted the purple Inferno Emperor Bird, the transcendent level 10th order world-destroying demon dragon, facing the awakening level 1st order purple Inferno Emperor Bird, unexpectedly felt an invisible sense of suppression, and could only exert 90% of its strength. until the contract was concluded. The relationship between the world-exterminating demon dragon and the purple inferno emperor bird became that of partners. Under Lu Yu's deliberate control, the imperial pressure of the purple inferno emperor bird no longer affected the world-destroying demon dragon, and only then did that invisible suppression dissipate. Roar! The exterminating demon dragon felt very aggrieved. The bloodline and talent that it was so proud of were unexpectedly suppressed by the purple inferno emperor bird. The self-respect of being a demonic dragon was quietly damaged. Lu Yu smiled helplessly and said, "When I sell another favored beast, I will purchase resources for you to enhance your bloodline potential." Roar! Only then did the world-destroying demon dragon nod its head in satisfaction, gently rubbing its head against Lu Yu's palm. Fresh wire. The purple inferno emperor bird looked at the world-destroying demon dragon. A pair of eyes filled with a dignified aura flashed with interest and landed on the head of the world-destroying demon dragon. No matter how much the demonic dragon of extinction struggled, the purple inferno emperor bird wouldn't come down. Ho ho ho! The exterminating demon dragon revealed a pitiful expression. Even though the purple inferno emperor bird wasn't strong right now, sooner or later, it would be upgraded. Under the same level, the strength of the purple inferno emperor bird was definitely stronger than the world-destroying demon dragon. The world-destroying demon dragon could only be humbled, or else it would be subject to old sins in the future. Lu Yu helplessly shrugged his shoulders and expressed his love. Although he could give direct orders, why bother interfering with the interactions between favored beasts? He glanced at the purple inferno emperor bird and couldn't help but feel surprised. The appearance of the violet yen emperor bird was undoubtedly very honorable and magnificent. Is it actually a dark character? On the contrary, the demon dragon of extinction, with its handsome and hideous appearance, and always a majestic and powerful image of a demon dragon to the outside world. At this moment, it was like an aggravated bag. Purple inferno emperor bird, come over here. Lu Yu beckoned, and when the purple inferno emperor bird flew into mid-air, he directly summoned the SSS-Grade imperial beast talent Godslayer Heavenly Flame. It was the same purple heavenly flame, but it caused the purple inferno emperor bird to feel infinite longing. In terms of level, the god-slaying heavenly flame is countless times higher than the purple flame. Even the gods will be slain. Wisps and wisps of god-slaying heavenly flame were continuously integrated into the body of the purple yen emperor bird, and the color of the feathers of the purple yen emperor bird actually deepened a touch as it immersed itself under the process of absorbing the god-slaying heavenly flame. It wasn't until the purple inferno emperor bird reached the 10th stage of the awakening class that Lu Yu stopped actively supplying it, and the next time the purple inferno roar bird wanted to break through the realm, it would have to autonomously go and absorb the source power of the god-slaying heavenly flame. More than the instant battle power of the favored beasts, Lu Yu wanted to develop the potential of the favored beasts to the fullest. Roar! The exterminating demon dragon looked outside the petting beast shop and suddenly let out a low roar. A pair of dragon eyes were filled with indifference. Lu Yu looked over and vaguely detected a wisp of blistering wind blowing by, which then dissipated without a trace, and he couldn't help but frown, saying, "What did you find?" Roar! Roar! The exterminating demon dragon's eyes were cold, indicating that he had just detected the aura of a giant dragon. That blast of wind was manipulated by none other than the dragon. As a demonic dragon, it would never make a mistake in its sense of the giant dragon clan. A dragon's prying eyes? Lu Yu's expression was cold as he instantly surmised the truth that the only three major dragon royal family in the Summer Kingdom had the means to stably contract the giant dragon species. Among the three royal dragon families, only the Lu family was located in the magic capital and was still associated with Lu Yu. Finally, you can't sit still? Lu Yu revealed a look of interest and laughed. Extinction demon dragon, perhaps you can have your first meal of dragon meat. Roar! The eyes of the demon destroyer dragon were filled with longing. Magic City, downtown, a luxurious villa with a garden full of various plants. A hideous dragon with a reddish body, close to 20 meters in size, was lazily lounging. Lu Hongda walked in quickly and couldn't help but show a look of awe as he looked at the red dragon that exuded a powerful aura. As a steward of one of the royal dragon families, the Lu family under the lineage of the family head, Lu Hongda was well aware that this red dragon was the royal beast of that family head. Even the head of the royal dragon family could only contract a giant dragon. In terms of the number of contracted imperial beasts, the dragon master was far inferior to the orthodox imperial beast master, but any dragon master possessed a very honorable status. After all, the dragons contracted by a dragon master were at least of the megalosaurus species. Any giant dragon would be able to crush several imperial beasts of the same level and easily cross the level of challenge. Lu Hongda, as part of the Lu family, had also contracted a giant dragon species. It was a blizzard flying dragon, and an adult was a dimming moon rank. He himself was a flourishing star 8th ranked imperial beast master, and the blistering wind flying dragon was naturally stuck at flourishing star 10th rank. Even so, facing a true dimming moon ranked imperial beast, the blasted wind flying dragon could easily defeat it in battle. Lu Hongda bowed respectfully to the massive red dragon, walked to the gazebo in the garden, and bowed. My lord mother. Under the gazebo, there was a noblewoman dressed in luxurious clothes, with a well-maintained face and light makeup. She was the wife of the Lu family's current generation of family head, Su Yaji. Say it. Su Yaji surveyed the manicure on her hand and indifferently said, over the years, I have only let you be responsible for one thing, and that is to monitor Lu Yu, that little man. His parents' assets are always unaccounted for. Do you, however, have any clues? Lu Hongda choked a bit and respectfully knelt on the ground. He was well aware of how cruel the methods of this gorgeous woman in front of him were. Reporting back to Madam. I don't have a clue about Lu Yu's parents' assets yet, Lu Hongda hurriedly said. What I would like to report is that Lu Yu has opened a favored beast store in the vicinity of the Magic City Imperial Beast University. Lu Yu himself has even reawakened his royal beast talent, and has also contracted a subspecies black dragon. What? Su Yaji stood up suddenly. Her eyes flashed with icy killing intent as she said in a cold voice, not only has he awakened the talent of the imperial beasts, but he has also contracted a subspecies black dragon? What has happened to Lu Yu's body? Lu Yu's talent origin was clearly extracted. Ha! He still dares to contract a subspecies black dragon as a favored beast. This is simply an insult to our Lu family bloodline. Lu Hongda didn't dare to say that. Based on his observation, what Lu Yu had contracted was most likely a giant dragon species, or perhaps even the bloodline of a demon dragon. Su Yaji slowly took a step, her feet in expensive high heels, stepping on Lu Hongda's head, and said indifferently, no matter what Lu Yu's parents left behind, since he dared to become a royal beast master, he can't be kept. Do you hear me? Lu Hongda respectfully said, I will kill Lu Yu tonight, and whatever secrets he is hiding, I will find them and offer them to Madam. Chapter 22 Xinjin Blizzard Flying Dragon. Dragon Dark Realm Rises. Nightfall. Lu Yu was lounging on the sofa, and the demon extinguishing dragon was lying down beside him, resting its head on his arm in an incomparably well-behaved manner. The purple Yen Emperor bird was lounging on the back of the dragon, its gorgeous tail feathers hanging down on the sofa. Suddenly, bang! The glass door of the petting store shattered. Lu Yu slowly stood up, his eyes as cold as glaciers. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a low roar, its eyes filled with extreme berserk killing intent, staring tightly at the middle-aged man who was driving the blizzard flying dragon outside the favored beast shop. Lu Yu recognized this person, the butler of the Lu family line of the royal dragon family, Lu Hongda, a powerful dragon master of the 8th rank of the prosperous star class. Lu Yu directly retrieved the purple Inferno Emperor bird back into the imperial beast space. The realm of the purple Inferno Emperor bird was only at the 10th rank of awakening, so it would easily be harmed when faced with a traditional star grade 8th ranked imperial dragon master. Lu Yu looked at Lu Hongda and revealed a hint of a smile as he laughed. So impatient? During the day, Lu Hongda revealed himself. At nightfall, he came directly with the dragon. It's so true that you don't want to waste any time. Lu Hongda stood on the back of the blizzard flying dragon, overlooking Lu Yu standing in the doorway, and said in a cold voice, after you separated from the family, you could have lived an ordinary life. You could have gone to a liberal arts college, and the family wouldn't have paid attention to you as a pathetic mole cricket anymore. But you should have never awakened the royal beast talent and presumed to become a royal beast master. What arrogance, to think that you can control everything, and when you find an existence beyond your control, you are impatient to come and destroy it? Lu Yu only felt amused and laughed coldly. One of the 3 great imperial dragon families, the Lu family. From the time I broke away from the Lu family, I have long made up my mind that one day, I will make the Lu family completely destroyed. Overthrow the Lu family? As if Lu Hongda had heard a great joke, he said indifferently, with you, a punk who had his talent origin tapped? Just by virtue of the Lu family, you're also worthy of digging up my talent origin? Lu Yu laughed out coldly. I don't know how you awakened the gift of the sentinel, but you must have paid an unbearable price. Let me guess, you surrendered your loyalty and faith to the angels? Or, you traded your soul to a demon? Lu Hongda looked straight at Lu Yu, trying to see a crack in Lu Yu's demeanor. It is not impossible to recover from the tapping of the talent essence. The vast world of the imperial beasts was meant to have infinite possibilities. If Lu Yu hadn't become a royal beast master and made Su Yaji feel a hint of threat, Lu Hongda wouldn't have come directly to kill Lu Yu. Noticing that Lu Yu's expression remained unchanged, Lu Hongda looked at the world-destroying demon dragon beside Lu Yu, revealing a dawning realization and said, I see. You offered everything to the demon dragon and became the demon dragon's most loyal slave. Am I right? What's it to you? Lu Yu's brows furrowed and his tone was cold. Not to mention that Lu Hongda was only one of the housekeepers of the family head's lineage. Even if the current head of the Lu family, that nominal adoptive father, came to inquire in person, Lu Yu wouldn't explain a single word more. You shouldn't have gotten involved with the demon dragon. Lu Hongda released a biting killing intent and said in a cold voice, "You should know that giant dragons and devil dragons are arch-enemies. If you left the Lu family, the family head is not without tolerance. He is still willing to let you live. Your collusion with the demonic dragon is a betrayal of the Lu family and the giant dragon clan." Betrayal? Lu Yu laughed, his expression icy cold. He recalled the scene 12 years ago, when he was tapped for his talent origin, and coldly said, "I told you long ago that I would let the Lu family be completely destroyed. I also never felt that I was a member of the Lu family. As for the giant dragons, perhaps, the giant dragons are a high and mighty race in your eyes, but in my eyes, it's nothing more than food." Unbridled, Lu Hongda was enraged, completely unable to hold down his killing intent, and coldly said, delusively trying to overthrow the Lu family, and daring to desecrate the giant dragon clan, "You deserve to die. Even without the order of the Master Mother, I will still let you die without a burial place." Who? The blizzard flying dragon roared in anger. It also understood Lu Yu's words. Its dragon eyes flashed with blazing killing intent. Countless wild winds surrounded the blizzard flying dragon, reflecting the blizzard flying dragon in a majestic manner, as if it was a monarch of the wind. Countless sharp blades of wind instantly condensed. Lu Yu's expression was calm, facing hundreds of wind blades, but he was incomparably calm. Lu Hongda evoked a hint of a smile and laughed out loud. "I've been spying on you all along. Even though you've awakened your talent and contracted a demonic dragon descendant, you've only just become a royal beast master, right? In the face of my blast flying dragon, you won't even be able to put up a shred of resistance." Yes? Lu Yu was very bashful and looked straight at Lu Hongda, saying, "Blast flying dragon? One of the weakest giant dragon species. It's just a low-grade ingredient." "Shut up." Lu Hongda was instantly offended. The blizzard flying dragons were indeed the weakest of the several giant dragon races, and it took an adult to reach the first rank of the Dimming Moon. However, contracting the giant dragon clan and becoming an honorable dragon master was something Lu Hongda was most proud of, so how could he allow an insult? The power of the Imperial Beast talent was mobilized in an instant. B-level talent, Hurricane, hundreds of wind blades, becoming even more violent, shot in a spiral shape, as if they wanted to shatter Lu Yu into pieces. Die. Lu Hongda's killing intent was awe-inspiring, but he suddenly froze. Why did Lu Yu remain unmoved in the face of the surging wind blades? Why isn't he afraid? Why doesn't he tremble? Why doesn't he beg for mercy? How can he be so calm? There was even a hint of disdain in that pair of dark eyes. Boom! A horrible explosion came. Lu Hongda's pupils narrowed in shock. This is the demon dragon. In his line of sight, a pair of immense bone wings that were steaming black completely enveloped Lu Yu. Hundreds of wind blades collided and cut, but left no trace on the bone wings. When the bone wings unfolded, Lu Yu stood indifferently. Behind Lu Yu, there stood a demonic dragon that reached a height of over 10 meters and emitted a terrifying spectral aura. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a dragon roar filled with infinite killing intent, and its pair of eyes were even filled with extreme tyranny. Lu Hongda trembled slightly, as if he saw the ultimate darkness in the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon. Lu Yu slowly stepped away and indifferently said, "Lu Hongda, since you know about that year, I will use the most furious means to make you completely fall." Boom! Endless dark source power, all hidden in the blackness of the night, several kilometers around. No matter what kind of elements and yuan qi, they all instantly became incomparably violent, and in the boundless darkness, Lu Hongda regained some consciousness. Looking at the horrifying scene that was like a hell, his heart and mind stopped, and his body trembled with difficulty in restraining himself. Domain. This is the dragon's domain. Lu Hongda lost his voice. How could the demonic dragon descendant that you contracted possess the dragon's domain? A demonic dragon descendant, at most, is comparable to a megalosaurus species, and this demonic dragon descendant is still only at the 10th stage of the transcendent rank. The dragon's domain, that's a power that only true divine dragon species and demonic dragon species can master. He looked over his shoulder and thought of a possibility, and that feeling of dread took over completely. When did I say that I contracted a descendant of a demon dragon? Lu Yu's tone was indifferent as he said, "You remember, this is a demonic dragon species that feeds on giant dragons, exterminating demonic dragon." Countless raging darkness completely drowned Lu Hongda. Roar! The blizzard flying dragon tried to drive the wind elementals, but found that all of them were suppressed, and it couldn't mobilize a single ounce of power at all. It became a luxury for the blast flying dragon to even move. When it presumptuously tried to struggle, it met a pair of cold and brutal dragon eyes, and the hideous sharp hoof claws pierced through the head of the blizzard flying dragon, and dragon's blood spurted out from the wound. Hooray! The blizzard flying dragon's consciousness became thin, but its last remaining light saw the exterminating demon dragon open its bloody dragon's mouth, continuously swallowing the dragon's blood that it spewed out. and its indifferent and brutal dragon's eyes unexpectedly revealed a hint of comfort. In despair, the blast-flying dragon died completely. On the other side, Lu Hongda smashed to the ground. His body was incredibly tattered and corroded by the dark breath, and there was not a single piece of intact skin on his body. Lu Hongda stared at the dead Blastoise-flying dragon in a daze, feeling the dissolution of the Imperial Beast contract. And when he saw the world-destroying demon dragon gulping down the blood and flesh of the Blastoise-flying dragon, Lu Hongda's self-respect as an Imperial Dragon Master was even more trampled into pieces. Lu Yu looked down at Lu Hongda and slowly said, "Die." He raised his foot, aimed at Lu Hongda's head, and stomped down hard, until he died. Lu Hongda could not believe that he had been crushed so easily by Lu Yu. Achievement reached, kill an Imperial Beast Master enemy. Reward, a random type of red-starred resource. Are you receiving? Yes/no. Chapter 23 Bear Star Level Resources. Demon Heart. A random kind of red star level resource? Lu Yu's mind was shaken. Any piece of red star grade resources could be second only to Xianyao grade, and many times more precious than diamond grade or amethyst grade resources. In the system mall, exchanging a red star level resource would require at least 500 points. Pick up. Lu Yu didn't hesitate for half a second and directly chose to receive it. He looked at the world-destroying demon dragon not far away and secretly rose in anticipation. If possible, Lu Yu naturally preferred that the randomized red star ranked resources would be just right for the world-destroying demon dragon to use. You have obtained the red star resource Devil's Heart. Devil's Heart, a red star level resource that contains all the dark senses of an adult devil lord. Throughout his life, after giving it to a darkness pet beast, depending on the degree of absorption of the enlightenment, it can allow one or more darkness amethyst level skills to morph into red star level. Lu Yu immediately inquired about the system mall and found that the price of the Devil's Heart in the mall was 500 points. He sold 2 favored beast cubs to earn 600 points. Just killing Lu Hongda and getting a red star level resource worth 500 points that happened to still be suitable for the exterminating demon dragon was definitely an unexpected blessing. Not far. Who hiccup. The exterminating demon dragon burped. The several meter tall blast flying dragon had already been eaten mostly by it. The exterminating demon dragon cozily shrunk in size, reverting to its half-meter tall juvenile dragon form. Lu Yu walked over and collected the rest of the blizzard flying dragon's body and said helplessly, "I'll keep the rest of the dragon meat for you. If you're hungry, go to the Imperial Beast space and eat it yourself." He was also relieved that the previously promised feast of dragon meat had finally been honored. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon rubbed against Lu Yu's thigh affectionately and squinted its eyes comfortably. Blast flying dragon is a great flavor. Lu Yu helplessly shook his head and handled the scene as fast as he could. Looking at the broken street, he couldn't help but frown slightly and directly called Luo Tianyan, saying, "I had a fight in front of the pet store. The ground is broken a little bit seriously. Come over to deal with it. I'm going to go and take a rest first." He ignored Luo Tianyan's reaction and directly hung up the phone, yawning through the broken glass door and casually waving his hand to restore it as if nothing had happened. Within the area of the pet store, he is just unbeatable and can do many incredible things. 10 minutes later, Luo Tianyan rode the tall red flame wolf king to the entrance of the pet store. He saw the closed glass door of the pet store and didn't complain. When Luo Tianyan saw the nearly wrecked street that reeked of pungent blood, his heart couldn't help but stop half a beat as he said in shock, "What kind of horrific battle has destroyed the street like this?" When he stepped into it, he only felt the extreme darkness, and his mind became incredibly depressed, secretly saying, "What a terrifying aura of darkness. Is this the demonic dragon of the predecessor striking? Wait, this is..." Seeing the puddle of blood that spread over 10 meters, Luo Tianyan gently pursed up a trace with his finger and said in shock, "This is the blood of a purebred giant dragon. This is the blast-flying dragon from the giant dragon species. There seems to be some leftover scraps of flesh remaining." He instantly brainstormed the battle scene, and there wasn't any trace of demon dragon blood on the ground, indicating that it was a one-sided crushing. After being strongly defeated, the blast-flying dragon was reduced to a blood meal for the exterminating demon dragon. Just thinking about it, Luo Tianyan couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, incomparably glad that he had brought Luo Zhe to make amends and follow up with Lu Yu to establish contact. Otherwise, if the Luo family had incurred such a brutal enemy, they might be completely destroyed in the future. Blast flying dragon. Really is the Lu family one of the imperial dragon families? Luo Tianyan seemed to think of something and couldn't help but fall silent, secretly saying, "It seems that's senior in the Lu family. This is immortal." Since he had already taken sides, Luo Tianyan would not regret it. After all, no matter how strong the Lu family was, it was impossible for the cultivated dragons to be exiled. On the contrary, Lu Yu was practically able to change Luo Tianyan's fate. Unless it's a top-tier giant dragon species, it can't even compare to my red flame chicken. Luo Tianyan shook his head and secretly said, "Top-tier giant dragon species. That's a precious giant dragon that can only be contracted by the highest tier of the Lu family, as long as I'm given a little time. When the red flame chicken grows up by absorbing the many foreign fires, under the same level, even if it's a top-tier giant dragon species, it's still not without a fighting chance. Not to mention, the Luo family also has Luo Jingqing, who has contracted an ice fox that is comparable to the red flame chicken, which can absorb and refine foreign ice for its own use. Even more so, the goblins of Ran's pact will surely create an immensely powerful race. Luo Tianyan could completely foresee that the future Luo family, under the support of the three of them, would grow into a powerful family comparable to the royal dragon family. Would he regret it? Luo Tianyan didn't hesitate for a second longer and dialed the phone for the Luo family to send people to clean and repair the streets, with the royal beast masters who contracted water and earth pet beasts being the main ones. After a busy night, the whole street was as neat as new, as if nothing had happened. Elder, I have completed the task you explained to me. Luo Tianyan bowed respectfully to the favored beast store and then turned to leave. The next day, Lu Yu slowly woke up and realized that the exterminating demon dragon was not beside him, but was in the imperial beast space, guarding the remaining half of the blast flying dragon's dragon body. Whenever he felt hungry, he nibbled on a few bites of dragon meat, revealing a look of immense satisfaction. Fake. The purple yen emperor bird was disgusted and stayed far away. Lu Yu was speechless for a while and secretly said, "Isn't the exterminating demon dragon a bit protective of its food?" He touched the world-destroying demon dragon with his mind. Roar! Sensing Lu Yu's intention, the demonic dragon of extinction immediately revealed a look of surprise and directly flew away from the body of the blizzard-flying dragon. It seems that I misunderstood the exterminating demon dragon. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. With the appearance of the world-destroying demon dragon, how could he be half protective of his food? Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was about to leave the imperial beast space immediately. Wait! With a slight movement of his mind, Lu Yu tuned in that demon's heart and floated it in front of the world-destroying demon dragon's eyes. Still thumping, the hideous and terrifying pitch-black heart gave birth to an incomparable longing in the demon dragon of extinction. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon raised its dragon head and exuded a pitiful look, as if to say, "Master, do you really want to give me food? You eat." Lu Yu laughed. "Haven't you always wanted to raise your strength? This devil's heart will be able to raise your skill levels, as long as all of your skills reach the red star level, and with a little more effort, breaking through the potential level to the Holy Spirit grade 1 should not be a problem." Roar! The exterminating demon dragon was incredibly excited. Holy Spirit level. It couldn't help but glance at the violet flame emperor bird. If its own potential reached the Holy Spirit level, it wouldn't be weaker than the violet flame emperor bird even under the same level. In the world-destroying demonic dragon's view, it was Lu Yu's initial favored beast. That was the eldest brother in the Imperial Beasts team. How could it be weaker than the later purple Inferno Emperor bird? It must be stubbed out. But, Lu Yu was about to say that this devil's heart, after all, was all the senses of a demon lord, and must be filled with the will of extreme darkness and brutality, so one should still be cautious when absorbing it. The world-destroying demon dragon was impatient and directly opened its hideous dragon's mouth, devouring the devil's heart into its stomach. At once, countless cruel and bloody tyrannies, containing a demon lord, all the senses of the way of darkness, all surged into the soul of the demon dragon of extinction. Chapter 24, Skill Metamorphosis. Evil demon dragon eyes, demon dragon body. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon roared out in a low voice, and a pair of pitch-black dragon eyes flashed with the color of pain and tyranny. Lu Yu was very helpless. He hadn't even finished his sentence when the demon-extinguishing dragon swallowed the devil's heart, and was instantly rebuffed by the devil's heart. Any demon lord was synonymous with cruelty and tyranny, and was born with an incomparable affinity with the demon realm, and could easily sense the rules of the demon realm. He was even favored by the devil realm, and had his own lord's fiefdom, commanding countless demons, and with a single thought, he could open the realm channel of the devil realm, invading and slaughtering other worlds at will. The selling price of a demon lord's cub, in the system, was as high as 570 points, which was only 30 points lower than that of the world-destroying demon dragon. This meant that the demon lord's bitterness was almost no less than that of an exterminating demon dragon, both of the same level of existence, and an adult was an overlord class 10th rank. Lu Yu had read in his high school's history textbook that 300 years ago, the Devil Realm passage opened, and unlike the Goblin's instant annihilation, after the Devil Realm passage opened, that Devil War had almost exterminated a powerful country comparable to Xia. That one Demon Realm passage, which opened up in the ancient kingdom of the elves, caused infinite slaughter and even created a fallen race of the Demon Realm, the Dark Elves. Even if the Realm passage was eventually sealed, the Elven ancient kingdom was unable to withstand the losses of the war, falling too many strong people, and under the green and yellow, it completely fell. The Devil's Heart. as an incomparably precious red star level resource, contained a devil lord with all the senses of darkness. There were so many tyrannical emotions in it that even the world-destroying demon dragon could barely withstand them. Roar! Even though its wool was drenched, the demon destroyer dragon still triggered the battle instinct of a demon dragon to fight against the demonic wool left behind in the heart of the demon. The dragon darkness domain instantly unfolded, and the deep, pitch-black source power flowed through the domain, eventually converging on the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. Even so, the demonic dragon of extinction still felt unaffordable, and endless tyrannical evil flowed through the eyes of the demonic dragon. Boom! A great and brutal dragon soul emerged from the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. It was only after breaking through the transcendent level that the world-ending demon dragon was able to comprehend the red star level skill, the demon dragon's soul, which was enough to exterminate the souls of the dragons. Luyu could clearly see that a large amount of brutal demonic power was enveloping the demonic dragon's soul, seemingly murmuring and polluting. It's only been a few days since the birth of the exterminating demon dragon. After all, Luyu couldn't help but sigh. The devil's heart, however, contains a devil lord's senses for 1,000 years and 10,000 years. With the strength of the world-destroying demon dragon's transcendent mortal 10th stage, it is still not too difficult to completely refine it. He made a quick judgment. If the demon-destroying dragon wanted to completely refine the devil's heart, it would take at least half a month. In the meantime, there is even more unspeakable pain to be endured. To this, he had expected it. The dark system, by nature, was the most cruel and tyrannical attribute. A red star level dark system resource. If one wanted to completely refine it, would they not pay a price? Luyu took a deep breath, a pair of pitch black eyes, but the extreme darkness emerged, as well as the extreme demonic intent. The terrifying dark hell instantly surfaced, completely suppressing the demonic power emanating from the devil's heart, and even the remnants of the devil's soul. Even the demon lords, with their profound demonic intent, were as weak as ants when faced with the dark hell. Ho ho ho! The world-destroying demon dragon instantly came to its senses, filled with a look of fear. Eat! Luyu sighed helplessly and poured the demonic source power, which had become much milder after the refinement of the dark inferno, into the world-destroying demonic dragon in full. Ho ho ho! The exterminating demon dragon was incomparably surprised, frantically absorbing the demonic source power and the large amount of senses contained within it, and from time to time, it looked at him with delight, as if to say, "Master is just awesome." I don't know how much time has passed. The world-destroying demon dragon closed its eyes, and its dragon body and soul were wrapped in demonic source power, as if it was a terrifying demon god from the abyss, and some sort of marvelous metamorphosis transformed in the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. With the last trace of demonic origin, it was all absorbed by the world-destroying demon dragon as much as it could. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a low roar that was unrestrained, but a pair of eyes were as if they were demons, filled with evil and brutal intentions, and above the dark and hideous dragon body, it was entwined with an incomparable darkness. The exterminating demon dragon you contracted has completely refined the red star level resource devil's heart, and the dark dragon eyes metamorphosed into evil demon dragon eyes. The demonic dragon's body metamorphosed into the demonic dragon's body. Evil dragon eyes, red star level skill, contains endless evil demonic intent eyes, contains the tyrannical cruelty of the evil dragon's might. A gaze can kill the soul, and even inflict endless spiritual pollution. Demonic dragon body, red star level skill, boundless darkness power and demonic power pouring into the dragon body. This is a terrifying dragon body that contains extreme evil and is incomparably powerful. Luyu looked at the system prompts and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Refining a devil's heart created 2 red star ranked skills, evil devil dragon eyes and devil dragon body. Even the world-destroying demon dragon seemed to have produced some sort of change, its hideous pitch-black dragon body tainted with a bit of evil madness. Roar! Feeling the changes in himself, the world-destroying demon dragon couldn't help but reveal a naive smile, grinning his dragon's mouth and giggling, already able to fantasize about establishing hegemony in Luyu's Imperial Beasts team in the future. A latecomer? Will never exist. Luyu looked at the state of the demon-extinguishing dragon and sighed helplessly, but he was also relieved. It seemed that the demon-extinguishing dragon had not been affected, only a small change in its life form, but it could not affect its mind. The devil's heart has been completely refined and purified by me. Where are the negative effects left? Luyu realized, for the SSS-Grade Royal Beast talent Dark Hell, and a lot more understanding, only to feel that this Royal Beast talent really is heaven-defying incomparable. Not to mention demon lords. I'm afraid that any existence that ruled over darkness would only end up being completely suppressed in front of the dark hell. Unfortunately, the destructive dragon's breath has not transformed, and remains at the amethyst level. According to Luyu's senses, the destructive dragon's breath had also absorbed quite a lot of demonic origin. reaching the threshold of metamorphosis. And as the destructive demonic dragon grew, it would be able to produce metamorphosis sooner or later in the future as well. The demon destroyer dragon rubbed against Lu Yu's trouser waist. Drool seemed to be coming out of the corners of his mouth as he looked at him blearily, as if to say, demon origin is so delicious. Does master still have any more? No more. Lu Yu didn't have the heart to say. You should first properly cultivate the destruction dragon breath, and while there are still remnants of the power of the demon origin, metamorphose the destruction dragon breath to the red star level as well. Roar! The exterminating demon dragon was a bit lost. When you metamorphose the destructive dragon breath to the red star level, you'll be ahead of the purple inferno emperor bird in terms of skills. Lu Yu smiled faintly. The purple inferno emperor bird also has another skill that is amethyst grade. Howl! The world-destroying demon dragon glared, suddenly fighting spirit, and came into Lu Yu's imperial beast space, wantonly releasing and cultivating the destructive dragon breath, with all the aftermath being absorbed and suppressed by the dark inferno. Lu Yu was dumbfounded. In fact, he did not say one thing. The purple inferno emperor bird's inferno feather seems to be an amethyst level skill, but the purple inferno emperor bird's own special characteristics as an elemental life, destined to be inferno feather power, will be comparable to the red star level. However, it was a good thing that the exterminating demon dragon was so good at fooling around. Looking at the scene of the world-destroying demon dragon's arduous cultivation, Lu Yu could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. Who would mind their favorite beast being too strong? The stronger the exterminating demon dragon was, the better for sure. Chapter 25 Ponies driving big cars. Kobolds starting to multiply. Roar! Within the imperial beast space, the exterminating demon dragon was still spewing out dragon breath without restriction. Any mouthful of dragon's breath contained extreme destructive intent that could instantly kill a prosperous star-level favored beast. As the world-destroying demon dragon continued to adapt, the destruction dragon breath was vaguely tainted with a strand of demonic intent in addition to the raging destructive intent. Lu Yu estimated that as the world-exterminating demon dragon completely fused with this demonic will, the amethyst grade skill destructive dragon's breath would then truly transform. The transcendent mortal grade 10th ranked imperial beast space reached 100,000 square meters. Such a huge imperial beast space was already comparable to an unusual dimming moon rank 10th stage. Accommodating the exterminating demon dragon and the purple inferno emperor bird was naturally not a problem. At this moment, the purple inferno emperor bird was not far away, quietly watching the world-destroying demon dragon's arduous cultivation. From time to time, she exudes elegance and splendor, as if she were a princess. Lu Yu, however, could tell that the purple yen emperor bird unconsciously exuded majesty and nobility, more like an emperor. Elemental life can be called the most mysterious form of life. The world only knows that elemental life is born in nature. Rivers, lakes and seas, mountains, rivers, thunder and fire, all of which may give birth to consciousness and thus become elemental life. Lu Yu kept thinking deeply and secretly said, the purple inferno emperor bird, undoubtedly, is a powerful foreign fire that gave birth to life and transformed into a favored beast. However, the temperament of the purple inferno emperor bird is just too special. Perhaps there are other factors that contributed to the birth of the purple inferno emperor bird? Many thoughts flashed through him as he stared earnestly at the purple inferno emperor bird. Phew! The purple inferno emperor bird blinked and flew to Lu Yu's shoulder, its head with a strand of gorgeous purple plumes gently rubbing against Lu Yu's cheek. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile, touching the purple inferno emperor bird's rooted and distinct, as if it was a work of art. The many thoughts dissipated into thin air. He could clearly feel the childish ignorance emanating from the purple inferno emperor bird, and even more so, he truly regarded him as a father, an emotion that was incomparably real. So that's enough. Magic City. Luo family. Inside the courtyard of a villa, Luo Tianyan. Luo Jingqing was kicked out and said in shame through the fence, "Who are you to kick me out? I'm your sister." Ahem. Luo Tianyan stood at the other end of the fence and couldn't help but cough awkwardly. "Ron and I have important business. It's not appropriate for you to stay here." Ha! Luo Jingqing gave a petulant hum and said rather disdainfully, "What kind of important thing? Isn't it just to help the goblin pony drive the big car and go breed with those transcendent level, or even prosperous star-level female imperial beasts? Do you really think I don't know anything? Okay, you're the smartest, okay?" Luo Tianyan was rather helpless, completely caught by Luo Jingqing. For this sister, Luo Tianyan had doted on her since she was a child. The rebellious sister is still a big girl on the outside, and many of the family elders have praised Luo Jingqing. Luo Tianyan, however, knew that as long as she was at home, Luo Jingqing would show her petulant side. Luo Jingqing just turned 18 this year, but also awakened no less than his A-class Imperial Beast talent, embarked on the road of the Imperial Beast Master, but also fell into the water spirit looks beautiful. For Luo Tianyan, there was no longer the adoration that he had felt as a child, making him despondent. Although Luo Tianyan was helpless, in the face of his own sister, he still couldn't bear to speak harshly inside. In short, you are still young now. The scene of the goblin reproduction, you can't look at it yet, got it? I'm not little anymore. Luo Jingqing hummed lightly and unconsciously straightened her chest, which was not only quite weighty, but also trembled slightly, saying, it's not just imperial beast breeding. I don't care to see it yet. Luo Tianyan lazily ignored her and solemnly said, a kobold's special talent can create a community, and in the future, after I become the head of the family, the community created by the kobolds will be the foundation of my Luo family. You, a little girl family, don't make trouble, okay? Got it. Luo Jingqing hummed, what about my ice fox? We can't just train the goblins and ignore my little ice fox, right? Don't worry, I've already ordered foreign ice and foreign fire from the clan's resource hall. Whether it's the ice fox, or the red flame chicken, they will all be cultivated today. Luo Tianyan said, glanced at his cell phone, and said joyfully, well, the resources of foreign ice and foreign fire have arrived. Really? Luo Jingqing revealed a look of surprise as she instantly summoned her pet beast, the ice fox, and led it directly to the Luo family's resource hall. Luo Tianyan, however, didn't follow and turned around to return to the compound. Many traces of madness still remained throughout the compound, and the Red Flame Wolf King immediately greeted him. Luo Tianyan looked at the goblin and couldn't help but show pity. The kobold, in a large zigzag, lay in a limp ball on the ground, as if he had lost all vitality, and looked even thinner, with deep black circles under his eyes emerging on his face, and his lips so dry they were about to crack. Not far away from the kobolds, 5 transcendent class female favored beasts and 3 prosperous star class female favored beasts. These female favored beasts, with different races, monkey race, pig race, wolf race, tiger race. Among them, there is also a sub-dragon species of extreme ice lizard. If it wasn't for the Red Flame Wolf King's suppression, it wouldn't have let the kobolds have their way at all. Luo Tianyan was also helpless. The race of goblins was just too weak. There were no favored beasts that even looked at it. These few female favored beasts were considered less defiant. After taking the specific medication, the bellies of these female favored beasts were slightly bulging with a look of shame and indignation visible to the naked eye. Even Luo Tianyan couldn't help but show an apologetic expression as he helplessly said, when the goblin grows up in the future, he will definitely treat you well. Several female favored beasts, all ignored. Kobolds getting stronger? How is that possible? Luo Tianyan didn't say anything. Many imperial beasts had a simple view of choosing a mate, and would inherently gravitate towards more powerful existences. In the future, when the kobolds grew into the dimming moon level, obsidian level, or even the monarch level, these female favored beasts that were the first to give birth to the kobolds' heirs would definitely not regret it. Young master, Ron walked over and saluted respectfully. Use all those prepared resources. It's best to let these female favored beasts give birth to their cubs today, Luo Tianyan ordered. Yes. Ron respectfully voiced out the special resources prepared to accelerate the molding of the cubs, and gave them to a few female favored beasts that were successfully impregnated. The kobold's special talent, called reproduction. In the case that the potential and strength are lower than these female favored beasts, the cubs born will inherit the mother's race. In turn, purebred kobolds will be born, inheriting the potential of the kobolds themselves. Ron explained carefully, saying, as long as one is a kobold's heir and possesses the kobold's bloodline, whether it's potential or strength, a portion of it will be fed back to the kobold, allowing the kobold to become infinitely stronger. Aha! Luo Tianyan had long known that the kobold's special talent, but he still marveled at the magic of the reproduction talent, which simply defied the laws of reproduction of pet beasts. After these favored beasts give birth to their cubs, the cubs are directly placed in the Luo family's subordinate favored beast stores, or directly allowed to be contracted for free by the geniuses of those affiliated families. Luo Tianyan said in a deep voice, in the early stages, it is necessary to let the kobolds grow up quickly regardless of the investment. And you, the royal beast master level must also be raised. It must not limit the growth of the kobolds. Is that clear? Yes. Ron nodded respectfully as he looked at Luo Tianyan, determination and gratitude flashing in the depths of his eyes. If he hadn't become Luo Tianyan's beloved, I'm afraid he would never have had the chance to take revenge. Now, with the contracted goblin, just waiting for a little growth, he could completely expose the goblin's special talent to the Luo family, directly utilizing the Luo family's resources to quickly become stronger. Sessions, even if the previous head of the family had stepped in, it wouldn't have helped. You don't need to thank me. Luo Tianyan shook his head. You just need to know that if it wasn't for Elder Lu, you would never have had the chance to contract a goblin. Even for me, It was only because of Elder Lu's favor that I was able to contract the Red Flame Chicken and have the chance to become a top-tier royal beast master. Saying so, Luo Tianyan's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of hope. He was well aware of his own talent, awakening the A-grade imperial beast talent. Although it was considered a genius, but he cooperated with the Luo family's full cultivation to have the chance to become a monarch-level imperial beast master before his end of life. After becoming a monarch, the way forward was completely cut off. Contracting the Red Flame Chicken allowed Luo Tianyan to see the opportunity to achieve top-tier monarch, and even break through to the hegemony level. Chapter 26, Foreign Fire Ranking, Foreign Ice Ranking, Evolution of Imperial Beast Talent. As the Luo family's internalized young family head, Luo Tianyan was very sober. He knew profoundly that no matter how high your potential was, it had to be turned into strength in order to be meaningful. The Luo family is not ironclad, and my position as the young head of the family has not been decided. So until I have enough strength, no matter if it's the Red Flame Chicken, the Goblin, or the Ice Fox's specialties, there can't be any leakage, Luo Tianyan solemnly said. Ron responded respectfully, looking solemnly towards the female-favored beasts not far away, whose bellies continued to grow larger. Anticipating the potential of the kobolds to be enhanced after the birth of these cubs, go tend to the pet beasts. I'll have the Red Flame Wolf King assist you from the side, Luo Tianyan said with a serious expression. He saw Luo Jingqing walking with the space container and greeted him straight away. Brother, Luo Jingqing revealed an agitated expression, quite joyful, and said, you actually redeemed 6 types of foreign ice, and 6 types of foreign fire? The most precious of them, the foreign fire and foreign ice, even ranked on the foreign fire and foreign ice lists. Even if it's at the bottom of the list, it's still precious enough. Your contributions in the clan are all used up now, right? She was aware that as long as one was located at the top of the list, whether it was an alien fire, an alien ice, or an alien thunder, they all possessed a power comparable to that of an A-grade talent. Many foreign fires, foreign ice, etc. Even though they could not be refined and used, they could be used to enhance the favored beasts, and after absorbing them, they could enhance the underlying strength. And there was even a chance to comprehend the principles of the foreign fires and foreign ice, and thus comprehend the skills. It did run out. Luo Tianyan took the spatial container, in which it was clearly divided into 12 compartments, storing an alien fire and an alien ice, 2 extreme powers, in the container, yet there would be no contact. He sighed. Exchanging these 12 types of alien fire and ice had drained his contribution. If they were in the outside world, even if they spent tens of millions of dollars, they might not be able to buy these foreign flames and ice. Exotic Fire Ranking, 97th place, Red Heart Earth Flame, no, 99 on the ice list, Violet Xian Ice, Luo Jingqing said excitedly, I didn't expect my Ice Fox, who absorbed foreign ice for the first time, to be able to refine Purple Xian Extreme Ice. Luo Tianyan shook his head and said, Jingqing, the Red Heart Earth Flame and the Purple Xian Extreme Ice are all prepared by me for Senior Lu. Later on, I will take out these 2 types of foreign flames and ice individually and send them to Senior Lu. Ha! Luo Jingqing was a bit dumbfounded and couldn't help but say, brother, this is a precious foreign fire and foreign ice that ranks on the foreign fire and foreign ice list. How dare you want to give it away? Jingqing, you have to understand the value of the Red Flame Chicken, the Ice Fox, and the Goblins. Luo Tianyan looked incomparably solemn and said, you come from the Luo family just like me, so you should be knowledgeable. However, I've never seen any pet beasts like the Red Flame Chicken or the Ice Fox that can absorb and refine foreign fire and ice. Believe me, if Senior Lu were to cooperate directly with the Luo family, the selling price of the Red Flame Chicken and Ice Fox would definitely be more than hundreds of millions. Luo Jingqing was somewhat silent, and knew that every word Luo Tianyan said was indeed true. The higher the location, the more you can see the value of the Red Flame Chicken and Ice Fox. Goblins, in particular, exceeded Red Flame Chicken and Ice Fox in terms of value. On the contrary, the selling price, whether it was the Red Flame Chicken, the Ice Fox, or the Goblin, was surprisingly only 3 million. Luo Jingqing reluctantly glanced at the Purple Xian Extreme Ice in the container, and finally managed to softly say, brother, the Red Heart Earth Flame and the Purple Xian Extreme Ice, let's give them all to Senior Lu. Very good, Luo Tianyan said gently. Even if we give away this Red Heart Earth Flame and Purple Xian Extreme Ice, we each still have 5 more next level foreign flames and foreign ice that can be refined by the Red Flame Chicken and Ice Fox. Besides, we've all awakened our great as Sentinel Beast talents, but we're all capable of making it to the Alien Fire list and Alien Ice list, so there's no need to be presumptuous. Brother, I'm not reluctant to part with it, and I'm grateful that Elder Lu let me contract the Ice Fox. Luo Jingqing smiled playfully and said, besides, you still bought this Purple Xian Extreme Ice, so you're trying to make Senior Lu remember how good I am, right? Luo Tianyan smiled and doted. It's good that you know. Next, The two of them each opened their summoning spell formations and released both the red flame chicken and the ice fox. The red flame chicken has refined cold flame and the ice fox has refined ice spirit. These were all foreign flames and foreign ice that could make the list. The red flame chicken that had mastered cold flame, and the ice fox that had mastered ice spirit, had reached the transcendent grade first stage, as well as the awakening grade third stage, respectively. Begin. Luo Tianyan smiled faintly. Next, he opened the grids of the spatial containers one after another, and the red flame chicken and ice fox were so impatient that they began to devour and refine the foreign fire and ice in them. The aura of the red flame chicken and the ice fox also grew stronger and stronger, yet it also gradually became refuted. No! Luo Tianyan's eyes widened in shock. The red flame chicken is using cold flame as its core to fuse the other 5 refined foreign flames. Ice fox as well, using that ice spirit as the core, to fuse a more powerful foreign ice? Luo Jingqing couldn't help but be staggered. The change in the ice fox had undoubtedly exceeded her predictions. Luo Tianyan sighed. It seems that the potential of the red flame chicken and the ice fox is by no means what we perceived. It seems to be even more powerful and exaggerated. As he continued to refine and fuse, Luo Tianyan saw a silver-colored foreign fire steeply emerge from the red flame chicken's body. Feeling the information coming from the Imperial Beast contract, Luo Tianyan exclaimed, "This is the secret silver cold fire. The 82nd ranked secret silver cold fire on the list of foreign fires. The ice fox has also fused the blue vibrancy extreme ice. This is the 89th ranked blue vibrancy extreme ice on the exotic ice ranking." Luo Jingqing was incomparably shocked. She carefully perceived it, but suddenly realized that her A-ranked Imperial Beast Talon Ice Spirit had received feedback from the Blue Spirit Extreme Ice, and had vaguely become more powerful. Luo Jingqing looked at Luo Tianyan, but saw a pair of silver eyes filled with shock. How could she not know that Luo Tianyan had undergone the same change? After a long time, Elder Lu has truly bestowed a great creation upon us. While Luo Tianyan was excited, he let out a bitter smile and said, "I can feel that the foreign fire that the red flame chicken has refined and fused will make my royal beast talon cold flame stronger. When the red flame chicken's foreign fire is strong enough, under the many feedbacks, my royal beast talent will even evolve to S-class." Luo Jingqing was unable to calm down for a long time and said softly, "Any Imperial Beast Master who awakens an S-class talent is a true pride of heaven, destined to achieve supremacy. Who would have thought that just contracting a pet beast would allow the royal beast talent to metamorphose as well?" Luo Tianyan took a deep breath and sighed. "I originally thought that the red heart earth flame and purple Xian extreme ice were considered heavy gifts, but, comparing to the creation gifted by Senior Lu, what is the red heart earth flame and purple Xian extreme ice at the bottom of the district ranking? If in my lifetime, I can metamorphose into an S-grade talent, S-grade ice talent, it can rank in the top 10 in the alien ice ranking." Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but float with longing. At this point, the realm of the red flame chicken had already reached the 10th stage of the transcendent mortal grade, and its potential had even reached the 10th stage of the dimming moon grade. The ice fox's rank was awakening rank 10th, and its potential was prosperous star rank 10th. After all, the foreign ice that the ice fox had fused was of the lowest grade. If it were to fuse a higher level of foreign ice, the ice fox's potential exceeded the prosperous star level, and with Luo Jingqing's imperial beast space, it couldn't accommodate it. Dimming moon rank potential? Transcendent mortal rank 10th stage strength? Luo Tianyan shook his head and smiled, not caring at all anymore. It's not worth mentioning compared to the creation of the Imperial Beast talent evolving into an S rank. The potential, the increase in strength, is ultimately traceable, but the evolution of the beast's talent? There are almost no precedents. The few examples that could be followed could have been metamorphosed by using at least amethyst level, or even red star level resources. Amethyst grade resources would be something that only Overlord grade Imperial Beast Masters would be qualified to use. Bear star resources? Even the Jingguo Divine Dragon, that kind of Holy Spirit level existence, might not have many opportunities to use it. Jing Cheng, I'll personally go visit Senior Lu. You cultivate well at home and strive to break through to the transcendent level earlier, or else if the ice fox refines another type of foreign ice, your Imperial Beast space will most likely shatter, Luo Tianyan said with a serious expression. Got it. Luo Jingqing hugged the ice fox and nodded her head obediently. Chapter 27, Refining Red Heart Earth Flame, Amazing Bird True Body, Elder Lu. Luo Tianyan placed the spatial container on the table and respectfully said, "This is the Red Heart Earth Flame, which is ranked on the Exotic Fire list and Exotic Ice list, as well as the Purple Xian Extreme Ice. Please accept it." Senior Lu. It's not like it's a New Year's holiday, so what are you doing with the gift? Lu Yu was a bit puzzled. He naturally knew about the lists such as the Alien Fire list and the Alien Ice list, in addition to the Thunder list, the Treasure Wood list, the Divine Wind list, and so on. Red Heart Earth Flame, Purple Xian Extreme Ice, The foreign flames and foreign ice that ranked on the list were equivalent to a platinum-grade resource in terms of value, or the top of the line in platinum-grade resources. Platinum-level resources were usually something that only Obsidian-level Imperial Beast Masters were qualified to use. Lu Yu, as a transcendent-grade Imperial Beast Master, it was logical that using bronze-grade resources would be the most cost-effective. In the Naiad system mall, the lowest level resource, the platinum level, was sold for 1 point of credit, restricted by Lu Yu's system authority. It was only the lowest level right now, so the system mall was not complete, and there were no resources such as foreign fire or foreign ice for sale in it. As for buying, with his less than $20 million, not to mention whether or not he had any channels, according to the market price, it was just enough to buy a single red heart earth flame. If the Luo family's channels were used, there would be a chance to buy another piece of Violet Shin Extreme Ice. In other words, this time, Luo Tianyan's gift was even more expensive than the original compensatory gift, the platinum-grade Sentinel Crystal, which was worth at least $20 million. Of course, Lu Yu could exchange a large number of sky crystals at any time, but he couldn't exchange the red heart earth flame unless he kept completing achievement tasks and upgrading his system privileges. Sort of a slight repayment of Senior's kindness. Jing Qing and I discovered that the red flame chicken and the ice fox were able to feed back on our Imperial Beast talents after refining the foreign fire and ice, and over time it was even able to cause our Imperial Beast talents to evolve. Luo Tianyan was incomparably sincere and said softly, when the red flame chicken and the ice fox were sold at a price of only 3 million, how do we not know about Senior's investment in us? This little thin gift can only be considered as a little bit of our intentions. Seniors do not have to have any burden. Only after listening to Luo Tianyan's words did Lu Yu gradually come to his senses. It's actually possible to evolve the Imperial Beast talent? Lu Yu was also a bit surprised, then sighed slightly and secretly said, my Imperial Beast talents, all of which are at the highest SSS level. I don't know if there is still a possibility of evolution. After thinking carefully, he still took Luo Tianyan's gift and said, I'll take it then, please don't dislike it. Senior, Luo Tianyan slightly saluted. How could it be too much? Lu Yu shook his head. Luo Tianyan delivered the gift and quickly offered his farewell. It was also true that he had come on this trip just to give a gift, and even more so to show respect in person. Looking at the red-hearted earth flame in the container, Lu Yu was satisfied. After all, the red-hearted earth flame could perfectly be used by the purple Inferno Emperor bird. On the contrary, the purple Shin Extreme Ice would be completely useless. Lu Yu didn't care, and wrapped the crimson heart earth flame with the god-slaying heavenly flame and exited. The red heart earth flame should have been an incomparably violent foreign fire, even capable of triggering a volcanic eruption, but at this time it was incomparably well behaved, cowering into a ball. Fresh wash. The purple Inferno Emperor bird sensed Lu Yu's intention and quietly flew over, looking at the red heart earth flame with a hint of longing flashing in its eyes. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, seeing the reaction of the purple Inferno Emperor bird. This red heart earth flame seemed to be of no small use to it. Lu Yu had thought that the purple Inferno Emperor bird had been absorbing the source power of the god-slaying heavenly flame, and that it should have little desire for a low-end foreign fire like the crimson heart earth flame. Does he seem to think wrong? Noticing the desire of the purple Inferno Emperor bird, Lu Yu naturally would not be stingy and directly fed the god-slaying heavenly flame, along with the red heart earth flame, to the purple Inferno Emperor bird. Phew! The purple Inferno Emperor bird was delighted and directly inhaled the red heart earth flame and began to refine it. It was only after observing the purple Inferno Emperor bird that Lu Yu finally realized that the effect of the red heart earth flame on the purple Inferno Emperor bird was actually not that great. However, at the core of the red heart earth fire, there was a strand of core fire source. As long as the source of the fire was not extinguished, the red heart earth flame could constantly regenerate. Refining this ray of fire source can complement the purple flame. The aura of the purple Inferno Emperor bird continued to become stronger. Boom! A breakthrough? Lu Yu was a bit surprised. He could detect that the purple Inferno Emperor bird was not actively breaking through, but had reached the limit of the awakening level and was incomparably naturally breaking through the realm. Transcendental level. Your contracted Imperial Beast Purple Inferno Imperial Bird breaks through the transcendent level and comprehends the Red Star rank skill Amazing Bird True Body. Amazing Bird True Body, Red Star level skill. Boundless purple flame overclocked and reorganized into a true amazing bird stance. The number of flames that can be wielded has increased tremendously. The system alert came. Lu Yu couldn't help but be shocked. In addition to the Emperor form of the Inferno Soul, the purple Inferno Emperor bird even possessed a third form, the Amazing Bird. When he looked at the purple Inferno Emperor bird, he realized that the size of the purple Inferno Emperor bird was, indeed, a bit small, only less than 20 centimeters. If he were to display the Amazing Bird's true body, I'm afraid that his size would instantly skyrocket by 10 times. and the violet flames that he could manipulate would naturally increase by many times. With the special nature of elemental beings, the more massive the violet flames that could be wielded, the destructive power of the violet flame emperor bird, the stronger it must be. The most crucial thing was that under the amazing bird form, the scale of the god-slaying heavenly flame that the violet inferno emperor bird could fuse would naturally expand tremendously. This amazing bird stance seems very strong. As Lu Yu sighed, he took the time to take a peek. The demon destroyer dragon was still practicing hard in the imperial beast space, and he couldn't help but show a hint of pity. In the face of sheer talent, even if you try hard enough, you can't seem to catch up. Well, the purple inferno emperor bird and the world-destroying demon dragon, they're all my favored beasts? It's alright then. Lu Yu couldn't help but reveal a smile. Phew! The purple inferno emperor bird landed on Lu Yu's shoulder, its gorgeous eyes shining brightly, very satisfied with the flavor of the red heart earth flame, looking at Lu Yu from time to time, revealing a hint of longing. It will come later, don't worry. Lu Yu was very helpless, and suddenly thought that the world-destroying demon dragon that he had contracted loved to eat dragon meat, and it had to be the meat of the megalosaurus species, and in the future, he might have to eat the dragon meat of the divine dragon species. The purple yen emperor bird was even more exaggerated, feeding on foreign fire. Just feeding you all is going to make me poor. Lu Yu took a deep breath, deeply feeling the difficulties and dangers of cultivating a favored beast, and contracting the two most honorable favored beasts during the most powerless period. Newbie? The purple inferno emperor bird didn't care. Elemental beings were originally born between heaven and earth. Even without a foreign fire, they could still directly absorb heaven and earth's yuan qi. Besides, the purple inferno emperor bird could also absorb the god-slaying heavenly flame. The SSS-Grade, Godslayer heavenly flame, could be much more delicious than the red heart earth flame. Even the top of the list of foreign flames could not be compared to it. If it wasn't for the core fire source of the red heart earth flame, which was greatly beneficial to the purple inferno emperor bird, it might not even eat it. Lu Yu put away the purple Xian extreme ice. He couldn't use this exotic ice, but he wouldn't mind having too many treasures. A resource of this grade would be quite an achievement just to collect it. He glanced outside the petting beast store and noticed that the students walking on the road were much less than usual, and couldn't help but frown slightly, secretly saying, "The Magic City Imperial Beast University, has classes started already?" Carefully counting the time, it seems that the military training has ended long ago since the beginning of the school year. Even as a freshman, classes are officially starting. The vast majority of freshmen, it is estimated that they have all contracted initial favored beasts. Lu Yu secretly said, "It will definitely be harder to sell the favored beast cubs next." He picked up the purple inferno emperor bird, thinking that there were no guests now anyway, so why not just raise the purple inferno emperor bird's realm first? As for the customers of the petting store, Lu Yu looked at it and estimated that there was not much business today. He'd long since given up on self-caterers. The only way to do this is for guests to recommend each other. Fresh. The purple inferno emperor bird absorbed the god-slaying heavenly flame and its realm continued to rise, revealing a look of contentment all of a sudden. Chapter 28 Slime vs. Mad Blade Werewolf. Unworthy of a battle? Magic Capital Imperial Beast University. Public Classroom. Shanshin Academic Building. Everyone, this is the first class you've taken after you've been admitted to the Magic City Imperial Beast University. All of you are the pride of the heavens who have stood out from the college entrance exams, so I won't go over those basics too much. I'm sure that most of you students have contracted initial Imperial Beasts. For the first lesson, we'll go straight to Imperial Beasts versus Imperial Beasts. Please raise your hands if you have contracted an initial Imperial Beast. I will select 2 of the students who raised their hands to come up and demonstrate the Imperial Beast match, and then I will explain it to you in detail. Lu Luochan stood on the podium, looking at the classroom full of people in front of her, her already stunningly beautiful face with a hint of a light and delicate smile, taking in the heart. She was dressed in a well-tailored professional skirt suit, under which were long straight legs wrapped in black silk, still glistening slightly in the pure white light. As the youngest beautiful tutor of the Magic City Imperial Beast University, Lu Luocan was already a Dimming Moon ranked 6th Order Imperial Beast Master at the age of 26 this year. Lu Luochan's university was also at the Magic City Imperial Beast University, and after graduation, she directly worked as an intern tutor at her alma mater until this year, when she was actually transferred. This public class was not just the first class for the hundreds of freshmen in the classroom, who were admitted to the Magic City Imperial Beast University. It was also the first class she took after becoming a mentor. Willow Rockhan watched as most of her classmates raised their hands, and a few boys stood up in excitement. The Royal Beast Battle Course, which was already the most popular among the students, coupled with the lecture by the stunningly beautiful Lu Luocan, who could stand the 2 pleasures stacked on top of each other. "Class, please take your seats." Lu Luochan smiled softly, her eyes darting around the classroom, nodding a girl and another boy, saying, "Let's invite these two students to come up here and have a royal beast battle." As her words fell, the classroom was a little noisy. The girl that Mr. Lu ordered, "Isn't it dormitory 301? One of the 4 school beauties, Du Ruoyun? Girls dormitory 301 Ah, our Magic City Imperial Beast University. Freshman selected 10 school flowers. 301 dormitory accounted for 4. Heaven forbid. Why am I not a girl? Du Ruoyun is also too good looking. That kind of neighborly sister aura. I really like it. Du Ruoyun seems to have awakened an auxiliary talent. In the future, at worst, she can enter the Imperial Beast Legion. She has a bright future. Wait, Du Ruoyun is an auxiliary royal beast master. Where does she have combat power? Holy, the boy that teacher Lu ordered is actually Yan Xiaopeng, who is ranked in the top 3 among the current freshmen, second only to Lu Su and Gu Tian, the 2 royal dragon masters. Yan Xiaopeng? I've heard of him. Hasn't he awakened the Grade S Sentinel Beast talent armorization? It can conclude a layer of armor that resists all damage to the favored beast. So the favored beasts he contracted are all focused on absolute output. Yan Xiaopeng's initial favored beast, the Mad Blade Werewolf, has recently broken through the transcendent first stage. Many murmurs came. With Lu Luochan's spiritual power, she could naturally distinguish it clearly and immediately felt bad. On the corner seat, Shen Nian gloated and said, "I told you to raise your hand. Miserable, right?" Du Ruoyun had a bit of stage fright and whispered, "I didn't expect that." With almost 100 students raising their hands, "I was the one who ordered me." "Humph, your opponent is Yan Xiaopeng, a transcendent first-order Mad Blade Werewolf. Who shall not cut off your moonlight butterfly, wings and all?" Shen Nian covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "Aya, you're still bloating." Du Ruoyun panicked and said, "You quickly help me think of a solution." "It's simple." Shen Nian raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "I'll go up for you, won't I? Is it okay?" Du Ruoyun was still a bit flustered. "Have you noticed that teacher Lu is also a bit flustered?" Shen Nian whispered, "This is Ms. Lu's first public class. If I go up instead of you, I'm also helping her out. Ms. Lu definitely won't refuse. Please, Nian. I told you I'd protect you. Then I'll help Slime heal. Slimes are strong. How can they get hurt? You'll see." After a few exchanges, Shen Nian got up directly and walked up. The classrooms in the Flourishing Star teaching building were all very large in size, and there was also a wide battlefield set up, which could accommodate up to a Flourishing Star level Imperial Beastmasters sparring match. If the level was any higher, it would simply be impossible to play against each other indoors. With the powerful destructive power of the Dimming Moon level, or even the Obsidian level, even if the walls could be blocked, the doors and windows would be instantly shattered, and bulletproof glass would be useless. When Shen Nian stood on the opposing field, many of her classmates' eyes widened as they all recognized that the one standing on the field was not Du Ruoyun at all. "Mr. Ryu," Shen Nian laughed softly and said, "My roommate is an auxiliary royal beast master, and she only recently contracted her initial favored beast, so it's okay for me to help her on the field. Is that okay?" "Sure." Lu Luochan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as she gratefully glanced at Shen Nian and looked at Yan Xiaopeng on the other side, saying, "This classmate, you should be okay with it as well, right?" "No." Yan Xiaopeng's gaze, flowing between Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun, found that these two girls, their faces were both stunningly beautiful. One was the pure beauty type, the other was the neighborly sister type. Regardless of which one you play against, as long as there's a crossover, it's considered earned. With a slight movement of his mind, he summoned the Wild Blade Werewolf. The Wild Blade Werewolf, not a native imperial beast of the blue planet, had descended from an exotic dimension. Unlike goblins, the potential of the Wild Blade Werewolf was a real prosperous star level. The Berserk Blade Werewolf held 2 sharp blades, and his aura, which belonged to the transcendent level, was violently released. "This student, please summon your favorite beast," Yan Xiaopeng courteously said. "Good." Shen Nian nodded her head, and a white summoning spell formation surfaced on the field. As the spell disappeared, all the students in the arena couldn't help but stare in disbelief. "Am I seeing this right? Is this an illusion? A slime? Schoolgirl Shen actually summoned a slime? I'm stupid. A student of the Mordor Imperial Beast University would contract a slime. Isn't this self-destructive? It's over. Slime versus Mad Blade Werewolf. The other party is still Transcendent First Order. I'm afraid that with one slash, the slime will be sliced in half." Even Lu Luochan, who was somewhat baffled, couldn't help but say, "This student, are you sure you want to let the slime and the Mad Blade Werewolf fight against each other?" "Teacher Lu, I'm still an awakening level Imperial Beast Master, and I've only contracted one pet beast, the slime." Shen Nian pursed her lips. Lu Luochan was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say, only feeling that the sky was about to collapse.
It would have been considered a classroom accident to order a supportive Imperial Beastmaster. Who would have thought that the one who came up instead, Shin Nyen Nyen, was even more heavyweight and had contracted a slime? Geez, even if you're an Imperial Beastmaster from a college, you won't be able to contract a slime. This student, Shin Nyen Nyen is it? Yan Xiaoping frowned slightly and said, I advise you to get off the stage. I have no interest in fighting against a slime. It will only weaken the Mad Blade Werewolf's battle spirit. Sorry, I don't want to get off the stage. Shin Nyen Nyen shook her head slightly. Did I not make myself clear? Yan Xiaoping's voice, already a bit cold, slowly said, what I mean is that the slime you contracted is not worthy to fight against me. Got it? Chapter 29, Slime Slingshotting a Dragon. Very touching, right? Yan Xiaoping's attitude caused the entire room to clamor. What kind of attitude does he have? How dare he treat goddess Nyen Nyen with such disrespect? What kind of goddess is that? Is it a big deal to be pretty? In the world of imperial beasts, strength is honored. Shin Nyen Nyen contracting a slime. Isn't this self-destructive? I support Yan Xiaoping. There are a lot of pretty girls in liberal arts colleges too. Would you go to a liberal arts college to find a girlfriend? Suggesting that schoolgirl Shen should hurry up and come down. A slime versus a wild blade werewolf? It's just a self-inflicted humiliation. Du Ruoyun was in her seat, her face reddened with anxiety, and she couldn't help but say, you guys stop it. Nyen Nyen slime, but it's very strong. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention at all. The girl sitting next to her couldn't help but snicker. Slimes are strong? Why don't you say that the green cotton worm is also strong? Du Ruoyun was momentarily speechless. She actually wanted to say that the green cotton worm was also very strong, but she couldn't say it. She could seldom argue with anyone else. Slime doesn't deserve to fight you? In the midst of the clutter of voices, Shen Nyen Nyen, however, looked calm and said, all freshmen, I will teach you the first lesson. Don't underestimate any of the imperial beasts. Ridiculous. Yan Xiaoping laughed in anger. He had been enraged and instantly unleashed his grade as sentinel beast talent. Armor eyes, heavy water. Shin Nyen Nyen also went all out. Yan Xiaoping is a transcendent level imperial beast master. With transcendent level imperial beast space release talent, even if the same A-level talent, the degree of increase is far more than Shin Nyen Nyen's talent heavy water. However, Shin Nyen Nyen had more confidence in slime. As the talents of the two imperial beast masters were unleashed, a layer of illusory and transparent armor enveloped the body of the wild blade werewolf. Yet no one would doubt the defensive power of this layer of armor. On the other hand, the currents surrounding the slime also seemed to have become thicker, but it did not affect the slime's maneuvering, and still flowed freely. Bang! The mad blade werewolf sensed Yan Xiaoping's anger, and his eyes seeped with killing intent. This race, which was already known for its violent killing, the two long knives were even stained with a lot of blood, and even had a murderous aura released. Silver level skill, killing aura? Shin Nyen Nyen made a judgment and slowly said, but can you break through the slime's defense? A large amount of water flowed out of nowhere, protecting the slime within it. The powerful killing aura was isolated as much as possible. Is this a silver level skill? Water flow ribbon? It's well known that slimes only have one black iron level skill. Softness. Isn't it said that it's impossible for a slime to learn even a bronze level skill? Could it be that Shin Nyen Nyen gave the slime a specialized breeding and forced the slime to learn the water flow ribbon? Nope. Are you guys blind? Where's the water flow ribbon? That's clearly a gold level skill. Aquamarine's Aya. A gold level skill? That's a high level skill that can only be learned by a favored beast that possesses the potential of the dimming moon rank. The whole room was shocked. In their conception, slimes should be killed in seconds straight away without any resistance. Perhaps, with one slash, even the automatic protection of the imperial beast space would not be able to save the slime's life. The scene in front of them, however, was really beyond their expectations. The slimes actually had the power to defend themselves, and had somehow comprehended a gold level skill. The hundreds of students present, other than Du Ruoyun, could not have any of them contracted a favored beast that could comprehend gold level skills. The limit of potential for the pet beasts that an awakening level imperial beast master could contract was the prosperous star level, Aya of Aquamarine. Lu Luochan was incomparably shocked, and with a single glance, she was able to distinguish the skill used by the slime. That's why she was even more surprised that the slime was able to learn Aquamarine's Iam, which was completely beyond her knowledge. All-around protection? Although Yan Xiaoping was also shocked, he didn't have that much time to think about it as the opposing side. Since he was involved in the Imperial Beast battle, he had only one idea. Winning down wild blade werewolves. Kill them, Yan Xiaoping said in a cold voice. In his eyes, contempt still flickered. Even if you learn the Aya of Aquamarine, so what? Slimes, after all, are slimes. Trash pet beasts of the highest potential awakening rank 3 were far inferior to the mad blade werewolf in terms of basic attack power, defense, and even speed.
What's more, the level of the wild blade werewolf was a transcendent first order. Protection? Shin Yen Yen hooked up a hint of a smile and said, slime, strangle it, ee.
The converging streams of water instantly drifted apart, transforming into hundreds of satin-like azure streams that strangled towards the mad blade werewolf from all directions. By applying the heavy water talent, the unusually heavy water flowed with incomparable swiftness. Chopped. As the words fell, the mad blade werewolf had already swung his twin blades and chopped at the stream of water that shot through the air. Swish swish swish. A large number of water streams, all of which were chopped up,
flowed down to the ground.
Only a handful of streaming silks, which crossed the curtain of blades and light,
bound the wild-bladed werewolf,
but were unable to break through the armored defenses at all.
With a hint of mockery, Yen Xiaopeng said, only to this extent? You lose.
Shin Yen Yen said slowly.
Lose?
Yen Xiaopeng was slightly stunned. He was about to retort back with irony when he realized that the water flowing on the ground had suddenly rioted,
unexpectedly revealing a touch of crimson. The scarlet water continued to converge, and it actually converged into a red water dragon. Gold-level skill, gun of red water. Luluochan exclaimed in shock. A slime who comprehended 2 gold-level skills and was still so pure in his use of water currents? She even wondered if it was some kind of watery elemental life that was born to look like a slime. However, under her careful perception, she couldn't help but confirm that it was clearly a slime. I'm going to lose? Yen Xiaopeng snorted. Even if you have an undercard, even if the mad blade werewolf is too late to resist, so what? My armoring, it's an A-rank talent, driven by transcendent level imperial beast space. You can't even break through the defense. Ka-ching. He didn't even finish his sentence. The crimson water dragon had penetrated the transparent armor on the wild blade werewolf. If it wasn't for the shifted position, a large hole would have opened up in the berserker werewolf's body. Even so, blood was gurgling out of the mad blade werewolf's waist, making the standing water on the ground even more crimson. Yen Xiaopeng looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. The armored shattering brought about a weak backlash, constantly reminding Yen Xiaopeng that he had lost this battle. The wild blade werewolf he was so proud of had lost to a slime. The armoring he thought was unbreakable was easily penetrated. No way. Yen Xiaopeng said angrily, you've only contracted 1 slime, how can you possibly win against me? I told you not to underestimate any of the favored beasts. Shin Yen Yen slowly said, the world of imperial beasts is filled with infinite possibilities. Even if it's a slime, can you be sure that it can't be comparable to a dragon someday? She suddenly remembered that handsome and tall youth and said softly, slime slinging giant dragons. It's very emotional, isn't it? Chapter 30, Previous Era? The terrifying suppression of Emperor Might. Was it touching? Yen Xiaopeng didn't feel the bandwagon in the slightest. He lost the battle to a slime, and even the contracted mad blade werewolf would have been seriously injured if the other party hadn't been merciful. Facing the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, Yen Xiaopeng only wanted to find a crack to drill into. When Yen Xiaopeng saw, once again, the harmless slime, but he couldn't help but ponder over Shin Yen Yen's words. Hanging the dragon slime? Yen Xiaopeng was dumbfounded for a while. He had wanted to retort a couple of sentences. After all, the giant dragon species was synonymous with power, easily able to cross the level of the challenge, and even cross the large realm gap, suppressing the opponent forcefully. But on second thought, he thought that this slime was clearly at the awakening level realm, and only after careful sensing did he realize that it was awakening level 10th rank. Didn't it also cross the challenge level, and even cross the large realm, to defeat the mad blade werewolf? What Shin Yen Yen said seems not to be false. The entire classroom, after a few seconds of silence, turned into an incomparable clamor. Holy, slime beat the mad blade werewolf? This is too metaphysical. The mad blade werewolf is a transcendent first order. Having defeated the mad blade werewolf, doesn't that mean that Shin Yen Yen slime is at least in the top 5 in terms of strength among this class of freshmen? No, this slime's strength seems to be stronger than me as well. Can someone tell me how this slime, in fact, was cultivated? Even the geniuses of the Magic City Imperial Beast University simply couldn't understand how a slime could be so strong. Is it really a special cultivation that has produced a metamorphosis? If they really can be cultivated, with the huge population of slimes, why has there never been any news that slimes are worth cultivating? Nian, you're awesome. Du Ruoyun walked down and looked at the wild blade werewolf on the side and said softly, your wild blade werewolf is injured. Does it need treatment? Yen Xiaopeng's pride was nowhere to be found. And seeing the injured and wretched appearance of the wild blade werewolf, he nodded his head and said, trouble for you, thank you, now that's polite? Shen Yen Yen grunted lightly. Yen Xiaopeng scratched his head in embarrassment and said, sorry. He already knew that Shen Yen Yen's strength was even stronger than his. If I were arrogant, I would be a clown. Du Ruoyun pursed her lips and the moonlight butterfly appeared from the summoning spell formation, pure white light spilling down as the mad blade werewolf's injuries quickly healed.
Gold level skill, holy radiance. Lu Luochan was surprised. This butterfly pet beast of yours, could it be the white moon butterfly that possesses the potential of the dimming moon rank? However, isn't the white moon butterfly completely extinct along with the moonlight bug in its larval form? Under the long imperial beast era, many favored beast races had completely disappeared. Some brand new race, however, will be born. This is not a white moon butterfly, but a moonlight butterfly. Du Ruoyun cupped the moonlight butterfly in her hand and whispered, "The moonlight butterfly is the evolution of the green cottonworm. Oh, a moonlight butterfly evolved from a green cottonworm?" Lu Luochan was a bit dumbfounded, obviously not believing Du Ruoyun's words, and signaled that Xin Yan, Du Ruoyun, and Yan Xiaopeng could go down. Next, she focused on explaining the sparring match, especially Xin Yan's use of the water blue damask as confusion, quietly setting up the water field, and the killing move red water lance lurking for a killing blow, which was greatly appreciated by Lu Luochan. After a lesson, Lu Luochan looked at the seriousness of the students and couldn't help but reveal a soft smile of satisfaction, and then announced the end of the lesson. After class, the more Willow Rockhan thought about it, the more wrong she felt. She searched a lot of information, but could not find any record of the moonlight butterfly. Lu Luochan specifically found Xin Yan, as well as Du Ruoyun, and sincerely said, "I've just considered it. Even slimes can defeat the Mad Blade werewolf. It's not incomprehensible that the green cottonworm can evolve into a moonlight butterfly." Du Ruoyun pursed her lips and smiled, "Teacher Lu, I didn't expect you to be willing to believe the world of the imperial beasts is meant to have infinite possibilities." Lu Luochan gently shook her head and said, "Do you guys know? Our imperial beast civilization seems to be flourishing nowadays, but in actuality, hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was once an imperial beast civilization that flourished to its peak. The civilization of the last epoch?" Du Ruoyun blinked. Lu Luochan continued, "That imperial beast civilization that flourished to its peak had an occupation no less than an imperial beast master in it, called breeder. In today's society, there are very few breeders left. If it is an extremely skillful breeder, it may not be impossible to breed slimes and green cotton bugs. Rumor has it that the most powerful breeders can even breed a loach into a dragon." "A loach bred into a dragon? How is that possible?" Du Ruoyun was filled with disbelief. Xin Yan whispered, "If you take the history department, you will know that what Mr. Lu said is all true. However, the breeder profession is indeed lost. Cultivating pet beasts in today's society relies more on big data summaries, as well as all sorts of trial and error, and lacks a lot of theoretical support. Could it be that the store manager is actually a cultivator?" Du Ruoyun suddenly thought of something and said with certainty, "If it's the shopkeeper, even an earthworm can be cultivated into a giant dragon species, not to mention a loach, right? Store manager?" Willow Rockhan was puzzled. Shen Yan explained, "The slimes we contracted, as well as the cotton bugs that evolved into moonlight butterflies, were all purchased from the mythical favored beast store outside of the school, and the store manager of that favored beast store is most likely what you would call a breeder." She thought of her own slime, and Du Ruoyun's green cottonworm, and the little skeleton. The special talents possessed by these favored beast cubs all had one common trait, and that was that they were all able to change their destiny against the heavens. To endow slimes, green cotton bugs, and little skeletons with such incredible special talents, wouldn't it be a means comparable to that of the strongest cultivator? Transcendent 10 steps. Lu Yu retrieved the god-slaying heavenly flame and looked at the purple inferno emperor bird whose rank had reached the transcendent mortal 10th order, and couldn't help but reveal a pleased smile. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon felt the aura of the purple inferno emperor bird, which was actually at the same transcendent 10th rank as himself, and his mind immediately collapsed. Facing the violet flame emperor bird, even though there was no suppression from the emperor's might, it created a sense of invincibility. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was grief-stricken. Is it a big deal that the innate race is stronger? The demon destroyer dragon believed that sooner or later, Lu Yu would nurture it to become stronger. Newbie? The purple inferno emperor bird cocked its head. Why do you feel that brother magic dragon is a bit strange? It gently landed on the back of the world-destroying demon dragon and rested comfortably. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon wants to cry. Can't you think about my feelings when you're lying on top of me? Don't you care half as much about the feelings of the demon dragons? Aggrieved. JPG. Lu Yu smiled helplessly, so he could only touch the head of the world-destroying demon dragon, which was considered to be pacifying. Outside the petting zoo, a silver and white supercar, parked in front of the door. Straight long legs wrapped in black silk, poked out from the open door of the car. Delicate high heels touched the ground. Lu Luochan, dressed in sexy professional clothes, walked down from the car. She removed the sunglasses from her face and nodded as she looked over at the sign for the mythic favored beast store. This should be it. Willow Rockhan confirmed. she slowly walked into the mythical favored beast shop, and the first thing she saw was a half-meter-tall black dragon standing aggressively next to a handsome youth. On the back of the black dragon, a slightly petite purple wand bird was resting leisurely, seemingly sensing Lu Luochan's arrival. That one wand bird slowly stretched its feathers and flew onto the handsome youth's shoulder. Lu Luochan's gaze, ever since she touched the purple wand bird, never left. From the body of the purple wand bird, Lu Luochan unexpectedly felt an imperial might that was only mine. She was shocked to realize that she couldn't move, even vaguely. If the purple Inferno Emperor bird did not allow it, it would be a luxury for her to even unfold the summoning spell formation. Chapter 31, Lu Luochan's shock. Contracting a real dragon? Lu Luochan's body stiffened, her eyes always following the purple Inferno Emperor bird. Her eyes could not stop trembling, as if a pilgrimage. Under the Emperor's might, Lu Luochan's reaction became sluggish, and it wasn't until the summoning spell formation surfaced under instinct and the source power of the Imperial Beast Space surged up that she regained the ability to act. She looked at the Violet Flame Emperor bird with incomparable horror, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Luochan was very sure that the purple Inferno Emperor bird had not actively released any trace of power. The purple Inferno Emperor bird didn't do anything, just its presence itself. It hard-controlled Lu Luochan for several seconds. If she were in a fight, I'm afraid that these few seconds of hard control would be enough for her to perish outright. Lu Luochan couldn't even imagine how honorable and invincible the purple Inferno Emperor bird would be if it truly unleashed its power. Lu Yu glanced at Lu Luochan, and with a slight movement of his mind, he put away the purple Inferno Emperor bird. Sorry for the shock. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile apologetically. It was indeed the Violet Inferno Emperor bird's failure to collect its power that caused Lu Luochan to be affected by the waves of imperial might, and said softly, the Violet Inferno Emperor bird is not yet able to fully control the power of its own talent. Is that surge of imperial might even a talent? Lu Luochan couldn't help but be staggered, yet she felt that it was justified. After all, she didn't feel any trace of power fluctuation, as if that a wave of imperial might was the purple Inferno Imperial bird's innate nature. There is no other possibility but talent. Yes, Lu Yu nodded. The purple Inferno Emperor bird's talent, the Emperor bird, was born with the Emperor's might. As long as the potential was not higher than that of the purple Inferno Emperor bird, it would be invisibly suppressed. Even the world-destroying demon dragon, whose potential was only 2 orders weaker than the purple Inferno Emperor bird, would be suppressed to only 90% of its strength. Lu Yu estimated that a favored beast with the potential of a monarch level would only be able to exert 70% of its strength in front of the purple Inferno Emperor bird. I'm afraid, if it was obsidian level potential, at most, it can utilize 30% of its strength. Lu Yu also did not expect that the imperial might of the purple Inferno Imperial bird could still work on Imperial Beast Masters, surprisingly suppressing a dimming moon level Imperial Beast Master to the point where he could barely move. This one bird favored beast has actually awakened a talent? Lu Luochan marveled and secretly said, if you want to awaken your talent, apart from your own mutation, you can only rely on the heaven's favor. The heaven and earth origin of the blue star is very powerful, and unless one possesses the potential of a monarch level, one can never hope to get the favor of heaven and earth. As a dimming moon ranks 6th stage Imperial Beast Master, Lu Luochan was widely learned and knew many hidden secrets. The 3 pet beasts she had contracted, the one with the highest potential among them, had even reached the 10th rank of obsidian. Even so, none of Lu Luochan's 3 favored beasts had awakened any kind of talent. Lu Luochan had heard some rumors. It was said that the Goblin Emperor who invaded Blue Star that year had received the only favor from the world will of the Goblin realm where he was located, and had awakened a special talent. This gift, called dominance, can manipulate the mind. After the Goblin Emperor submitted to the Xia Kingdom, he was forcibly cultivated to the obsidian level, and commanded a number of foreign Imperial Beast Masters, and even Fey, to serve as spies, lurking in the other 5 kingdoms, as well as the Fey realm, an obsidian-class favored beast. Yet it played a strategic role on a national level, or even a racial level. One can only imagine the unimaginable power of the gift of unity. Unfortunately, the potential of the Goblin clan was just too low. The resources alone to cultivate them to the obsidian level were enough to cultivate hundreds of monarch-level favored beasts, or even cultivate an overlord. When Lu Luochan learned of this, her first thought was that Goblin Emperor, I'm afraid, was the weakest obsidian class in history. The talent unification, how powerful is it? Lu Luochan shook her head regretfully, only feeling that the Pearl of Truth was not in the right place. The Kobold Emperor, isn't he also a kobold? Surprisingly, he had awakened such a powerful special talent. It was really a waste. If the Divine Dragon of Xinghua awakens the unification talent, the Xia Kingdom could even unify the Blue Star. Lu Luochan pondered. She thought of the dignified temperament of the purple Inferno Emperor bird again. and realized that the potential of the purple Inferno Emperor bird was definitely not low, and with that mysterious emperor's might, there might be a possibility for the king to reign over the world in the future. Many thoughts dissipate. Lu Luokan looked at Lu Yu and said with a straight face, "I am a tutor of the Magic City Imperial Beasts University. My name is Lu Luokan. I know from Xin Yanyan and Du Ruoyan's mouths that the slimes and the moonlight butterflies, surprisingly, are all cultivated by you?" "Pretty much." Lu Yu shrugged his shoulders and said, "However, I am only responsible for providing the favored beast cubs, and the slimes and green cottonworms, which can turn into, or evolve into, moonlight butterflies, all originated from the cultivation of Xin Yanyan and Du Ruoyun, and would have nothing to do with me." He was a little pleased. It seemed that the guest this time was recommended by Xin Yanyan or Du Ruoyun. Lu Luokan didn't believe it in the slightest. From her contact with Xin Yanyan and Du Ruoyun, these two girls not only had beautiful faces, but were also gifted themselves. If the slime and the green cotton bugs didn't have any special features in themselves, how could they be contracted with them? Looking at the huge blue star, the number of slimes and green cotton bugs is more than 1 billion? Why was it that only Xin Yanyan's slime and Du Ruoyun's green cotton worm grew up? I'd like to ask. Lu Luochan hesitated a bit, but finally asked, "Are you a cultivator? Breeder?" Lu Yu was a bit baffled. He had read some historical materials and knew about the existence of cultivators. That was a profession from the previous epoch, with an extremely honorable status, a status even above that of a royal beast master. He thought briefly and then whirled around. "If you think so, then I can be." It suddenly occurred to Lu Yu that the system didn't only have a mole module, but also a cultivation module. Wait for his privileges to increase and the nurture module to open. In the name of the nurturer, it seems fine? Lu Yu's reaction to Lu Luochan will not be able to give the whole. "What do you mean I think it is? Then you can be? Don't want you to feel. Just me?" She took a deep breath, her erect mountains wrapped in her white shirt, all undulating slightly, and slowly said, "You are a pet beast store here, right? I haven't contracted a 4th favored beast yet. Do you have any favored beast cubs here that are suitable for me?" Naturally. Lu Yu's eyes lit up as he finally came to the point. Willow Rockin's mind was a little busy when she came in. He was still thinking about how to steer the conversation. "This guest, can you tell us what you need?" Lu Yu smiled faintly. "I have awakened the Grade A Imperial Beast Talent Dragon Wings, which allows contracted favored beasts to have a pair of flying dragon wings during battle, and the dragon wings themselves have a notable cutting ability." Lu Luochan's complexion was slightly complicated, but her voice was soft as she said, "If I contracted a dragon descent favored beast, I would be more able to make the dragon descent favored beast's dragon wings greatly strengthened. In fact, the favored beasts I contracted are all subdragon species with a giant dragon bloodline. A-rank talent. Dragon wings?" Lu Yu was a bit surprised and said, "What is your relationship with the Lu family? One of the 3 royal dragon families?" Lu Luochan struggled slightly and shook her head. "I don't want to talk about it." Lu Yu didn't say anything. It wasn't the first time he had seen the dark side of those big families. Besides, he and Lu Luochan were only meeting for the first time, and the things about the Lu family were obviously the other party's secrets, so they couldn't be probed too much. Lu Yu thought for a moment, directly took out a container with a favored beast cub, laughed softly, and said, "Since you contracted 3 sub-dragon species of favored beasts, do you have any interest in contracting a real dragon?" Chapter 32. What the hell is a red carp when you're talking about a magic dragon cub? The real dragon? Lu Luochan's delicate body trembled slightly, and her pair of light and charming eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't help but say, "Could it be that you have the hatchlings of the giant dragon species for sale here?" How could she not be shocked? There were 3 major imperial dragon families in the Xia kingdom, almost monopolizing the giant dragon species completely. Want to contract a Chiron species? You can, as long as you sign a contract, offer your loyalty to the imperial dragon family, and become a guest secretary of the 3 imperial dragon families. Then you will be able to contract a pet beast of the giant dragon species. If you have previously contracted another favored animal, the contract must be broken. After all, how noble and greedy is the gargoyle species? Any gargoyle species will require to be bound to one of the sentinel gifts. Unless you have awakened 2 sentinel beast talents, you can contract 2 gargoyle species. Beyond that, you'd be limited to contracting a single gargoyle species, or it would be sacrilege. If you can't accept it and still want to contract a Chiron species, then you'll have to venture out into the wilderness area, risking being hunted down by an adult dragon, and make a contract with a newborn dragon cub. In addition to these 2, there is actually another method. That was to contract a sub-dragon species, pouring countless resources into trying to purify the dragon bloodline to 100%, and naturally evolve into a giant dragon. This one method is, in fact, the most difficult. Trying to purify 100% of a dragon's bloodline was nearly impossible. Many monarch-level Imperial Beastmasters, who attempted to raise true gargoyles, would also get completely stuck at the 99% bloodline concentration point. For example, Lu Yu's ex-girlfriend Bai Yuewei. Even though she had contracted a sub-dragon flame lizard, Lu Yu never thought that Bai Yuewei could cultivate the flame lizard into a flame dragon. It's a path that's just too difficult. Lu Luo-chan, as a dimming moon ranked 6th stage Imperial Beastmaster, was actually not hopeful that the 3 sub-dragon species she had contracted could evolve into true giants. She just positioned the cultivation route of the 3 sub-dragon species of pet beasts directly to those strongest giant dragon species, such as the golden dragon and jewel dragon, the most powerful types of dragons. The adult that is the 10th rank of the monarch class. If we can purify the concentration of the bloodline to 99%, how can we have the potential of the first stage of the monarch rank? That had been all Lulakan had hoped for. Now, hearing that it was possible to contract a real dragon, Lu Luochan naturally understood that Lu Yu was going to sell her a giant dragon cub. A gargoyle species? You underestimate me. Lu Yu looked indifferent as he pointed at the world-ending demonic dragon beside him and laughed lightly. This is my contracted favored beast, the world-ending demonic dragon. As you can see, it's a true demonic dragon breed favored beast. A giant dragon species? But it's just food for the demonic dragon. Demon dragon seed. Willow Rockhan was a little shaken. She looked towards the world-destroying demon dragon beside Lu Yu, and although she did not detect anything special, she was inexplicably a little shaken. What's going on? Lu Luochan steeply felt that the 3 sub-dragon species pet beasts in the Imperial Beast space, the strongest of which, whose grades had reached the 10th rank of the dimming moon, were trembling at this moment, as if seeing a natural enemy. Invisible fear was shared into Lu Luochan's heart and soul through the Imperial Beast contract. Lu Luochan took a deep breath and fought off the fear in her heart, but her eyes grew brighter. The magic dragon seed, that is comparable to the bloodline of a divine dragon. If she can contract a magic dragon species, Lu Luochan gently shook her head, not daring to hope at all. However, she had the extravagant hope that even if she only contracted a direct descendant of a magic dragon, she feared that it could be comparable to the strongest types of gargoyles. When Lu Luochan looked at the favored beast cub in the container with incomparable excitement, the excitement turned into incomparable consternation. Looking into the container, a ruddy carp that is swimming leisurely, she gaped. What happened to the promised descendant of the magic dragon? What the hell is this one carp? Tonight's next meal? Store manager, did you take the wrong one? Lu Luochan said tentatively. Lu Yu took a closer look and said, there's no mistake in holding it. Ha? Lu Luochan stared wide-eyed and couldn't help but say, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a red carp, right? Isn't this a farmed edible fish? An adult red carp is only at the awakening level 1. She really couldn't understand. If it wasn't a gargoyle species or a magical dragon bloodline, she could accept it. How could it be a sub-dragon species? What the hell is this red carp? This is no ordinary red carp. Lu Yu let out a light laugh and said, have you ever heard of Fish Leaping Dragon Gate? Fishy? Lu Luoken said in bewilderment. Isn't that the strongest chance for dragon descendants in the ancient legends? As long as one crosses the dragon gate, any living being, be it a loach or a carp, will completely transform into a dragon. It seems that you are very knowledgeable. Lu Yu's eyes were filled with admiration. Lu Luoken looked at Lu Yu and then at the red carp in the container, her face full of disbelief, saying, you don't want to say that this red carp can cross the dragon gate and truly transform into a dragon, do you? That's right. Lu Yu did not begrudge his appreciation at all, saying, you are not only knowledgeable, but also intelligent. Yes, this carp, once it crosses the dragon gate, will completely transform into a dragon, leaping over the dragon gate and completely transforming into a dragon. Isn't this nonsense? Lu Luochan sighed helplessly, only feeling a sense of powerlessness rising up, saying, any living being that crosses the dragon gate can transform into a dragon. But the dragon gate disappeared a long time ago, no longer visible for hundreds of thousands of years. How can this red carp transform into a dragon? This guest, it seems you still don't really believe it. Lu Yu laughed softly. Did you know that this red carp awakened a special talent that can construct the ancient dragon gate? Constructing the ancient dragon gate? How is this possible? Lu Luochan looked shocked and said, the ancient dragon gate has long since faded away. How could it have been constructed? All things are possible. Lu Yu was in a calm demeanor and laughed. This red carp, awakened with the special talent Leaping Dragon Gate, can absorb resources to construct a dragon gate that only allows itself to pass through. Once it crosses the dragon gate, this red carp will completely absorb the dragon gate and transform into a powerful dragon bloodline. This red carp, does it really possess a special talent? Lu Luochan couldn't help but tremble. Any kind of favored beast with a special talent had an extremely high cultivation value in itself. For example, the Kobold Emperor, which can reach up to awakening level 5. Was also trained to the obsidian level because of a talent called Unity. What's more, the special talent awakened by this red carp was also a growth type. This type of growth type talent might not provide powerful battle strength or special weird abilities, but it allowed the favored beast itself to grow infinitely. Lu Luochan suddenly remembered that Shin Yin Yin Slime and Du Ruoyan's Moonlight Butterfly seemed to have everything explained if they possessed special growth type talents. Sure, Lu Yu casually said, even if you continue to provide enough resources, this red carp will also build the Dragon Gate without limitations, and one day, this red carp will be transformed into a true divine dragon. Lu Luochan was a bit giddy, looking at the red carp in the container, feeling more and more that what Lu Yu had said was most likely true. Shopkeeper, name your price. Lu Luochan took a deep breath and said, this red carp, I'll buy it. Chapter 33, Leaping Dragon Gates Red Carp. Venue fee 5 million. Maki, 3 million. Lu Yu's demeanor was warm, but his heart was somewhat delighted. Finally sold another favored beast cub. $3 million in hand and 300 points in credit. Beautiful. Words. Willow Rockhan was a bit hesitant instead. It's not that $3 million is too expensive. It's that is too cheap. A favored beast cub that could evolve into a divine dragon species, comparable to the Zhenghua divine dragon, was only priced at 3 million? If the selling price was 300 million, facing such a huge amount of money, Lu Luochan might have gone to the bank for a loan after some struggle. The asking price of $3 million gave Lulakan a feeling of unreality. That's too cheap. Lu Luochan couldn't help but say, are you sure you didn't lie to me? Lu Yu frowned slightly, and his tone was also slightly cold as he said, I've already explained the special characteristics of the red carp. If you don't believe me, then I won't force myself. Instead, Lu Luochan became a bit anxious and hurriedly said, buy, I'll buy. She was really worried that if she angered Lu Yu, the other party would not sell. Lu Luochan cursed herself in her heart. Lu Luochan, you really have big boobs. Regardless of whether it was the purple Inferno Emperor bird or the world-destroying demon dragon, the idiosyncrasies displayed showed that Lu Yu was definitely not simple. To be able to contract the demonic dragon seed, as well as the Luan bird that reigns over the Emperor's might, wouldn't the other party be an ordinary imperial beast master? How could you deceive yourself? Quite the opposite. After Lu Yu's patient explanation and gentle treatment, Lu Luochan's subconscious questioning was instead an insult. Fearing that Lu Yu would back out, Lu Luochan directly swiped her card to pay and picked up the red carp. Lu Yu did not say anything. He also knew that Lu Luochan's reaction, real normal, at least did not scold the black store. Just feel that the price is too low. There wasn't much Lu Yu could do about it. The system's pricing. He couldn't change it yet. I just hope that with the elevated privileges, you can have the autonomy to set your own pricing. Looking at the deposit increasing by 3 million again and the points increasing by 300 points, Lu Yu's mood only got better. The deed. Lu Luochan directly concluded a royal beast contract with the red carp. She felt the attributes of the red carp and her consciousness lingered on the talent column for a long time, so excited that her petite body trembled slightly. Special talent, Leaping Dragon Gate, Lu Luokan said excitedly. As long as you absorb resources of a single attribute, you can cross the Dragon Gate an unlimited number of times and obtain a dragon bloodline. If you absorb resources of multiple attributes, you can even obtain multiple attributes. Looking at the red carp in her arms, she couldn't calm down for a long time. After calming down, Lu Luochan solemnly bowed to Lu Yu and apologized. Shopkeeper, I shouldn't have doubted you just now. Please forgive me. She still maintained the bowing motion, but Lu Yu did not reply for a long time. She couldn't help but look up a little anxiously, only to see Lu Yu inclining his head and scratching his cheek with his fingers unintentionally. Lu Luochan looked down and realized that when she bowed, the fullness of her chest had actually chipped off the buttons of her shirt. She recognized her mistake so seriously that she didn't notice it at all. Through the opening of the shirt, not only the soft depths of greatness were visible, but also the edges of the black lace. Even Lu Luochan couldn't help but make a scene and turn red. In a panic, she hastily covered her chest, revealing a helpless and flirtatious look. Lu Luochan looked out of the store and whispered, Store manager, I have spare clothes in my car. Can you go out and get them for me? She handed over the keys to the supercar and said sincerely, Please. Lu Yu helplessly took it. Outside people come and go. He is not good to let Lu Luochan a girl go out, being seen by others not to mention. Perhaps tomorrow there will be rumors spread. What pampered animal store owner, blackmailed with sex? Doesn't the reputation stink? Thinking of that one possibility, Lu Yu was instantly terrified, and with a stern look, he walked to the silver supercar and looked at it with some envy. In this world, supercars are likewise luxury items, selling for millions. Lu Yu had even heard that the top-of-the-line supercars would even implant intelligent chips and turn into mechanical beings with two forms of supercars and mechas, which could be contracted with the Imperial Beast Master. The real mechanical life is the most cutting-edge technology in this world. A supercar mechanical life
The price is at least hundreds of millions.
Luyu simply cannot afford to buy.
Open the door. I saw a bag on the passenger side. Opened it and saw that there were spare clothes, emitting a silky fragrance. Blue. Luyu glanced at it, closed the bag, and returned to the store, handing the bag to Luo-chan. Luo-chan's pretty face was slightly red, and she looked at Luyu in a rather grudging manner, with a pair of charming eyes that revealed a lightness that almost no man could block. Luyu, however, looked calm. Luo-chan went to the bathroom and quickly changed her clothes, no longer a professional dress, but a set of light blue long dress. Luo-chan's light and charming temperament, set off to the extreme. Her pretty face slightly red, secretly said, he won't see it, right? What I wear inside, is also blue, or a whole set. Okay. Luyu's expression was smooth, as if nothing had happened, and he laughed softly. Since you've contracted the red carp, do you have any ideas for the next cultivation of the red carp? When it came to the cultivation of favored beasts, Luo-chan didn't bother to think much about it. She knew deep down that the young store manager in front of her was perhaps an extremely skilled nurturer. Even if only a few words of guidance were given, it would be something that Luo-chan could use for the rest of her life. The 3 subdragon species pet beasts I contracted before were gold, water, and wind, and the cultivation routes of these 3 attributes of red carp will definitely not overlap with them. Luo-chan pondered for a while and said seriously, I'm going to directly use the resources of the thunder attribute to build a dragon gate for the red carp, so that the evolved red carp will possess the thunder attribute and transform into a thunder dragon. Thunder attribute, the most masculine and rigid, with destructive power comparable to fire. Luyu nodded approvingly and said, this is not a bad cultivation route. I think so. Luo-chan smiled softly and suddenly said, shopkeeper, I have a request. You say? Luyu was a bit surprised. Luo-chan looked serious and said, I want to make the red carp leap through the dragon gate in the mythical favored beast shop. I'm willing to pay $5 million as a venue fee. Is that okay? Venue fee? Yes. Luyu is not self-evident. It's $5 million just for providing the venue. It was the kind of good thing he wouldn't miss. Besides, he's not going to get this $5 million for nothing. As long as he was in the middle of the mythical favored beast shop, Luyu was absolutely invincible and could completely protect the red carp's leaping dragon gate, ensuring that the red carp would not have any accidents. Luyu also saw that the so-called borrowing of the venue was just an excuse. Luo-chan's real purpose was probably to make the red carp successfully leap the dragon gate in front of Luyu, right? To this, Luyu could completely understand. After leaping through the dragon gate, the red carp will surely evolve into a dragon. With such a crucial matter, she naturally had to make more preparations and not allow any accidents to happen. Thank you. Willow-Lorshan exulted. She directly swiped her card to transfer $5 million and left the favored beast store straight away, preparing to purchase a large amount of resources to prepare for the red carp to construct the dragon gate. Luyu, however, had some regrets. This $5 million entry obviously could not be recognized by the system, so naturally it could not gain points. 26 million in deposits. Looking at the balance of his bank card, Luyu's mood, at once, became better. Chapter 34, Ancient Dragon Gate Construct. Leaping Dragon Gate, Magic City's first merchant bank. As the largest public state-owned merchant bank of Xi'a in Magic City, the first merchant bank of Magic City was the fairest in terms of price, whether it was purchasing resources or selling all kinds of resources, including precious ores, ferocious beast materials, and so on, and it was very complete in terms of all kinds of resources. As long as one was a student of the Magic City Imperial Beast University, or a tutor, they all enjoyed a certain amount of discount at the Magic City First Merchant Bank. For example, Luo-chan, as a tutor of the Magic City Imperial Beast University, she had a discount amount of 100 million at the Magic City's First Merchant Bank, and as long as the price of the resources purchased was within 100 million, she could enjoy a 30% discount. As for students, they possess a 20% discount on the $10 million amount. This discount, even, is discountable. If you don't plan to buy resources, Lulacan can discount 20 million every year. If you're a student, you get a discount of $1 million. It's just that very few people do. After all, cultivating pet beasts, at all times to consume a lot of resources, direct discount is undoubtedly a great loss. In the future still have to spend elsewhere, but cannot enjoy the discount. Luo-chan was in a particularly good mood as she kept strolling through the various resource stores inside the luxurious merchant house. As a Dimming Moon 6th-ranked Imperial Beast Master and a beautiful tutor of the Magic City Imperial Beast University herself, many of the guides were respectful of Luo-chan and took the initiative to help her choose the right resources. Luo-chan mainly purchased a large amount of lightning resources, directly spending 50 million, even buying several platinum-grade lightning resources. As for the dragon resources, she had wanted to purchase them and summoned the store manager,
but received a dismissive reply. Dragon resources? No need. The so-called dragon resources are just the edges of the giant dragon species, such as dragon blood, dragon meat, and the like. The giant dragon species hasn't even leapt through the dragon gate. So-called dragon system resources are not qualified to be used to build a dragon gate. Looking at the store manager's reply, Uluokan couldn't help but tremble. However, she felt extremely reasonable, and the awe of the giant dragon species in her heart unconsciously dissipated for the most part. Megalosaurus species? Luluochan's gaze was far-reaching as she said softly. As the shopkeeper said, the three major dragon royal family, in order to ensure the majesty of the family, deified the giant dragons. What's the point of getting rid of those halos, even if it's a giant dragon? She thought again about her life. The Lu family, one of the dragon families. In Luluochan's impression, the Lu family was like a god. Now, all the aura has dissipated, but it gives her a sense of seeing the light of day. The noble imperial dragon family? Luluochan whispered, compared to the shopkeeper. What is it? As strong as the imperial dragon family is, it will never be able to touch the dragon gate in its lifetime. When I cultivate the red carp to turn into a dragon, one day, I will pull the towering royal dragon family down to the altar. Taking stock of the large amount of lightning resources procured, Luluochan followed Lu Yu's suggestion and purchased quite a few resources of the black iron, bronze, silver, and gold grades, with the different grades conveniently allowing the red carp to absorb them in a gradual manner. The last 5 platinum grade lightning resources purchased were not considered particularly rare, but were highly recommended by Lu Yu. According to Lu Yu, whether the resources were treasured or not was only the definition of the civilization of imperial beast masters, but when the dragon gate was constructed, it only cared about the concentration of the energy, as well as whether it was pure or not. Instead of wasting funds on those rare lightning resources, it would be better to purchase the more common lightning resources and save funds to buy 2 more pieces, which would also allow the initial evolution of the red carp to be transformed into a more advanced form of the dragon. Liu's unique insights made Luluochan thatched. Her eyes all brightened slightly, and she said softly, the world is foolish, determining the value by the degree of cherishing, but ignoring the fact that resources are only suitable or not. The store manager's insight is really profound. Although I am a tutor of the Magic City Imperial Beast University, there is still a lot for me to learn. With a feeling of reverence for Lu Yu, Luluochan brought a large amount of Thunder System resources and once again came to the mythic favored beast shop. When she slowly walked in, but found that the interior space of the mythical favored beast shop had steeply increased 100-fold, she couldn't help but blink her watery eyes and wondered. I'm lost. You're not lost. Lu Yu's voice came. When Luluocan saw Lu Yu, she found that the other party looked calm and seemed half surprised, but the shock inside her kept churning and she secretly said, could it be that the store manager has also contracted a powerful spatial faculty pet beast? And in order to allow the red carp to have enough space to build a dragon gate and leap the gate to transform into a dragon, he has purposely enlarged the interior space of the pet beast store 100-fold? She didn't know that Lu Yu had invincible abilities in the petting beast store, and expanding space was nothing more than idle. It's just that the expansion of the space requires him to always separate his mind to maintain it, so he usually doesn't bother with this. And seeing as how Luluochan spent $5 million, this is the precedent that has been set. Begin. Good. Luluochan displayed all of the purchased lightning resources, divided into categories by the grade of the resources, with the black iron grade resources bought the most, decreasing in order. The red carp is different from the slime. The slime can devour resources without limit and possesses an extremely strong accommodating nature itself. The red carp and the green cotton worm are also different. When the green cotton worm transforms into a cocoon, it is in the most special state, and can also absorb unlimited resources. Lu Yu looked at the large amount of resources placed on the ground, but his expression was very calm. He was used to seeing high-end resources, the red star level resource Devil's Heart, all of which were given to the world-destroying Devil Dragon to use. So naturally, there would be no change in his expression. Luluochan also didn't think that with the bitterness that Lu Yu had displayed, he would have any thoughts about these resources. Listening to Lu Yu's words, Luluochan was informed of the special features of the slime and the green cotton worm, infinite devouring of resources, and cocooning for evolution. Luluochan was shocked in her heart. These two special talents were no less than the red carp's leaping dragon gate. Lu Yu glanced at her and slowly said, the red carp needs to construct the dragon gate, and the foundation of the dragon gate must be solid. The higher the dragon gate is, only then do you need to absorb higher and higher level resources. The initial level of the red carp is too low. It must start absorbing resources from the black iron level, otherwise it will easily burst and die. Yes. Willow Rockhan nodded, keeping some of the notes in mind. She sort of realized that the red carp she had contracted seemed to be more fragile compared to the slimes and green cotton bugs. Luluochan was very fortunate. Fortunately it was in the mythic favored beast shop. letting the red carp construct the dragon gate. If it was anywhere else, the loss of resources for constructing the dragon gate would be nothing. If it hurt the foundation of the red carp, she would surely regret it for the rest of her life. Da! The red carp spat out bubbles, and under Luluochan's expectant eyes, it began to absorb some relatively mild lightning resources, its body unconsciously flickering with lightning light. Luluochan slightly raised her head and realized that above the red carp, the many lightning rays had converged and had actually constructed an incomparably miniature archway. You can put the many resources into that one thunder archway in order, Lu Yu reminded. It was also the first time he had seen a dragon gate, and he couldn't help but marvel a little. The ancient dragon gates were indeed magical. Even if it was just a miniature dragon gate, it seemed to contain boundless sense of the great Tao. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon looked at the miniature archway, and a pair of dragon eyes were instantly a bit mesmerized, and almost instinctively, it revealed its body, a huge dragon body that was up to more than 20 meters tall, and completely manifested itself. Even when facing off against the blizzard-flying dragon, the world-destroying demon dragon had only manifested a body of more than 10 meters, but now it was completely revealing its demonic dragon body, and its evil pitch-black breath danced wildly in the favored beast shop. Lu Yu frowned slightly, restraining the power of the world-destroying demon dragon so as not to affect the red carp's dragon transformation. Magic dragon. Luluochan looked at the body of the world-destroying demon dragon, only to feel incomparably was shocked. Couldn't help but say, transcendent 10-stage demon dragon. Yet it makes me unable to give birth to a trace of battle intent. She was incomparably sure that even her strongest favored beast, a sub-dragon species that had reached the 10th rank of the dimming moon, was afraid that it wouldn't have much of a chance of winning when it faced the demon dragon of extinction. Is this the demon dragon seed? She couldn't help but murmur. Don't get distracted. Lu Yu's tone was slightly scolding as he solemnly said, as long as you properly cultivate the red carp, it will evolve into a divine dragon seed in the future as well. There was one more thing he hadn't said. Even if he evolved into a divine dragon, I'm afraid it was still in the recipe of the world-destroying demon dragon. There was also a gap between the divine dragon species and the demonic dragon species. The weakest divine and demonic dragons are adults of the overlord class first order, such as the world-destroying demon dragon, which was already the strongest demonic dragon species. The adult was the hegemonic 10th order, and it even possessed two special talents, which could be called the embodiment of darkness. Can a red carp also evolve into a divine dragon? Luluochan didn't doubt it in the slightest. She corrected her mindset and stopped paying attention to the changes in the world-destroying demon dragon, and began to seriously invest her resources into the miniature dragon sect. The miniature dragon gate seemed like a melting pot, and any lightning resources that were thrown into it would be instantly dissolved, allowing the miniature dragon gate to continue to grow. When Luluochan took a deep breath, with her small white jade-like hands, she threw 5 pieces of platinum-grade lightning resources into the dragon gate in turn. The miniature dragon gate continued to grow, surprisingly reaching a height of 10 meters. It's a small dragon gate. Lu Yu made a judgment and said softly, as long as it leaps through the dragon gate, the red carp will evolve into an existence comparable to the top-tier giant dragon species. Red carp, Luluochan said slowly. Da! The red carp spat out a bubble, burrowed into it, and leapt towards the dragon gate. Chapter 35 S-Rank Talent. Shadow of the Dragon. The closer the red carp got to the dragon gate with the bubble wrapped around it, the more it became tainted with the dragon's aura. Roar! The exterminating demon dragon stared at the red carp. Greedy! Lu Yu was speechless for a while, glad that he had isolated the world-destroying demon dragon. Otherwise, under the might of the world-destroying demon dragon, the red carp would not really be able to leap the dragon gate. The world-destroying demon dragon had gained too many epiphanies from the dragon gate. It was now staring closely at the red carp, on the one hand wanting to quench its craving, but on the other hand wanting to observe a real dragon transformation, and get the most original sense of the dragon from it. The moment of dragon transformation will evolve the shocking scene of a mortal spirit evolving into a dragon. Ordinary beings, even if they saw the leaping dragon gate with their own eyes, could not gain any enlightenment. The world-destroying demon dragon was different. It was originally the top-tier demon dragon species, and it had even absorbed a demon heart and obtained the lifelong enlightenment of a demon lord. At a high level, the world-destroying demon dragon even presumed to analyze the process of transforming into a dragon. Completely. The process of transforming into a dragon is the most central secret of the dragon race, which is called the origin of the dragon race. Exterminating devil dragon actually wants to delve into the origin of the dragon. What kind of arrogance is that? Lu Yu was happy about this. However, if it was truly parsed out by the world-destroying demon dragon, even if it was only a single star, the world-destroying demon dragon would instantly possess Holy Spirit-level potential. Boom! As the red carp got closer and closer to the small dragon gate, the resistance it suffered became heavier and heavier. What should we do? Store manager? Luluochan panicked and said anxiously. Red Carp won't fail to leap the Dragon Gate, right?
No. Lu Yu shook his head and said, this Dragon Gate,
which was originally created by the Red Carp's talent, the heavy resistance now will sooner or later turn into a helping hand.
That's good. As if Lu Luochan had taken a tranquilizer pill, she immediately calmed down. For Lu Yu, she was now very trusting. But, Lu Yu laughed softly, if you want to help Red Carp, it's not without a way. Lu Luochan's eyes lit up and she immediately said, shopkeeper, what should I do? As a royal beast master, she would naturally want to help when her pet beasts were in trouble. Lu Yu slowly said, exercise your royal beast talent, Dragon Wing. Admittedly, it allows the Red Carp to gradually adapt and eventually break through and evolve into a dragon. That choice, that's the orthodoxy. However, before the Red Carp left the Dragon Gate, it was even Lu Luochan's favored beast, concluding the closest contractual relationship. Isn't it only natural for a beast master to help a favored beast evolve? Lu Yu also wanted to verify that perhaps the Red Carp with the dragon wings added might undergo some sort of unimaginable change after crossing the Dragon Gate. Good. Lu Luochan did not have the slightest doubt in Lu Yu's judgment, and immediately cast her a great imperial beast talent, Dragon Wings. On the back of the Red Carp, a red-colored bone wing steeply surfaced. The pressure coming from the Dragon Gate was surprisingly taken up by the bone wings for the most part. Lu Luochan half-kneeled on the ground, bearing the pressure of the Dragon Gate, but her eyes glowed slightly as she suddenly said, Red Carp, leap over. Boom! The Red Carp swung its dragon wings and suddenly crossed the Dragon Gate. Lu Yu looked up and noticed the changes in Lu Luocan's body and said softly, leaping over the Dragon Gate is not just Red Carp that will transform into dragons. What? Willow Rockhan was a little stunned. Perhaps, Lu Yu slowly said, you will also transform into a dragon. How? The power of the entire Dragon Gate was continuously integrated into the Red Carp, with the Red Carp's position, but it was unable to perfectly absorb the dragon source power of the entire Dragon Gate, and the escaping portion all surged into the dragon wings on the back of the Red Carp. Lu Luochan only felt the pressure plummet, and a gentle reddish-colored glow enveloped her body. My imperial beast talent seems to be evolving? She couldn't believe it and sensed it several times in succession before finally confirming it. Lu Luochan's eyes were filled with shock. Talent evolution. This kind of thing had only occurred a handful of times throughout the entire history of the Summer Kingdom. Lu Luochan had never imagined that this kind of opportunity, which could be called heaven-defying, would appear in her own body. The Sentinel Beast talent that she had awakened was already A-ranked. If it were to evolve again, S-class? Willow Rockin's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but look at Lu Yu, only to find that in the other party's eyes, there was only the color of pure appreciation without any impurities, and her heart felt as if it had been struck hard. The evolution of the Imperial Beast talent. Such an unparalleled opportunity. Anyone watching from the sidelines would be afraid that unlimited jealousy, or even resentment, would be born. On the contrary, Lu Yu was purely appreciative. Lu Luochan suddenly thought that it was also under Lu Yu's guidance that she was able to trigger the evolution of her Sentinel Beast talent. In the back of her mind, but not consciously remembering the past. You are my daughter, the only direct bloodline of the Lu family today. But why have you only awakened a Grade A talent? Grade A? Dragon wings? With a dragon's powerful body, why do you need to add dragon wings? Ridiculous. How ridiculous. The three major imperial dragon families, the Gu family's current generation, also have S-rank imperial dragon masters. The Lu family has even produced an unprecedented double S-ranked gifted imperial dragon master. On the contrary, my Lu family, the only direct bloodline, has only awakened an A-rank talent? Your existence will only tarnish the name of my Lu family. It was as if those beatings and resentments were still ringing in my ears. Lu Luochan couldn't help but ask herself, if her Sentinel Beast talent evolved to S-rank, would she still go back to the Lu clan? No, it won't. She raised her head, her stunning eyes filled with determination. Boom! Behind Lu Luochan's back, a pair of red-colored dragon wings suddenly emerged. Under the dragon's wings, a scaly dragon slowly emerged, with a hideous head, long horns and sharp claws. It was a form that was thoroughly and wildly different from that of a gargoyle. Like a snake, like a linchpin, like a dragon. S-class Sentinel talent, the Shadow of the Dragon. Lu Luochan instantly learned the name of the talent and the effect that could be considered heaven-defying. Enhanced by the shadow of the Augur Dragon. If it is a sub-dragon species, it will instantly possess a battle power comparable to that of a giant dragon species. If it's a giant dragon species, it will instantly be comparable to a top-grade giant dragon species. Willow Rockhan was thrilled beyond belief. When the Dragon Gate dissipates, underneath the dazzling thunder, a red-colored Augur Dragon, a dragon shadow that was practically identical to the shadow of an Augur Dragon, snaked out from the thunder. Red Thunder Scale. Attributes, Thunder, Dragon. Level, Transcendental 6th Order. Potential, King's 4th rank. Talent, Leaping Dragon Gate. Skills, 1. Thunder Cannon. 2. Dragon Wings. 3. Shadow of the Thunder Dragon. 4. Red Thunder Dragon Soul. Status, healthy, contracted. Congratulations. Luyu glanced at the attributes of the Red Thunder Jiao after evolution and congratulated Lu Luochan. This Leaping Dragon Gate evolution was undoubtedly a great success. With the potential of a Monarch 4th rank, this was totally a top-tier gargoyle species, second only to the topmost, the Golden Dragon, the Jeweled Dragon, and so on, which can be called super-ranked giants. It was definitely quite a bit stronger than the streams of red and green dragons. Lu Luochan had only purchased 50 million worth of lightning resources, and it was unrealistic to want to evolve into the top-tier giant dragon species all at once. Red Thunder Jiao. Lu Luochan looked at the Red Thunder Jiao in front of her, which had reached a size of several meters in length and took on the appearance of a Jiao dragon, and despite being pleasantly surprised, she was a bit confused and queried. Although the evolved Red Thunder Jiao is indeed very strong, its form is completely different from that of the Megalosaurus species. The evolved Red Thunder Jiao is not a giant dragon species. Luyu smiled faintly and said, "You should call it Jiaolong Seed." Jiaolong species? Lu Luochan was a bit puzzled. The dragon race, likewise, is divided into many factions, such as the giant dragon, which has the form of a huge lizard. There are also dragons such as the Jiaolong, with forms like snakes. Luyu explained, if the Red Thunder Jiao evolves to its overlord level potential, it will evolve into something comparable to the Divine Dragon Seed and the Demonic Dragon Seed, but in a very different form, the True Dragon Seed. True Dragon Seed. Lu Luochan's heart trembled. She suddenly remembered that it seemed to be recorded in the ancient texts that a true dragon was in existence no less than a divine dragon. In the era when true dragons were rampant, the dragon race was divided into two factions, and the devil dragons had not yet been spurned. It wasn't until many strong true dragons, one after another, left the blue star that the dragon race began to fight internally, and the demonic dragons were expelled from the dragon realm. The Red Thunder Jiao can evolve into a true dragon? Willow Rockin's heart trembled. Roar! The exterminating demon dragon suddenly let out a low roar. Willow Lorshan said in a daze, "What happened to it? How?" The Red Thunder Jiao couldn't help but reveal a look of fear as it felt the pressure of the world-destroying demon dragon. Even after evolving into a Jiaolong, when facing the world-destroying demon dragon, it still couldn't muster any fighting spirit. It's the difference between the levels of life. Augur dragons and demon dragons were two completely different species at different levels. Luyu revealed a pleased expression as he slowly said, "After the Red Thunder Jiao evolves, it seems that my demonic dragon is about to metamorphose as well." Chapter 36, Dragon Realm Void descends. The talent, Holy Dragon. Any kind of special talent could not be defined by rank. The process of leaping the Dragon Gate was of great benefit even to the world-destroying demon dragon. Unfortunately, the Dragon Gate constructed by the Red Thunder Jiao only allowed itself to leap through, and no other dragon species could seize the fruits. Even though the demonic dragon of extinction was unable to leap the Dragon Gate, it was itself a top-tier demonic dragon, very close to the existence of the dragon origin. The moment the dragon's eyes touched the Dragon Gate, the world-destroying demon dragon fell into an epiphany and gained a large amount of origin enlightenment. In particular, the process of the red carp leaping over the Dragon Gate and transforming into the Red Thunder Scaly Augur was a process that made the observing demon dragon, the soul of the demon dragon, plunge into the place of origin of the dragon realm in the midst of epiphany. Behind the world-destroying demon dragon, an incomparably magnificent world shadow quietly emerged. In that vast world, countless powerful and majestic divine dragons were roaring madly, abhorring a demonic dragon that managed to trigger the descent of the dragon realm origin. Noisy. Luyu's expression was cold. He casually waved his hand, and the boundless supreme power within the favored beast store instantly dispersed the prying gazes of those many divine dragons within the vastness of the world. This scene made Lu Luochan look shocked. Among the dragon realm shadows, any divine dragon shadow made her feel invincible, at least at the overlord level, and there were even quite a few holy spirit level divine dragons among them, casting their eyes down. If so many divine dragons descended upon the blue star, even the 6 great powers joining forces might not be able to withstand them. Lu Yu, however, casually waved his hand and dispersed the many eye projections. How strong is he? Lu Luochan carefully sensed and realized that Lu Yu's realm was indeed only at the transcendent level, but how dare she define it in terms of transcendental levels? Could it be the rebirth of a strong man? Lu Luochan thought of a possibility and secretly said, could it be that the shopkeeper is a powerful imperial beast master from the previous era, as well as a topmost cultivator, who was reborn in this era across the long river of time, even with a trace of power left behind? He is not afraid of the dragon realm? The more she thought about it, the higher the likelihood was. Boom! The vast shadow of the dragon realm violently pressed down. Roar! The demon destroyer dragon was filled with an unyielding expression. No matter how pampered he usually was in front of Lu Yu, The bloodline of the demon destroyer dragon as a supreme demonic dragon would not change in any way. At this moment, the world-destroying demon dragon was carrying the dragon realm on its back, constantly drawing on the endless power of origin within the dragon realm. I don't know how much time has passed. When the dragon realm void completely dissipated, boundless darkness violently erupted from the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. It was as if the lord of the demon dragon was coming to King's Landing. The dragon's eyes slowly opened. A wisp of the Holy Spirit's aura instantly dispersed. Your contracted favored beast, Demon Dragon of Destruction, has had its potential raised to Holy Spirit Grade 1, awakening the talent Holy Dragon. Amethyst Grade Skill Breath of Destruction, morphs into Red Star Grade Skill Breath of Boundary Breaking. Sacred Dragon, Sacred Demon Dragon, with an aura as holy as a demon. Any enemy targeted by the demon dragon will be subjected to the endless pressure of the holy demon. Breath of Boundary Breaking, a red star level skill that releases a destructive aura that can break the boundaries of the realm. After refining a trace of the dragon realm origin, the world-destroying demon dragon did not evolve, but its potential level was completely metamorphosed, reaching the Holy Spirit first stage. Even though it was only an elevation of 1 rank, it was the difference between Overlord and Holy Spirit, a large realm. After possessing Holy Spirit level potential, the world-destroying demon dragon was favored by the dragon realm and directly awakened the third talent, Holy Dragon. Judging from the introduction, the talent Sacred Dragon is of the same type as the Imperial Bird of the Purple Inferno Imperial Bird. While the Purple Inferno Emperor Bird could release the majesty of an emperor, the world-destroying demon dragon could release the aura of a holy demon and overwhelm all enemies. In addition, the skill Breath of Destruction that the world-destroying demon dragon had practiced so diligently had finally morphed into the Red Star level Breath of Boundary Breaking, which had become even more terrifying in its power and was even capable of destroying a boundary. Ho ho ho! After the transformation, the world-destroying demon dragon regained its half-meter tall stance and walked harmlessly to Lu Yu's side. Lu Luochan looked at the world-destroying demon dragon, and really couldn't connect with the terrifying demonic dragon that had a perfect combination of evil and holiness just now. The Red Thunder Jiao was even always hiding behind Lu Luochan, fearing that it would be noticed by the world-destroying demon dragon and fall into the other party's blood meal. Okay, Lu Yu looked at the outside world. The crimson sunset was radiating its afterglow, and said, "It's getting dark, and this store is closing." It was only then that Lu Luochan reacted, putting the Red Thunder Jiao away and saying sincerely, "Shopkeeper, thank you, no need." Lu Yu let out a light laugh. The exterminating demon dragon observed the dragon gate and received even more benefits than the red carp. Of course, after the red carp jumped over the dragon gate, it was a reversal of fortune and turned into a dragon. On the contrary, even if the world-destroying demon dragon did not observe the dragon gate and was unable to obtain the dragon realm origin, it was still a supreme demonic dragon that could transform sooner or later. Willow Rockhan didn't say anything, just bowed deeply. When she raised her head, she found Lu Yu's eyes, slightly wandering, and hurriedly looked down, realizing that the dress did not fall apart, but her pretty face could not help but blush slightly. Leaving the mythical favored beast store, Lu Luochan, who was driving a supercar, couldn't help but slam on the gas pedal. The supercar roars and heads off into the sunset. Roar! The exterminating demon dragon let out a low roar. It was in a good mood, and its potential was raised to the Holy Spirit first rank, only 1 rank behind the Purple Inferno Emperor Bird. Even more so, he comprehended the third talent, which could contend with the Emperor's might. In this way, the gap between the world-destroying demon dragon and the Purple Inferno Emperor Bird was infinitely narrowed. If it really comes down to it, there's no telling who'll lose and who'll win. Newbie? The Purple Inferno Emperor Bird manifested and tilted its head, not quite understanding what the world-destroying demon dragon meant. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. It was undoubtedly a good thing that the world-destroying demonic dragon possessed an extremely strong will to fight, but the Violet Inferno Emperor Bird was more Buddhist, and did not even have the idea of competing with the world-destroying demonic dragon for status. He clapped his hands together and walked to the bathroom to wash his hands, only to find a set of clothes, complete with black lace lingerie, still at the top in the clothes basket. Lu Yu unconsciously averted his gaze and couldn't help but spit out, "It's only fallen apart. Why do you even need to change your underwear?" He could only chalk it up to, well, the compulsion of a pretty woman. Lu Luochan returned to her dorm room at Magic City University. She was the only one living in the large detached house, laying lazily on the couch. Lu Luochan suddenly realized that her professional clothes, including her lace stockings, seemed to have been left in the bathroom of the mythical pets and beasts store. At the thought, she couldn't help but blush and whisper, "The store manager wouldn't think that I put it there on purpose, would he?" She had never dated a boyfriend before, and in the face of this situation, she didn't know how to deal with it, so she had to honestly message Lu Yu, saying, "I left my clothes in the bathroom." Lu Yu quickly replied, saying, "I've put it away for you." so you can come back and pick it up next time. Willow Rakan thought for a moment and typed, I did forget. It's me who forgot to remind you. Lu Yu replied, cultivate the Red Thunder Jiao properly. I look forward to the moment when I see the Red Thunder True Dragon. Aha! Longing flashed in Lu Luochan's eyes. True Dragon. That was an existence comparable to a divine dragon or a demonic dragon. Adulthood is dominance. Cultivating the true dragon. Even the 3 royal dragon families can't do it, right? Although Lu Luocan was infinitely longing, she also knew that she was able to cultivate the Red Thunder Jiao, and even the true dragon seed in the future. And it all stemmed from Lu Yu giving her the opportunity to contract the red carp. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Soon the phone also rang. Lu Luochan glanced at it. The caller ID was the president of Magic City University, Duan Xianghua. Chapter 37, President of Magic City University, Duan Xianghua. Duan Xianghua had been teaching at the Magic City Imperial Beast University for over 50 years. 50 years ago, Duan Xianghua was a true monarch-level Imperial Beast Master. To Lu Luochan, Duan Xianghua was even more favorable to her. 8 years ago, Lu Luochan entered the Magic City Imperial Beast University, far away from the imperial capital where the Lu family was located. Duan Xianghua admired Lu Luochan so much that he even took Lu Luochan as his disciple. The favored beasts contracted by Lu Luochan. Apart from the initial favored beast which was of the 10th rank potential of the flourishing star rank, the second favored beast and third favored beast contracted thereafter were all subdragon species of the obsidian rank potential, which were not even remotely close to some of the weaker giant dragon species. Many of the favored beasts were able to conclude their contracts with the help of Duan Xianghua. To Lu Luocan, Duan Xianghua was not only the principal, but also a relative like a teacher and father. She rushed to the phone and instantly got up to answer the door. Duan Xianghua looks like an ordinary old man with white hair, cloudy eyes with a kind gaze, leaning on a walking stick, slightly hunchbacked spine, and hobbling steps. However, it was such an old man who had taught countless famous and powerful imperial beast masters, and even suppressed countless ferocious beasts for thousands of miles around the magic capital. On strength, on prestige, no less than the current governor of Mordor. Duan Xianghua sat down on the soft sofa with Lu Luocan's assistance. His kind gaze fell on Lu Luocan's eyes, and he said in a warm voice, Lu Luocan, you had your first lesson today, how do you feel? It feels good. Lu Luocan pursed her lips and smiled. In front of Duan Xianghua, she was always well behaved, without half of the flirtatiousness of a mature imperial sister, and softly said, I've discovered 2 geniuses, so teacher can pay more attention to them. Oh, Duan Xianghua came to be interested and stroked his beard. To make you all feel genius, I'd like to hear about it. Lu Luocan solemnly said, they are both freshmen in the 301 dormitory, Shen Nian, as well as Du Ruoyun. I know them. Shen Nian has awakened the A-ranked talent Heavy Water, and Du Ruoyun has awakened the rare B-ranked auxiliary talent Sacred Light, the importance of which is comparable to an A-ranked talent. Duan Xianghua said gently. However, B-grade talent and A-grade talent are just the threshold for entering Magic City University. Are they something else special? The slime that Shen Nian contracted awakened the special talent of devouring resources to grow infinitely. The moonlight butterfly contracted by Du Ruoyun was originally a cotton bug, but awakened the special talent of infinite cocoon evolution, which evolved into a moonlight butterfly. Lu Luochan gently pursed her lips and explained, in terms of talent, they may not be the strongest of this class of freshmen, but after they contracted the slime and moonlight butterfly, their future will be unlimited. Special growth talents? Duan Xianghua's eyes flickered, and with his insights and experience, he naturally knew the heaven-defying nature of this special talent. Any Imperial Beastmaster who contracted such a gifted favored beast would be at least a monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster in the future as long as they didn't die in the middle of the process. There was even a not-so-small probability of achieving the Overlord level. A monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster could already serve as the governor of a province. Overlord-class Imperial Beastmaster? That's a national treasure. Is the message exact? Although Duan Xianghua believed Lu Luochan, he still couldn't help but ask again. Exactly. Lu Luochan hesitated and slowly said, in fact, I have also contracted a pet beast that is no less than a slime or moonlight butterfly. Initially it was just a red carp that wasn't even at the first rank of the awakening class, but now it has evolved to a monarch class potential. What? Duan Xianghua stood up in shock. His crutches fell aside, and between the shocking flashes of his eyes, he eagerly said, quickly release it for me to see. Lu Luochan has never seen Duan Xianghua this look. He has always been unperturbed, but now it is out of character. You can imagine how treasured special talents are. Even a veteran monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster was unable to maintain his composure. She quickly figured out that special talents were inherently rare and needed to be honored by a world before they could be awakened. Not to mention, Leaping Dragon Door is a growing special talent. With a slight movement of her mind,
She summoned the Red Thunder Jiao, its several-meter-long body snaking through the living room, the red-colored bone wings behind it not waving, but able to easily levitate in mid-air. This is the augur species. Duan Shangwa's voice trembled slightly as he said, the augur dragon species, the true dragon species, has long since left the blue star and traveled to the vast universe. You actually contracted an augur dragon species. At this moment, he no longer had a trace of doubt about Lu Luochan's words. If it wasn't for the special growth talent, such as the Red Thunder Jiao, which has never been documented as a Jiao dragon species pet beast, how could it have evolved? Next, Lu Luochan showed Duan Shangwa the ability of the Red Thunder Jiao, and played the video of today's lecture, watching the slime defeat the Mad Blade werewolf over the level. Duan Shangwa's eyes were complicated. Is this still slime? Duan Shangwa couldn't help but sigh. And that moonlight butterfly, how similar is it to the green cotton butterfly? Only in terms of ability, it's 1,000 times more powerful, Lu Luocan said softly. Speaking of which, it was also thanks to Shen Niannian's and Du Ruoyun's favors that I was able to contract the Red Carp and evolve into the Red Thunder Jiao. Next, Lu Luochan introduced the mythical favored beast shop. As for the speculation of the rebirth of the strong, and the metamorphosis of the world-destroying demon dragon after the descent of the dragon realm, she had not mentioned it. Duan Shangwa was shocked. Are you saying that the slime, the moonlight butterfly, and your Red Thunder Jiao were all cultivated by that mythical favored beast store manager? Yes, Lu Luochan said softly. Teacher, that shopkeeper only bid $3 million and sold the red carp to me. This shows that selling favored beast cubs is by no means the reason why he opened a favored beast store. He may want to even establish a power in the future by creating a genius royal beast master. Under the constant layout, this was the result Lu Luochan came up with after analyzing it. So what do you think? What should I do? Duan Shangwa looked at Lu Luochan with a solemn expression. Regarding that store manager, even Duan Shangwa felt incomparably mysterious. He couldn't even entertain the thought of trying. I wouldn't recommend trying. And, the store manager is a really nice person. With a soft smile, Lu Luochan said, I suggest that the teacher let the trustworthy young Imperial Beast Masters go forward to the mythic favored beast store to purchase and contract favored beast cubs. As for those who cannot be trusted, I think teacher will not allow them to come into contact with them, lest they cause resentment from the store manager. I will consider your suggestion. Duan Shangwa took a deep breath and sighed. It's a pity that your teacher. I'm getting old, and I can't contract any more favored beasts, or else I would have gone and purchased favored beast cubs as well. Lu Luochan looked at the kind old man with sadness in her heart. Duan Shangwa had left too many injuries behind when he was young. In his old age, he still let his indentured favored beasts enter the army and fight the many foreigners. Over the years, there was only one pet beast left that he had contracted. As for the Imperial Beast Space, it was nearly in pieces, and it hadn't survived more than a few years. The old man has dedicated his life to the Summerland. The only thing he was sorry for was the pet beasts that had died in battle. Teacher, Lu Luochan suddenly developed an impulse and said, my sentinel beast talent, it has evolved into S rank. Chapter 38 SSS-Grade talents, all become gods? Lu Luochan looked at the old man until he revealed a pleased smile and gently stroked the green silk at the corner of her forehead. Because of the contracted Red Thunder Jiao, right? Duan Shangwa smiled kindly. Since ancient times, why is it that growing special talents are sought after by countless Imperial Beast Masters? When you cultivate the Red Thunder Jiao to the Overlord level, even if you're only an F-rank talent, it will evolve into an SS rank. Regarding the evolution of Lu Luochan's Imperial Beast talent, Duan Shangwa had long guessed it by combining the many pieces of information and the change in Lu Luochan's aura. What he was truly pleased about was that Lu Luochan was willing to inform himself. What about the SSS class? Willow Rakhan couldn't help but ask. Where's the SSS rating? Duan Shangwa shook his head and said, at least in this era, no one has ever awakened an SSS-Grade Imperial Beast talent. But there are ancient records that any royal beast master who awakened the SSS-Grade talent, without exception, all became gods. Lu Luochan's mind was shaken. SSS-Grade Imperial Beast talent, has it never even appeared in this civilization era? She naturally didn't doubt that with the position Duan Shangwa was in, she could already know many secret stories, until Duan Shangwa got in a commercial vehicle. Within Lu Luochan's mind, still echoing, the old man's incomparably solemn pale voice. The Imperial Beast civilization of the last era was destroyed at the hands of a god-level Imperial Beast Master with SSS-ranked talent. Lock-in, remember what I said. If someone can awaken the SSS-ranked Imperial Beast talent, when he becomes a god, there may only be two possibilities: reach the stars with Blue Star, or destroy the whole world. If you are fortunate enough to meet one, be sure to befriend it. Not only to you, but to the entire human Sentinel Beast civilization. It's incredibly important. She couldn't calm down for a long time. But a thought came to her abruptly.
Is the store manager an SSS rank talent? Lu Luochan thought for a long time, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt it was possible, secretly saying, it's extremely possible. Even if it's not SSS grade, it's at least SS grade. In Lu Luochan's opinion, Lu Yu was able to cultivate such favored beasts as the red carp, slime, and green cottonworm, so there was no reason why he himself wasn't an SS class talent. Lu Luochan even suspected that the SSS-ranked gifted Imperial Beastmaster who had destroyed the last era's civilization might be that mysterious shopkeeper. Mythical favored animal shop. Lu Yu sat on the sofa, revealing a thoughtful look. A pet beast that has awakened a special growth-type talent will actually drive the Imperial Beastmaster's talent to evolve together when it grows and evolves? Lu Yu couldn't help but shake his head. It's not in the system's profile, either. He suddenly understood why Luo Tianyan had suddenly given a gift, and had also struck out with the alien fire and ice that were on the top of the list. In that case, it seemed that Luo Tianyan as well as his sister Luo Jingqing's talent for royal beasts, even if they hadn't evolved to S rank, I'm afraid that they were still showing an evolutionary trend. Dog system, are you out of your mind? Such a heaven-defying favored beast cub, and your ING selling it for 3 million? Lu Yu couldn't help but curse angrily, his heart aching. He was incomparably sure that even if the price was set at 1 billion, the Imperial Beast Masters who wanted to purchase it would still crowd through the threshold of the mythic favored beast shop. Definitely not for nothing. Lu Yu took a deep breath and secretly said, the guys who don't look good will not be sold for any amount of the opening price. Well, those who know how to be grateful, such as Shen Niannian, Yang Qing, this kind of thing can be sold. Many thoughts flashed by. A quiet thought occurred to him. Perhaps I could build a force? Lu Yu pondered. More and more feel that the feasibility is extremely high. Secretly said, this power, there must be an extremely high threshold. Forget it, the threshold is of no use, even if it is a waste. I can cultivate it. Well, the most important thing is loyalty. The heart aspect must be assessed well. It was conceptualized for a long time and no real decision was made. Just a framework. With a slight movement of his mind, the Pets and Beasts shop, which had expanded by 100 times, reverted back to less than 100 square meters. Maintaining the spatial expansion of the favored beast shop needed to divide Lu Yu's mind at all times, and he was now ready to sleep, so naturally he would not continue to maintain it. Before resting, Lu Yu opened the system panel and checked up on the achievement quests. Many achievement quests. There were business-type achievements, such as selling the first pet beast cub and cumulatively selling 5 pet beast cubs, all of which Lu Yu had already completed. The achievement rewards are also very generous. Straight up a random SSS rank sentinel beast talent. There were even kill-type achievements, such as suppressing the first Imperial Beast Master enemy, which Lu Yu had also completed, and after killing the Imperial Dragon Master Lu Hongda, he obtained an incomparably precious red star level resource, the Devil's Heart. A more advanced kill achievement is to subdue 5 Imperial Beastmaster enemies. Achievements of the same type, such as suppressing powerful foreign races, suppressing large numbers of ferocious beasts, and so on, were of a much higher standard. It was at least a matter of suppressing a monarch-level foreigner, or suppressing tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, before one could be considered to have reached the quota of the mission. There are many achievement tasks, a wide variety of them, and the conditions for reaching them are all rather harsh. Instead, Lu Yu saw that there was another achievement quest that he could complete at any time. Having the first store of your own? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. He was unable to see that the reward for this achievement quest. However, after completing 3 achievement quests, he had awakened 2 SSS-Grade Imperial Beast talents, the Dark Inferno and the Godslayer Heavenly Flame. In addition, it was a red star-ranked top-tier resource, the Devil's Heart. With the generosity of the system, I'm sure that the rewards for this one achievement task must also be extraordinary. When he initially opened the store, he just directly undertook the dilapidated favored beast store, and didn't even redecorate it, just changed a signboard. The Pets and Beasts store, naturally, is also rented. Monthly rent, 50,000. In the Magic City, such store rents are considered normal. Lu Yu estimated that the average price per square foot of the stores in the vicinity of the Magic City Imperial Beasts University was around 150,000. And with his current $28 million savings, it would be completely easy to make the store belonging to the mythical favored beasts shop belong to him completely. Lu Yu lightly laughed and secretly said, 28 million in deposits cannot buy the blood and flesh of a giant dragon species, nor can it buy a few foreign flames. Wouldn't it be beautiful if it was used to buy stores and directly converted into system rewards? The next day, after Lu Yu washed up, he sent a message to the owner of the store named Zhang Shanhe, indicating his intention to buy the store. He directly stated that he was willing to offer $17 million for the store. At the current average price of $150,000 for a store,
The total area of this store is 98 square meters and the total price is $14.7 million. In fact, given a price of $15 million, many commercial owners would be willing to sell. The real estate industry in the Magic City today can be anything but prosperous. The entire real estate market, including the major industries in Magic City, had been monopolized by the many big families in Magic City. Many businesses are not doing well, and the rents of stores have dropped again and again. In recent years, even home prices have been on the decline. Lu Yu's willingness to bid $17 million was undoubtedly very high. Giving enough sincerity and face, he had thought that Jiang Shanhe would readily agree, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't answer directly, but replied, "The price of $17 million is still a little too low. What exactly is the price? Let's wait for me to go over there and talk face to face." Lu Yu thought for a moment and replied, "Boss Jiang, the price of $17 million is already very high." Jiang Shanhe quickly replied, "As I said, $17 million is not enough. The specific price, wait for me to go over for an interview. Can't you understand human language?" Lu Yu didn't reply again and put his phone away, but his brows were furrowed. "Let's hope you know what you're doing." Lu Yu's expression was slightly cold. He had long since ceased to be the failed student of the college entrance examination who had not even awakened the talent of the Imperial Beast a few days ago. At that time, Lu Yu even had to rely on the inheritance left behind by his parents to be able to open this mythical favored beast shop. Nowadays, Lu Yu, himself a transcendent mortal 10th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, had even contracted the world-destroying demonic dragon and the purple inferno Imperial Bird, so in terms of battle power, he was comparable to a dimming moon-ranked Imperial Beast Master. Need to know, a dimming moon-ranked Imperial Beast Master could be a deputy mayor in some small cities. Battle prowess aside, Lu Yu had successively sold 7 favored beast cubs, and was considered to have initially accumulated a network. If you don't know better, don't blame me. Lu Yu's eyes were cold. Chapter 39, The Strongest Royal Beast School? Stormtrooper Stream. Lu Yu waited patiently in the store. Jiang Shanhe, however, was late in arriving. It wasn't until the afternoon that Lu Yu sent a message urging the other party to come over as soon as possible. If Jiang Shanhe was really unavailable, then set another time. It was only after 10 minutes that Jiang Shanhe made a reply. "I have something else to do right now, and since I want to talk, it will be today. You stay in the store. I'll be there soon. If I arrive and you're not there, delaying my precious time, then there's no need to talk anymore." Lu Yu did not reply, but an icy look spread unconsciously on his face. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down. When Lu Yu looked outside the pet beast shop, he saw 2 teenagers who were similar in appearance and were obviously blood brothers, walking side by side towards the pet beast shop. Got a guest? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. In front of his guests, he directly forgot all about Jiang Shanhe. It's simply not worth it to get upset over people like that. Outside, Duan Dongwen looked at the signboard of the mythical favored beast shop and said to his brother beside him, "Brother, this is the mythical favored beast shop that Grandpa talked about, isn't it?" Duan Shiwu nodded his head and said excitedly, "But Grandpa said that the store manager of this pet beast store is definitely a true master, and the pet beast cubs that he cultivates are all considered to be of a heaven-defying level. The 2 of us have only awakened our B-grade beast royal talent. If we want to catch up with those geniuses in the family, we must choose the best initial pet beasts." Duan Dongwen muttered a bit and said, "I see this pet beast store. It's a bit too shabby. Can it really breed any quality pet beasts?" "What do you know?" Duan Shiwu retorted. "Great concealment is hidden in the city. How would a true master care about the environment? Do you know Shen Nian Nian?" "I know." Duan Dongwen nodded his head and said, "I heard that Shen Nian Nian contracted slimes, and even used a slime to cross over and defeat a transcendent first-order Mad Blade werewolf. I really don't know how she cultivated slimes." "Oh my foolish brother." Duan Shiwu smiled smugly. "I've already gone and asked Shen Nian Nian. The slime she contracted was purchased from the mythic favored beast shop. Not just the slime, Du Ruoyun's moonlight butterfly is also from the mythic favored beast shop." "Holy!" Duan Dongwen burst out, shocked. Slimes and moonlight butterflies, both of them were actually cultivated by the store manager of this petting beast store? This is turning something rotten into something magical. No wonder even Grandpa holds this favored beast shop in such high esteem. Go! Duan Shiwu's face was filled with anticipation as he said, "If you can contract a favored beast cub that is comparable to a slime, even Grandpa will feel gratified." Aha! Duan Dongwen was equally expectant. As the grandsons of Duan Xianghua, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu had extremely high requirements for their initial favored beasts, and after being admitted to the magic capital Imperial Beast University, even after they had all begun their formal classes, the 2 brothers had not contracted a satisfactory initial favored beast. Knowing that the slime was from the mythic favored beast shop, coupled with the fact that Grandpa, who could be called an authority, held the mythic favored beast shop in such high esteem, the 2 brothers, who had grown up in a large family and received the most elite type of education, would not have half a bit of contempt? When Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu walked into the mythical favored beast store, their eyes held a sense of anticipation and reverence. Duan Dongwen looked at the handsome young man who came face to face and was the same age as himself, and couldn't help but say, "Buddy, we've come to buy a favored beast cub. Let your store manager come out?" "I'm the store manager." This handsome youth, with a gentle demeanor, said. "Ha?" Duan Dongwen opened his mouth wide and stammered a bit. You're the store manager? But you're still so young. I believe it when I say you're a student of the Magic City Imperial Beast University." "I'm not a student." Lu Yu shook his head slightly. Duan Shiwu looked at Lu Yu's demeanor and hastily said to Duan Dongwen, "Brother, you should cut the crap. Even though the store manager is young, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have the ability. Don't be a dog's eye." "I'm sorry, store manager." Duan Dongwen reacted and hurriedly said, "I just didn't expect that the store manager, who is so highly respected even by Grandpa, is so young. I don't have any malice, so don't pay attention to it." Lu Yu was dumbfounded. The attitude of these two brothers was really like a spring breeze. "Your grandfather?" he said with some amazement. Lu Yu didn't remember that there were very old people among the guests he received. When Duan Shiwu mentioned his own grandfather, he couldn't help but reveal a proud expression and laughed. "Our grandfather, but the principal of the Magic City Imperial Beast University, Duan Xianghua. Our two brothers came over to purchase the favored beasts, and it was specially instructed by our grandfather." Lu Yu was a bit surprised. Duan Xianghua. Lu Yu was naturally no stranger to this name. Once upon a time, he also had the ambition to enter the Magic City Imperial Beast University, but in the end, he only took a liberal arts college and regretfully failed the exam. Lu Yu had naturally learned about Duan Shanghua's deeds, and he only had the purest respect for this old man who had made countless sacrifices for the Xia Kingdom. "I have a lot of respect for Principal Duan, too." Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, "However, even if you are Principal Duan's grandsons, I won't give a discount." "No need for a discount," Duan Dongwen hurriedly said. "We all came with enough money. As long as the quality of the favored beast cubs is good enough, there definitely isn't any price cutting." Lu Yu nodded his head. He was naturally just being polite. He hadn't yet grasped the pricing power of the favored beast cubs, even if he wanted to discount them. And then he said, "Tell us about your needs?" Duan Dongwen sighed and said, "I awakened a great imperial beast talent. Accelerated growth. This imperial beast talent is only suitable to go and assist the growth of the favored beast race. I don't even feel worthy of a B grade rating." Duan Shiwu hurriedly said, "I've awakened a grade B sentinel beast talent. Rip and extinguish. It can grant the tier exterminate attack trait to the contracted pet beast. It's considered a good main attack type talent. You're so much better than me with this talent." Duan Dongwen let out a sigh and looked at his brother rather enviously. The talent Split and Destroy was considered top-notch even among B-grade talents. The added attack characteristics, all of which are of a very perfect nature, can greatly enhance the battle power of the favored beast. On the contrary, Duan Dongwen's accelerated growth, just the name gives Duan Dongwen a sense of shame, so that he often feels confused about the future. After graduating from the Magic City Imperial Beast University, was he going to take over the family's favored beast industry? Every day was just delivering babies, then casting the Sentinel Beast talent, and watching the cubs grow up under the Sentinel Beast talent? Such a future, Duan Dongwen really cannot accept. This guest, you need not be presumptuous. Lu Yu dumbly laughed and said, "Accelerated growth, which can make even the Blue Star will rate it as grade B. The intensity will definitely not be low. Have you ever thought of going the Stormtrooper stream, which has the most terrifying battle strength among the many Imperial Beast schools? Stormtrooper Flow?" Duan Dongwen's eyes widened. He had naturally heard of it. The name of the Stormtrooper stream was one of the most terrifying of the Imperial Beast schools. A tyrannical soldier stream Imperial Beastmaster was often swept by a tide of beasts wherever he passed, and the terrifying tide of beasts destroyed all enemies. Of course I've thought about going with the mob stream. With my Imperial Beast talent, I can accelerate the growth rate of my favored beast soldiers. However, nowadays, the Xia Kingdom has announced that the favored beasts suitable for the Stormtrooper stream are at least of obsidian level potential. Duan Dongwen sighed. I've only just awakened my Royal Beast talent, and with my awakening level Royal Beast space, I simply can't accommodate this kind of favored beast cub. If I wait until the future to switch genres, the time wasted in the early stages will simply not be able to make up for it. This is something that the guests cannot worry about. Lu Yu let out a light laugh and said, "Since I dared to say that, there will be a favored beast cub that is suitable for the guest's contract and is suitable to go on the Stormtrooper school." Chapter 40, Tuance? Special Talent Engraving. Really? Duan Dongwen was incomparably surprised and hurriedly said, "Thank you, store manager." Duan Shiwu looked at his own brother and couldn't help but show an envious expression. "That's a mob stream. Despite the large amount of resources that needed to be invested, even for Imperial Beastmasters who majored in the Stormtrooper stream, many of them were just like the Imperial Dragon Masters, who only contracted a single favored beast for the rest of their lives, simply because the resources consumed were too huge. But all the drawbacks are nothing compared to the battle power of the Stormtrooper stream. A Royal Beastmaster who was in charge of tens of thousands of favored beast soldiers would be an absolute killer if he was on top of a foreign battlefield. Lu Yu looked at Duan Shiwu and said, "As for this guest, your awakened B-rank talent cracking destruction is more suitable for contracting a favored beast cub that possesses extreme destructive power, which can be increased to the extreme." Yeah. Duan Shiwu's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. That's what I was thinking. As long as the destructive power is raised to its limit, the attack is the defense and will defy all enemies. Until Lu Yu mentioned himself and also mapped out his growth path, Duan Shiwu's envy dissipated. The mob stream is no longer strong enough for him. With the many schools of Imperial Beastmasters, the only one that suits you is the best. The corners of Duan Dongwen's mouth hooked up into a smile as he said, "Oh my foolish younger brother, you don't understand after all. In front of the countless troops of the tyrannical stream Imperial Beastmasters, even if your destructive power is as strong as it is, you'll still be completely drowned by an army of favored beast troopers." Ha! Duan Shiwu sneered and said, "Brother, you're the one who doesn't understand, right? In the face of absolute destructive power, even if you have more soldiers, even if they converge into legions, what can you do? I will kill all the legions myself. You know." Duan Dongwen became anxious and said angrily, "Do you understand the gold content of one person becoming an army or not? TSK, I think it's because you don't understand what it means to defeat 10,000 people with one, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, right?" Duan Shiwu showed no weakness. "Okay," Duan Dongwen said angrily, "when I train up my army of soldiers, I'll see how your favored beasts can fight me? Then let's fight. Who's afraid of who?" Duan Shiwu coldly snorted. As Lu Yu watched these two brothers argue, he couldn't help but cover his forehead and said helplessly, "You two haven't even contracted a favored beast yet. Why are you fighting?" Duan Dongwen smiled sarcastically and said, "Ahem, sorry about that, store manager. It was the two of us who lost our temper." Duan Shiwu revealed a look of anticipation and hurriedly said, "Shopkeeper, just hurry up and bring out the favored beast cubs. Both of us can't wait." "Good." Lu Yu smiled and nodded. With a slight movement of his mind, he took out two transparent containers and placed them on top of the long table. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu could no longer restrain themselves and quickly walked to the front of the container, looking into it with a feeling of immense anticipation. Next moment, both brothers showed a stunned look. "No, where are the favored beast cubs?" Duan Dongwen was confused and said, "Where are the favored beast cubs that I'm destined to storm tens of thousands of troops and form an army of soldiers? Yeah, where are the favored beast cubs?" Duan Shiwu was completely dumbfounded and said, "In this container, there's nothing. My veiled, destined to destroy the heavens and the earth initial favored beast. Why can't I see it?" Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu looked at each other, both seeing the bewilderment in the other's eyes. They've looked at it carefully. There seems to be nothing in the container. Lu Yu said with interest, "You guys take a closer look. The favored beast cub is in the container. It definitely won't run away." Hearing that Lu Yu had said so, the two brothers, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, had no choice but to each scrutinize the container without missing a single corner. "There!" Duan Dongwen exclaimed, pointing at the transparent inner wall of the container and said, "There's an ant here. This ant is also too small. I just ignored it. I saw it too. There's an ant in the container." Duan Shiwu hurriedly said. The two of them looked at each other and then at the ants in each other's containers. Both of them were completely dumbfounded. Two ants? This was not at all like the excellent favored beasts they had imagined. Duan Shiwu laughed bitterly. "Store manager, you can't be joking with us, right? These two little ants really can't be linked to the favored beast cubs." Duan Dongwen was anxious and hurriedly said, "Shopkeeper, you'd better hurry up and bring out the real favored beast cubs. Our two brothers can't afford to joke around like this." "I'm not kidding." Lu Yu let out a light laugh and said, "These two ants are the cubs that you are going to contract, and they are also the most suitable favored beast cubs for you to contract." Duan Dongwen opened his mouth so wide that it could almost be stuffed with eggs, and couldn't help but say, "Shopkeeper, these two ants are so weak that they're hard to detect with the naked eye. Is there any possibility of advancing to the awakened first order in this life? How does this? Let us contract." Duan Shiwu pondered deeply, thinking of the slime, the moonlight butterfly, and the serious instructions of his grandfather, Duan Xianghua. He didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect at all. "Shopkeeper, could it be that these two ants have something special about them?" Duan Shiwu suddenly realized, maybe these two ants, not what they thought, maybe have some kind of ability beyond their knowledge. "You're smart." Lu Yu was very appreciative of Duan Shiwu, the younger of the two brothers, who clearly had a higher IQ and better emotional management. Duan Dongwen also reacted quickly and joined Duan Shiwu, revealing an attentive listening expression. Lu Yu laughed softly. Those two ants in front of you have both awakened a special growth-type talent called engraving themselves.
Special growable talents? Engraving? Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu exclaimed one after another. Exactly. Lu Yu laughed. This special talent, engraving, can brand a complete evolutionary route on an ant's body. Holy, Duan Shiwu was shocked. Doesn't that mean that the little ants will directly evolve into whatever form I want them to evolve into? Then if I want the little ant to evolve into a stormtrooper stream pet beast, I can easily do that as well? Duan Dongwen also came to a clear realization. His face filled with shock. Theoretically, it can evolve into any form, but the evolutionary route must be reasonable, or else it will easily go wrong. Lu Yu pointed at the two spatial containers and smiled. In order to meet your needs, I have branded a complete evolutionary route for you, so you can take a look. So saying, he took out 2 sheets of A4 paper and pushed them in front of the two brothers. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu each took the paper and looked at the words on it, and they couldn't help but reveal a look of incomparable shock. This ant of mine can eventually evolve into an ant clan matriarch with the potential of a hegemonic 10th order. It can easily reproduce demon god ants, army breaker ants, sky ants, and other monarch class troop types. Duan Dongwen looked at the container, almost invisible, as if it was a faint ant, but his eyes were full of fire. Worker ants, giant crocodile ants, sword-cutting ants, demon god ants, and the final form is a sky-splitting ant? The same overlord class 10th rank potential, wielding a terrifying cutting power that can split the sky? Duan Shiwu hugged the container and didn't let go, staring closely at the tiny ants inside, and hurriedly said, "Shopkeeper, I'll deed it." Yeah. Duan Dongwen immediately said, "Store manager, name your price. We'll pay now." Chapter 41, A Lion's Bounty? It turned out to be the little Yakuza. These two ant-favored beast cubs are both priced at 3 million. Lu Yu laughed lightly. Shang Hui, $6 million. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu didn't hesitate and each swiped 3 million. Spin. Separately, with the small ants in front of them, they concluded the Imperial Beast contract. At the instant the contract was concluded, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu could both sense that a large amount of information was coming in from under the connection of the contract. From the weakest worker ant form, continuously evolving to the ultimate form of the 10th stage of the Overlord class, the specific resources required for each evolutionary form came to mind. What surprised the two was that the many resources required for evolution, no matter how precious, were clearly known to them. This meant that even if one wanted to evolve an ant hatchling to its final form in the future, whether it was an ant mother or a rift ant, one wouldn't have to worry about not being able to buy the resources to evolve. With Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu's insights, they naturally knew that it didn't matter that the many evolutionary resources were sold at expensive prices. The thing that they were most worried about was that the evolutionary resources had become completely extinct. The evolution of a favored beast is undoubtedly an extremely rigorous matter. Any hint of error can be a total loss. If the corresponding evolution resources went extinct, even if resources were found to replace them, it wouldn't be the same after all, and the evolution success rate would be greatly reduced. In the worst case, it would even cause the evolutionary route of the favored beast, from then on, to be cut off. Store manager, thank you, Duan Shiwu said sincerely. The evolutionary route of the split sky ants must have been specially selected by you, right? I have channels to buy any kind of evolutionary resources. This means that, as long as I have enough funds, in the future, the little ants will definitely evolve into Overlord 10th Order potential split sky ants. In the future, my little worker ants, too, will surely evolve into an ant mother, and there won't be any bottlenecks. Duan Dongwen said gratefully, I can't thank the store manager enough for taking care of them. Lu Yu smiled. These two little worker ants, both awakened the engraving talent, but also supporting a large number of evolutionary routes. He just picked the two most suitable evolutionary routes. There's no need to thank me. Nurturing these two little ones properly is the greatest repayment to me. Lu Yu revealed a gentle demeanor and said softly, you two don't bury their talent. Got it? No. The two spoke in unison. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Since he had sold the two ant hatchlings and had bothered to pick the two most suitable evolutionary routes, he naturally hoped that these two ant hatchlings, and even the two brothers, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, could grow up smoothly. Even though the decision to establish a force was not perfect enough today, Lu Yu was already consciously laying it out. In the near future, when many layouts converge, perhaps an invincible force that would shock the entire Blue Star would completely surface. For the two brothers, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, he still appreciated them.
especially since the two of them were also the grandsons of the president of the Magic City Imperial Beast University, which was not an ordinary status. As for why the two knew about the mythic favored beast shop, Lu Yu estimated that it should be Lu Luochan who informed Duan Shanghua, but he just didn't know how much Lu Luochan had informed him. The more elder Duan knows, it means that the closer he is to Lu Luochan, the closer he is. Lu Yu pondered slightly, but he was not worried. Elder Duan was already a respectable old man, and he even allowed his two grandsons to patronize the mythic favored beast shop, which was an obvious gesture of goodwill. How could he not know? Even if there was a slight intention to test the waters, it was still within Lu Yu's acceptable range. After Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu each contracted an ant hatchling, they cherished it and received it in the royal beast space, always warming it up with source power for fear that the fragile and young ant hatchling would suddenly karma up. Lu Yu was dumbfounded. The ant hatchling they had contracted was also the weakest in its initial form among the many hatchlings he had sold. If we talk about strength, I am afraid that it is only 1/10,000th of the awakening level 1, which is a real mole cricket. When it comes to future potential, it is not weak at all. In the future, if it could evolve into an ant mother emperor or a heaven-splitting ant, it wouldn't be the end of the line, and it could continue to engrave higher evolutionary forms. This, however, Lu Yu did not inform, lest the two be overly ambitious. The evolutionary route that could evolve to the hegemony 10th stage in the vast blue star was already the topmost. If it's higher, even if the grandfather of the two men was Duan Shanghua, he was afraid that he would not be able to protect them. At this point, ring, ring, ring. The cell phone is ringing. Lu Yu took out a look. Caller ID is Jiang Shanhe. After connecting, Jiang Shanhe's voice came from the phone. I'm already in front of your petting store, so come out and get me. Jiang Shanhe's tone, full of deservedness, sounded like fat squeezing his vocal cords. Hard to hear. Lu Yu frowned slightly and said, come in yourself, I'll be in the store. I told you to come out and greet them. Don't you understand? Jiang Shanhe cracked. Do you still want to buy my store? Lu Yu said in a cold voice. I told you to walk in by yourself. I don't want to repeat it a second time. Good. Jiang Shanhe was furious and said, Lu Yu, do you think I haven't read your profile? A failed student in the college entrance exam. Not even a beast royal master. Even if you have a little bit of money, but you should never dare to provoke me. The phone hung up. Soon, Jiang Shanhe dragged his obese body and stepped into the door of the mythical favored beast store. With a face full of anger, he walked quickly to Lu Yu's face and said in a cold voice, Lu Yu, right? The lease contract you signed before is now void. Now, get out of my store immediately. In the face of Jiang Shanhe's anger, Lu Yu remained calm and collected, looking at him with incomparable indifference as he slowly said, are you sure you want to terminate the lease contract? Why can't I get out of my contract? Jiang Shanhe sneered. It was never written in the contract that I would pay for unilaterally canceling the contract. So you're trying to make my favorite animal store never open again, right? Lu Yu's eyes took on a hint of coldness. Meeting that pair of eyes, Jiang Shanhe nearly went into cardiac arrest, looking incredulously at the dark domains and demonic domains that surfaced within Lu Yu's eyes. At this moment, he only felt that his body was freezing cold, and the great terror between life and death seemed like it would descend at any moment. So what if it is? Jiang Shanhe forcibly stabilized his mind. He himself was a transcendent-level Imperial Beast Master, and his mental quality wasn't that bad, yet he was still terrified of that flash of extreme darkness, and said, if you want to continue to open it, that's not a no-no. As long as you can come up with $30 million, I'll sell this store to you. Words. Lu Yu was furious and laughed. He had thought that his bid of $17 million was sincere enough. Unexpectedly, the other party did not appreciate it at all, and opened his mouth for $30 million. Lu Yu quickly figured out that Jiang Shanhe had obviously investigated himself from the signing information on the contract. Jiang Shanhe arrogantly thought that he had investigated everything. He thought that Lu Yu should have a large inheritance, itself even less any self-preservation, and wanted to extort a sum of money. Lu Yu thought a little deeper, and the circumstances of the matter were clear. A ray of killing intent flashed in his dark eyes. $30 million? Duan Dongwen couldn't help but say, this store, at most, is worth $15 million. You directly doubled it? Dead fat pig, are you crazy for money? Duan Shiwu stood out, his voice transmitting infinite coldness, and said, who gave you the guts to speak to the store manager like that? What are you two boys? Again? Jiang Shanhe sneered. This is my store. I'll bid whatever I'm willing to bid. Then I'll bid whatever I'm willing to bid. And what store manager? If he can't afford to pay $30 million, this favored beast store of his will have to close down completely tomorrow. I really can't understand how you dare to be so arrogant. Duan Dongwen looked at Jiang Shanhe and couldn't help but say, are all the current Imperial Beast Masters so brainless? Jiang Shanhe was incomparably arrogant, saying,
I'm a transcendent mortal 6th order Imperial Beast Master. And you two brats, I'm afraid you're still awakening level 1st order? Transcendent mortal 6th order? Duan Shiwu smiled and said, so it's a little Yakuza. Shut up, Jiang Shanha said angrily, you don't understand at all. The powerful strength of the transcendent mortal 6th order. Okay. Duan Shiwu's face was filled with impatience as he looked towards Lu Yu who was on the side and said, store manager, could you let me help deal with this? Dealing with such a minor character will really dirty your hands. Go on. Lu Yu nodded. He looked at Jiang Shanha and also felt a bit dropped. Even though they were both at the transcendent mortal 10th order, he and Jiang Shanha were clearly not at the same level. Uncle Chen, Duan Shiwu shouted. Whoever you call out, it's useless. Jiang Shanha looked at Lu Yu, knowing that Lu Yu was not going to pay out $30 million, and immediately said, from now on, you can move all your stuff away, and the previous lease contract for the store is completely void. Yes? Lu Yu was indifferent. He silently watched as Jiang Shanha's plump body was picked up by a giant bear. A middle-aged man in a suit stood next to the giant bear, his posture elegant as a waiter, forming a great contrast with the rough giant bear. Chapter 42 Xian Yao Level Resources. Realm Crystal Core. Jiang Shanha kept struggling. When he looked backward, it was his pupils that shrank. The terrifying giant bear carrying him behind him actually possessed an incomparably furious aura. How is it possible that the dimming moon level? Jiang Shanha's voice trembled. When he looked at the suited attendant beside the giant bear, he felt even more unspeakable fear. This attendant clearly possessed extreme strength, yet he was acting as if he was a subordinate. Jiang Shanha had been stuck at the transcendent mortal 10th order for 10 years, cutting off the path of ascent and the path of the Imperial Beast Master. Before he began to purchase real estate, he was incomparably aware of how honorable a dimming moon ranked Imperial Beast Master was, yet he only appeared as an attendant? Young master, the middle-aged attendant saluted. What should be done with this person? Duan Shiwu abruptly recalled that just now, a wisp of killing intent had clearly flashed through Lu Yu's eyes, and immediately waved his hand and said, just kill it. Yes, the middle-aged waiter, Uncle Chen, nodded gently. As Duan Shiwu's escort, Uncle Chen only needed to follow orders. The words fell. Jiang Shanha was terrified, and hurriedly said, you guys are going to kill me? Do you guys really don't care about the laws of the Xia Kingdom? Even you, a small person, dare to drill the loopholes of the law. Do you think I will care? Duan Shiwu sneered. Grandfather said that we only need to guard those who are worth guarding. What qualifications do scum like you have to talk to me about the law? After a few words, Duan Shiwu directly turned around and said to Lu Yu, store manager, I will operate as soon as possible and will let you get the ownership of this store within today. I believe that even if Grandpa knows about it, he will support me. Aha! Lu Yu nodded casually. He naturally knew how the big families operated, and the Duan family was considered to have a bottom line. If Luo Tianyan was allowed to do the job, regardless of Jiang Shanha's own character, he would be unable to escape death, and would even be tortured to death. Duan Dongguan and Duan Shiwu quickly offered their farewells, and Uncle Chen left with the giant bear, carrying Jiang Shanha's fat body. On the way, Jiang Shanha cried and begged for mercy as much as he could, but no one paid any attention to him, and he was even unable to break free from the giant bear. He looked at the two Duan family brothers in a daze, and his fearful gaze finally converged on Lu Yu. Lu Yu, is just a brat who opened a favored beast store? So how was he able to befriend a guest with such a monstrous background? Jiang Shanha was overwhelmed with remorse. Why am I so unlucky? He was unaware that the two brothers of the Duan family would not help casually, and they owed Lu Yu a great favor just by contracting 2 ant hatchlings. In the Duan brothers' opinion, even if they did not make a move, I was afraid that Lu Yu would be able to solve it easily. After all, the store manager is a great way to get into their grandfather's head. Wouldn't such a person have no energy? What happened next? Lu Yu no longer cared about. When the sun goes down in the west, Duan Shiwu then sent a message that the matter had been resolved. Lu Yu gently shook his head. The world of imperial beasts, it was strength that was honored. All power actually stems from great strength. Jiang Shanha, a transcendent mortal 6th order royal beast master, dared to be so arrogant. After kicking the bucket, no one can bail him out. If I didn't have the strength or the background, I'm afraid I'd be bullied by such people as well. Lu Yu's expression was cold, without the slightest bit of pity. Toward evening, the staff of the law firm, with its many documents, conducts the transfer of ownership of the store. After signing his name, Lu Yu took a deep breath. He only felt that the air inside the petting beast store had become much fresher. Achievement achieved, own the first real pet animal store of your own. Reward, Xian Yao level resources. Realm crystal cores. Are you receiving? Yes/no. Watching the system prompt come through, Lu Yu, however, was so shaken that he could hardly believe his eyes. This time, the system reward was actually a specific SSS-Grade resource? Looking at the entire blue star, this was the highest grade of resources, SSS level resources, corresponding to demigods. Claim it straight away, Lu Yu immediately said. You have obtained the SSS level resource Boundary Crystal Core, Realm Crystalline Core, an original crystalline core that can only be born from the destruction of the realm, containing the purest power of the world, which can be fused with the space of the Imperial Beasts to create the prototype of the world. Lu Yu looked at the crystal core that was flickering with glistening colorful light in the royal beast space, and only felt a shock in his heart that was simply beyond words. Surprisingly, it's a supreme treasure that can only be born when the realm is broken. After the fusion of the realm crystals, the Imperial Beast space can be created into a world prototype? Lu Yu breathed heavily, elated to the extreme, and secretly said, even a Holy Spirit level Imperial Beast Master cannot break away from the structure of the Imperial Beast space. Only when one reaches the demigod level will the Imperial Beast space metamorphose into a world prototype. This means that my Imperial Beast space will possess an essence comparable to that of a demigod? He naturally knew exactly what that meant. As long as one becomes a monarch-level Imperial Beast Master, the Imperial Beast space can manifest itself. Not only can it add endless power to the Imperial Beast Master, but it can also directly suppress opponents. Lu Yu was pleasantly surprised and secretly said, once I break through the monarch level, with the world fledgling enchantment, I will possess incredible greatness. The suppressive power of the Imperial Beast space itself will also reach the extreme, and will even be able to suppress other monarch-level Imperial Beast spaces and shatter them directly. Many thoughts flashed by. Without any further hesitation, he directly mobilized a large amount of source power, wrapping that one realm crystal core and absorbing it directly into the very core area of the Imperial Beast space. As the realm crystal core began to melt, it gradually merged into the Imperial Beast space. Lu Yu's Imperial Beast space was not only madly metamorphosing, it was also rapidly expanding. In just an instant, it expanded from 100,000 square meters to 1,000,000 square meters. The first order of prosperity. In the Imperial Beast space, a full 30 diamond-grade sentinel crystals were all completely melted at this moment, merging into that one boundary crystal core. The Imperial Beast space was still expanding, reaching 10 million square meters in the blink of an eye. While the breadth reached its extreme, Lu Yu clearly felt that the Imperial Beast space began to become heavier and the spatial barriers became thicker. Lu Yu also saw that in the space of the Imperial Beasts, there were mud and clouds, which were born one after another. A great deal of dirt that turned into earth. Many clouds form the sky. Above the earth, there are weeds growing. The sky was blue above. This is the world fledgling. Lu Yu took a deep breath and secretly said, compared to the Imperial Beast space being completely transformed into a world prototype, my Imperial Beast Master rank being raised to the 10th rank of the Flourishing Star is nothing at all. That's right. In the process of fusing the Boundary Realm crystal cores, Lu Yu then naturally reached the 10th stage of the Flourishing Star. The cost wasn't small, with at least 10 diamond-grade sentinel crystals, completely consumed. As for the remaining 20 sentinel crystals, they were absorbed by the Boundary Crystal Core, helping the Boundary Crystal Core to completely integrate into the Imperial Beast space. With 20 sentinel crystals, roughly 2% of the boundary crystals were ablated, allowing my sentinel beast space to take on the shape of a fledgling world. Lu Yu pondered briefly and secretly said, if I want the realm crystal core to completely dissolve, I'm afraid that I would need 1,000 sentinel crystals, or if my own rank reaches the Holy Spirit level, I would naturally be able to completely digest this realm crystal core. As a resource of the Xianya level, the minimum threshold for the use of a realm crystal core was actually the Holy Spirit level. If it wasn't for Lu Yu's own awakening of 2 SSS-grade talents, the Imperial Beast space itself being a very extraordinary bit of space, and the addition of the many sentinel crystals, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to use this boundary crystal core at all. In the space of the Imperial Beast, Roar, the demonic dragon of extinction was immersed in the changes in the world. As Lu Yu's realm broke through to the Flourishing Star level, the bottleneck that limited the ascension of the world-destroying demon dragon also dissolved. A powerful and profound aura spread out. The prosperous star level, the third order. It was clear that he had just broken through, but he had reached the third stage of the Flourishing Star. Phew! The purple Inferno Emperor bird was not willing to lag behind, and endless purple flames filled the Imperial Beast space. Boom! Transient breakthrough. The second order of the prosperous star class. Compared to the world-destroying demon dragon, the accumulation of the purple Inferno Emperor bird was slightly inferior. After all, not only did the demonic dragon of extinction use the devil's heart, but it was also able to perceive the ancient dragon gate and absorb a trace of the dragon realm origin, making its conditions quite a bit better than the violet flame emperor bird. Even so,
The grade of the Violet Inferno Emperor bird had also reached the second stage of the Prosperous Star class. In terms of battle power, it might not be inferior to the world-destroying Demon Dragon. At this point, a system prompt surfaced. Chapter 43, second on the list of foreign flames, crowning Purple Flame. Your contracted favored beast, Exterminating Demon Dragon, breaks through the Prosperous Star level and comprehends the Red Star level skill, Dragon Realm Projection. Your contracted favored beast Purple Inferno Emperor bird breaks through the Prosperous Star level and comprehends the Red Star level skill Heavenly Flame Parade. As the system prompt came through, Lu Yu's eyes brightened slightly. After the world-destroying Demon Dragon and the Purple Inferno Emperor bird broke through the Great Realm, they had indeed both comprehended a Red Star rank skill. He checked it out instantly. Dragon Realm Projection, a Red Star rank skill that summons a projection of the Dragon Realm, which can empower oneself and suppress one's opponents. The deeper your understanding of the dragon's origin, the more solid and powerful the Dragon Realm Projection will be. If you can truly comprehend the origin of the dragon, you will be able to completely rule the Dragon Realm. Lu Yu was instantly shocked. A pair of eyes were filled with astonishment. You call that a Red Star level skill? Lu Yu exclaimed in shock. It was true that the only way to comprehend a Red Star ranked skill was to have Holy Spirit ranked potential. However, the Dragon Realm Projection comprehended by the world-destroying Demon Dragon was also too heaven-defying. It was actually possible to summon a projection of the Dragon Realm. The Dragon Realm. Among the realms, it was also one of the most powerful realms, a presence comparable to the demonic realm. In the Dragon Realm, there were countless powerful dragons and even divine dragons living. A sub-dragon species can't even find the door to the Dragon Realm. The Dragon Realm gave birth to countless dragon races, and its own world origin was even more magnificent. Summoning a trace of the Dragon Realm Projection to add to it, I'm afraid that it would instantly push the battle power of the world-destroying Demon Dragon to an incomparably terrifying level. If you use the Dragon Realm Projection to directly suppress the enemy, Lu Yu didn't even dare to imagine what kind of strength of enemy could carry the Dragon Realm. Not to mention, if the world-destroying Demon Dragon one day completely mastered the dragon origin, it would be able to use this skill as the key to master the Dragon Realm and become the Lord of the Dragon Realm. In the Dragon Realm, there are countless powerful dragons, which are great divine dragons. If they were to know that the demonic dragon clan, which was once expelled from the Dragon Realm, has the chance to become the Lord of the Dragon Realm, I'm afraid that all of them would be completely shaken, right? Lu Yu couldn't help but think. Ho ho ho! The world-destroying Devil Dragon roared in surprise, and was very satisfied with its current strength, as well as the skill Dragon Realm Projection that it had comprehended. Lu Yu estimated that the fact that the world-destroying demonic dragon could comprehend the Dragon Realm Projection should have something to do with the fact that it observed the Dragon Gate and had an epiphany, which led to the Dragon Realm shadow coming down. He had long since sensed that the world-destroying Demon Dragon's third talent, Holy Dragon, was obviously a powerful talent that had been acquired by the Dragon Realm's favor. Since it's all been coveted, it seems reasonable for the Dragon Realm to bestow another Red Star rank skill, right? Many thoughts flashed by. Lu Yu began to check out the new skills of the Purple Inferno Emperor bird. Celestial Flame Parade, Red Star level skill, summoning endless celestial violet flames that fall to the ground. Compared to the world-destroying Demon Dragon's Dragon Realm Projection, the Purple Inferno Emperor bird's Heavenly Flame Parade seemed to be a bit modest, and even the introduction of the skill was very brief. Lu Yu, however, felt the infinite destructive intent between the lines. Isn't the fall of the boundless heavenly flame comparable to the legendary forbidden spell? In terms of destructive power, would there be a single piece of intact land under the heavenly flame parade? This is the real ruin. Lu Yu's eyes instantly locked onto the words Song Tian Purple Flame. He immediately took out his cell phone and searched for foreign fire list. List of foreign fires. 1. Stellar Amazing. 2. Cthulhu Purple Flame. 3. Green Lotus Holy Fire. 4. To the Devil's Amazing. 5. Bone Dragon Cold Fire. Sure enough, Lu Yu took a deep breath. The Celestial Purple Flame ranked second on the list of foreign flames. Before that, he had speculated. It was only that there were quite a few purple foreign flames on top of the list of foreign flames before they were actually confirmed. It was not until he saw the Violet Flame Imperial Bird comprehend the Heavenly Flame Parade that Lu Yu was completely certain that the Violet Flame of the Violet Flame Imperial Bird's fiery body was the Heavenly Violet Flame that ranked second on the list of foreign flames. The Celestial Purple Flame is second only to the top-ranked Stellar True Amazing Flame. In terms of destructive power, it can be considered the strongest in the world. As a matter of fact, the Song Tian Purple Flame was already the strongest foreign fire that could be born on the Blue Planet among the historical records. After all, the first-ranked Stellar True Amazing Flame was a terrifying fire that could only be born at the core of the sun. At least, the Imperial Beast civilization of this era has never glimpsed the divine power of the Stellar True Amazing.
and even the celestial purple flame originated from the records of the previous era. It was rumored that the Tsong heavenly violet flame was born from the will of the blue star, representing certain powers of the Tsong heaven. Even if it's a legend, it's enough to say something. In fact, of the top 3 foreign flames on the list of foreign flames, only the green lotus sacred flame can be traced and has a chance to be found. Judging from the intensity, the foreign flames located in the top 3 are all at least comparable to the strength of an SS-Grade Imperial Beast talent. Lu Yu pondered slightly. The strengths of the foreign flames located in the top 20 are all comparable to S-Grade Imperial Beast talents. I just don't know which is stronger or weaker. My SSS-ranked God-slaying heavenly flame, compared to the first-ranked stellar true amazing flame? The origin of the purple inferno emperor bird was partially clarified. Lu Yu was certainly very satisfied with the heavenly flame parade. When the boundless celestial violet flame descends, it is not a forbidden spell, but the wrath of the heavens. Phew! The purple inflammation emperor bird collected the purple inflammation that emitted a terrifying aura and lightly landed on Lu Yu's shoulder, comfortably stretching its inflammation wings and gently pressing against Lu Yu's cheek. Lu Yu was dumbfounded. The purple yen emperor bird, which represented the power of the heavens, was so intimate and dependent on him. This kind of scene is really strange. Immediately, he summoned the world-destroying demon dragon as well. The world-destroying demon dragon looked at the purple inferno emperor bird, and his eyes flashed with smugness. It had already begun to look forward to the scene where it would completely rule the dragon realm in the future and become the lord of the dragon realm, with the violet yen emperor bird as its sister, transforming into a totem in front of the dragon seat. At that time, the stronger the purple inferno emperor bird was, the more it would set off the might of the lord of the dragon realm. Just thinking about it made the demon destroyer dragon feel secretly happy. Suddenly, roar! The exterminating demon dragon looked out of the favored beast shop and let out a low roar, as if it were an enemy. It could sense that the visitor possessed incomparably terrifying strength. Even the world-destroying demon dragon felt an unspeakable sense of threat. Phew! The purple inferno emperor bird spread its inferno wings and quietly protected Lu Yu behind him. Lu Yu said softly, "Don't be nervous." He looked toward the door as a kindly white-haired old man with a cane slowly walked in. The old man took each step slowly, yet vaguely in tune with space. Lu Yu blinked slightly before the old man walked in front of him and said in a kindly pale voice, "Store Manager Lu, Principal Duan." Lu Yu nodded with a light smile. The kindly old man in front of him was none other than the president of the Magic City Imperial Beast University, Duan Xianghua. Lu Yu had expected Duan Xianghua's arrival. Prior to this, Duan Xianghua had already conveyed enough goodwill to allow his 2 grandsons to come and purchase the favored beast cubs. Even the transfer of the stores could be resolved on the same day. And I'm afraid that it was also because Duan Xianghua had personally intervened. The president of the Magic City Royal Beasts University personally intervene in a small matter of store transfer. The entire Magic City law firms are afraid to vibrate. 100,000 urgent to solve this matter. Lu Yu naturally did not think that Duan Xianghua's arrival would have any malicious intent. The world-destroying demon dragon and the purple inferno emperor bird, however, didn't let up, and it had nothing to do with good or bad intentions. It was purely because Duan Xianghua's strength was too strong. If you're not on full alert, I'm afraid you won't even make it in time when the unexpected happens. Lu Yu, however, didn't care. As long as he was located in the middle of the favored beast store, he was absolutely invincible, so why should he be on guard? However, he was still very flattered by the thoughts of his own favored beasts, and gently touched the heads of the demonic dragon and imperial bird to convey his feelings of relief. Even though Duan Xianghua had learned some information, when he actually met Lu Yu, his feelings were still very complicated. Duan Xianghua still couldn't imagine that the store manager who had bred many precious and extreme favored beast cubs was really a young man. When he looked into Lu Yu's eyes, he even felt his heart and soul tremble. Those eyes filled with extreme darkness and boundless demonic intent instantly reminded him of the great terror of the worlds while descending during the conquest of the demon realm. However, he realized that Lu Yu's demeanor was very gentle, as if he was a fluttering gentleman. Where was there any semblance of demonic intent? Store manager Lu, Duan Xianghua was about to say something. He personally came to the mythical favored beast store. In fact, to represent the Xia kingdom and pull the wool over Lu Yu's eyes. Duan Xianghua hoped that Lu Yu could contribute to the strength of the Xia kingdom. As if Lu Yu had seen through his intentions, he leisurely said, "Principal Duan, since you're visiting the mythic favored beast shop, are you looking to purchase a favored beast cub?" At those words, Duan Xianghua was stunned. Buying a favored beast cub? So many years of intense conquests, coupled with the contracted favored beasts falling one after another. Under the many backlashes, Duan Xianghua's imperial beast space had long been in a state of near fragmentation. After serving as the president of the Magic City Imperial Beast University, he was even in a state of semi-retirement. How could he ever contract another favored beast? Duan Xianghua sighed and shook his head as he slowly said, "Thank you for the shopkeeper's kindness.
It's just that my Imperial Beast space is nearly shattered and it can't be repaired at all, so I won't be buying a favored beast cub. Lu Yu looked at him with a strange expression on his face and queried, Principal Duan, who told you that if the royal beast space is broken, you won't be able to contract a favored beast? Duan Xiangguo was stunned. Isn't that the truth? Which is clearly stated in high school textbooks. In the world of the Imperial Beasts, this is as close to ironclad as it gets. Duan Xiangguo suddenly realized something, and his old voice became incomparably dry as he said in shock, Shopkeeper, could it be that you have a solution? Chapter 44 Foreign Battlefield. No one remembers the martyrs. Of course, Lu Yu nodded gently. In the eyes of commoners, the damage to the Imperial Beast space under the backlash from the successive breaks of the contract was an almost incurable injury. To Lu Yu, the Imperial Beast space was just broken. What's a mortal wound? His mind moved slightly, and he immediately took out a container. For Duan Xiangguo, he undoubtedly held respect. For the sake of the Xia Kingdom's strength, Duan Xiangguo has made too many sacrifices. A monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster can contract 6 pet beasts. Duan Xiangguo's life, however, was one that had successively contracted and cultivated 10 monarch-level favored beasts. Of these 10 monarch-class favored beasts, 9 of them died on top of the alien battlefield. Every time a favored beast died in battle, Duan Xiangguo would nurture a new one again with a saddened heart. Over the course of several decades, 9 times the Imperial Beast contracts had been passively broken one after another, bringing with them a powerful backlash force that had destroyed Duan Xiangguo's Imperial Beast space beyond recognition. It wasn't that he couldn't contract another favored beast cub, it was just that no matter what favored beast he contracted, it would be impossible for him to survive in the shattered Imperial Beast space, and it would also bring an even greater burden to the Imperial Beast space. Even Duan Xiangguo's last favored beast hadn't returned to the Imperial Beast space for decades, sitting within the magic capital Imperial Beast University at all times. Duan Xiangguo didn't bring any of his favored beasts with him this time around either. As a monarch level 10th ranked Imperial Beast Master, he himself possessed a very powerful strength and was a monarch level warrior in his own right. If he only considered self-preservation, he wouldn't need to use the power of his favored beasts at all. Facing such an old man, Lu Yu was also a bit intolerant that the other party would be so decrepit until he came to the end of his life several years later. He could see that the old man's life breath has been worn to the extreme, may fall at any time, just by virtue of a strong will, constantly holding on. Duan Xiangguo received an affirmative answer, and his heart, which had long withered, seemed to have seen the light of day. When he saw the container in the middle of it, his pale eyes, all of them involuntarily flashed with consternation. Duan Xiangguo clearly saw that there was a plain and ordinary seed in the container. He naturally knew that this one seed was equivalent to the cub form of a plant-based pet beast. As long as a life that gave birth to consciousness could be contracted as a favored beast, plants that gave birth to intelligence were naturally no exception. Duan Xiangguo didn't feel surprised. It was just that the aura emanating from this seed was just too weak. He instantly judged that even if this seed took root and grew to adulthood, it would at most possess the strength of an awakened level 3. It's a seed of the lowest level plant-based pet beast, the lush tree. Lu Yu didn't sell the idea and directly explained. Of course, this seed is not ordinary. Like the ant hatchlings contracted by your 2 grandsons, they have all awakened the special talent engraving, which allows them to engrave any evolutionary route in their bloodline. So saying, Lu Yu rolled out a sheet of A4 paper. Duan Xiangguo took the paper to check it, and shock immediately appeared on his pale face. The lush tree, the floating tree, and the infernal tree can eventually evolve into a void ancient tree with hegemonic 10th order potential? Duan Xiangguo said in shock. Headmaster Duan, it doesn't require you to cultivate the Maoxing tree into a void ancient tree, as long as you cultivate it to a monarch class 10th order potential Jintong giant tree. Lu Yu nodded his head and said, as long as you contract with the sky suppressing giant tree, when the sky suppressing giant tree takes root, it will naturally help you suppress the broken Imperial Beast space. Everything you are worried about is nothing. Duan Xiangguo did not have any doubts about Lu Yu's words, and his pale eyes continued to light up, spinning around, extinguishing. I appreciate the store manager's kindness, but is not necessary. Duan Xiangguo shook his head and said, I no longer intend to contract a favored beast. Why? Lu Yu wondered. He'd all but redeemed the lush tree and directly implanted a specific evolutionary path. As a result, you say, you don't want to buy it? You're not even going to contract a pet animal from now on? If another person, Lu Yu had to point at the other's nose. Pretentious ghost ah? Instead of the old man in front of him, Lu Yu was a bit silent and vaguely guessed. I personally sent the 9 favored beasts to the battlefield. They are all my children, but I can't do anything, even some of the most dangerous battlefields. I will take the initiative to let them take the top. Duan Xiangguo's eyes gradually filled with the color of guilt. He slowly said, in these decades, I have figured out that I am not really righteous. I am just too selfish. I did not choose them between the Xia kingdom and the pet beasts, even if I can contract a favored beast, and even change my fate. However, it would be too cruel to the pet beasts I contracted, since this seed, with such excellent qualifications, those young royal beast masters are the best place to belong, aren't they? Lu Yu looked at Duan Shangguo with mixed feelings. It was only when he really came into contact with the old man that he felt, slightly, the old man's inner world. He was strong-willed to the core, but now he was full of confusion. A few decades ago, the passageway to the realms opened. Among the 6 major countries, the newly risen and most shallowly endowed Xia is the first to bear the brunt of the greatest pressure. At the time of the country's destruction, Xia established 5 lines of defense on the alien battlefield. Only a few years later, the first line of defense broke down. A second line of defense that lasted less than 2 years. Third line of defense, less than a year. The fourth line of defense, moreover, fell in less than 6 months. In the face of the survival of the country, or even the race, it was difficult for any imperial beastmaster to avoid accepting conscription into the alien battlefield. Duan Shangwa also wanted to be selfish, but the position he was in made it necessary for him to make sacrifices. The principal doesn't have to blame himself. Lu Yu shook his head slightly and said seriously, a gentleman discusses signs regardless of the heart, but the relationship between a royal beast master and a pet beast is a relationship of the heart. I believe that when the headmaster dispatched his favored beasts to the battlefields of the foreign races, he definitely did not want them to be injured or even die in battle. It's just that, the pressure on the front line back then was just too great, and there wasn't anything you could do about it. Was there? The alien battlefield, too cruel, like a meat grinder, 10 deaths. Duan Shangwa looked complicated inside. I was lucky to survive, so I became the president of Magic City University. But, more compatriots, who died on the alien battlefield, have only one name, martyrs. No one remembers their names long ago, so there's no need to beat yourself up. Lu Yu shook his head and said, Principal Duan, the reason why you need to make sacrifices boils down to only one reason actually. What's the reason? Duan Shangwa was slightly stunned. You're not strong enough, Lu Yu slowly said. If you are strong enough, so strong that all the foreign races of the realms will be cowed by you, and even surrender, cede their lands, and become slaves, the entire Xia kingdom will not need any sacrifices. Not strong enough? Duan Shangwa let out a bitter smile and said, the royal beast talent that I awakened is the great heart of battle, which can empower a pet beast with the heart of a frenzied battle. I've long since exhausted my potential after walking to the 10th step of the monarch rank with my great imperial beast talent. Even though I want to become stronger, one step forward is the overlord rank, and I no longer have any hope. Hegemony class, that's a real national weapon. Even Duan Shangwa did not dare to hope, even if the mauve tree could evolve into a void ancient tree, possessing the potential of a hegemonic 10th order. But a monarch-level imperial beastmaster was originally a powerful person standing almost at the top, with national resources tilted in their favor. It wasn't that difficult to cultivate pet beasts with overlord-class potential. Even so, imperial beastmasters who had broken through to the overlord level were few and far between. Duan Shangwa was already old and knew that he didn't have much potential and didn't want to waste this precious favored beast cub. Principal Duan, do you know that? With the imperial beast space suppressed by the sky-suppressing giant tree, breaking through the realm will become much simpler? The air-suppressing giant tree can even pick up the spatial power in the void and actively help the expansion of the imperial beast space. Lu Yu looked straight at the old man and said indifferently, moreover, the Jinkong giant tree can never leave the imperial beast space. If the Jinkong giant tree falls, I'm afraid you won't be spared either. Besides, I can cultivate as many favored beast cubs like the Maoxing tree as I want. All the problems you are concerned about don't really exist. He made it very clear. As long as the Jinkong giant tree evolved, all the problems facing Duan Shangwa would be solved. Unable to break through the realm, the giant tree of air suppression, or even the void ancient tree, directly helps you refine the power of space. Any bottlenecks, they will disappear. The Jinkong giant tree was directly bound to the imperial beast space, and if the Jinkong ancient tree fell, the imperial beast space would be completely shattered as well. So it could be said that they were all in the same boat. That's all there is to it. If Duan Shangwa still had a knot in his heart, Lu Yu did not intend to persuade anything further. In the final analysis, even if he respected the old man, if Duan Shangwa didn't purchase the seeds of the mauve tree, who knew if they would rot in his hands? Duan Shangwa looked at the container in a daze, his pale eyes flashing with many emotions. I don't know how much time has passed. After all, I'm still old, and I can't see as well as the store manager. Duan Shangwa smiled sagely and said, if I can't achieve hegemony even after contracting a Jinkong giant tree or even a void ancient tree, it only means that I'm indeed a wasteful old thing. Store manager, make a price. I'll buy this Maosu tree seed. Chapter 45 Suppression of the Royal Beast Space.
Principal Duan's invitation. Lu Yu nodded with a light smile and said, Shang Hui, 3 million. Duan Shanghua had expected the $3 million price tag. He didn't question it, didn't haggle, didn't try to raise the price, and paid with a straightforward credit card. Lu Yu watched Duan Shanghua finish his payment before revealing a delighted smile. Achievement reached, accumulated sales of 10 pet animal cubs. Reward, 1 random SSS-Grade Imperial Beast talent. Are you receiving? Yes/no. Lu Yu took a deep breath and said, claim it directly. Why did he take the initiative to sell Duan Shanghua so that the other party must purchase the favored beast cubs? The reason is simple. He had already sold a cumulative total of 9 pet beast cubs before selling the lush tree seeds. To this point, finally reached a cumulative total of 10 favored beasts and triggered the achievement quest. The reward for this achievement quest was also not beyond Lu Yu's expectations. Being a random SSS-Grade Sentinel Beast talent, why should Lu Yu hesitate? It was natural to receive it directly. You have awakened the SSS class Imperial Beast talent Life Divine Origin. At this moment, Lu Yu incomparably perceived that in the depths of his soul, at the same height as the Dark Hell and the God-slaying Heavenly Flame, a light green supreme talent was branded on it. Lu Yu instantly realized the effects of this beast royalty talent. The divine source of life symbolizes the supreme law of life. By casually exuding a strand of Life Divine Origin, one could completely heal all injuries. Not only that, if one contracted a plant-based life, one could even cultivate it into the God of life, ruling the supreme laws of life. Under the divine source of life, there will be no disease, no pain, and even death will dissolve. Lu Yu glanced at Duan Shanghua. He could clearly perceive that the other party's body was already full of cracks. This was the projection manifestation of the Imperial Beast space. Lu Yu even had a feeling that as long as he sprinkled a strand of Life Divine Origin, Duan Shanghua's nearly shattered Imperial Beast space, all the injuries he had accumulated over the last 100 years would be healed instantly. Lu Yu didn't do so after all and just calmly watched. After selling the seeds of the lush tree, Duan Shanghua's injuries were destined to be healed. So why did he need to do more? Lu Yu had awakened his SSS-Grade Royal Beast talent Life Divine Origin without a sound, and Duan Shanghua only felt that the aura of Lu Yu's body seemed to be softer and more full of youthful vigor. The existence of the divine source of life is not at all conceivable. Duan Shanghua made a phone call, and soon the assistant in the outside business car walked to the front of Duan Shanghua, constantly recording something, and soon drove away. I just sent my assistant to purchase resources, Duan Shanghua explained. I'm going to directly let this seed evolve into the sky-suppressing giant tree, and then make a contract with it. As he looked at the seeds in the container, his cloudy eyes became much clearer and filled with a color of anticipation. Duan Shanghua also did not expect that he would be like his grandson, also contracted to awaken the engraving talent of the favored beast cubs, but he was incredibly sure that this day would be the moment he would change his destiny. The existence of the giant tree will be completely engraved into his royal beast space, and even into his soul. Not much longer. That assistant then brought a spatial container with him and quickly walked inside the favored beast store, then bowed slightly and left. That fast? Lu Yu was a bit surprised. Duan Shanghua seemed to have seen Lu Yu's doubts and laughed. I transferred resources directly from the Magic Capital First Merchant Bank. That's why it's so fast. As for how much money is needed, I will make it up later. Lu Yu suddenly remembered. Duan Shanghua seems to be in the Magic City's First Merchant Bank. Has a certain share? He was instantly sour. That's the #1 merchant bank in Mordor. Market capitalization. Hundreds of billions. Even a 1% stake is over billions. The most important thing is that after owning a certain amount of shares, what follows is even more of a change in status. He quickly calmed down and watched as Duan Shanghua meticulously resource feeding the seeds of the mauve tree, not skimping on his imperial beast source power in the slightest, as if tending to a child, filled with compassion. Many resources were invested, and soon the lush tree began to take root, but not in the dirt, but in space. At this point, the lush tree has actually evolved. Floating tree. Potential 4, Transcendental 10th Order. The floating tree race, which possessed both spatial and botanical attributes, was naturally rooted in the void. Duan Shanghua looked at the floating tree and couldn't help but show a sigh of relief. Spatial system favored beasts were very rare. Even the lowest grade space-based favored beasts could only be born in the rift between worlds, or even in space. Any Imperial Beast Master would aspire to contract a space-based pet beast, for no other reason. The Imperial Beast space itself was actually equivalent to an Imperial Beast Master's origin talent, or the origin talent of the Space Department. Any Imperial Beast Master who cultivated a space-oriented pet beast would not have any lag. It was just that spatial system favored beasts were too rare, and even if it was a Royal Beast Master who had truly awakened his spatial system talent, he would most likely face the end of not being able to contract a suitable favored beast for the rest of his life. My Xia's research on the Space Department is still too shallow. Duan Shanghua secretly sighed and couldn't help but glance at Lu Yu.
noticing that the other party always remained calm, as if evolving a spatial system favored beast was nothing at all. This state of mind was even more mysterious to Duan Shanghua, who then sighed slightly. Also, Duan Shanghua secretly said, "This line of evolution of the space department must be all personally researched by the store manager. Just evolving into the second evolutionary form of the transcendent 10th order potential. Wouldn't it cause the store manager to have mood swings? I'm afraid that it has long been commonplace, right?" He didn't stop, feeling the intention probed by the floating tree, and with a kind smile, he continued to keep investing his resources. These resources were all precious space-based resources, but Duan Shanghua didn't feel half-hearted. As if he didn't want money, he gave them to the floating tree to absorb. Soon, the floating tree evolved into the infernal tree, possessing the potential of the 10th rank of the flourishing star class. Duan Shanghua still didn't pause, breaking tree, giant tree in the sky, until it evolved into the overwhelming giant tree. Even though it was still a seedling, it had already reached several meters tall. Duan Shanghua looked at the many platinum-level spatial resources left in the spatial container, and there were even a few pieces of diamond-level resources. He didn't hesitate for half a second, and fed all of them to the sapling of the Lingkong giant tree. Boom! Space shook. The giant tree in the sky was constantly swaying, and all of its life forms were producing extremely large changes. I don't know how much time had passed. The vibrating space was quietly calm, as if it had been suppressed, and even the air became filled with a sense of heaviness. Bright green branches and leaves, stretching out with abandon. If you look closely, the ends of the branches and leaves have dissolved. Lu Yu is aware that the branches probed into the void, into the invisible spatial fissure, crazy picking up the power of space. This sound evolution is finally over. It is no longer a lowly lush tree, let alone any floating tree, that stretches its branches unchecked in the pet store. But, Jinkong giant tree, potential for a monarch of the 10th rank. The strength was even directly reaching the prosperous star 6th rank. Lu Yu even felt that as long as the sky-suppressing giant tree thoroughly refined the residual spatial power within its body, it would definitely be no problem to reach the 10th rank of the obsidian grade, and could even directly reach the 1st rank of the monarch grade. The value of the many space-based resources used by Duan Shanghua was simply too high. The deed, Duan Shanghua knew that he couldn't delay, and the Jinkong giant tree, which had just successfully evolved, was undoubtedly the best time to conclude the contract. If the sky-suppressing giant tree was allowed to completely take root, it would take a great deal of effort to migrate into the imperial beast space. The Jinkong giant tree was very close to Duan Shanghua, and had been spending time with Duan Shanghua since it was rooted and sprouted, and it had even eaten a large amount of precious resources, and all of its life forms had made infinite leaps and bounds. Just as Duan Shanghua's spiritual energy touched it, the Jinkong giant tree accepted it. The imperial beast contract was instantly concluded, and the Jinkong giant tree was taken into the imperial beast space. Feeling the giant tree of air suppression gradually take root, the entire imperial beast space gradually smoothed out, even if it was still broken. With the presence of the giant tree of air suppression, sooner or later, it would be thoroughly combed through and restored to its most prime state. A touch of redness couldn't help but appear on Duan Shanghua's aged face, although still in the posture of a dying old man, but from the inside out overflowing with immense vitality. Duan Shanghua could already foresee that it was no longer a grayish hue, but an infinitely bright future. He looked toward Lu Yu, and a look of gratitude appeared in his eyes. At this point, it was only then that Duan Shanghua finally remembered the purpose of his visit, and above his aged face, he carried an incomparably serious look. "Storekeeper Lu, do you have any intention to come to Magic City Imperial Beast University?" Chapter 46, Be a tutor first, then a full professor? Let me go to Mordor Imperial Beast University? Lu Yu couldn't help but be stunned. He still clearly remembered that in the college entrance examination 2 months ago, he had had the unrealistic delusion of wanting to volunteer for the Magic City Imperial Beast University. Considering that he hadn't even awakened his Sentinel Beast talent, he finally gave up and only filled out 2 third-rate Sentinel Beast universities. When the results of the college entrance examination came out, the 2 third-rate Imperial Beast universities, he did not get in. Only a liberal arts college, Reed and Lu Yu's excellent liberal arts results, took the initiative to send an invitation to enroll. How long has it been? The president of the Magic City Imperial Beasts University was personally invited to enroll? If we put it 2 months ago, even in a dream, this scene wouldn't have happened, right? Is this Principal Duan's way of inviting me to enroll? Lu Yu thought for a moment and said flatly, "The Magic City Imperial Beast University is very good, but I'm sorry, I refuse." The mythic favored beast shop was already on the right track, and he himself was a prosperous star-level Imperial Beast Master. Now that he had become a student of the Magic City Imperial Beast University again, it clearly clashed with Lu Yu's career plan. He was destined to become a Holy Spirit-level royal beast master with the backbone to establish the 7th Great Kingdom as long as he followed the steps. What could Mordor University teach him even if it was one of the top 3 royal beast universities in the Summer Kingdom? Even if Principal Duan had personally invited him, Lu Yu would still have flatly refused and would not have had any other possibilities. Enrollment? Principal Duan was a bit bewildered and hurriedly said, "Storekeeper Lu, you've misunderstood." "Ha? What did I misunderstand?" Lu Yu was filled with strangeness as he said, "Didn't you invite me to enroll in Mordor University? I admit that the Mordor Imperial Beast University is very good, being the top Imperial Beast University, teaching countless powerful Imperial Beast Masters for the Xia Kingdom. Unfortunately, the Mordor Imperial Beast University is not suitable for me." Principal Duan was even more bewildered. He was a bit confused as to what Lu Yu was thinking. How could he invite Lu Yu to become a student? With the wonders that Lu Yu had demonstrated, it meant that Lu Yu must be a topmost cultivator. Inviting a top nurturer to be a student at a university? This is an insult. With Principal Duan's experience, he naturally wouldn't do such a thing. He did not know that the failure of the college entrance examination was originally Lu Yu's regret, and under the preconception, he would naturally think so. Principal Duan didn't look deeper and said with a straight face, "Storekeeper Lu, I'm not inviting you to enroll to become a student. I'm willing to give you a full professor position, but the professor title still needs to be vetted and will take some time. How about you start as a tutor first?" Full professor? Lu Yu was instantly shocked. The titles of teachers at the Magic City Imperial Beast University were divided into 4 grades: trainee instructor, formal instructor, associate professor, and full professor. A trainee tutor, at least a Dimming Moon ranked Imperial Beast Master, could only serve. Formal tutors, a few Dimming Moon levels can serve, such as Lu Luochan. Normally, it was an Obsidian ranked Imperial Beast Master that could become an official mentor. Associate professor title? Only those who were at least an Obsidian 10th ranked Imperial Beast Master were qualified for the test. Above the associate professor was the full professor, which represented the ultimate in educational titles, and one had to be a monarch-level royal beast master to participate in the examination, and might not be able to pass. Principal Duan promises the title of full professor, naturally not valuing Lu Yu's Imperial Beast Master realm, but valuing Lu Yu's divine pet beast cultivation means, at a time when the profession of cultivator is nearly lost, a top cultivator, holding the title of full professor, is entirely more than enough. Of course, the title of full professor involves too much. Even if Duan Shanghua is the president of Mordor University, he still needs to go through the procedures and suppress the many voices before he can pass. With the prestige and power of Duan Shanghua, he could completely decide with a single word. It just took some time. That's why he promised a formal tutor position, hoping to use it as a springboard to make Lu Yu's rating of full professor title less abrupt. Duan Shanghua said sincerely, "The title of formal tutor is only temporary. The title of full professor will soon be passed, and this promise will never change, so I hope the store manager will seriously consider it." He has never treated Lu Yu as a junior. With the cultivation methods Lu Yu has shown, plus his unusual composure, as well as the 2 favored beasts, the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple inferno emperor bird, which obviously possess incomparably powerful strength. Duan Shanghua had long pondered several possibilities, whether it's the rebirth of the powerful, the awakening of the ancient, or the coming of the outer gods. He all but chooses to pull the plug, not to mention the fact that Lu Yu owed Duan Shanghua himself, as well as his 2 grandchildren, and disciple Lu Luochan, a renewed favor. If not for the title of full professor, it was the limit that Duan Shanghua could give. Perhaps even the vice-chancellor was promised out. If storekeeper Lu doesn't agree, go and discuss with old Su and old Mo. How about the vice-principal position? To even out one? Or, I directly retired, can also empty a position. Duan Shanghua was in deep thought for a while. He looked sincere and quietly waited for Lu Yu's reply. A titular instructor position at the Magic City Imperial Beast University? After that, it can also be directly promoted to the position of a full professor? Lu Yu was in deep thought. He was naturally moved, yet he also knew that there were risks involved. On second thought, he thought, risk my ass. If he could become a tutor or even a full professor at the Magic City Imperial Beast University, would the favored beast cub still worry about selling? Instead of passively waiting for guests to come to your door, you should be proactive and personally screen guests and bestow opportunities. I promise. Lu Yu nodded and said, however, I can only accept the title, teaching and lecturing these, and it cannot conflict with the business of my favored beast store. No problem. Duan Shanghua sighed in relief, and immediately said, the position of formal tutor is only temporary. My side to give you the treatment, are directly against the full professor level. You have great autonomy. When the title of full professor really down,
You can even apply to the state of Xia for scientific research indicators. Listening to Duan Xianghua, it was only then that Lu Yu truly knew what kind of favorable treatment the other party had given. A research indicator alone means that one can apply, at any time, for hundreds of millions, if not billions, worth of research funds. With these huge amounts of scientific research funds, Lu Yu could even directly use them to breed his pet beasts, and as long as the strength of the pet beasts grew, these funds were not wasted, not to mention the salary, plus performance, dividends, and so on. Magic City Royal Beast University every month will give Lu Yu tens of millions of salaries. Also, the Magic City Imperial Beast University's treasure trove, the library containing countless secret books of skills, and the exclusive secret realm, among others, all will be open to Lu Yu. In contrast, a small number of teaching indicators is nothing at all. Until Duan Xianghua left, it took Lu Yu a moment to come back to his senses. My identity, it seems, is different? Lu Yu was slightly stunned, and then a feeling of elation surged up, secretly saying, failed the college entrance exam, didn't get into a university, but became a tutor of the 3 top universities? Fate can be really elusive. Think deeply for a long time. Lu Yu also understood that it was his demonstrated cultivation ability that had gained Duan Xianghua's appreciation and willingness to force his way to the highest level of treatment. Correspondingly, the responsibilities that Lu Yu needed to take on were few and far between. Mordor Imperial Beast University. Inside a garden, against the tranquil scene of the small bridge and flowing water, Lu Luochan, who was wearing a light yellow dress that outlined her sexy figure, was simply stunningly beautiful. Lulakan suggested to the housekeeper that she had come to visit Principal Duan. The housekeeper informed her that Principal Duan had not returned, so she could wait in the garden for a while. Lu Luochan didn't say anything, and sat down under the gazebo, looking at the languid turquoise flowing water, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The teacher must have gone to see the store manager. She pursed her lips gently and said darkly, I wonder what will happen. Although Lu Luochan knew that Duan Xianghua would surely handle the situation in a watertight manner, she still couldn't help but feel a little worried. When she raised her head, she saw a garden clearing not far away, shimmering with a clear, ethereal light that emanated an incomparably deep aura. That's the light of evolution. Lu Luochan's eyes stared. Chapter 47 Ant Queen, Sword-Cutting Ant. Principal Duan returned. On the garden clearing, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu were each followed by an ant tribe. Lu Luochan walked over and realized that the ants around Duan Dongwen were more inclined to the posture of a queen, and even brought their own nest that seemed to be made of clay, poking their heads out of the nest's opening. The ant race beside Duan Shiwu was likewise very strange, surprisingly displaying a human-like posture, as if they were powerful swordsmen wearing hideous battle clothes and holding dual swords, emitting an incomparably harsh killing aura. Lu Luochan's arrival naturally caught the attention of Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu. Sister Willow. Duan Dongwen's eyes lit up as he said, What brings you here? I've come to see your grandfather. Lu Luochan pursed her lips and smiled. She became Duan Xianghua's disciple 8 years ago. At that time, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu were still 10 years old brats. She was considered to have watched the two grow up. She laughed lightly. What are you guys doing? I saw the light of evolution just now. These two ant race favored beasts. You guys just evolved them? Right. Duan Shiwu hemmed and hawed and said, Sister Lu, come and take a look. It was so hard for me to evolve the little ants into sword-cutting ants. Sword-cutting ant? Lu Luochan was a bit puzzled. Is this the evolutionary form you figured out? I haven't heard that the ant race has a race named sword-cutting ant. It's not me figuring it out. Duan Shiwu shook his head and said, This is the evolutionary route planned by the store manager. This is the third form of the little ant. Sister Lu, let me tell you, when we first contracted the little ants, they were still only as big as sand. I was really afraid of accidentally pinching it to death. Fortunately, the evolution is successful now. Store manager? Lu Luochan's eyes shook. She steeply came to her senses, and was instantly extremely interested in the ant race favored beasts that Duan Shiwu and Duan Dongwen had contracted, especially when she heard that the initial form of this sword-cutting ant was actually a small ant the size of sand. She couldn't help but be a little stunned. Sand as big as, but are they just ants? That's a contract? Duan Dongwen pushed his brother out of the way and hurriedly said, Sister Lu, look at mine first. This is an ant queen, a favored beast of the stormtrooper stream. Looking at the entire blue planet, there's no other existence like it. Ant queen? Stormtroopers? Lu Luochan was even more bewildered. She naturally knew about the stormtrooper stream, but weren't the favored beasts of the stormtrooper stream at least obsidian level potential? Such a favored beast was simply not something that an awakening level novice was qualified to contract. Ant queen. The potential level is the 10th step of the prosperous star class. She can reproduce 3 ant troop types, namely giant crocodile ants, hunting ants, and flying ants. These three ant troop types correspond to melee, long range, and air combat respectively. Duan Dongwen sensed Lu Luocan's expression and became even more complacent, saying, among them, the giant crocodile ant is the previous form of the sword-cutting ant. Sister Lu, don't look at the sword-cutting ant as if it's not bad, but as long as my ant queen evolves again, she can breed and reproduce the sword-cutting ant. So saying, Duan Dongwen looked provocatively at Duan Shiwu and said, oh my foolish brother, the ant tribe sword-cutting ants that you worked so hard to cultivate, my ant queen will be able to reproduce tens of thousands of them in the near future. Shut up, you know, my sword-cutting ant is not an unusual bloodline at all, but the king of sword-cutting ants. Duan Shiwu reddened his face and said, as the same sword-cutting ant, I'm afraid that the sword-cutting ant soldiers that you bred mobs of would have to unite by the hundreds before they could threaten my sword-cutting ants. What's more, you're still unable to reproduce sword-cutting ants at all right now. Look, there's a rush again. Duan Dongwen smiled smugly and said, I know you're very unconvinced, but you have to realize that the Stormtrooper stream is the strongest beast sentinel school, and it's useless no matter how much you struggle. Sister Willow, you judge. Duan Shiwu looked at Lu Luochan and said, my sword-cutting ant isn't bad either. It also has the potential of being at the 10th step of the flourishing star rank, and it has even comprehended several gold-level output skills. I'm afraid that ordinary sword-cutting ants can only comprehend silver-level skills, and this isn't even the king of sword-cutting ants? What's so great about the queen? My sword-cutting ant. Sooner or later, I'll take it down. Lu Luochan's head was a bit buzzing as she listened to the two brothers arguing, but she got quite a bit of useful information and slowly said, the ant queens and sword-cutting ants that you contracted were purchased from the mythic favored beast shop? Yes. The two brothers spoke in unison. Sister Willow, how do you know about the mythical favored beast shop? Duan Shiwu looked puzzled and suddenly thought of a possibility, saying, could it be that you also purchased pet beast cubs from the mythic pet beast shop? Exactly. Willow Rockhan pursed her lips. She was tempted to say that your grandfather's decision to let you go to the mythic favored beast shop still originated from me. Lu Luochan looked at the two brothers, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, but she also knew that these two brothers, since they had contracted the initial pet beasts from the mythic favored beasts shop, really did have an unlimited future. What's more, Duan Shanghua was also the grandfather of the two, and at least in these recent years, he must have grown steadily, and might be able to become a prosperous star-level Imperial Beast Master in a short period of time. A few years later, maybe it's the dimming moon level. A couple years? Lu Luochan's heart ached. She knew very well that Duan Shanghua was nearing the end of his days and didn't have many years to live. By then, the teacher she respected beyond measure would have left her as well. Sister Lu, what pet beast have you contracted? Quickly release it, let us take a look. Duan Dongwen's excited voice came from his ears. Lu Luochan collected her thoughts and pursed her lips. Good. Boom! The red thunder Jiao emerged. Looking at the sinuous and majestic red thunder Jiao, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu both stared with wide eyes. Compared to the still-growing ant queen and sword-cutting ant, the red thunder Jiao could be absolutely crushed in terms of both strength and potential. Duan Dongwen couldn't help but say, this is the king, right? He was very knowledgeable and could clearly detect that the body of the red thunder Jiao exuded an aura that belonged to a monarch. This meant that the red thunder Jiao possessed the potential of a monarch. Is this a top-grade giant dragon species? Duan Shiwu said excitedly. Sister Lu, you're finally able to contract a real giant dragon species. This isn't a gargoyle species. Lu Luochan laughed softly. This is the top-level augur species. The words fell. The two brothers were too shaken to speak. They all knew that the Jiaolong species, and even the true dragon species, had long since left the blue star and traveled to the depths of the infinite starry sky. When they associated it with the fact that this red thunder Jiao was obviously purchased from the mythical favored beast shop, the doubts in their hearts dissipated. With the shopkeeper's ability, even an incredibly weak ant could be trained into the powerful ant queen, the favored beast of the storm troop stream, and the extremely sharp sword-cutting ant. The evolutionary route was incomparably perfect, and there was even an evolutionary form of the Overlord's 10th stage. With the shopkeeper's ability, it wouldn't be surprising even if he bred an augur species, would it? Forget it. Duan Shiwu shrugged his shoulders and said, there's no point in comparing with you. You're too weak. If you want to compare with the red thunder Jiao, your ant queen. It's not even close. Duan Dongwen had a smug look on his face as he said, you'd better break through the transcendent level before me, otherwise I'll evolve the ant queen again, and I can breed and reproduce sword-cutting ants. At that time, someone will definitely be embarrassed, but I won't say who it is. Holy, you're mean. Duan Shiwu couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, there's absolutely no way you can break through to the transcendent level faster than me. That's hard to say. Duan Dongwen looked at the ant queen, and his eyes flashed with a softness as he instantly summoned his own talent origin and directly invested it into the ant queen. What are you doing? Duan Shiwu exclaimed. can't you tell? Duan Dongwen laughed. I'm going to completely fuse my talent origin with the Ant Queen. In this way, the Ant Queen will be both honored and harmed with me, and the fit will be at its highest. From now on, whether it's me or the Ant Queen, the growth speed will be greatly increased. As much as you need to do to win me? Duan Shiwu looked complicated and said, you completely fused your talent origin, and in the future, you won't be able to contract any other favored beasts. If the Ant Queen falls, you will no longer be a royal beast master. Duan Dongwen's demeanor. Duan Shiwu could naturally see it. After all, there was a more representative example of this operation of fusing talent origins. Dragon Master. The giant dragon species had its back to the dragon realm, and its relationship with the Imperial Beast Master was equal. And the condition for concluding an Imperial Beast contract was the fusion of the talent origin. It's 2. All dragon masters can only contract one megalodon species, unless one possessed 2 sentinel beast talents. One could contract 2 gargoyles. The bad side of fusing the talent origin was obvious, but the good side was not small. The growth speed of both the favored beast and the Imperial Beast Master would be greatly increased, and the fit would be even more extreme. The physical qualities, mental strength, and so on, fed back by the contracted pet beasts were higher than that of an unusual Imperial Beast Master. In Duan Shiwu's opinion, Duan Dongwen, as the first grandson of the Duan family, naturally wouldn't lack resources. Even if he went for the most resource-consuming mob flow, he wouldn't be able to make it this far. I'm not like Grandpa. Duan Dongwen's expression, steeped in determination, said, if one day, the Ant Queen dies in battle, even if I don't become a royal beast master, what can I do? The words fell. Even Lu Luochan couldn't help but be moved. She really didn't expect the normally slightly slow-witted boy to be so profoundly aware. Well, not far away, Duan Shangwa walked quickly and laughed aloud. Worthy of being my Duan Shangwa's grandson. Lu Luochan hurriedly greeted her and worriedly said, teacher, walk slowly. Your body. What's wrong with my body? Duan Shangwa stretched his body and laughed. Thanks to shopkeeper Lu's blessing, I'm doing so well now. It wasn't until people close to him were around that Duan Shangwa, who had regained control of his destiny, exuded a sense of elation. Lu Luochan looked at the old man whose demeanor was calm and seemed to be incomparably healthy, but she was abruptly stunned, and there were crystalline tears flowing out of a pair of clear and bright beautiful eyes. The moment. In Lu Luochan's heart, all that remained was infinite joy. Teacher, it's finally okay. Chapter 48, Talent Fusion? The third favored beast's choice. Duan Shangwa looked at Lu Luochan who was crying with joy, but he couldn't help but let out a dark sigh. After Lu Luocan left the Lu family of the royal dragon family, she severed all ties, and Duan Shangwa was her only relative. Duan Shangwa's physical condition was always a thorn in Lu Luochan's heart. The fear that her loved ones could leave at any moment tormented her. Until today. It took that worry, that fear, to completely dissipate from Lu Luochan's mind. Are you half as skeptical? Like, I might have lied to you? Duan Shangwa looked at Lu Luocan, and a rare trace of softness spread across his aged face. It won't. Lu Luochan wiped her tears and laughed softly. Since you said that it was the shopkeeper who helped you, it can't be a lie. Teacher's injuries were so severe that he almost lost 300 years of his life. I'm afraid that only the shopkeeper has a way to fix it. Duan Shangwa was interested and said, then guess how the store manager solved it? Lu Luochan pondered and said, well, the shopkeeper sold a piece of higher resource that happens to be able to repair the Imperial Beast Space. The Imperial Beast Space was nearly shattered, and if there were extremely high-level spatial resources, there was still hope to repair it. It was just that if one wanted to repair a monarch-level Imperial Beast Space, one would need at least amethyst-level space resources, especially since Duan Shangwa's injuries were even worse, and he would need at least several pieces of amethyst-level space resources, or even red star level. Even the Xia Kingdom was unable to take out such precious resources for a monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster. Even a single piece of amethyst-grade resources would exhaust Duan Shangwa's merits so far. Duan Shangwa didn't choose to redeem it, but just used the merit to shelter his family. Although Lu Luochan was considered gifted, she couldn't guess the answer. Wrong. Duan Shangwa laughed out loud. The store manager made me deed a tree. The words fell. An incomparably huge Imperial Beast Space steeply surfaced in the sky. It was as if it covered the sky. And this was still the reduced form, just a part of the Imperial Beast Space. Lu Luochan, Duan Dongwen, and Duan Shiwu all clearly saw that within the interior of the Imperial Beast Space, a huge emerald green tree was rooted within it, and was actually growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the sky-suppressing giant tree, suppressing my shattered Imperial Beast Space completely, and in time, my Imperial Beast Space will truly return to its peak state. Duan Shangwa said softly, so, you guys don't have to worry about me. The lifespan of a monarch-level Imperial Beast Master has a full 500 years. Ha, but I still have 300 years of lifespan left. Thanks to the store manager, Lu Luochan returned to her senses, revealing a heartfelt smile.
She suddenly remembered that young handsome figure. Her absolutely beautiful face unconsciously brought a wisp of flushing. This mood was very complicated. There was gratitude, excitement, reassurance, and more than anything else, a sense of relief. Duan Xianghua, however, saw a bit of other emotions and said softly, "By the way, I sent an invitation to store manager Lu to come to Mordor University to be a mentor, and he even agreed. In the future, you two can be colleagues." He did not say that Lu Yu was invited to be a full professor. The matter is so important that if it gets out, it could easily affect the operation afterwards. Really? Willow Rockin's eyes lit up. Her first thought, however, was for Lu Yu to remember to bring her clothes with him when he joined the team. Lu Luochan was really embarrassed to go back to the mythic favored beast shop just to retrieve the clothes she had changed out of. The store manager is going to be a mentor? Duan Dongwen was pleasantly surprised. Then I'm going to be the store manager's student. Me too. We'll definitely go to the class, Duan Shiwu immediately said. At this point, no one cared at all that Lu Yu's true age was, in fact, only 18 years old. Even more so, no one felt that there would be anything wrong for Lu Yu, a failed student in the college entrance examination, to serve as a tutor of one of the three major Imperial Beast Academies, the Magic City Imperial Beast University, mythical favored animal shop. Lu Yu was meditating. The so-called meditation was actually a merit for Imperial Beast Masters to enhance their mental power and expand their Imperial Beast space, until he became a prosperous star-rank 10th Order Imperial Beast Master. He also contracted a prosperous star-rank 3rd Order World-Destroying Demon Dragon and a prosperous star-rank 2nd Order Purple Inflammation Emperor Bird. It was only then that Lu Yu suddenly realized that he had never meditated since he became a Royal Beast Master. It was on a whim that he undertook a meditation. The most basic meditation method was naturally to visualize one's own sentinel beast talent. Not only could it improve the fit between the talent's origin and one's own, but it was also a cultivation method to enhance one's talent's power. In the meditative image, Lu Yu was located in the infinite void. Under his feet was the dark hell divided into the devil's prison and the dark prison. In front of him was the god-slaying heavenly flame that seemed to be able to scorch the stars, and on his brow was an endless strand of emerald green emanating the life divine source that was the most extreme of life. During the meditation, Lu Yu's understanding of his own talent instantly rose to a higher level. 3 SSS-Grade Imperial Beast Talents. Lu Yu took a deep breath and secretly said, "Normally, one only needs to awaken one talent to become a Royal Beast Master. As for me, SSS-Grade Imperial Beast Talent, I directly awaken 3 of them, or they represent 3 different attributes. A dark hell, comparable to the most extreme darkness, the Godslayer Heavenly Flame, that was the most powerful flame. The divine source of life? More than that, it represents the law of life. My current use of the Sentinel Beast talent would just be to call upon the power of origin to feed the favored beasts, allowing the world-destroying Demon Dragon and the Purple Inferno Emperor Bird to grow faster, which would undoubtedly be a great waste of the SSS-ranked talent." Lu Yu thought deeply. Perhaps I can refer to the Imperial Dragon Master, to directly use the Imperial Beast talent to fuse with the corresponding favored beasts. For example, let the world-destroying Demonic Dragon merge completely with the Dark Hell, and let the world-destroying Demonic Dragon become the Underworld King of the Dark Hell. Or, let the Purple Inferno Imperial Bird fuse with the God-slaying Heavenly Flame, and the Purple Inferno Imperial Bird will step-by-step take charge of the God-slaying power. Many thoughts collide. Lu Yu's eyes gradually brightened. With the system's pissy nature, I'm afraid that in the future he would awaken other SSS-ranked Imperial Beast talents, so he doesn't have to worry about not having any spare contract positions. Lu Yu naturally wanted to maximize the role of the Sentinel Beast talent, even if it was the worst result. It was only that he could only contract 3 supreme favored beasts in his lifetime, even if he could not contract any other favored beasts, with the world-destroying Demon Dragon, the Purple Inferno Emperor Bird, and the 3rd favored beast that he would soon be contracting. Lu Yu was destined to be invincible in the world. 3rd favored beast. Lu Yu pondered. That's right, he was ready to contract his 3rd favored beast. Breaking through to the prosperous star level naturally opens the 3rd Imperial Beast position. Lu Yu had even awakened the 3rd SSS-Grade Sentinel Beast talent, Life Divine Origin. Whether it was the plant system or the life system, they were all within Lu Yu's contractual range, and could fit perfectly with the SSS-Grade talent Divine Source of Life. I have 200 points now. And the favored beast cubs I can redeem will be even better than the current world-destroying Demon Dragon and Purple Inferno Emperor Bird, both of which are even better. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Roar! Phew! In the Imperial Beast space, the world-destroying Demon Dragon and the Purple Inferno Emperor Bird sensed Lu Yu's thoughts and both instantly let out sounds of protest. The exterminating Demon Dragon was genuinely protesting, full of anxiety. It didn't mind. Lu Yu contracted a 3rd favored beast, but it mustn't be stronger than it. The exterminating demon dragon had only gotten stronger with great difficulty and possessed a strength comparable to the purple inferno emperor bird. If Luyu contracted another stronger favored beast, wouldn't it fall to second or even third again? Just thinking about it made the demon destroyer dragon feel a wave of powerlessness. The purple inferno emperor bird, however, found it amusing to mess around with the world-destroying demon dragon. Luyu smiled sarcastically and comforted. If there are no accidents, I should contract a plant-based pet beast and root it in the royal beast space. With a plant-based pet beast sitting in the imperial beast space, my breakthrough speed will be accelerated quite a bit, and you guys won't have to worry about getting stuck in the realm. Isn't this good? Ho ho ho! The world-destroying demon dragon's eyes lit up as he contemplated the light scene described by Luyu. He was stuck in the realm for a long time. If Luyu's speed of breaking through realms could always be ahead of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple inferno emperor bird, wouldn't they no longer have any bottlenecks and be able to grow stronger without limit? Even if they reached the limit of their potential, it was believed that Luyu would help them increase their potential and even evolve into stronger life forms. Newbie? The purple inferno emperor bird was however lacking in interest. It didn't care if it was stuck in the realm or not. Anyway, by doing nothing, as long as they kept absorbing the god-slaying heavenly flame, the purple inferno emperor bird would be able to become stronger. If one were to talk about good intentions, the purple inferno emperor bird wasn't that strong. Luyu thought for a moment and said seriously, plant-based pet beasts, but they can plant and cultivate all kinds of resources, such as some spirit fruits and spirit plants. In the future, if we open up dozens of acres or hundreds of acres of resource spots in the royal beast space, and plant many precious plant resources, we won't have to worry about food. What's the newest thing? Ho ho ho? The violet inferno emperor bird and the world-destroying demon dragon looked at each other, thoroughly fascinated. Luyu smiled helplessly. After contracting the purple inferno emperor bird and the world-destroying demon dragon, except for the world-destroying demon dragon eating the blood and flesh of the blistering wind-flying dragon, he basically absorbed the source power of the god-slaying heavenly flame and the dark inferno directly. As for Luyu, who was a royal beast master, he's too lazy to cook and eats takeout every day. If a large amount of precious spiritual plant resources could be planted, and delicious spiritual fruits could be eaten every day, not to mention the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple inferno emperor bird, even Luyu was very much looking forward to it. Consensus. Luyu was very excited and said, since that's the case, let's start choosing the most suitable plant-based pet beast. Chapter 49 The Divine Tree Born of the Laws of Life. Luyu was undoubtedly extremely looking forward to the contract of the plant-based pet beast. Plant-based imperial beasts, except for a few vine beast-like beings, they are basically immovable. It wasn't that it was completely impossible to move, but every time it moved position, it caused irreparable damage. Under this negative characteristic, plant-based favored beasts were still sought after by many powerful imperial beast masters. The reason was very simple. As long as one contracted a plant-based imperial beast, such as the sky-suppressing giant tree or the Yuan spirit giant tree, etc., and rooted it in the imperial beast space, it would be able to easily suppress and freshen up the imperial beast space. The growth rate of the imperial beast master will be greatly enhanced. It will be much more difficult to break through the bottleneck. It was said that many powerful imperial beast masters who had reached the overlord level would contract a plant-based imperial beast even if they hadn't awakened their life-type imperial beast talent. In order to better break through to the overlord level, Luyu's desire to contract a plant-based imperial beast naturally had part of the consideration of breaking through the bottleneck. Although he didn't lack imperious crystals, the breakthrough of a great realm, which seemed to have broken through by only one rank, was a full 10 times the difference. Even Luyu would be stuck for a long time every time he broke through the realm. From the transcendent mortal 10th order, breaking through to the prosperous star level, it was stuck for about 5 days. Luyu estimated that he would be stuck for at least half a month or so if he wanted to break through to the dimming moon level. If you break through the obsidian level, how could it take more than a month? This speed, it's just too slow. Luyu was dissatisfied. It just so happened that the third SSS-Grade royal beast talent that Luyu had awakened was the divine origin of life, which was the most suitable for contracting life and plant-type royal beasts. Then, contracting a powerful plant-based imperial beast was a matter of water. Also, a royal beast space with a plant-based royal beast suppressing it would be more solid and stronger than its counterpart. Once he broke through to the monarch level, he could externalize the imperial beast space, and with the plant-based imperial beast sitting in it, he could easily crush the imperial beast space that was not suppressed by the plant-based imperial beast. Luyu immediately opened the system mall and began to carefully sift through it. He now had 200 points, so naturally he wouldn't be stingy when it came to contracting favored beast cubs, and he directly used 200 points as the standard, eventually picking out several powerful plant-based imperial beasts. Mother Elf Tree, 1,200 points.
Star Sacred Tree, 1200 points. Giant Tree of War, 1, 200 points. Ancient Tree of Life, 1200 points. Looking at the system introduction, Lu Yu was excited to the extreme, and each of the plant system royal beasts he had picked out was powerful to the extreme. If he didn't have the contracted bits or enough points, he would even want to contract them all. The Elf Mother Tree, the adult is the third level of the Holy Spirit, and is the originator tree of the Elf clan. As long as the Mother Elf tree is willing and consumes a certain amount of resources, it can even create an elf tribe. Lu Yu couldn't help but be shocked that there was also an elf race on the blue planet. The Elf Ancient Kingdom established by the Elf clan was, hundreds of years ago, one of the strongest countries comparable to the Xia Kingdom. It was only after the War of the Demonic Invasion that the Ancient Kingdom of the Elves fell silent. Rumor has it that all the elven races in the entire Elven Ancient Kingdom were created by an ancestor god tree. To this day, the figure of the beginning god tree had long since disappeared. I don't know if they left Blue Star or fell. Perhaps the patriarchal divine tree that created the ancient kingdom of elves on the blue planet is actually a mother elf tree? Lu Yu could not help but think, if the speculation is true, it would be an archaeologically stunning discovery. If I contract the elven mother tree and cultivate it in the future, won't I be able to smoothly take over the elven ancient kingdom and turn it into my own vassal state? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Just feel, big time. Lu Yu put aside the idea of contracting the elf mother tree, and immediately looked at the other plant system imperial beasts that were being screened. Star Sacred Tree, the adult is also a Holy Spirit third order, rooted on top of a planet, can even help a planet, gradually aura recovery, and even polymerization of a large number of meteorites, space debris, etc., so that this planet's bit gradually elevated. Lu Yu was immediately shocked and said, this Star Sacred Tree, with the attributes of spatial system plus botanical system, is even higher than the Void Ancient Tree in terms of status. Unfortunately, the best living environment for the Star Sacred Tree is not any kind of realm, much less the Imperial Beast space, but a planet. Despite the immense regret, one could only rule out the Star Sacred Tree. Since he had a choice, he naturally had to choose the most suitable one. Only, Lu Yu unconsciously gave birth to a thought, secretly saying, perhaps, I can also exchange for another plant system royal beast that has awakened the engraving talent, engrave the evolutionary route of the Star Sacred Tree on it, and plant it in the blue star. With the Star Sacred Tree taking root, the blue star in the future will even be able to realize world ascension. The more Lu Yu thought about it, the more he felt that there was something going on. He willed his mind to collect itself and sifted through it again. The War Giant Tree is one of the very few plant-based imperial beasts that is suitable for the mob flow. Although the Elf Mother Tree is able to create the Elf Clan, it only utilizes the Elf Clan to run the territory. On the contrary, the War Giant Tree is able to create a large number of War Demon Trees and plant war beasts to feed on the chaos of war. Chaos of war for food. Lu Yu took a closer look, and despite feeling that the War Giant Tree, which was also considered a very good plant-based imperial beast, ultimately felt out of place, the growth style of the Giant Tree of War had a very low fit with Lu Yu's cultivation philosophy, as well as the SSS Imperial Beast talent Divine Source of Life. Despite the fact that the mob flow was strong, Lu Yu still didn't hesitate for half a second and just gave up. Immediately after, Lu Yu looked toward the last Ancient Tree of Life. As for the Ancient Tree of Life, just by looking at its name, Lu Yu knew that this plant-based royal beast had the highest degree of compatibility with the SSS-Grade talent Divine Origin of Life. Whether or not you want a contract is something you can't really know until you view it. The Ancient Tree of Life, a law-type life born after the manifestation of the laws of life, born to fit the laws of life, mastering the extreme use of life. Where the Ancient Tree of Life is located, it will be far from death, and everything will be full of vitality. The Ancient Tree of Life can be rooted anywhere, focusing on operating its own kingdom of life, and even possessing the ability to nurture life and contract dependence. Lu Yu kept looking at it, and the longing in his eyes became deeper and deeper. Admittedly, the Elf Mother Tree was very excellent, and after contracting the Elf Mother Tree, one could even control the Elf Ancient Kingdom in the future. However, the ancestor god tree that created the elf race back then was not the same as the Elf Mother Tree that the system exchanged. After all, the ancient kingdom of the elves, too, has long since declined. Nowadays, the Elf Ancient Kingdom is facing the suppression of various countries, and is even surrounded by foreign enemies. At any moment, the demonic realm wants to descend on Blue Star again and demonize the entire elfin race into dark elves, even if the Elven Ancient Kingdom is still in its prime. And if I can rule the Elven Ancient Kingdom by contracting the Elven Mother Tree, I would still choose to contract the Ancient Tree of Life. Lu Yu's expression was gloomy as he secretly said, as long as the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple inferno imperial bird grow up, I can easily establish the seventh kingdom, so why bother inheriting it? The Ancient Tree of Life is a divine being born from the laws of life.
and it has the highest degree of compatibility with my SSS-Grade Imperial Beast talent Divine Origin of Life. He could list many reasons for not contracting the Mother Elf Tree, and yet, he couldn't find any single reason to give up the contracted Ancient Tree of Life. Lu Yu made a decision right away. Ancient Tree of Life, redemption. You have redeemed the favored beast cub Ancient Tree of Life, deducting 200 points, with 0 points remaining. The system alert came. Lu Yu looked at the incomparably emerald green Ancient Tree of Life seed that was emitting wisps of the purest breath of life in the royal beast space, and his breathing couldn't help but become rapid. Chapter 50 Contract Ancient Tree of Life. Companion Plant Chopping Star Grass. Ancient Tree of Life. Attributes: Life, Plant, Level, Awakening First Order. Potential: Holy Spirit Third Order. Talent: 1. Divinity, a divine being born from the laws of life. Inherently highly compatible with the laws of life, can absorb the power of life. Unlimited growth and evolution. 2. Breeding, the Ancient Tree of Life has the authority to breed life, by capturing a wisp of life breath and consuming a certain amount of resources. Any life with a potential level no higher than that of the Ancient Tree of Life can be birthed. 3. Dependence, any life that is birthed will be transformed into a dependent of the Ancient Tree of Life, viewing the Ancient Tree of Life as the patriarchal god and offering absolute loyalty, as well as fervent faith. Skills: 1. Plant growth, Bear Star level skill. Any plant catalyzed by the life breath of the Ancient Tree of Life will thrive in the healthiest manner. 2. Field of Life, Bear Star level skill. Constructs a field filled with the breath of life. Life located in the field. All injuries will be healed. All negative status will be removed. 3. Oracle of Laws, Red Star level skill. Use your senses to stir up the laws of life and turn it into an oracle. With the help of the Law Oracle, your all-round strength will be increased explosively. 4. Ancient Tree Projection, Red Star level skill. The Ancient Tree of Life projects itself outside of its territory in any position. Depending on the distance of the projection, the projected body can have a maximum strength comparable to that of the original body. 5. Chopping Star Grass, Red Star level skill. Can cultivate a companion plant chopping star grass? A grass can chop the sun, moon and stars. Status: healthy, not indentured. This is too strong. Lu Yu looked at the attributes of the Ancient Tree of Life, and even his breathing became incomparably ragged. At this moment, he only felt incomparably shocked. The introduction to the system mall is, ultimately, rather brief. It wasn't until the Ancient Tree of Life was actually redeemed that the many attributes surfaced. It was only then that Lu Yu profoundly realized that the Ancient Tree of Life was not just a purely divine being. To him, the Ancient Tree of Life was even more of an extremely pure support system Imperial Beast. Theory: the Ancient Tree of Life didn't have too much battle power on its own. However, the Ancient Tree of Life was close to mastering the laws of life. Not only could it absorb the breath of life to grow and evolve indefinitely, it was more than capable of spawning any life. Any life that is conceived will become a family member of the Ancient Tree of Life, offering absolute loyalty and even faith. In the Imperial Beast world, the power of faith was an extremely precious resource. Even demigod-level existences would be incomparably thirsty. Why did the demon realm invade Blue Star, and many realms? One of the reasons for this was that the demon gods at the top of the demon realm wanted to turn the realms, such as the Blue Star, into a demon kingdom that believed in itself. The Ancient Tree of Life, however, was able to directly nurture life, and could also turn the nurtured life into its own believers. Lu Yu could already think that in the future, his Imperial Beast space would definitely become the divine kingdom of the Ancient Tree of Life, with countless racial beings located in it, offering their most pious faith to the Ancient Tree of Life. The many racial beings that were birthed would also become the roots of the Ancient Tree of Life, forming legions of divine kingdoms and conquering the realms. As the Ancient Tree of Life's Imperial Beast Master, the Ancient Tree of Life's development of the Divine Kingdom was actually helping Lu Yu suppress and expand the Imperial Beast space. Many legions of God's kingdom? It's more of Lu Yu's private property. The three great gifts of the Ancient Tree of Life, divinity, conception, and attachment, complementing each other, they pave an incomparably grand path to godhood. Lu Yu was incomparably shocked and secretly said, worthy of being a divine being born from the laws of life, the potential of the Holy Spirit level is only on the surface. The true potential is actually to become a god. Also, the skills of the Ancient Tree of Life, all of which were also Red Star ranked, were considered standard for Holy Spirit level potential. Lu Yu, however, saw the clues from the Ancient Tree of Life's skill. It was purely a support system. Plant growth is the most orthodox resource technique. With a Red Star ranked bit, it was feared that unusual black iron or bronze ranked spiritual plant resources would germinate, take root, and mature in an instant. Silver and gold level spirit plants didn't take more than a few seconds. Platinum and diamond? I'm sure it will also mature quickly and be harvested one crop at a time. Only amethyst grade, or even Red Star grade spirit plants,
required the ancient tree of life to seriously cultivate them, ensuring the survival rate while accelerating the maturation speed.
It must be known that the truly precious spiritual plant resources, such as the blue star's most famous red star spiritual plant Jugwa,
contains the pure power of foreign fire, 500 years of growth, 500 years of blossom, 500 years of fruit, 500 years of maturity.
From seedling to harvest,
the growth cycle is 2,000 years. Lu Yu estimates that the ancient tree of life, catalyzed by plant growth,
may be able to shorten the growth cycle of the vermilion fruit by 100 times, so that it can be ripe for picking in 20 years. For the next level of diamond-grade spirit plants, it was estimated that it would only take about 2 months to cultivate them from the seedling state, directly to the mature stage.
A diamond-grade spirit fruit.
The selling price is 10 times more expensive than the red heart earth flame and the purple Xian extreme ice.
Without 100 million don't want to buy it. Lu Yu was very excited and secretly said, "You can make a guaranteed 100 million in 2 months? No, wouldn't a spiritual plant have only one fruit?"
Planting a diamond-grade spiritual plant for 2 months is at least hundreds of millions of earnings. Lu Yu couldn't help but look forward to the future scenario where the imperial beast space would be filled with many precious resources. Plants grew and planted many resources that could supply the world-destroying demon dragon, the purple yen emperor bird,
and even Lu Yu,
the imperial beast master,
could benefit. Undoubtedly an extremely top-tier auxiliary technique. Red star level skill, life domain, like the dragon darkness domain and purple inferno domain.
They are all domain skills,
yet they don't have any offensive properties. Instead, it is the ultimate healing and purifying power. Law Oracle.
It is also a red star ranked support skill.
Under the Law Oracle, it will grant partners, or dependents,
the most extreme increase in strength.
Lu Yu took a deep breath.
The more he felt that the decision to contract the ancient tree of life was incomparably correct.
The ancient tree of life didn't need any attacking ability,
and the demonic dragon of extinction and the purple inferno emperor bird had long since reached their extremes. If they were to add the domain of life and the oracle of laws, the strength of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple inferno emperor bird,
however, would completely break the extremes altogether, arriving at an unbelievable realm.
As for the last red star rank skill,
it was slightly inferior compared to the other three. However, Lu Yu could see the reason for this, dividing into any form of projected body, which was undoubtedly a split body technique. The ancient tree of life cannot move, but with the ancient tree projection, it can be divided into projections, and it is the manifestation of faith, which extends the auxiliary ability of the ancient tree of life, which is no longer confined within the territory, but can be extended outward. In this way, the ancient tree of life would have no more flaws and be called truly perfect. As for the ancient tree of life's last red star level skill,
it can nurture and cultivate the companion plant life chopping star grass.
A grass can chop up the sun, moon and stars,
with the most extreme attack power.
As a dependent of the ancient tree of life, the chopping star grass was even more absolutely loyal to the ancient tree of life.
If he could cultivate a large amount of Jinshin grass,
the ancient tree of life might not be weaker than the world-destroying demon dragon,
as well as the purple inferno emperor bird, when it came to combat power,
even if it served as a supplementary pet beast.
Looking at the tree species suspended in the royal beast space,
emitting a pure vitality,
Lu Yu only felt incomparably satisfied.
Deeds. Direct deed.
He immediately probed his spiritual power and made a contract with the species of the ancient tree of life.
The SSS-Grade talent Divine Source of Life was instantly activated,
and the purest life source power was instilled into the tree seed without the slightest bit of stint. At the very core of the imperial beast space, above the realm crystal core that had not yet completely melted,
the seed of the ancient tree of life quietly fell,
using the power of the divine source of life as nourishment to quickly take root and sprout.
Incredibly green seedlings that are beginning to thrive. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters.
It grew until it was over a dozen meters tall,
with the canopy covering the sky.
Before slowing its growth slightly, Lu Yu abruptly realized that the root system of the ancient tree of life seemed to have entangled that boundary crystal core, and was crazily drawing on the world source power of the boundary crystal core.
The bottleneck of the 10th stage of awakening dissolved in an instant. At this moment,
the ancient tree of life seemed to be completely merging with the imperial beast space.
Chapter 51,000 Starvine. Raising a daughter? After the ancient tree of life broke through to the transcendent level, with every step up, the fit with the imperial beast space increased by another point. Having been elevated all the way to the transcendent mortal 10th order,
the ancient tree of life and the imperial beast space had long since become indistinguishable from each other.
Lu Yu realized that the connection between the ancient tree of life and the imperial beast space was completely and utterly fused.
The ancient tree of life's main body was almost impossible to get out of the imperial beast space.
Under the extreme fusion, Lu Yu's imperial beast space enjoyed all the benefits. He had a feeling that he was afraid that it wouldn't take more than a week for him to break through the realm again and arrive at the dimming moon level.
It hasn't been long since I broke through the 10th step of the flourishing star rank,
And this is ready to break through again?
Lu Yu was dumbfounded in more than anything else.
He was endlessly delighted. Who would dislike their realm breaking through too quickly? Lu Yu's fast breakthrough was not only due to the ancient tree of life's suppression and grooming,
but also related to his absorption of the Xianyao level resource realm crystal core, as well as the fact that he himself possessed the 3 SSS level sentinel beast talents. With such favorable conditions, if it takes several more years to break through a great realm,
why not just jump into the river?
Your contracted favored beast ancient tree of life breaks through the transcendent level and comprehends the red star rank skill 1000 star vine.
1000 star vine, red star level skill, can cultivate a companion plant 1000 star vine,
containing the true meaning of stars. A vine can press across the stars.
The system beep came. Lu Yu was slightly stunned. After the ancient tree of life broke through the transcendent level, it actually comprehended a companion technique similar to the chopping star grass? 1000 star vines? A vine that can crush the stars? If anything, chopper grass favors cutting and strong attacks.
Then, the 1000 star vine was more inclined towards binding and suppressing. The chopping star grass and 1000 star vine complemented each other.
If you add the oracle of laws together, and are in the life domain, how powerful will these two companion plants be?
Lu Yu couldn't help but glance at the blear-eyed world-destroying demon dragon beside him,
feeling sad for the world-destroying demon dragon.
The ancient tree of life exchanged for 1,200 points is just more powerful than the 600 points of the world-destroying devil dragon. Not only does it have 5 red star level skills in the opening, but it can also take care of support,
output, and resource supply. I declare that the ancient tree of life is the perfect favored beast. Lu Yu made the comment. Roar! The exterminating demon dragon was on the verge of crying out. Why is it so miserable? Fortunately, the ancient tree of life was only at the transcendent level, and there was still a long way to go before it was at the prosperous star level. Ho ho ho! The world-destroying demonic dragon was determined that before the ancient tree of life caught up with it, it must become even stronger, and definitely let the ancient tree of life know who was the most powerful and reliable existence amongst Lu Yu's contracted favored beasts. At this point, Master, a clear and warm voice entered Lu Yu's mind. Lu Yu was surprised to find that above the incomparably lush crown of the ancient tree of life, endless emerald green rays of light were converging, ultimately transforming into a marvelous young girl in emerald green clothing. She had long turquoise hair, light green eyes that seemed to contain endless vitality, and her small arms and legs, which were not yet covered by her dress, were as delicate and white as soft jade. The young girl, who looked to be only 16 years old, with bare crystalline feet, stepped gently on the canopy of the trees, gently pursed her lips and smiled, exuding a sinking attraction. Lu Yu immediately realized that the image of this young girl was probably a projection created by the ancient tree of life. Unlike the main body, as a projection of the ancient tree of life, or the maiden who was a doppelganger, she would not be restricted by the space of the imperial beasts. Not only did she possess all the abilities of the ancient tree of life, she could also freely come back and forth to the imperial beast space. Are you the ancient tree of life? Lu Yu smiled gently. He could feel that the young girl had an affectionate aura about her, a close bond brought about by the imperial beast contract. Yeah. The young girl smiled sweetly and said softly, Master can call me Inu. This is the name I acquired when I was born from the law of life yet. Inu? Lu Yu let out a low chant. The moment he spoke his words, a connection that was different from the imperial beast contract was concluded between Lu Yu and the girl Inu. A wisp of breath appeared in Inu's hand, and she smiled sweetly at Lu Yu. Master, Inu is my real name. Oh. This wisp of breath, I will take it. If my master is in danger in the future, I will use this wisp of breath to revive my master. Lu Yu was a bit stunned. Real name? He recalled that in his high school textbook on theology there was mention of the true name. Rumor has it that the gods of the realms all have one true name. Calling on the true name of the deity will get you in touch with it. If the real name that is called out, the behind-the-scenes contact is a demonic god or an evil god, and you can even trade all of your soul to the other side in exchange for a change in your destiny. Lu Yu also did not expect that the ancient tree of life in you, with the potential of the third stage of the Holy Spirit level, could have a true name in advance. Need to know. Even the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple inferno emperor bird didn't have real names before they possessed demigod level, or even deity level potential. It was in consideration of the true name that Lu Yu had not given the world-destroying demonic dragon and the purple inferno imperial bird a name. And when the potential of the world-destroying demonic dragon and the purple inferno imperial bird had reached the demigod level, the will of the world would naturally grant them their true names. Also, Lu Yu quickly understood. How is the growth path of the ancient tree of life different from that of the gods? If there is no true name, there is no anchoring of existence. It is naturally impossible to believe in God. Can you even resurrect me? Lu Yu couldn't help but be shocked. Resurrecting unusual beings, such as conceived dependents, was still understandable to him. How can you bring a contracted Imperial Beast Master back to life? Unbelievable.
Yeah. And you pursed her lips slightly and said, however, I can't touch my master's 3 SSS-Grade Imperial Beast talents right now.
If resurrected, the master is likely to be just an ordinary person. However,
and you will never abandon the master. And Yu's clear eyes held a strand of guilt. It seems to be guilty of its own lack of competence. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. If he couldn't be revived along with the 3 SSS-Grade Imperial Beast talents, then this revival ability really wasn't of much use to him.
Let's just say, ensure yourself.
Okay. Lu Yu looked at the new and refreshed Imperial Beast space that was filled with infinite life source power, as well as the ancient tree of life that was thriving in the center and had already reached a height of hundreds of meters, and was in a great mood.
I'm ready to rest.
And you familiarize yourself with your current power. I'll prepare some seeds of spiritual plants for you tomorrow, as well as the life sequence breaths of some races, so I'll have to trouble you then,
Lu Yu said softly.
Aha! And Yu was a bit squirming and whispered,
Master, this form of mine is a bilocation,
which actually has the same status and senses as the main body. I want the main body to stay in the Imperial Beast space, and the bilocation will stay in the outside world all the time.
Is that okay?
Sure, Lu Yu laughed. You've already fused the Imperial Beast space. Your permissions shouldn't be much worse than mine,
so you can come and go as you please. It wasn't just in you.
The world-destroying demon dragon and the purple inferno emperor bird, all of them had the permission to enter and exit the Imperial Beast space at will. Lu Yu had also gotten used to it long ago,
being entered and exited by the pet beasts every day. I'm afraid the master won't approve.
And Yu was a little short of breath, as if a delicate deer in the forest,
and after getting Lu Yu's consent,
her eyes all brightened slightly, and she said happily,
then I can go out. Oh, mythical favored animal shop.
Lu Yu laid the sofa down flat,
a simple bed. He was lying on the couch,
still covered with a blanket,
when he looked over his shoulder to find a warm, soft young girl, burrowing into his arms.
Lu Yu was a bit confused,
and Yu, in her teenage form,
was still hugging him tightly under the covers,
curled up in Lu Yu's arms, revealing a reassuring look.
Master, and Yu's pretty face slightly reddened as she softly said,
before you contracted me, I was in the form of a seed,
sleeping for millions of years.
I won't move around and won't affect my master, so don't drive me away, okay?
Against the light green eyes of the young girl, feeling the loneliness contained within them, as well as the fear of darkness, Lu Yu finally softened his heart.
Don't worry, I won't kick you out.
Lu Yu shook his head slightly and said softly,
you won't be alone anymore in the future.
Aha!
And Yu nodded heavily and hugged him tighter. Early morning, Lu Yu lifted in Yu, who was like an octopus,
holding himself so tightly that he could hardly breathe,
and put him to the side of the sofa, taking a few hard, deep breaths before he was able to slow down. Where's the promise not to move?
Lu Yu was filled with helplessness inside.
I almost suffocated to death.
And Yu folded her legs together and stayed in the corner of the sofa obediently,
smiling cheekily.
Master, I didn't realize I was hugging tightly.
I'm sorry. Lu Yu looked at Yu. He really couldn't get angry,
but he was a bit marveled that Yu was the doppelganger of the ancient tree of life,
inheriting all the abilities of the ancient tree of life. In the seemingly petite body,
it was the power of all the hundreds of meters of ancient trees that had been condensed.
Even without any kind of offensive skill,
purely relying on strength could suppress a ferocious beast of the same rank. And you saw that Lu Yu did not say anything,
then a little flustered, bare feet and walked to the bathroom, got Lu Yu toiletries, even squeezed the toothpaste. Master, don't be angry. And Yu whispered, I won't next time.
You go wash up first,
okay, I'm not mad.
Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh. He could hardly tell the difference.
Did he contract a plant-based imperial beast or raise a daughter? Chapter 52, a flat 50% discount. The amount is 10 billion? With Yu's appearance, the entire mythical favored beast store was quietly permeated with rich vitality. After some understanding,
Lu Yu realized that Yu had been born millions of years ago.
Yu, in seed form,
had existed for long years and had been in solitude. Under the long time,
Yu was not completely in slumber,
but had been absorbing the inherited memories.
It wasn't just the ancient tree of life in Yu.
In fact, the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple yen emperor bird also had inherited memories. The inheritance memories of the demonic dragon of extinction originated from the predecessors of the demonic dragon clan. The inheritance memories of the violet flame emperor bird originated from the Tsong heavenly will, and the countless years of sightings of the Tsong heavenly violet flame.
As for the ancient tree of life in Yu,
the inherited memories are derived from the laws of life,
filled with images of countless lives from birth to destruction. When it came to inheritance, Yu, who was the ancient tree of life, was undoubtedly above the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple inferno emperor bird. The path of evolution of the ancient tree of life had even been arranged, as long as it birthed dependence and absorbed the power of faith in a step-by-step manner. Sooner or later, and you will evolve into the God tree of life, rooted in the kingdom of God, enjoying the faith of all living beings. In the space of the imperial beast, a silver-colored plant thrived around the ancient tree of life. Under the effect of plant growth, these star-chopping grasses grew rapidly and reached the 10th stage of transcendent in the blink of an eye, with a realm equal to that of the ancient tree of life. According to a news introduction, these star-chopping grasses were of the red star level, and their potential level was even higher than that of the ancient tree of life, with the highest level reaching the 10th rank of the Holy Spirit. However, the chopping star grass didn't have any special talents or too many strong skills, except for the fact that it came with a red star rank skill, chopping star, and you could cultivate a maximum of 100 Jinxing grasses, and the level of the Jinxing grasses could not exceed that of the ancient tree of life. Nowadays, and you initially cultivated 10 plants of the star chopper grass, all of which were cultivated to the transcendent 10 steps. If the ancient tree of life advanced, these chopping star grasses would also break through. 100 chopper grasses? Lu Yu took a deep breath. He could already imagine the horrifying scene of 100 plants of the star chopper grass simultaneously executing the red star rank skill star chopper, with the terrifying sword chi stretching across the starry sky. Who says the ancient tree of life has no combat power? Just the accompanying plant, the chopping star grass, was terrifying to the extreme. If the law oracle was added, even the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird wouldn't dare to say that they would win, right? Not to mention, in addition to the chopping star grass, the ancient tree of life had another companion plant, the thousand star vine. Lu Yu suddenly saw that around the ancient tree of life, a vine that appeared dark purple, as if it was the color of a starry night sky, continuously rose up. Between the swaying, the entire imperial beast space, it seemed, was suppressed. A sense of heaviness permeated the sky, the earth, and even the air. A full 10,000 star vines, all of which were at the transcendent mortal 10th order realm, arched around the ancient tree of life as if they were loyal guards. The 1,000 star vines bits, equivalent to the chopping star grass, could only cultivate a maximum of 100 plants, and came with a red star rank skill, star suppression. It can suppress and bind everything. Lu Yu could foresee that if he was within the territory of the ancient tree of life, I'm afraid that there wouldn't be any living creature that could escape in one piece, right, Master? And you said softly, in my inherited memories, there are many precious spiritual plants life chi. If I want to reproduce them, I need to consume my life source power. With my current realm, in a short period of time, I can at most breed platinum level spiritual plant seeds. If I want to breed diamond level, amethyst level, and even red star level seeds, it will take a longer time. No harm done. Lu Yu laughed softly. After all, you are only at the transcendent level, which is considered a juvenile stage, and forcing life to be conceived at this stage will not be beneficial to you. If you want to nurture life, you'll have to wait at least until after the monarch level. As for the seeds of spiritual plants, the seeds of the district's platinum and diamond levels, I can still buy them directly without having to consume your life source power. Life source power, but it's very precious. Lu Yu estimated that with an Yu's current rank, the life source power required to nurture a platinum-grade spiritual plant seed would probably be enough to directly mature the platinum-grade spiritual plant several times. Why deplete your own bottom line when you can solve things with money? Lu Yu still had a balance of 31 million, as well as a piece of purple Shen extreme ice that was ranked on the exotic ice list, which was worth more than $10 million, so purchasing some spiritual plant seeds was naturally not a problem. This kind of small things, Lu Yu also do not intend to let Luo Tianyan to do. It happens that there is no business in the store, and immediately decided to take Yu out for a stroll, and in the meantime, the problem of the seed is solved. Lu Yu looked at the sweetly smiling Yu. He couldn't help but feel a little suffocated. He couldn't quite understand what the concept of 10 million years of silence was. He only knew that Yu, as his own favored beast, was in great need of his company. Magic cities know one resource merchant. Speaking of which, it was Lu Yu's first time coming here. The many dazzling array of goods dazzled Lu Yu. Many imperial beast masters were strolling around the merchant house. With Lu Yu's profound star-level realm, he was really inconspicuous here. Lu Yu even saw several obsidian-level royal beast masters with their favored beasts purchasing resources in the merchant house. There were even rich imperial second generation who splashed their money in the merchant houses, buying all kinds of precious resources. Only in the first merchant house of Mordor, the profligacy of money that belongs to Mordor will be manifested. Compared to purchasing the resources to cultivate a favored beast, the so-called entertainment to death wouldn't cost a few dollars at all. Vaguely, Lu Yu also detected the aura of a monarch level, flickering in the middle of the merchant house, worthy of being the magic city. It's true that there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lu Yu secretly sighed.
Although he was born and raised in Mordor, he left the Lu family at a young age, and subsequently went to school by the book with some money left by his parents. Ever since he opened the pet beast shop, he basically stayed out of the house as well, immersing himself in the cultivation of pet beasts, as well as the leveling up of the imperial beasts. Master, and you followed behind, timidly saying, "There are so many people here. Remember to follow me closely." Lu Yu laughed lightly, "Don't get lost." "Aha, and you followed," gently holding Lu Yu's little finger and whispering, "This way you won't get lost." Lu Yu could sense that Yu seemed to be afraid of unfamiliar environments, and was especially incomparably afraid of loneliness, which might be the reason why she had existed for countless years in the form of a seed. It was just holding hands, so naturally she let her. Who made Yu make a contract with him? It can only be spoiled. Spirit Plant Boutique. Lu Yu saw a spirit plant store with a number of freshly sprouted spirit plant seedlings and more seeds, which were usually extracted from the remaining kernels after the spirit fruits had been taken. The price of these seeds was only 1/1000th of the price of a mature spirit fruit, which was not expensive. Lu Yu even saw several diamond-grade spiritual plant seeds. In comparison, the price of a seedling was much higher, equal to the price of a piece of equivalent rank resource. This is a normal phenomenon. After all, the seedlings have been cultivated to live, as long as they do not die, can be cultivated to mature results, just the difference between the amount of harvest. The seeds are a different story, with a very low viability rate. It is a great risk to take from the moment of purchase, and the price is naturally not high. Lu Yu thought about it. The extinction demon dragon was dark plus dragon, and the purple inferno emperor bird was fire plus elemental, so he only needed to purchase the corresponding spiritual plant seeds. As for the survival rate, with the ability of the ancient tree of life, why worry? If not, Lu Yu himself has also awakened the divine source of life, so it may not be impossible for him to come back from the dead, not to mention the germination of seeds. Boss, I want to buy 1,000 extreme darkness grass eclipsing spirit fruit red flame flower white spark flower seeds. Lu Yu immediately said. In addition, the seeds of the hell tree and purgatory tree. Bring me 100 of them as well. The owner of this store, a mustachioed middle-aged man, narrowed his small eyes when he heard Lu Yu's request and smiled. This guest, please wait. He was naturally elated. The 6 types of spirit plants that Lu Yu had proposed could all be platinum grade. Even if the price of the seeds was only 1/1000th of the price of the mature resources, Lu Yu wanted 200 of them. That's equivalent to 2 pieces of platinum resources. It was only after half an hour that the mustachioed boss, who had collected the seeds and held them in a spatial container, came to Lu Yu with a nod and a bow and said, "This guest, the total is 1 million, so I'll give you a 0 to wipe it off. A sincere favor of 32 million. I'm a tutor from Mordor University, so I can get a 30% discount, right?" Lu Yu suddenly said. "Exactly." The mustachioed boss nodded his head and said, "However, the guest will have to show his identity document and walk through the merchant bank system, which will verify the guest's discount amount. Even with a 70% discount, he has no loss. It's all borne by the merchant bank itself." "No problem." Lu Yu took out his own ID and watched as the mustachioed boss took the ID and scratched it across the computer's interface. How is this? How is this possible? The mustachioed boss was shocked. 50% off? This. Lu Yu was a bit surprised that he was not getting a 70% discount, but a 50% discount? The instructor of Mordor University. It seems to be a 70% discount. Associate professor is only a 60% discount. Full professor is a 50% discount. Lu Yu quickly understood. At that time, Duan Shangwa promised that he would temporarily take the position of instructor, but the treatment was directly against the full professor. It seems that Duan Shangwa quickly put the treatment in place after he returned. The mustache boss came respectfully, handed back his ID, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and said, "Your discount range is 50% off, and the amount is 1 billion. Within the 1 billion quota, you can enjoy a 50% discount. The price of these seeds is 32 million, and the discount is 16 million. Swipe your card." Lu Yu smiled slightly, as the swiping of the card was completed. Lu Yu, who had been acting as the store manager, also enjoyed a wave of spending pleasure. He put away the 4,200 seeds, but realized that Yu quietly pulled on his coat corner, seemingly unwilling to leave. Spin. In Lu Yu's mind, Yu's voice came. "Master, I perceive an amethyst-grade spirit plant seed." Chapter 53 Amethyst-grade spiritual plant seeds. Deep space fruit tree. Yu walked to the store and started picking out seeds. She quickly found a few wilted seeds in the corner and held them carefully in her hands. Immediately, Yu followed Lu Yu's example and playfully said, "Boss, these 5 seeds, how much?" The mustachioed boss looked at the seeds in Yu's hand and couldn't help but freeze, saying, "Guest, these seeds are all withered and will never be viable.
Are you sure you still want to buy them? Okay. And you nodded solemnly.
The mustachioed boss thought for a moment,
thinking of Lu Yu's 50% discount. His status must be either rich or noble, or he gave up his intention to rip off his customers. These several seeds are the seeds of the amethyst-grade space system spirit plant deep space fruit tree, but forget about it. These several seeds are completely withered, without any possibility of survival. I was going to throw them away. With a wave of his hand, the mustachioed boss said bashfully, "Why don't we just give it to you guys?"
"Yeah." And you smiled sweetly.
"Thank you, Uncle Beard." "Ha ha, no need to thank me. Just a few seeds."
The mustachioed boss scratched his head and smiled,
saying, "As long as the two guests patronize our store more often, I will be grateful." Lu Yu laughed. "Definitely."
He looked at the 5 amethyst-grade seeds in Yu's hand, and a feeling of picking up the slack arose.
5 amethyst-grade seeds,
or a space system spirit plant deep space fruit tree that could produce amethyst-grade deep space fruit. The deep space fruit tree planted in the Imperial Beast space was more capable of producing a suppression effect comparable to that of a plant-based favored beast, and it could also pick up a large amount of spatial power from the void.
In terms of value,
these 5 seeds were comparable to a piece of diamond-grade resources.
Instead, the other side just gave it away for nothing. As for planting or not planting, since Yu didn't even say anything, it could be easily planted and live. After leaving the spiritual plant boutique, Lu Yu placed all the purchased seeds into the royal beast space for the ancient tree of life to unify the deployment.
Soon the seeds were planted in an orderly fashion. If it was an ordinary imperial beast space, I'm afraid that except for some special seeds, it would not be possible to plant them at all. Lu Yu's royal beast space was different, fused with the realm crystal core, and initially possessed some of the characteristics of a true realm, such as the sky, the land, and the changes in climate. As a large amount of life source energy was showered down, the entire imperial beast space became full of life, and the seedlings of the extreme darkness grass, eclipsing spirit fruit, red inflammation flower, and white sparkler, gradually thrived. Even the seeds of the hell tree and purgatory tree, which were more difficult to survive, quickly grew shoots that took on a pitch black and crimson color, respectively. These two kinds of spiritual plants are diamond grade.
Even though Lu Yu was generous, he only bought 100 seeds each, which was too expensive. Secondly, the ancient tree of life was, after all, only at the 10th stage of the transcendent mortal grade, and it was about right to cultivate so many spirit plants. If there were more, the burden would be too heavy and would affect the growth of the ancient tree of life. What made Lu Yu care the most was still located in the center. The 5 independently planted seedlings of the deep space fruit tree, which were drawing on wisps of spatial power and growing every moment. With the ancient tree of life's ability to cultivate spiritual plants, I'm afraid it won't be long before these spiritual plants can be harvested. Lu Yu was looking forward to it. By the time the harvest comes in, he'll have another source of wealth. Most importantly, there was no need to worry about the resources to cultivate the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple inferno emperor bird. After solving the problem of seeds, Lu Yu took an and ate at a nearby commercial street, rarely seen without takeout. Prepare for the afternoon before returning to the mythic favored beast store. Sensing in the imperial beast space, the world-destroying demonic dragon was frantically sparring with the violet inferno emperor bird, wanting to hone its combat skills. The purple inferno emperor bird was originally very reluctant, but it couldn't resist the world-destroying demon dragon's softening, and there was nothing to do anyway, so it simply became a companion. The ancient tree of life was silently cultivating spiritual plants, as well as harboring the created plant dependence, and the chopping stargrass and the thousand star vine were all being nourished to become more and more overpowering and thicker. Looking at such a thriving scene, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile in relief, sipping his tea in the petting beast shop in boredom. Before a cup was finished, and Yu lightly pursed her lips again and poured Lu Yu a 7-minute full. So cozy. Ha! Lu Yu was a bit surprised. A guest? He took a quick look at his cell phone and there was no message there saying that he had been introduced to a guest, and he couldn't help but see his eyes light up. Could it be a self-serving guest? Even though he had given up on his own guests, wouldn't Lu Yu mind having too many guests? Qin Xuanjie stepped into the favored beast store, and looking at the slightly outdated furnishings, he immediately frowned and said to Lu Yu, who greeted him, "Are you the store manager of this favored beast store?" Qin Xuanjie thought that he had come anyway. The big deal was to visit a few more favored beast stores. He could always pick out a favored beast cub that suited him. He is 28 years old and has been working in the community for 9 years. Qin Xuanjie had originally extinguished the idea of becoming a royal beast master. Who knew that a few days ago he had steeply awakened his royal beast talent? It instantly set his already silent heart on fire. In today's society, who doesn't want to become a beast master? Even an awakening level imperial beast master was much better at finding work than an ordinary person. Once he breaks through the transcendent level, He is even able to take a management position in the company. A prosperous star-level Imperial Beast Master?
The green light is given for public examinations in business startups.
In fact,
many important positions required that one be a Sentinel Beast Master in order to be inaugurated.
Qin Xuanjie hit the wall too many times. These 9 years, barely saved millions of dollars. Bought a suite in his hometown. There is nothing left. If there's a favored beast of my choice, even if I have to sell the house in my old home, I'd still do it. Qin Xuanjie made up his mind. I am. Lu Yu nodded with a light smile and said, this guest, may I ask what your needs are? Qin Xuanjie took a deep breath and replied, I've awakened the C-grade Imperial Beast Talent Spirit Wood. I'd like to contract a plant lineage, or life lineage favored beast cub. Do you have one here? He couldn't help but be a little apprehensive. Favored beasts of the plant and life lineages are among the rarer ones. Plants in the natural world usually have 2 routes of evolution after the revival of aura, and most of them will evolve into spirit plants with weak consciousness,
which will be reduced to a kind of resource species. Only a very small percentage
evolve into plant life. In terms of rarity, plant life is second only to elemental life, and is rarely seen. Naturally, Lu Yu thought about it and instantly took out a container. I can't believe it's true.
Qin Xuanjie's eyes lit up and he hurriedly brought his face over,
his expression instantly becoming strange as he frowned. Are you sure this is a plant-based pet beast? As in fake. Lu Yu smiled. Fart. Qin Xuanjie cursed, saying, do you really think I haven't seen it? This is clearly a mediocre willow sapling, and I can't even perceive a single breath of life. Is this also considered a plant system Imperial Beast? I said it's as good as fake. Lu Yu frowned slightly and said, this willow tree sapling, however, has awakened a special growable talent, blood refining. It can refine the blood of different creatures and capture their genes, thus exploring the most perfect evolutionary route. If this willow sapling isn't considered a plant-type royal beast, no plant in the world is qualified. Special growable talents? Qin Xuanjie laughed coldly. I've never heard that favored beasts can awaken their talents. Do you think I know nothing about the path of royal beasts? Lu Yu looked at the other party and was already too lazy to argue. So far, the guests he had received were almost all students of the Magic City Imperial Beast University, either mentors or principals. Qin Xuanjie is so ignorant and self-righteous. It was the first time Lu Yu had seen it. This willow tree sapling is priced at $3 million. Lu Yu indifferently said, if you want to buy it, just swipe your card. If you don't buy it, please don't make trouble. Thank you. 3 million? Qin Xuanjie's jaw dropped and he said angrily, dark store. You are purely and simply a black store. I'm going to report you to the Imperial Beast Master Association. Whatever, Lu Yu said indifferently. Also, since you said that my place is a dark store, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to walk out? The words just fell. The world-destroying demon dragon appeared abruptly, its body still burning with purple flames, revealing its massive body as it coldly looked down at Qin Xuanjie, a pair of dragon eyes that seemed to contain extreme demonic intent. Qin Xuanjie was instantly scared white, rolling and crawling to escape, not even daring to return his head. Ho ho ho! The demonic dragon of extinction snorted coldly. If not for Lu Yu's instructions, it would have had to destroy this fellow. Well, go back. Lu Yu touched the scale armor of the world-ending demon dragon, and with the world-ending demon dragon returning to the Imperial Beast space, he then looked at the petting beast container on the table, only to feel a pang of fretfulness. He couldn't help but sigh slightly, secretly saying, this plant-based Imperial Beast cub, it can't be sold well, don't really rot in your hands. Chapter 54 Real Name Report. I'm going to report this black store. Plant-based Imperial Beasts were very rare in their own right. In addition, Imperial Beast Masters who had awakened the talents of the life system and the plant system were even fewer in number. Awakening a life-type talent and going straight to the support system. Lu Yu secretly shook his head and said, plant-based talent? That's even less. Moreover, the plant system is almost immobile, so you can't contract several plant system Imperial Beasts but have to reach the monarch level, where the Imperial Beast space can be externally manifested, in order to have combat power, right? Most plant-based Imperial Beasts were ultimately too awkward under the Imperial Beast Master system. Each time it is summoned, it causes so much damage that even if it awakens a plant-based talent, it will look for a rarer vine-type Imperial Beast to contract. Lu Yu had a feeling that the willow tree sapling, which had exchanged for the blood-refining talent, might really rot in his hands. Whatever. He shook his head slightly and secretly said, the system's deadline is 1 week. If there are no guests to buy it in these few days, I'll go ask Principal Duan, as well as Luo Tianyan, to see if there's any clientele. The worst thing you can plan is to sell it to other guests. I'm sure that they won't refuse, especially Duan Xianghua. Contracting another blood-refining willow tree would also speed up the healing of the Imperial Beast space. Not to mention, Duan Xianghua himself was at the monarch level. and the drawbacks of plant-based favored beasts just didn't exist for him. Can't move? The space of the imperial beasts manifested outwardly, pointing and hitting wherever they wanted. Moreover, Duansheng was royal beast talent. Grade of battle heart is also a very moderate and widely applicable talent, and is not limited to the type of royal beast contracted. If possible, it is better not to sell to them. Lu Yu thought darkly. The favored beast cubs he sold were the best of the best, so why would he need to rush up and give them to others? If there was a guest willing to purchase it and it could itself be recognized by Lu Yu, he would naturally not go out of his way to do so. Regardless, Lu Yu was still in a very unpleasant mood. He took out the willow sapling and planted it in a potted plant, and even took a few drops of the remaining dragon blood of the blast-flying dragon and fed it to the willow sapling. Under the talent of blood refining, this willow sapling quickly absorbed the blood of the flying dragon, and gradually a breeze flowed on its body, and it also emitted a faint dragon power. This willow tree will even grow into the willow tree god in the future. Lu Yu sneered. Only priced at 3 million. What's the difference between that and giving it away for nothing? The opportunity to change your fate is right in front of you, but you don't know what you're looking for. The Imperial Beastmasters Association. Qin Shuanjie took a deep breath, remembering his wretched appearance from the mythical favored beast store. Rolling and crawling, he couldn't help but redden his face in anger. Firming his resolve once again, Qin Shuanjie walked into the Magic City Imperial Beastmaster Association, found the receptionist lady, and immediately said, "I want to report it by my real name." A real name report? The receptionist was a little puzzled and said, "Who are you reporting?" "I want to report a favored beast store. I suspect that this favored beast store is a black store. The selling price does not meet the standards set by the association, and it treats its customers extremely roughly." Qin Shuanjie said angrily. "Oh." The receptionist nodded and took out a form, saying, "If you are reporting by your real name, please fill out the form first. If you want to know the result quickly, just wait a little in the waiting room." Qin Shuanjie took the form and didn't dare to have any opinion on the indifference of the receptionist. In the Magic City Royal Beast Association, even a receptionist, that was a transcendent level royal beast master, not something he could afford to mess with. After filling out the form, Qin Shuanjie attached his identification and waited up in the waiting room, drinking several cups of tea. After a long time, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked right up to Qin Shuanjie. This middle-aged man, who was none other than the head of the Magic City Imperial Beastmaster Association, Luo Yan, smiled at Qin Shuanjie and said, "This citizen, may I ask if you are the one who wants to report the mythical favored beast shop by your real name?" "That's right." Qin Shuanjie angrily stood up and said, "That's what I'm going to report. Please hurry up and deal with this favored animal store. Don't let this kind of inferior favored animal store continue to pollute the market." Inferiority? Pollution? Luo Yan frowned and said, "This citizen, do you know that? The president of the Magic City Royal Beast University, Duan Xianghua, only yesterday specifically came to our Magic City Royal Beast Master Association to urge that this mythical pet beast store is the entire Magic City's most. This mythic favored beast shop is the most high-quality favored beast store in the entire Magic City, so our association should give it the green light. Although you are reporting it under your real name, it's hard to convince people." "What? Principal Duan?" Qin Shuanjie froze. Even if he was ignorant, he knew that Principal Duan, that's the backbone of the entire Magic City. Luo Yan said quietly, "Of course, if you still want to insist, this real name report document, I will also submit it. However, your real name report can't be solved by this Magic City chapter of ours. It must be the headquarters that can finalize it." Listening to Luo Yan's words, Qin Shuanjie's face had turned completely white. Only then did he realize that the seemingly shabby petting beast store was an existence he simply couldn't offend, not to mention that he was an ordinary person. Even to deal with the mythical favored beast shop, it would have to be the headquarters of the Imperial Beastmaster Association to be qualified to intervene. Forget it, Qin Shuanjie hurriedly said, "Maybe I'm mistaken. This real name report, I decided to withdraw it. Can I?" "Sure." Luo Yan smiled and said, "I just think that there might be some misunderstanding in this before I explain it to you. Of course, if you confirm that it's not a misunderstanding, you can always come back with a real name report." "Definitely a misunderstanding." Frightened, Qin Shuanjie hurriedly retrieved the reporting documents and bowed. "Sorry to bother you." Watching Qin Shuanjie leave, Luo Yan was relieved. It was only yesterday that Duan Xianghua specifically ordered it, and today there is a real name report. It's hard for him to be the head of the association, too. Fortunately, Qin Shuanjie was more sensible, knowing that none of the characters associated with the mythical favored beast shop were people he could afford to mess with, and wisely withdrew his report. Mythical favored beast shop? Luo Yan thought briefly, secretly said, "Can even let Duan Principal are so esteemed, Perhaps there really are any excellent favored beast cubs. My son has also recently awakened the talent of imperial beasts, but it is possible to go to buy a favored beast cub. The other side. Qin Xuanjie left the Imperial Beast Master Association in a panic. His mood was extremely complicated. As a small person, he suddenly perceived that the mythical favored beast store's background was so counterintuitive, and that store manager didn't seem to have any reason to deceive himself. With Duan Xianghua's style, if the mythic favored beast shop would only cheat, how would he have specifically ordered that the Royal Beast Master Association all give the green light? Special growth talents. Qin Xuanjie began to collect information, and found that only authoritative scientific research website, the corresponding knowledge, you must pay to view. He bit the bullet and made a direct payment of $2,000 to peruse the paper. A special growth talent. A terrifying talent that only a very few favored beasts can awaken. Any pet beast that awakens this kind of talent, as long as it doesn't fall in the middle of the process, it will have a great hope of becoming a monarch level or even a hegemon level in the future. The more Qin Xuanjie looked at it, the more shocked he became. Such a heaven-defying favored beast cub, or a plant system one, but it's only priced at 3 million? He made an instant decision. Whatever the cost, buy that willow sapling. Even if I sell the house in my old home, the most I can come up with is $1 million, and there's still a long way to go before 3 million. Qin Xuanjie took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I can only go to the bank for a loan, with the property as collateral, as well as my own C-grade sentinel beast talent. It's entirely possible to loan out $3 million in funds, which is enough to purchase that willow tree sapling. Chapter 55, 2A Run. The first employee. Mythical favored beast store. Liu sat on the sofa and looked at the outside world in boredom. Against the glass wall, potted seedlings of the blood-refined willow tree lay, and the more he looked at them, the more he was displeased. Several customers have come in over the past 2 days to sell this willow potted plant. A willow sapling are priced at 3 million, but also readily boast what special growth type talent. It is obvious that it is a black store. The guests immediately run away. Liu had nothing to be sorry about. These guests couldn't even accept the willow sapling, and even if they took out the other favored beast cubs, they probably wouldn't choose to buy them. There would only be more favored beast cubs rotting in their hands and more losses. As the 1-week deadline got closer and closer, Liu was also a bit annoyed, but he didn't even have a single point left. These days not only did not sell the favored beast cubs, the willow saplings will also rot in the hands. Is not it a big loss? Liu was a bit surprised. Outside the clear glass of the petting store, a young girl slowly crouched down. She wore a simple light-colored floral dress, her dark hair falling simply over her thin shoulders. The young girl's expression was incredibly serious, staring intently at the willow sapling in the glass, her bright, clear eyes flickering slightly, then darkening again. Li Rui felt that she was too much of a failure, obviously already an 18-year-old girl, but she couldn't do anything well. The college entrance examination could only fail the exams, and the royal beast talent hadn't been awakened, and she had worked in Magic City for 2 months during the summer vacation, earning a total of $9,000, which had been taken away by her adoptive mother as well. The foster mom said, I've raised you so well, how hard is it? You're making $9,000 for 2 months of work, so why are you wringing your hands and not turning it in? The light in Li Rui's eyes dimmed as she looked at her adoptive mother's mean face. At the end of the summer vacation, many students reported to the Imperial Beasts University. Instead, Li Rui bought a train ticket back to her small hometown city and packed a large bag overnight. Before leaving this bustling city, it suddenly occurred to Li Rui that she hadn't had a good look at it yet. This university town that all the students were looking forward to, Mordor Imperial Beast University, the academy that brings together countless talented people. Li Rui had heard that as long as one graduated from Mordor University, one would be at least a prosperous star-level Imperial Beast Master. In Li Rui's hometown small city, a prosperous star-level Imperial Beast Master was already a truly big deal. At the entrance of the Magic City Royal Beast University, Li Rui wanted to pretend to be a student to blend in, but was told by the security guard that she needed to brush her face to verify her identity. She could only helplessly outside the school gate, looking at this magnificent institution. A school gate seems to separate destinies. Li Rui looked at it for a long time, and under the loss of soul, she walked slowly in the commercial street. It wasn't until she walked to the entrance of the mythic favored beast shop that she saw this willow sapling emitting the slightest hint of blood color at a glance, and couldn't help but crouch down and look at it silently. It was as if she could feel it, an invisible resonance. And you have no one? Laurel spoke softly, seeming to understand her words. The willow sapling swayed gently as if in response. Li Rui gently shook her head. She could naturally see that this was a plant life, but she hadn't awakened the royal beast talent, so I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to contract a royal beast in her lifetime. So, Li Rui slowly stood up, only to see across the glass,
a handsome young man with a sunny smile, nodding at her. She also saw the youth pick up the potted plant of a willow sapling and walk to the door of the petting store. You like it a lot? The youth's demeanor was gentle, and he said softly, I am the store manager of this favored beast store, and I grant you permission to touch it. Oh, ah, really okay? Li Rui was amazed that the youth's voice somehow calmed her, and unconsciously reached out her small hand and gently touched it to the branches of the willow sapling. That vague resonance seemed clearer. Li Rui's breath hitched, and she was about to pull her hand away fondly, but she realized that the handsome young man's large hand had already covered her own. This guest, Lu Yu slowly said, did you not hear the sound of this willow sapling? Ha! Li Rui couldn't care less about her shyness, and after getting a reminder from Lu Yu, it dawned on her that the resonance was becoming more and more obvious. Surprisingly, she vaguely heard a wisp of a childish voice. Willow saplings are calling softly. Want her blood? Blood? Li Rui looked at the willow sapling. Many thoughts flashed through her mind, and she softly said, if you want it, then I'll give it to you. Anyway, the blood of someone like me is nothing to cherish. Wow! Willow saplings wiggled quietly. Ri clearly saw the willow sapling raise a willow branch and cross her palm. Calloused palms, but instantly scratched. Scarlet blood splattered out, drenching the willow sapling and completely coloring it. Li Rui had lost a lot of blood, and her pretty face, which was already whitened, became even paler. But she didn't have panic, much less feel any pain. Li Rui just quietly looked at the willow sapling, sensing the feeling of delight coming from it, and couldn't help but reveal a smile. The little tree drinks the blood, so grow up fast, she said softly. At this point, Li Rui heard, again, the voice of the handsome store manager. This guest, even though I don't know what qualifications you have, but you actually got the blood refining willow tree's resonance, and even wanted to take the initiative to make a contract with you. It seems that you and this willow tree sapling are very much destined to be together. So are you really not considering buying it? On Li Rui's face, panic finally surfaced as she shook her head repeatedly and said in embarrassment, I don't have any money on me. Moreover, I haven't awakened the sentinel beast talent. I can't contract it. Money is not an issue. Lu Yu smiled faintly, stared at her closely, and said softly, as for the royal beast talent, are you really sure that you don't have the royal beast talent? Leary was a little confused. Next moment, the blood, filtered through the willow saplings, creeps back in. Boom! Li Rui felt it as countless blood gathered in his mind, eventually turning into a brand. Looking straight at this brand, Li Rui instantly knew that this was her innate talent of the Imperial Beasts. A-rank Imperial Beast talent. Sobbing blood. Li Rui did not have time to be surprised, but he found a large amount of chi and blood power converging and continuously integrating into the talent brand. When she came back to her senses, this one talent brand had long since metamorphosed. S-rank Imperial Beast talent. Immortal True Blood. Li Rui panicked. Surprise, shock, panic, filled her heart. She had never imagined that she would awaken the Sentinel Beast talent, or the S-rank talent that represented the Overlord qualification. You've awakened an S-rank talent, haven't you? Lu Yu laughed softly. I know it, your original talent should only be a rank, but you were recognized, and it did not hesitate to consume the dragon's blood to let your talent metamorphose into an S-rank. Are you going to live up to this expectation of its? Li Rui looked at the willow sapling in Lu Yu's arms, only to feel a connection that was in no way inferior to the Imperial Beast contract, which seemed to have been concluded long ago. This connection must fit to the limit for it to occur. Lu Yu didn't even say that if Li Rui chose to contract the blood-refining willow tree, he was afraid that the royal beast talent would involuntarily fuse with the blood-refining willow tree. From then onwards, Li Rui had lost the opportunity to contract other favored beasts. However, Lu Yu believed that neither Li Rui nor the blood-refining willow tree would care. I'm afraid, store manager. Li Rui was on the verge of crying out, embarrassed. I don't have any money. This is all I have on me. She rummaged around and scraped together change and cash, and there was only about 500. Holding 500 change, Li Rui looks incomparable shortness. Pretty face is red, eyes full of despair. Li Rui's liberal arts grades were very good, so she naturally guessed that the willow sapling was absolutely extraordinary and worth a lot of money. I'm afraid she won't be able to afford it in her lifetime. Didn't I say that? Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, money is not a problem. I can lend it to you. This blood-refining willow tree, which sells for $3 million. I can lend you $3 million. Then, if you have $3 million, will you still choose to contract it? Will. I must deed it. Li Rui was eager and whispered, but $3 million is too much. I can't afford to pay it back. Then you'll work to pay off your debts. Lu Yu laughed aloud and said, just in time. My store is still short of a clerk. Are you willing to apply for the job? Yes. Li Rui quickly said, I'll do whatever the store manager tells me to do. I'm very diligent.
Then it's decided. Lu Yu smiled and immediately drew up a contract for Li Ruei to sign. With the name signed. Achievement reached, having the first full-time employee. Reward, a random type of red-starred resource. Are you receiving? Yes/no. The system beep came. Chapter 56, True Dragon Source Blood. Characteristics of a gnarled dragon? Claim it directly. Lu Yu immediately said. He had expected the system's prompt. Signing up official employees for the Pets and Beasts store was supposed to be one of the achievement tasks. From the moment Li Ruei arrived, he had detected the strange movements of the blood-refining willow tree. Lu Yu naturally guessed that the blood-refining willow tree and Li Ruei might possess an extremely high degree of fit between them. To Willow Sapling, I'm afraid that there was no better Imperial Beastmaster in the vast blue star than Li Ruei. He naturally went along with it and turned Li Ruei into an employee of the mythical favored beast shop, also completing the achievement task in the process, and the reward was also very generous. Being an incomparably precious Red Star grade resource, you have obtained the Red Star level resource True Dragon Source Blood. True Dragon Source Blood, a drop of blood containing the most original power of the true dragon species Gnarled Dragon. Any living being who takes it can choose to transform into the true dragon species. Devil Dragon Seed and Divine Dragon Seed will absorb a portion of the Gnarled Dragon's characteristics after taking it. The True Dragon Seed will fall into Mad Chaos after taking it. It's actually a drop of True Dragon Source Blood? Lu Yu stared with wide eyes, incomparably shocked. Even among the resources that had survived from the previous epoch, True Dragon Source Blood was one of the most precious. It was said that the Summer Kingdom's Jinghua Shenlong was the one who took a drop of True Dragon Source Blood to truly break through the limitations of the Divine Dragon Seed and advance to the Holy Spirit level. The Xia Kingdom, which possessed a Holy Spirit level Divine Dragon of Jinghua, was only able to be among the 6 major countries. Judging from the introduction of the True Dragon Source Blood, the effects of this precious resource really did not live up to its reputation. If the demonic dragon is used, it will possess some of the characteristics of the dragon. Need to know. Even among the many true dragon species, the gnarled dragon was the race with the strongest body strength, almost without equal. If it could possess the characteristics of a gnarled dragon, I'm afraid that the strength of the exterminating demon dragon's body would reach an incredible realm. Lu Yu immediately put away the True Dragon Source Blood, preparing to use it exclusively for the world-destroying demon dragon when he had spare time. After the lesson of devouring the devil's heart, he didn't dare to let the world-ending demon dragon devour the True Dragon Source Blood on its own, and had to escort it throughout the entire process, lest the tender world-ending demon dragon be eroded by the dragon's will contained in the True Dragon Source Blood. Store manager? Lirel cocked her head. Lu Yu came back to his senses and said, "Don't you want to read the contract first?" "Oh who?" It dawned on Ri that she had clearly signed her name before she began to check the regulations of the contract. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. That is, he had met himself. Otherwise Li Ruei would really be cheated. The contractual regulations he has laid down are actually very harsh. It was stipulated that Reeve had to work at the mythical pets and beasts store for a period of 20 years. The annual salary is $150,000 and the monthly salary is $12,500 and both are after taxes. A total of 20 years of work, totaling $3 million in salary, is paid directly to the employee in advance. In case of default, return 10 times the salary. Lu Yu estimated that the possibility of Li Ruei's breach of contract is extremely low. After all, the remuneration package, only the shallowest treatment, becoming an employee of the mythical favored beast shop, the benefits Li Ruei could enjoy in the future would definitely be unimaginable to her. In the future, if he recruited another employee, the treatment should also be benchmarked against Li Ruei, and would not be raised or adjusted downward, just to the extent that he could just happen to contract a favored beast cub. Li Ruei looked all over the contract and couldn't help but say, "Store manager, there's no problem with this contract either. And the treatment is too good, just no problem." Lu Yu nodded with a light smile. There won't be too many regular employees at the mythical pets and beasts store. If he hadn't seen that Li Ruei's character was up to par, he wouldn't have signed him. As for the treatment, Li Ruei was now an S-ranked gifted Imperial Beast Master, and a monthly salary of $12,500 was simply a cabbage price. After confirming this, Lu Yu took the $3 million salary and transferred it directly. Li Ruei was like in a dream. However, before the $3 million could be covered, he turned back, bought the blood-refining willow tree sapling, and immediately concluded the Imperial Beast contract. Special growth talent, blood refinement? Li Ruei felt shocked, and more than anything, elated, and softly said, "Little Willow, you have such a great talent, and you chose me. I will never fail you." Li Ruei directly fused the S-Class Royal Beast talent Immortal True Blood with the Willow Sapling. The Willow Tree Sapling's potential directly reached the 10th rank of the Flourishing Star rank, and its strength also reached the 10th rank of the Awakening rank. This was the limit of what Li Ruei could bear at the moment. Lu Yu naturally wouldn't discourage it. In his opinion, Allowing the favored beasts to completely fuse the Imperial Beast talent was also a conducive path. Definitely not worse than the path of contracting multiple favored beasts. If it was inferior, would the status of a Dragon Master be so honorable? The blood willow that Li Rue had contracted with was definitely not inferior to the giant dragon species. Shopkeeper, do I have to do anything now? Li Rue said timidly. Well, Lu Yu pondered a little and said, I'll transfer the money to you. Why don't you go buy some food and come back to cook? I'll arrange a place for you to stay later, and you'll eat your meals at the store. If I sell the favored beast cubs, I will also give you a certain commission. Yes. Li Rue's eyes lit up and she was soon out shopping for groceries, her footsteps light. Lu Yu also saw that after Li Rue went out, she ruthlessly pinched her white thighs, and after letting out a cry of pain, she was happily laughing out loud. Master, and Yu's entire body, hanging on Lu Yu's back, softly said, Master instructed me last time to make the young leaves of the 1,000-star vine into tea, and I've already made it now. Really? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Since opening the petting store, he's been spending time in the store every day and has caught the tea bug. Nah, the teas are of the worst quality and there's really no feeling. After seeing the star-cutting grass and 1,000-star vine, Lu Yu was instantly motivated. Chopper grass certainly do not have to think about it. Even if the production of tea, it is estimated that also karma mouth. The 1,000-star vine is not bad, although it is not a tea tree. The young leaves contain spiritual qi. After many processes, it can definitely be made into a very high-end tea. To say that the most high-end tea is definitely made from the young leaves of the ancient tree of life, without waiting for Lu Yu to bring it up, and you looked at him pitifully, making it really impossible for Lu Yu to open his mouth, so he could only retreat. And you took out a tea box and said softly, I've been working on this for a long time, and I've also infused a lot of life force, so I'm sure I won't let my master down. She started to brew tea with elegant gestures, and soon poured a cup of 7-minute full tea liquid into Lu Yu's teacup. And you blew the hot air on the teacup and handed it to Lu Yu's lips, saying softly, Master, savor it. Okay. Lu Yu pushed back, but had to take a sip. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He only felt incomparably mellow aroma, bursting in his mouth, as if wandering in the ocean of life. There is no longer a trace of a sense of constraint on his body, meeting in Yu's expectant eyes. How could Lu Yu still not know that Yu must have gone through many rigorous processes and worked very hard to produce the tea in order to deal with the thickness of the young leaves of the 1,000-star vine? Hard work. Lu Yu touched Yu's long hair and laughed. It's delicious. Aha! I'll try that too. And you pressed her cheek against the back of Lu Yu's hand, and directly took a sip from Lu Yu's teacup as well. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she said softly, It's really delicious. Let Xiao Rue taste it later as well. At this point, Li Rue also returned with a large bag of ingredients. Shopkeeper, I'm going to cook. With a quick hello, she walked to the kitchen and started cooking, and soon the rich aroma filled the room. Lu Yu saw Yu carrying the cup of tea and went to the kitchen, soon followed by Li Rue's exclamation of surprise. It's too good, isn't it? Li Rue's eyes lit up. And you, is it good? Take another sip. Well, I'll do it myself. Don't move, the food will get mushy later. Lu Yu couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he watched the kitchen, where the two young girls were scuffling. He propped his head up and looked out the door into the sunset, only to see a figure emerge from the glass door. Qin Xuanjie strolled around outside the petting beast store, but he didn't see the potted plant of a willow sapling, so he became anxious. He hurriedly ran inside the favored beast shop and questioned Lu Yu, Where is that willow tree sapling? You wouldn't have sold it to someone else, would you? Chapter 57 Why sell it to you? Are you worthy? Since Qin Xuanjie left the Imperial Beast Master Association, he took the real estate license and went to the bank to take out a mortgage. 3 days later it was reviewed and approved for a $3.5 million loan. In the past few days, Qin Xuanjie would often come to the mythic favored beast shop and look at the willow sapling from afar, watching it grow and even continue to be rendered in the color of blood, which made him even more certain of his suspicions. He was almost certain that the special talent blood refinement was real. When the loan arrived, Qin Xuanjie was impatient, and once again came to the mythical favored beast store, but found that the willow sapling under the glass, but it was missing? Facing Qin Xuanjie's questioning, Lu Yu looked indifferent and casually said, That's right, it's already been sold to someone else. Do you have any comments? Qin Xuanjie's breath caught. What could he possibly have to say? Behind the mythical favored beast shop was that President Duan of Mordor University. Principal Duan was in a position that was second only to the overlord-level Imperial Beast Masters, almost reaching the pinnacle of power. How could Qin Xuanjie, an ordinary person, be offended even if he had awakened his C-class talent? Then do you still have any plant-based Imperial beasts here that are comparable to the willow tree sapling? Qin Xuanjie hurriedly said, I've got enough money together now,
As long as it's not worse than the willow tree sapling, I'll just swipe my card and pay. There is, Lu Yu casually said. As with willow sapling pops, I have as many as I want here. Then I'll buy it. Qin Shuanjie immediately said. Money is not a problem, please let me take a look first. Is that okay? Hearing Qin Shuanjie's words, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile and said, you say, you want to buy it, and want to take a look first? That's right. Qin Shuanjie nodded. Lu Yu maintained his smile, the sarcasm in it, however, was extremely obvious. But why should I sell it to you? You opened your door to do business, and I, as a guest, have a clear intention to buy, so why don't you sell it to me? Qin Shuanjie blurted out. He vaguely realized something, and a wisp of embarrassment appeared on his face. You're a customer of the Favored Beast store and I'm going to sell you a Favored Beast cub? Lu Yu stood up suddenly, looked down at him, and said coldly, ridiculous to the extreme. What qualifications do you have to contract a willow tree sapling that has awakened the blood refinement talent? Based on your SSS-Grade Beast Sentinel talent? Based on your financial ability of having to scrape together $3 million, and maybe even take out a loan? Word for word, as if it were a sharp sword. It completely stunned Qin Shuanjie's dignity. He tried to say something, but it was hard to say a word. Ever since reading the paper, Qin Shuanjie knew that his chance to change his destiny was only this once, but it never occurred to him that he'd missed that opportunity from the time he'd even rolled away. Store manager, the meal is ready. Li Rui carried her plate and walked over to Lu Yu's side playfully. With a hint of a smile, Lu Yu said, Little Rui, show off your talent for royal beasts. As strange as it was, Li Rui obeyed and unfolded her gift straight away. At once, the sight of an endless sea of blood filled the entire Favored Beast store. Qin Shuanjie's face was filled with horror. He really didn't expect that this young girl, who looked very delicate and timid, would have awakened such a high level of beast-robbing talent. Is that a B? Or is it an A? Or, thinking of that one possibility, Qin Shuanjie couldn't help but tremble in his body. Did you see that? Lu Yu was interested and said, she is the royal beast master who contracted the willow tree sapling and is now an employee of my store. The royal beast talent that she has awakened is the S-class immortal true blood. Most importantly, she is the imperial beastmaster personally chosen by the willow tree sapling. With every word he heard, Qin Shuanjie's embarrassment grew by a few more points. Remorse filled the heart and soul. Store manager, can't you give me another chance? Qin Shuanjie was close to praying. Chance? Lu Yu shook his head and said, I gave it to you a long time ago, but you didn't cherish it. What I am willing to give you is the chance. When I'm not willing anymore, no matter who it is, don't even think of getting a single chance with me. Qin Shuanjie was beyond despair and had long since collapsed to the ground. When he met Lu Yu's cold eyes, how could he not realize that he no longer had a single chance, and could only leave in a state of disorientation? Store manager, he looks so pitiful. Li Rui couldn't help but say, pity? Lu Yu was in a soothing mood and laughed. If he wasn't pitiful, he would have bought your little willow tree a long time ago. Ha! Li Rui was dumbfounded and hastily said, then he's not pathetic at all. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu laughed aloud and said, let's go. Let's eat. Aha! Li Rui nodded repeatedly. This dinner was basically Lu Yu and Li Rui eating, and you sat quietly beside Lu Yu, sipping her tea very quietly. Li Rui's cooking skills are not bad. Although they are all home-cooked food, you can see that they are very attentive. Lu Yu is very touched. Finally do not have to eat takeout. Sister and you. Li Rui was puzzled. Why don't you eat? Is it not to your taste? I don't have to eat. And you said softly. Ha! Li Rui blinked, a little unsure, and said, as long as they're human, they all need to eat. Didn't I tell you? With a mischievous grin, and you slowly said, I am not human. Oh. The imagined scenario of Li Rui being so surprised that she threw away her dishes did not occur. Li Rui's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, could it be that Sister and you is an elf? The textbook says that the elf race are all very beautiful, and it matches Sister and you very well. Lu Yu nodded. Elves? Well, you could think so. Regarding the ancient tree of life, he did not intend to expose it yet. Anyway, no one else could be informed of the existence of the ancient tree of life before he was at the monarch level. Elves. Seems like a good explanation. And you looked at Lu Yu with some grudges. What elven race? If she wished, she could even create an entire race of elves as her dependent race. It's just that the ancient tree of life is still too weak to breed life races in a big way today. Even the star-cutting grass and thousand-star vine, she had only birthed 10 plants each. In terms of rank, even amongst the elves, the ancestor elves, who were at the highest position, were not even remotely comparable to the ancient tree of life. Elves, Li Rui whispered. No wonder Sister in you is so pretty, and her skin is so good. It seems like she can pinch out water. It's so much better looking than me. And you laughed softly. Rui is also very cute. When your Imperial Beastmaster level rises, many flaws will disappear.
Your base is so good, maybe even the store manager will fall head over heels for you. Li Rui's eyes widened and her pretty face turned rosy. She hurriedly buried her head in dry rice and giggled. Aha, the rice is delicious. Ahem. Lu Yu coughed and said with a straight face, by the way, I'm going to teach at the magic capital Imperial Beast University tomorrow, so I'll be counting on you guys for the favored beast shop. Is the store manager still an instructor at Mordor Imperial Beast University? Li Rui's eyes lit up in adoration. The store manager is so young, it feels like he should be my age. I didn't expect that he would be a mentor. I wanted to go into the Magic City Imperial Beast University today, but I couldn't get in at all. There will be a chance for you to visit later. Lu Yu laughed. He had also just received the notification, and while Duan Xianghua had only inquired in an inquisitive tone, stating that it was fine whether or not to teach, Lu Yu had directly agreed to do so. Now that there was already Li Rui as a shopkeeper in the petting beast store, he didn't have to worry even if he left. There was no one to look after the store. If you have a guest, you can also ask the person to wait in the store. If you don't want to wait, Lu Yu didn't care. At most, he was selling one less favored beast cub, but the other party had lost a chance to change his fate. Master, can I go? And you blinked, pitifully. Lu Yu was just about to say no when Yu had already taken his hand and pathetically stuck it up. He had to say, alright, tomorrow it'll be Rui at the store, and you'll come with me. Yeah, and Yu smiled cheekily. So envious. Li Rui was a bit lost in thought. Then she solemnly said, store manager, sister and you, don't worry, when you guys aren't around, I'll definitely take care of the favored beast store. Chapter 58 Redemption. 7-star breeder inheritance. Nightfall. After arranging accommodation for Li Rui, Lu Yu returned to the petting beast store and washed up before covering himself with a blanket. And Yu was like a kitten, curled up in Lu Yu's arms, her small white and soft hands, holding Lu Yu tightly. In the faint glow, Lu Yu could see that Yu had her eyes tightly closed and seemed to be trembling slightly. With a soft sigh, he held Yu in his arms and closed his eyes as well. After selling the willow tree sapling, Lu Yu harvested 300 points. Tomorrow we'll go to Magic City University for classes. Lu Yu has only been a student, not half of the teaching experience. To say that it is not nervous is false. Naturally, he had to prepare for the lesson. Lu Yu directly opened the system mall, but did not exchange the pet beast cubs, directly locked the knowledge resources. Suddenly a wide range of knowledge resources appeared in front of us. 7-star cultivator legacy, 300 points. Holy Spirit level Imperial Beast Master inheritance, 300 points. Elf Mother Tree memory inheritance, 300 points. The many precious knowledge resources are in fact a single inherited memory crystal, like the world-destroying demon dragon, the purple inferno emperor bird, and the ancient tree of life. They were born with inherited memories. So naturally, they didn't need these inherited memories. Lu Yu, however, was different, and before the opening of the mythic favored beast shop, he was only a little more knowledgeable than the ordinary high school students. He hadn't been a royal beast master for more than half a month, and it was too late to learn too much. A 7-star cultivator's memory inheritance, yet its value is comparable to that of a Holy Spirit level Imperial Beast Master's memory inheritance, all for 300 points. Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh. A 7-star breeder actually corresponded to a hegemonic Imperial Beast Master. If we talk about the status of a 7-star cultivator, it is comparable to the Holy Spirit level. In any era, the status of a breeder far exceeded that of an Imperial Beast Master of the same level. Unfortunately, this era, the cultivator's legacy was completely cut off. Even low-star cultivators, such as 1-star and 2-star cultivators, are valued by the state. Just by exchanging one inheritance crystal, you can inherit all the experience and knowledge of a 7-star cultivator, or a Holy Spirit level Imperial Beast Master. Lu Yu smiled faintly and secretly said, since they all think that I am a top cultivator, wouldn't it be better if I just become a top cultivator? He never dwelled on it. Immediately, redeem. You have redeemed the 7-star nurturer inheritance. 300 points deducted, 0 points remaining. Under Lu Yu's control, a crystal with a transparent body was quietly integrated into his soul. How vast is the lifelong experience and knowledge of a 7-star cultivator? An overlord-level Imperial Beastmaster might not be able to become a 7-star breeder in his lifetime. On the contrary, a 7-star cultivator could easily advance to the overlord level. How did the Imperial Beast civilization of the last epoch manage to flourish to its peak? The nurturer plays, among other things, an extremely important role. The 7 laws of nurture, the 6 laws of resource matching, and the 9 realm theorems. Lu Yu was instantly overwhelmed by the vast sea of knowledge. In the dream, it was as if he had become a trainee breeder, following his teacher as he constantly came into contact with a wide variety of favored beast races, spending every day in admonishment and instruction. Starting as a trainee cultivator,
he gradually showed his extraordinary cultivation talent, and was gradually utilized by the Imperial Beast Empire, one of the strongest kingdoms in the era, and was admitted to the cultivator quota of the Empire's first academy, and gradually made a name for himself. Decades later, he had already entered the Imperial Beast Empire's highest godmaking program, becoming one of the inconspicuous cultivators, even though he already had a 6-star cultivation level at this time. In the God Creation program, he continued to draw on his knowledge, and under the guidance of many 8-star and even a few 9-star cultivators, he continued to improve. For the future, he had infinite hopes, believing that his future achievements would definitely be more than just an 8-star Imperial Beast Master, and could even look forward to the highest 9-star Imperial Beast Master. He was the most superbly talented person of this generation, and a 7-star cultivator renowned throughout the entire kingdom, a participant in the God-making program, with countless halos on his body, until the God-making program succeeded and that one demonic god stepped out of the petri dish. The devil god, who was at the top of the world, slowly said, "At this moment, the devil realm shall be established." Thus, an incomparably huge dimension emerged from the void and pressed down horizontally. He suddenly realized that in the face of a true deity, let alone a 7-star cultivator, even an 8-star cultivator, or even a 9-star cultivator, is as humble as a mole cricket. When he met the light of the demon god's eyes, his soul and even his true spirit were instantly shattered. That was the end of his life. Holy, Lu Yu suddenly woke up. The memories in his mind faded away, leaving only some shallow impressions, with only the knowledge and experience still burned into his mind. The last epical civilization actually created a true demon god? Lu Yu felt extremely shocked and secretly said, "That one demon god must be the demon realm's beginning god, right? As I recall, that one beginning god. It seems that he is still in the devil realm, just fallen into a deep sleep." Even though it was only a glimpse, Lu Yu deeply memorized the figure of that demon god, terrifying and overbearing. That's a truly unbeatable talent. I'm still weak now. Lu Yu sighed slightly. Magic god. That was an existence involving the realm of the gods. He was still a prosperous star level 10th ranked Imperial Beast Master. There was an infinite distance from that kind of existence. But, Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, "I should be able to call myself a 7-star cultivator now. In terms of knowledge and experience, he is already a 7-star cultivation level." It was only limited by his realm that Lu Yu might not be able to truly utilize his 7-star level, which made him a bit regretful, secretly saying, "It is no wonder that those 7-star breeders who have passed the Breeder Association's star rating must be a hegemony level Imperial Beast Master themselves. If one's realm is less than hegemony level, one really can't bring their knowledge and experience into play." To this, Lu Yu didn't care. Even a 6-star cultivator level would be completely sufficient. He was even a bit skeptical if there were any 5-star cultivators in the entire blue planet. Perhaps, his level of nurturing has been crowned as the best in the world? The next day, after Lu Yu woke up, as if following the usual practice, he lifted Yu up. And Yu smiled shyly. She had just had a dream and couldn't help but kick out her little white feet and kick Lu Yu's calf. With the power of the ancient tree of life after it had coalesced, it almost broke Lu Yu's leg, causing him to grin in pain. "And you have the nerve to laugh." Lu Yu didn't have the heart to say, "I was almost in a wheelchair." "It won't." And Yu whispered, "I have a life domain. It can help my lord heal and won't leave any injuries." Lu Yu looked at her and was surprisingly speechless. "Don't be angry, master." And Yu stretched out her arms, hugged Lu Yu's neck, and whispered, "Next time, I promise I won't." "You better be." Lu Yu grunted and placed Yu on the couch, turning to wash up. When he came out, Yu had changed her appearance again and was elegantly making tea by the coffee table, saying, "Master, please have some tea." Lu Yu had no choice but to take the teacup and take a light sip. It had to be said that the flavor and aura of the tea made from the young leaves of the 1,000-star vine was top-notch. Lu Yu thought about it and smiled. "And Yu, I'll give you a task." "What mission?" And Yu wondered. "The tender leaves of the chopping star grass. You make it into a tea as well." Lu Yu was interested and said, "Make sure you handle it well and not la voice." "Got it?" "Got it." And Yu sighed slightly. "This job, it's not easy." Lu Yu spared a thought as he knew how to deal with the tender leaves of the chopping star grass after he fused the memories and experience of a 7-star cultivator. But then, it was a small punishment for Yu, and he wasn't about to help. "Store manager." And Yu-san. Li Rei clocked in to work on time and greeted her with full vigor. "Just in time." Lu Yu laughed. "I'll leave you to watch over the pet beast shop. We were just about to go out." "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," Li Rui said confidently as she patted the small cage. Gone. Lu Yu walked straight out of the petting animal store, and Yu followed behind him obediently. Immediately, the summoning spell emerged. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon transformed into a 10-meter tall body, with Lu Yu and Yu riding on its back, and instantly lifted its wings and flew away. with countless fallen leaves being carried up by the gusty winds. Leroy, red-faced, panicked and pressed down the fluttering skirt, but there was envy in her eyes, softly saying, Magic City Royal Beast University. Really wanna go and see it with my own eyes. Chapter 59. Don't call me Luo-chan. I'm afraid he'll misunderstand. Magic City Imperial Beast University. Shocking news. Have you heard? There's an open class today, and the instructor is said to be new and only 18 years old. Oh my god, a freshman is only 18 years old, and he became a tutor of the Magic City Imperial Beast University? My chow, an 18-year-old tutor? The beautiful tutor of our Magic City University, Luo-chan, is considered to be very young among the tutors and is also 26 years old. I've also heard that this young tutor, or Principal Duan himself, ordered him. For this open class, it's rumored that Principal Duan will personally come to listen to the class. Principal Duan? It's really not true. Isn't Principal Duan about to retire? He's actually coming to listen to the class in person. This young new tutor. I really don't know what kind of god he is, to make even Principal Duan think so highly of him. If you ask me, it couldn't be Principal Duan's illegitimate son, could it? Shut up. What kind of person is Principal Duan? Would he use his power for personal gain? If you dare to spread rumors again, I'll start a life and death duel with you. For a moment, the entire magic capital Imperial Beast University was in an uproar. Countless students, and even instructors, couldn't help but get curious. What's so great about this young mentor? The Troubadour's office, the Troubadour's building. Lock-in, this young tutor. It seems like he hasn't come to play his card yet. Have you seen him? Morong Fong found a topic. Walked into Luo-chan's office single room. Thought he was handsome and laughed softly. In my opinion, this young tutor, I'm afraid that he doesn't have much strength. The probability is that he's related. Luo-chan glanced at him and continued to deal with what she had in her hands, but inside she was slightly moved. Was the store manager finally coming to the first lesson? I've seen it. Willow Rockhan replied. Morong Fong was about to say something when he was stunned and said, You've seen him? He suddenly remembered that Luo-chan was Principal Duan's favorite disciple, and that young tutor was also arranged by Principal Duan, so it was normal to have seen each other. Yeah. Luo-chan pursed her lips and smiled, her demeanor becoming softer as she softly said, He's very outstanding and handsome. I'm afraid there is no one better than him in the entire Blue Star's younger generation. Right? Morong Fong was dumbfounded. He had never thought that Luo-chan would give such a high rating. In Morong Feng's impression, Luo-chan had always been soft and distant, keeping a distance from anyone. On the contrary, Luo-chan's knowledge was also very profound and her talent was excellent, which made Morong Fong feel more and more fascinated. I didn't expect that Luo-chan would actually speak so highly of the new young tutor. Morong Fong pretended to be spontaneous and laughed. I'll go observe and learn from his open class today. Go for it. Luo-chan was very casual and suddenly said, By the way, don't call me Luo-chan. I'm afraid he'll misunderstand. Morong Feng's expression instantly froze. Boys' dormitory, 208. Brothers, this new young tutor is highly talked about. This open class, I absolutely have to go see it. Nye Ziyun was very excited and shouted excitedly to several other roommates in the villa's living room. The other two students in the dormitory, both responded. Only the youth on the sofa, who was indifferently looking at an ancient book, did not move at the words. Wook. Nye Ziyun came over and said with a hefty smile, Aren't you curious about what strength that young tutor has? The other party is 18 years old, just like us. Strength? The book-reading youth looked up indifferently and said with a cold smile, What do you think? Nye Ziyun's expression stagnated as he suddenly realized that when it came to strength amongst his peers, who could compare to the indifferent youth in front of him? From the age of 6, he had awakened 2 S-Class Imperial Beast talents, both of which were still S-Class. The unprecedented owner of double S-Class Dragon System talent, contracted the first dragon species at the age of 7, and it was also the Golden Dragon as the top dragon species. At the age of 8, the young man was already a transcendent level dragon master and had contracted a second dragon species, the Holy Dragon, which was no less than a Golden Dragon. At the age of 10, he broke through the prosperous star level. Now at the age of 18, with the first grade in the National College Entrance Examination and the identity of the top student in the college entrance examination, he was admitted into the Magic City Imperial Beast University. The world said that as long as one was admitted into the Magic City Imperial Beast University, one would surely graduate as a prosperous star-level Imperial Beast Master. However, no one knew that the youth was already a Dimming Moon-ranked Imperial Dragon Master that surpassed the prosperous star rank even before the entrance exam. Such a supreme genius, whether it was talent or strength, it was enough to stand proud of all the tutors. Under the light of youth, any pride of heaven would become dim. It's like a firefly to the white moon. As a matter of fact, the youth had not attended a single class since entering the Magic City University.
always studying under an associate professor.
Nie Ziyun smiled to himself.
Would such a supreme genius care about a tutor's open class? Lu Su looked indifferent and turned his head. Is there anything else? No, no more. Nie Ziyun shook his head and said, Brother Su, if you're not going, then the three of us will go. If Wook isn't going, then I won't go. Well, I'm not going to either. I guess, nothing unusual. The other two roommates, observing Lu Su's expression, hurriedly said. Nie Ziyun didn't say anything. The two roommates in dormitory 208, both thought about pleasing Lu Su. Only he thought about the equality of the relationship, and seriously said, then I'll go and take a look, and come back to talk to you guys. Lu Su seemed as if he didn't hear, his eyes always staying on the books, until all the other roommates returned to the room. Lu Su's fingers traced over the ancient book and said in a voice that no one could hear, the dragon language magic of the last era is sealed on this ancient book. Why can't I channel the power of the dragon language magic? It was as if Lu Su was completely mesmerized by it and wouldn't pay attention to any external objects. The golden-colored light of the imperial Tao, as well as the pure white divine light, swept over the ancient books, and a page was vaguely lifted quietly. Obsidian House. Inside the open classroom. This young tutor has a great deal of ostentation, actually opening the open classroom of the Obsidian building. This classroom is one that can accommodate thousands of students and instructors, and the spare display podium is even more expansive. The open classroom in the Obsidian building is still the first time it's been opened this semester, isn't it? I hope I can learn something useful in this open class. Powerful news. It is said that this young tutor is the object of Tutor Lu's desire. TSK, that's really strong. Next time you spread a rumor, please investigate it. With the entrance of many students, there were not only ordinary students among them, but also quite a few popular figures of Magic City University. Holy, Shen Nian Nian, Du Ruo Yun, that's my goddesses. To think they came to the class too? Luo Tianyan is also here. I've heard that he recently contracted a red flame chicken that can rule over foreign flames. If it's cultivated, it's truly invincible. The red flame chicken is in charge of the foreign fire? What rumor? So wild? Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, these two brothers are also here? That's right, they're the grandsons of Principal Duan, and this young tutor, who was handpicked by Principal Duan. Wouldn't they not come to show their support? I've heard that Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu only recently contracted the initial favored beasts of the Ant Clan, especially Duan Dongwen, who is said to have contracted the Stormtrooper Stream favored beast. Another ING rumor. Why are rumors flying all over Magic City University lately? An awakening level Imperial Beast Master contracting a tyrannical soldier stream Imperial Beast? Do you think it's possible? Rumors my ass. The slime that hangs the Mad Blade Werewolf, the Moonlight Butterfly of the support lineage evolved by the Cotton Worm have been exposed. The Stormtrooper Stream Ant Clan, and the Red Flame Chicken that reigns over the foreign flames. Is that so strange? Inside the open classroom, many students, and even instructors, were gradually seated. Even Lu Luochan came and sat on a seat on the edge of the front, waiting quietly, as if a gentle goddess projection. It attracted countless gazes. Immediately after, a youth with a cold expression slowly walked in. Many of the students couldn't help but clam up. Surprisingly, it's the senior who is the first in line for the junior year, Luo Hong of the Third Order of the Dimming Moon rank. It is rumored that Luo Hong has threatened to challenge the new young tutor, believing that the other party's virtue is not worthy of the position. Chapter 60, she must be regretting it now, right? Luo Hong's face was cold, and he seemed to have long been accustomed to the attention of millions of people, and under the gaze of many awe-inspiring gazes, he sat down in the front row right in the center of the room. This location, too, has the best view. Also a junior. I'm only at the Transcendent Mortal 10th rank, but Senior Luo Hang is already at the 3rd rank of the Dimming Moon rank. It's really exasperating to be compared to others. What do you know? Senior Luo Hang's Royal Beast talent is the most deservedly strongest in his class. Having awakened the S-rank talent Gung gene, Senior Luo Hang's contracted favored beasts are also of top-tier qualifications, and even rarer metal beings. It exists in sword, armor, and wing form. When the three metal beings of sword, armor, and wings are added at the same time, I don't even dare to think how powerful Senior Luo Hang's strength will be. In terms of strength, Senior Luo Hang is fully qualified to serve as a mentor. After graduation, if Senior Luo Hang is willing to stay at the school, I'm afraid he'll be directly transferred, right? No wonder Senior Luo Hang dares to challenge the new tutor. No matter the talent or strength, it's all superb. If I were Senior Luo Hang, I would have nothing to fear. There were many whispers, but they couldn't affect Luo Hang by half. Lohengrin, Luo Tianyan sat in the back row, looking at Luo Hang in the front row. He couldn't help but show a scornful look. As a fellow junior, Luo Tianyan was at the top of his class, and at the very beginning of his junior academic year,
He had broken through the prosperous star level and had already reached the standard for graduation, but he was precisely in the same class as Luo Hang, and was truly like a star on the shores of a dim moon, almost completely obscured by the light. Luo Tianyan's expression turned resolute as he chanted lowly, Luo Hong, one day, I will surpass you. He contracted the red flame chicken, which could absorb the foreign flames for his own use, and could even feed back into the royal beast talent, allowing it to evolve. As long as the talent evolution was successful, he was a genuine S-rank talent, with the same S-class imperial beast talent. The red flame chicken was even more not inferior to the potential of the top-tier giant dragon species, and surpassing Luo Hong was not impossible. Just give me a little more time. Luo Tianyan's gaze was deep, but he quietly laughed and said softly, it's a pity. With your talent, if you were to contract a favored beast cub bred by the store manager, I would definitely be at my wit's end. Nay, you even want to challenge the store manager. Really do not know what to do. He withdrew his gaze and waited patiently with his eyes closed. The other side. Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun sat together with a look of anticipation. Nian, why isn't the store manager here yet? Du Ruoyun couldn't help but say, yesterday, the principal told us that the store manager would be in an open class today, and I almost couldn't sleep, and came over early in the morning to take up a position. The store manager won't be late, right? I don't think so? Shen Nian blinked and laughed. That senior seems to be challenging the store manager. Do you think he can win? How? Du Ruoyun lightly hummed. The shopkeeper is invincible. But, if the shopkeeper's favored beast gets injured, I'll have the moonlight butterfly go and heal him. How could the store manager be injured? Shen Nian beamed. Don't you talk nonsense. He. Du Ruoyun suddenly said, alright, let's worry about whether the store manager will blame us when he sees that our slimes and moonlight butterflies are still awakening level. Shen Nian's breath caught and she forced herself to say, it's only been a few days. It's still awakening level. It's normal, right? Besides, the slime and moonlight butterfly have long been awakening level 10. It's mainly because the expansion of the two of us in the royal beast space is too slow that it's slowing down the growth speed of the slime and moonlight butterfly. Du Ruoyun looked at Luo Hong in the front row and couldn't help but say, it would be great if we were also S-ranked imperial beast talent. Don't think about it. Shen Nian sighed. S-class talent, 1 in 10 million. B-class talent is 1 in 10,000. And A-class talent is even 1 in 100,000. So the two of us should be content. Right. Du Ruoyun suddenly thought of something and whispered, didn't you say last time that the store manager's ex-girlfriend is also in our school? Do you think that she will come to the open class as well? Here. Shen Nian gestured not far away and said, by you away. She's the store manager's ex-girlfriend. Let me tell you. She thought that the store manager hadn't awakened the royal beast talent, so she mercilessly left the store manager. Unbeknownst to her, the royal beast talent awakened by the store manager is likely to be SS rank beyond S rank. Bad woman. Du Ruoyun looked over and saw Bai Yuewei sitting close to a boy, and instantly revealed a disgusted expression and grunted. She must be regretting it now, right? Pact. Shen Nian smiled and whispered, if I were the store manager's girlfriend, I wouldn't be able to break up. Welp. Du Ruoyun's eyes were filled with disdain as she hummed softly, Nian, I've found that you're very good at daydreaming at. I'm just saying. I didn't say I was going after the store manager. Shen Nian's pretty face was slightly red, and she pushed her best friend in a bad mood, saying in annoyance, what do you know? Believe it or not, when I take a bath at night, I'll let the slimes nourish your face. Have been honest and begged to be spared. Du Ruoyun pitifully said, I can't beat you again. The two women scuffled a bit and looked back to the empty podium, wondering what they were thinking. Shen Nian couldn't help but look at Bai Yuewei a few more times. Although her mouth was very disdainful of Bai Yuewei, her heart was very envious. After all, Bai Yuewei's boyfriends for 3 years in high school could all be that store manager. Even if we broke up, we at least had it briefly. On the contrary, what about her? Shen Nian would often look for Lu Yu to chat, and Lu Yu would reply politely, sometimes with a sense of humor, and would help her answer quite a few questions. But that's as far as it goes. Shen Nian didn't even dare to go to the mythical favored beast store again. It's really too big a gap in talent. These days, Shen Nian had also crammed in quite a bit of knowledge about imperial beasts. Knowing that the S-class imperial beast talent definitely didn't have the same terrifying might as the Dark Inferno, there's only one explanation. SS class, or even SSS class. Shen Nian knew very well that no matter what realm Lu Yu was in now, he was also destined to become an overlord-level imperial beast master in the future, possessing the topmost power in the entire Xia country. I fear this slightly budding heartbeat will wither before it can take root. This is great. The store manager has directly broken the rules to become a university tutor, at least at the dimmer moon level, right? Shen Nian shook her head slightly. In the corner position of the open classroom,
Bai Yuewei felt Shin Yanyan's and Du Ruoyun's line of sight and couldn't help but frown.
But she didn't meet her gaze and instead inclined her head away.
Yuewei, what's wrong with you?
Mu Yuan said with concern.
Are you not feeling well? Do you want me to send you back to your dormitory? I'm fine.
Bai Yuewei pursed her lips and shook her head. She glanced at Mu Yuan beside her. This was the sophomore senior that she had met after enrolling in school, a transcendent level 6th order Imperial Beast Master, who had also awakened an A-rank talent, and was considered to be the best in the sophomore academic year. Mu Yuan has been pursuing Bai Yuewei since he started school, and he did have a bit of a heartbeat initially. After returning from the mythic favored beast store, the hint of heartbreak had completely dissipated as well. No matter how Bai Yuewei looked at it, she could only come to the conclusion that Mu Yuan and Lu Yu were not comparable at all. The gap was just too great. The disparity in talent, by nature, was immense. Lu Yu was even further ahead in terms of pet beast resources. If one were to contract an imperial beast cub similar to a slime or little skeleton, their future achievements would definitely be limitless, especially after hearing that Shin Yanyan slime, who had crossed over and strongly defeated the Mad Blade werewolf, had become the man of the hour in the university. Bai Yuewei was even more remorseful when she dreamed in the middle of the night. This gaze, this honor, should have been hers. Bai Yuewei had even heard that Shin Yanyan and Du Ruoyun had both been rewarded by Principal Duan. This made her even more unbalanced, and she had the intention of admitting her fault to Lu Yu, but the many contact details had been blacked out a long time ago, or she was the first to delete them. As for heading straight to the mythic favored beast store, thinking of Lu Yu's determination at that time, she could not make up her mind again, and even vaguely had a hint of expectation. Maybe Lu Yu's determination at that time was just a desire to escape? What if he'd come forward? The tutor is coming, a student leered. Bai Yuewei hurriedly looked over, and she was also extremely curious about that mysterious young tutor. How could it be him? Bai Yuewei tightly bit her lips. Under the slight trembling of her heart and soul, she unconsciously pulled away from Mu Yuan. Lu Yu, how can he be the instructor of Mordor University? Chapter 61, Teacher Lu, can I take your class? Lu Yu walked into the open classroom. The first thing he saw was Lu Luochan near the door position, smiled politely and walked to the podium. He rode the exterminating demon dragon, charging all the way across the world and attracting countless gazes. It wasn't until he descended to the entrance of Mordor University that he put away the demon-extinguishing dragon and started walking, and asked for directions a few times, so naturally he was a bit late. Standing on the podium, Lu Yu first briefly glanced at the students who had come to listen to the lecture and nodded slightly to Shin Yanyan, Du Ruoyun, Luo Tianyan, Duan Dongwen, and Duan Shiwu. Lu Yu naturally saw Bai Yuewei in the corner, as well as the slightly attentive Mu Yuan by her side. Even Bai Yuewei's subconscious little movement away from Mu Yuan was caught in his eyes. He looked away as if he hadn't been there, and simply averted his gaze. Bai Yuewei? He didn't care at all. Lu Yu was a bit surprised when he noticed some hostile gazes coming from the front row right in the center. After a brief glance, it didn't matter. He certainly has a clear perception. Many of the sophomores and juniors in the room could be older than him, and being a mentor at the age of 18 would naturally attract some hostility. What's with all the mentor hostility? Lu Yu was a bit helpless and looked to the side of Lu Luochan. Morong Fong was staring at him closely, and from time to time, he looked at Lu Luochan again, seemingly resigned. Lu Luochan's gaze wandered and her charming face flushed slightly. This scene was seen by Morong Fong, who could barely maintain his demeanor. Lu Yu was instantly a bit bewildered. What's going on here? Considering the time of the class, Lu Yu had to put away the idea of deeper investigation. Gentlemen, first time meeting, so let's introduce ourselves. Lu Yu retracted his gaze, laughed aloud, and said in a generous manner, my name is Lu Yu. You can call me Teacher Lu. I am at the Magic City Imperial Beast University, and I mainly lecture on favored beast breeding. If there are students who want to further their studies in this class, they can choose to enroll. Of course, I don't have much time to bring in students, so there are limited spots, only until this class is over. The words just fell. Luo Tianyan instantly stood up and said, Teacher Lu, I want to take your course, and me too. Shin Yanyan and Du Ruoyun stood up one after another, and our two brothers, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu raised their hands at the same time, their faces full of excitement. The students in the classroom were all a bit dumbfounded at the moment. At this time, the 5 people who confirmed to apply for the favored beast cultivation are the most popular people in Mordor University nowadays. Luo Tianyan is, needless to say, the best of the junior seniors. Shin Yanyan and Du Ruoyun, contracting slime and moonlight butterfly respectively, were definitely at the top in their freshman year. The 2 brothers, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, are even the grandsons of Principal Duan, which is not a simple background. These 5 people actually decided to enroll in the course in unison. In the corner, Yue bit her lips tightly and stood up suddenly, saying, I want to sign up too. Yue. Mu Yuan had some difficulty breathing. He didn't feel that Bai Yue was thinking that Lu Yu had real talent. With his understanding of Bai Yue, the other party was most likely thinking that Lu Yu was handsome and capable and wanted to create opportunities to get along, right? Mu Yuan has been chasing Bai Yue for almost half a month, and has not even touched her hand, and recently she has been unusually cold, so Mu Yuan is about to give up. As a result, Bai Yue but to take a course with a pure heterosexual instructor? Favored animal breeding? Isn't this the basic skill of an Imperial Beast Master? Similar courses, at the Magic City Imperial Beast University, were countless. Lu Yu glanced at Bai Yue, directly ignoring the other party, and softly said, let's settle on 5 places for now. Other students who want to take the elective can wait for the next expansion. The moment. Many of the students' gazes couldn't help but turn to Bai Yue's position. The students who decided to take the course, as many as 6, only settled on 5 places. The only one who was excluded was Bai Yue. Bai Yue pretty face whitened. She even wanted to be angry, wanted to make her relationship with Lu Yu public, wanted to embarrass the other party. All of these emotions constantly rolled over, but in the moment she met Lu Yu's indifferent eyes, all the emotions were completely calmed. What kind of eyes are those? It seems to contain the ultimate darkness, yet burns with infinite fire. Bai Yue's forehead, steeply overflowing with fine beads of sweat, sat down with palpitations. Mr. Lu. A soft voice sounded quietly. Oh, does Ms. Lu have anything to say? Lu Yu said with interest. Even though it was his first class, the students and instructors, both of whom he was familiar with, could be very smooth and comfortable. Feeling the many gazes, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure, and couldn't help but think that after this lesson, I'm afraid that many students would be interested in pet beast breeding, right? Sessions, with a little more publicity from a few students. Will the mythical pets and beasts store still be short of customers? Lock-in. Morong Fong wanted to say something else. Lu Luochan directly ignored him and said softly, I'm also interested in Mr. Lu's course. I just don't know if the tutor can take it. As soon as the words fell, many of the students, and even the instructors, couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Lu Luocan in the Magic City Royal Beasts University tutor, but is famous for high cold, and who will keep a distance. The academic level is not even the slightest difference, but will take the initiative to propose, to take a young tutor's course? No. Oh, Lu Yu smiled helplessly and said, however, since Mr. Lu is interested, I can also reserve a spot for Mr. Lu. Then thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Luochan pursed her lips and smiled. No one noticed that the cold youth sitting in the seat right in the center of the room. His expression became more and more cold. Enough. Luo Hong instantly stood up and coldly said, what young tutor? What favored beast cultivation? After all, isn't it just a relationship? The Devil's Capital Royal Beast University is one of the 3 top-tier institutions. How can it allow people like you to stir up trouble here? Icy cold words, but the atmosphere of the classroom instantly ignited. That's right, isn't it just a relationship? Judging by the age, there's a difference from a freshman year student. How can this be a tutor? Shen Yan and Du Ruoyun treat him differently even if it's not enough. But even Mr. Lu is like this. I'm heartbroken. I'm supporting senior Luo Hang. I must beat this guy up. Taking a closer look, this Lu Yu's realm is clearly only at the 10th step of the Flourishing Star rank. 18 years old at the 10th rank of the Flourishing Star, although it's also very impressive. However, among the freshmen in our class, Lu Su is a Dimming Moon ranked Imperial Dragon Master. Lu Su didn't even choose to be a tutor. What does he, Lu Yu, have the right to do? Wait, the surname Lu? It's not related to the royal dragon family, is it? A lot of skepticism came to the ears. Lu Yu was oblivious to this. He is a 7-star cultivator, and he is offering a course on pet animal cultivation at the Magic City University. So how could he be afraid of being questioned? Lu Yu looked at the indifferent-looking Luo Hong directly in front of him and said indifferently, you think I'm a relation, don't you? Exactly. Luo Hong coldly said, in terms of realm, you're not even as good as me. If we talk about talent, you're only at the 10th step of the Flourishing Star rank. Our Magic Capital Imperial Beast University's freshman student Lu Su is a Dimming Moon ranked Imperial Dragon Master. You can't even compare to a freshman student. What qualifications do you have to be a mentor? Lu Su? Lu Yu was amused and laughed lightly. I originally did not intend to come to Mordor University as a tutor. It was Principal Duan who personally invited me to come over to take up the tutor position. Principal Duan was personally invited. This sentence alone caused Luo Hang's expression to stagnate. Luo Hang took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, even if Principal Duan invites you, you haven't reached the minimum threshold of a mentor at the 10th step of the traditional star.
Treating realms as an absolute standard is simply shallow.
Lu Yu gently shook his head. Spin. He looked around with a rakish smile and slowly opened his palms. A purple blaze slowly emerged.
This is a flame from my contracted favored beast.
Lu Yu smiled lightly and said, if there are those who question my strength,
they can come up and try to face this wisp of flame. As long as I can carry it for a second,
I will surrender this tutor's position.
Chapter 62, Can you withstand Song Tian's wrath? Holy, this is too arrogant. A wisp of flame from a favored beast threatens to suppress everything? As long as he carries on for 1 second, he will surrender the tutor's position. He,
a traditional star 10th ranked Imperial Beast Master,
contracted a favored beast that is also bound to be of the traditional star rank,
and will never be of the dimming moon rank.
Where did he get his confidence? Gee, it can't be that you can't carry the pressure anymore and want to use the opportunity to resign? Senior Luo Hang, I support you. Hurry up and go up and obliterate that wisp of flame.
The whole room was in an uproar.
Duan Dongguan and Duan Shiwu glanced at each other. Neither of them could see what was so special about this strand of purple flames. Duan Shiwu steeply saw, not far away, Luo Tianyan,
staring at the wisp of purple flames, his head full of overflowing cold sweat,
and couldn't help but say, Senior Luo, are you seeing something? The red flame chicken, to which I am indentured, is fearing. Luo Tianyan's pupils shrunk as he whispered.
The red flame chicken can refine all foreign flames, but it is incomparably fearful at this moment. That wisp of violet flame is definitely a foreign fire that is terrifying to the extreme.
Ai Chow! Duan Shiwu was staggered.
Looking towards the wisp of purple flames,
he couldn't help but say, Luo Hang is definitely going to try it, isn't he? TSK, I'm afraid that someone will really be out of luck. Oh, even if he gets burned to death, he deserves it. Duan Dongguan sneered.
How dare you question my grandfather and the strength of the store manager?
Still too shallow in insight. When my ant queen grows up, I'll definitely have the Ant Clan Legion beat up Luo Hang. Luo Tianyan wiped his cold sweat.
His eyes reflected that wisp of purple flame, but he unconsciously produced a thought. His face was filled with horror. Purple flame.
Purple flame. It can't be that one supreme foreign fire, right? He looked at Luo Hang in front of him,
unconsciously bringing a hint of pity into his eyes. If it was really that type of supreme foreign fire, if it truly erupted, even though the entire obsidian building was made of special materials and had many spell formations arranged, it would have to completely collapse.
Luo Tianyan naturally wouldn't be afraid.
He believed that his senior would control the power. It's just that certain people will surely pay for his ignorance.
I don't know. Luo Hong sneered. He slowly walked up to the vast podium.
A long sword appeared in his hand, and his body was covered with a layer of armor, with a pair of golden wings emerging from his back.
Luo Heng's posture at this moment, even Lu Yu couldn't help but be a bit astonished, saying, contracted 3 kinds of metal beings? Long sword form, armor form, and golden wing form? It seems that you are not without a bit of class.
Luo Heng's demeanor was cold as he pointed his sword at the purple flames in midair and said indifferently,
but you shouldn't have belittled me like this. 1 strand of violet flame and you threaten to suppress everything? When I break this strand of purple flames, I will personally fight you. Many of the students couldn't help but show a look of exhilaration and anticipation. Metallic life is considered a type of elemental life,
yet it has no elementalized characteristics and is known for its hard,
sharp properties. Luo Hong had awakened the S-Class Royal Beast talent Gungjin and contracted 4 metal beings as his favored beasts,
except for the 4th favored beast that he hadn't cultivated. The rest of the long swords,
armor,
and golden wings were all powerful favored beasts that he had carefully cultivated. The 3 metal favored beasts were all enchanted,
and Luo Hong was like a god of war, linking the 3 favored beasts together, and the battle power was geometrically increased under the blending of 1,
under the full strength of the battle,
and then always add S-Class Genjin talent.